I have a pimple allegedly in my coin purse that hurts like a motherfucker.
As if what? We're dealing with mamish real yayin nesach. The end. Right? Yayin nesach doesn't exist. Because of that, halakha are more strict, and therefore again, we asking that even to use
Really?
that shard for some
Oh, dog.
like propping up the leg of your bed will be us. That is a unique halakha.
Look at this athleticism, bro. Everybody on
I should say, ultimately, as long as you're using it in a non-normative way, it will be permitted. For the whole law,
Tyrone Biggums.
I'm sorry, this is where Shimon Yehuda went ahead and gave the testimony. Shimon ben Yehuda, the Shimon ben Yehuda gave testimony to the son of Rabbi Gamliel. Rabbi Gamliel went ahead and drank from these darkuri or rutubos, either these leather jars or from these bottles that belonged to an apple, but that had Jewish wine in it. So Shimon ben Yehuda gave testimony to the Shimon ben Gamliel went ahead and drank from these. That is below Hodulo, last kasha, nine haba, they the rutubos to all the kohabim. Let's say the ultimately you have wine, Jewish wine, kosher wine.
This is not the first time I've tasted penis. Look at this athleticism, though. For serious. Look at this move. You know, Joe Rogan, this is not the first time I've tasted penis. Doug, look at this athleticism. Let's really summarize this. Are you ready? The most athletic person in the history of the world. Really? Doug, ain't nobody ever been more athletic than this motherfucker right here, son. Look at this move. Look at this move. This is really unprecedented. Unprecedented athleticism. Look at this move.
In the first place, ultimately, again, it's Shimon ben Yehuda with an aleph. In the second place, it's Shimon ben Yehuda with an ayin. It could be, I will say, the front. You didn't believe Shimon ben Yehuda, the aleph. If you did believe Shimon ben Yehuda, the ayin. It's always like it's just a mixture. That maybe, again, one individual is more reliable than the other. Okay, but all those people, what's another again? Next, I'm going to mix up quite fast. All those people, what the people means that if you find the animals, they don't be again here. It has a hole by the heart. That's the nature of the hole. So it's like what's the halakha? So the Gemara says over here, all those people. So if you go ahead and find the hole by the heart, the concern that the heart was ripped out of the animal while it was still alive. In and of itself is a form of idolatry. And therefore, again, the animal will be usher out Tagonas Avodos Kochab. He says to the Gemara, or Rabbi, most like, how exactly can you tell if this is an animal use tribe with what's the nature of hair? Ezu or Rabbi. The whole Shekurot negative of it. Number one of those things, the hair or the whole has to be opposite the heart. That's number one. The Kadar Kamin Aruba. But I've also said ultimately it's circular like a window.
Oh,
so
I love how he
it's circular in nature like a window. Yesh Allah Kola Kedamasa. But that's also the reason these guys also because if it's dried blood, that indicates to us that this is speaking out of the animal or the animal was still alive. So you have also seen the criteria. No criteria, more like the opposite of heart. Number two, it has to be circular like a window. Number three, there has to be some dry blood on it. I'm a big fan. In Allah correct dam, let's say if there is no dried blood there, mutter. Then ultimately again it's mutter. So we'll say look at Rashi, Tabashi this moment. In Allah correct dam, after a state of your level. So we'll say we assume that if there's no dried blood there, that hair must have taken place after the animal has already been skinned. And we'll say therefore again you should it be just shamat hair. Fine. When is that so? Roshanu Ella Shalom Malchim. That is only true if the hide has not been salted. About Malku Asr, salty is Asr, why? Ema Malku Abarasa. Because it's Asr that what? There was dry blood there, but what? The salty removed the dry blood. Fine. Shimon Amil Omer, this man Shakera Shelo Avu Asr, Mashach Mutter. So we'll say, so listen to this. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Shimon Amil says, when the care is circular, it is Asr, but if it is like a straight line, Mashach, like a straight line, like a slit, then ultimately again it will be Mutter. Says the Gemara.
It's radio tomography. Yes, it is something that's very simple. The radar is
so what's that? Yossi says the name of the name of Shmuel. That's the halacha follows the Shimon Amil. Namely again that it was only called the oros moving in front of us saying if there is a circular hole and not a slit. Amali Abaye, so it's just fascinating. Abaye says, halacha mechlal tzligi. That was in general, whenever the Gemara has to make a statement that the halacha follows X, that usually means that what? That someone is arguing on this statement, and if the Gemara feels into it, the clarity that the halacha follows a particular opinion. Because remember, if nobody's arguing, then what? There's only one opinion. So says the Gemara, says Shmuel, he says Abaye, Shmuel, the fact that you felt that you should say that Allah follows Abaye, indicates to me that somebody argues. Who's arguing? This is a fascinating discussion. Shmuel says, Amalei, might not come into a Kamala. So Shmuel says, what do you care? So what does it mean, what do you care? Look at that. Might not come into a Kamala. Bein Chalukim, Bein Chalukim, Halacha Kimoso. What does it matter who argues? That the halacha follows. I mean, what matters? Shmuel says, what matters? Right? The bottom line. What matters is who does the halacha follow. The halacha is the Shimon. That's the only time it is distributed as if there's a circular hole. What does it matter who argues? To which Abaye responds, Amalei, Gemara Gomer, similar to Tehei. I came to learn Gemara. What are we doing? Zeros over here? So what does that mean? So it's Abaye was just on the right. Abaye says, at the end of the Rashi, Amalei Gemara Gomer, I came to learn Gemara. It's the word that Tehei becomes Zeros. Abaye comes to Rabbi Yosef. They come like, I'm getting Roma halacha kimoso. You take the Zera Ba'alma, you invoke halacha Muhammad. Also, what Rabbi was saying was as follows. In order to have the Sugya club, right? In order to have the Sugya down clearly, you have to know the progression of the Sugya. And the progression of the Sugya requires knowing the various opinions, understanding the various opinions, and then getting into who the halacha follows. But ultimately, again, just to skip to the bottom line, so kind of undermines the silver part of the class. It's almost like, so Abaye saying is Shmuel saying, it's almost like a fundamental, like machlokes, and ultimately, again, an approach to learning. Shmuel says the most important thing is the bottom line. What is the halacha? Abaye says, yes, of course the halacha is important, but also understanding the progression and the opinions is important as well. Okay, so we'll say that. Next statement of the Mishnah was that if you see an asshole walking in to his idolatrous house of worship with a piece of meat, and you get him before he walks in, so the meat is not yet considered to be consecrated to Avodah Zarah. So, for example, you can buy it from the Jesus, obviously not about consumption necessarily, but you can purchase it from him as long as you get him before he goes into his house of Avodah Zarah, because before then, again, it's not considered to be Avodah Zarah yet. So Masman and Abuzi and Abbas Yochanan, the local was like it's clear that the Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Elazar. That also changes this Rabbi Elazar. Okay, Rabbi Elazar, Ha'amar Stam Machshavas Avodos Kochanim LaAvodos Kochanim. What's exactly amazing? So the Elazar holds, they will say that Stam Machshavas, when an Amkin has in mind that he's going to give something to Zara, once that gas is already there when? At the time of the Shita. It goes back to the moment Stam Machshavas, she says, if he shot off after LaAvodos Kochanim Shita, then Ye'ezra Shita Shita Shita. So the Elazar holds that once an Amkin is going to bring an animal to Avodah Zarah, he doesn't wait to dedicate that to Avodah Zarah until when? Until he gets to the house of worship. But when is it dedicated as Avodah Zarah? It's like already when? From the time of the Shkita. So therefore, again, like Rothschild was like, if you were catching Apple walking into his house of Avodah Zarah, you know he hasn't walked in there yet. You have to assume that what? That meat is already awesome. That meat is already awesome, and therefore, again, so Rothschild, so let's point out, our Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Elazar, because our Mishnah says that you assume that he only is makdish his, or he only consecrates his meat for Avodah Zarah when he gets into the idolatrous temple. But if you catch him before he walks in there, then the Maisa, again, his meat is not usher bando. The Elazar says no, Stam Machshavas Avodah no covenant is. If you see him already going in the house, and he shafted it already, it's usher outside of his covenant. By Yotze usher, the nation is in the but on the other hand, if you get him coming out, which also what if I see him coming out with the meat, then already it's usher. Because we assume that he's coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah, then at the end of the day, he's already been consecrated as Avodah Zarah. My time, we'll say, what's the reason for that? He asked that the Raka Takobas Avodah Zarah. We'll say, essentially, what this means is, it's impossible that it's not an offering to Avodah Zarah. Or if you see an Akum walking out with a piece of meat from his house of worship, we'll say, it's impossible that that is not Avodah Zarah. Of course it's Avodah Zarah. I mean, what else is happening with meat that is coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah? I will say, now again, I want to point out, it could be that he's bringing it out for his own consumption. That's fine. The same way, we have kabbalos that are offered to others, of which some of which we are also permitted to eat. So the fact that he's taking it out and he might eat it himself is fine. But Lamaisa, once it's coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah, then what can I say? Then again, that is definitively Avodah Zarah. Therefore, the Jew can't get any benefit from it. Money. So who's going to this reflect? But he did understand. So we don't say, so don't understand. The sign that we don't understand, oh man, name a Takova Salo from Shana Kami, but oh hell, say, how do we know that Avodah Zarah is not coming for us? What's actually amazing? How do we know that Avodah Zarah is essentially becoming like a mix? You see when you have a corpse under a roof in an ohel, you don't can. So that corpse goes ahead and spreads so much as anything else under the same roof. How do we know that Avodah Zarah does the same thing? And Avodah Zarah communicates Torah via an ohel. And like you see things about God, really going to both like when they're going ahead and unfortunately fall prey to Balpar side. This isn't here, but referring ultimately to the episode of Balpar. That is the rule of Balpar. If you can place, if you can close, or they attach themselves to Balpar, by Yochlu and they ate of the carcasses of the dead. So what's that? What do you see in this passage? It's comparing Avodah Zarah to a mace. Man, mace becoming an ohel, just like a mace also goes there and communicates in an ohel. Let's go cover the time ohel. So to again, Avodah Zarah was also communicates by the ohel. What does this have to do with our conversation? Take a look at actually just a moment. Man, mace becoming an ohel. And I'm also going to take this comparison one step further. Man mace asabano, Kidigamina Bushanhetin, Latama Shamiriam, Shame Eglalifa, Aksakobes Avodas Kokalan Asiraban. Also, we take this comparison one step further. So remember, the positive from establishes the connection between corpse and Avodah Zarah. So Rabbi Yehuda ben Yisrael says, just like a corpse is mechanic to Masoel, so Avodah Zarah is mechanic to Masoel. We'll say in our signature, you want to just as a mace is ushered behind all, you cannot derive any benefit from a corpse. So to what they will say, Avodah Zarah will also be ushered behind all. Therefore, again, when the Akim walks out of his house of worship with the piece of meat, we assume that is not we assume. Such an assumption of it. So for us, it's a definitive reality that Halakha Lamaisa that this was used for Avodah Zarah, and therefore it is ushered behind all. Good. Next part. Ha'olchim v'karpos asur l'aseh t'vashes. So also the next part of the Mishnah is a fascinating idea that if you catch a Gentile going on his pilgrimage, right? He's bringing on his pilgrimage ultimately again to his Avodah Zarah temple, wherever it is. So what's that? On the way to the pilgrimage, the Mishnah says you can't do business with him. What's the logic? The logic is because if you do business, he's going to give thanks to his idol when he gets to when he reaches his destination. So this really is a throwback to the first Mishnah in the Masechta. However, again, once he's coming back from the pilgrimage, you're permitted to go ahead and do business. Now listen, I watch this. It's really fascinating. Amr Shmuel, Ovid Kochav Ma'ovid V'Karvus, B'Halicha Aser, supposed to listen to this. If an Ovid Kochavim is on his way to his Avodah Zarah pilgrimage, so when he's on his way, you can go ahead and you can do business with him. Right? I'm sorry, you cannot do business with him. Also, why? The Azu Umodi Kamei Avodah Kochavim. As Rothschild said, ultimately, again, since when he gets there, he's going to give thanks to his idol. However, Bechazorah, we'll say on his way back, you can catch him on the way back from the pilgrimage, mutter. You can't do business, and we'll say, why? Listen to this. My Dahava Hava. We'll say, Dahava Hava means pilgrimage is over, right? Religion, okay, we did that. Check, right? Done. Right? Check, I already did. Thanks, now we're back to regular life. We're not concerned. As listen, what this means is as follows. He's not turning back to go back to the Avodah Zarah to go ahead and give thanks again. So therefore, by definition, once the pilgrimage is done, it's done, and we're not concerned that he's going to now go back and give thanks to his Avodah Zarah. Let's see if you take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, it's the Rashi, it doesn't have its own Master, it just says a hate you, Havi Garcinan. Amr Shmuel, Ovid Kocham Maholik, for Tampos Balicha, so the Azul Modi, Hazari Mutter, my Dahava Hava. Okay, so he goes on, he says, what about a Jew? Yisrael holy for Tampos, Balicha Mutter, Dilma Hadi Pay below us. Wow. What about a Jew? He never is on his way to a pilgrimage to Avodah Zarah. What about Jews on the way to Avodah Zarah? What's Halacha? So, Shmuel says, you can do business with him when he's on his way. Why? Why? He may turn around. He may turn around. The Jew, as much as he says that he's going on a pilgrimage to Avodah Zarah, maybe he won't have it. Maybe he'll turn around. Still Mahazadeh. Hello, Azra. Bichazara, I'll say, watch this. On the flip side, if you caught him after the pilgrimage, you can have to business with him. Why? We'll say, Kevan Tabal Lamed Gimel, Kevan the Afik Ba, Mahadar Hadar Azra. As I said, since this Jew has demonstrated an allegiance to Avodah Zarah and has forsaken his religion, so we'll say such a person like this is going to have an incredible level of religion. And we're concerned that he's actually going to turn around, go back, and give thanks to the idol. Such is the power of the Jew. Such is the power of the Jew. See, I will say, at the end of the day, before he makes the pilgrimage, there's always hope. There's always hope. Even though he's on his way back, he's on his way to Avodah Zarah, pilgrimage on one side. As long as he hasn't gotten there yet, we always hold out the hope that he can turn around. We do business with them because we don't automatically assume that he's going to catch one of the pilgrimages. But Job will say, the strength of Rabbi Israel is that we're an Amshorah, we're stiff-necked people, and we have incredible resolve. That works both ways. So the problem is that unfortunately, once he's gone ahead and gone over to Avodah Zarah, we know, at least for a little bit of time, that he's there. Every Jew comes back. Everybody does tshuva. It's just a question of when. We know that he's going to have a strong connection to this Avodah Zarah. So once he comes back, we can't do business with him because we're literally concerned that unlike his Akum counterpart, if he gets a good deal, he will what? He will turn back around and go to the Avodah Zarah. I brought time to Yisrael that he taught this also, another place, someone says that book, that if he's going to the pilgrimage, but if he's going or whether he's coming back, you're not going to do business with him. So which one is it? The first verse says when he's going, he can do it. On the way back, he can't do it. The second verse says whether he's going on his way there or way back, he can't do it. It's not a contradiction. He can't be so boomer, because the second verse is about a boomer. So let's remember again, a boomer is someone who's done ugly he's Meshugah, right? He's exceptionally corruptly pious. Right? The idea is he's managed to spend in idolatry. So let's say, so for this person, for a mummer, you can't do business with him on the way there, nor can you do business with him on the way back. Why? Because we're concerned on the way there or on the way back, you can give thanks to Avodah Zarah. A study Zarah is just struggling theologically. On his way there, you can do business with him. Why? Because there's the possibility that what? That'll turn around. On the way back, the problem is that once he's already done the Avodah Zarah, we have to be concerned that if you do business with him gets a good deal, he will go back again. Also, I want to be clear. That doesn't mean we're throwing in the towel on it. You don't throw in the towel on anything. Every single Jew is holy, and every single Jew is beautiful, and every single Jew is special. And even those of us who are broken, we fix ourselves at some point in time. For some of us, it takes a long time, but we fix ourselves. For the things at this moment, when he's demonstrating this fidelity and allegiance to the Avodah Zarah, so you can't do business with him on the way back, and it's concerned that he may go ahead and say, what? Back around and give thanks to the Avodah Zarah. It was what's that over here. Share with you a short idea of the parasha. So you know that we have the days of us this week to start parashiyos concerning the Mishkan. Truma Tzava and then Vayakov Pekudei deal extensively with the details of creation of the structure of the Mishkan, the Kelim of the Mishkan utensils, and then again the Injei Kuna. So the parasha begins with a simple phrase, a phrase which is so dramatic in that it is interpreted in so many different ways. Because Father says to Moshe Rabbeinu, gather of an Yisrael truma. Speak to the Jewish people, and you will take from me a truma. So you'll take from me a truma. You'll go and you'll take from me. We normally translate it as a gift, right, or a separation. Tell the people to separate from their wealth, and ultimately give it to me for the creation and the fabrication of creation. So there's a magnificent insight by the Rothschild. The Rothschild says as follows. He says the lashon of truma we normally translate ultimately as a gift. As a gift. As a gift, matana or separation. The idea is, I'm taking something from you, and I'm giving it to a child. The truth is, we know that shodash of truma is really the same notion of laharir, to lift up. To lift up, truma is to lift up. So again, on a base of my money is with me, I'm lifting it up and giving it to the child. Because this is something amazing. Because you must say, I mentioned this in the Nachman show. That the great struggle with these parashiyos, I mean, we're amongst friends, so we can be honest. No one really looks forward to Truma Tzava Vayakov. Just be honest. No one really looks forward to it. Like even the Beta Ego in peace, it's like a welcome retreat. Right? So, it's like, why? Because they're using these parashiyos, and okay, it's Torah, so I have to learn it. But these details have nothing to do with it. Because then you remember again, there will never be a Mishkan again. There'll be a Bayit, there'll be a third day Samikdash, but never again will there be a Mishkan. So let's say, what do I do with all these details? That's a starting point. That in every single one of these details, there are life lessons for us to learn that apply to temporality as well. So Kutzman says something amazing. He says, B'yit Chol Truma doesn't just mean separate out from the money to go to Mishkan. This is Truma, is Lashon Haram. In life, what's the goal? The goal is to lift ourselves up. The goal is to be truma of ourselves. The goal is aliyah. The goal is to grow. The goal is to ascend. How do I do that? How do I grow? He's asking a general life question. We all want growth. Even those of us who don't yet know that we want growth, we all want growth. There's no such thing as a Jew who doesn't want to grow. There's no such thing as a neshama that doesn't want aliyah. So ultimately, again, how do we grow? So the Kutzman says something amazing. He says it comes not from the word truma, but it comes from the word vayit. He says, Lashon kicha,
one of the most famous sneezes of all time, folks.
Lashon mekach means what we'll say, a purchase or a business transaction. Get ready for this. He says you can learn about spiritual growth from business. How so? Baal Isha, Einano Polish Yisro, Impam Einano Masliach Bashar. Because every single businessman knows that if you want to be successful in business, there's one thing you have to do, which is what? You have to be prepared to fail. Inevitably, some deal is going to go bad. Some deal is going to go south. Something is going to fail. But what does the businessman know? He also knows that after your first failed venture, you can't close up shop. You can't close up shop because if you close up shop after the first failed venture, then what? Then of course you're not going to make any money. So every businessman knows you have to be prepared to fail, and in the wake of that failure, you have to begin to rebuild yourself. And you have to the master matan. Because we'll say one thing is clear, which is if after you fail, you start building your business. One thing is clear, which is what? You will be poor. You will be poor. At the end of the day, Remember, if I don't work on the business at all, of course the business will not thrive. He says something amazing. I got the television. I would say it's true in the business world. There's true level of spirituality as well. In if you're not successful, even for a number of times,
What's the fuck?
The goal is to keep on trying. Just like in business, one bad deal, you don't close up shop. Right? You recognize that failure is part of the course. Also, it's the same that is true in spiritual growth as well. Spiritual growth, I will say, failure is part of the course. And the challenge of life is sometimes we fail and we stay down. Sometimes we fail and we give up. Sometimes we fail and we simply throw in the towel in the realm of looks. I'm never going to amount to anything, says the Chutzpah. Just like there are things in the business world that you learn from spirituality, there are things in this world of spirituality that you can learn from the business world as well. Just like in business, if you fail, you have to learn from your failure, you pick yourself back up. So in the world of spirituality, you have to learn from your failures. Don't stay down. Just pick yourself back up. This is the shot in the Truma. All of us want an aliyah. All of us want a harama. All of us want to go ahead and lift ourselves up. So what's the key? What's the secret? If you take an approach of mekach lemka, if you take the business approach to spirituality, then the wake up failure, don't close up shop, don't shutter the window, don't shutter the store, but go ahead and figure out what can I learn from this failure, and how can I go from this failure? The same thing I will say is true in the realm of business. In spirituality, there is no one among us who has the ability to live on a constant high. There is no one among us who has the ability to always go ahead and be spiritually perfect. There's none of us who have the ability to be constantly and consistently plugged in. There are valleys, and there are peaks in the realm of wickedness. I will say that sometimes when you get into a valley, you know what happens? You stay there. Because you tell yourself, oh, look how far I've fallen. There's no way I can ever get myself out of the side. We would never take that approach in our parnasa. Because if you take that approach in our parnasa, we'll be able to sustain our families. In our parnasa, we realize that even if I'm in a valley, I gotta fight my way out and rise back up to the peak. It's true in my parnasa, it's true in my listeners, even in the midst of failure. And even when I find myself at a very low point, the yitkuli truma, I have to figure out how to raise myself up back again. In the face of failure, learn from the failure, figure back out how to get back to my feet. I want truma in life. I want halama, I want growth, I want aliyah. I have to accept the mindset of you also have to learn the art of being a successful businessman. So when we encounter failure, I will say, the same way hopefully we rebuild ourselves financially, we should be so committed to find a part to rebuild ourselves spiritually as
There are some shots. There are the photos of the
the
shot
best
where
Hajjiyani. So it's like Hajjiyani Paris, Hajjiyani Paris. Remember again, this was one of
there and see and watch those shots.
I was mentioning in the Mishnah that a Jew, Rashi says over here, Elu Dvarim Shel Esrim, these are the things that you cannot use, and there's a prohibition of Hana. You cannot use them, you can't get benefits from them. And one of these items was this Cheres Hadriani. That is hygienic performance. My hygienic. So what does this mean, hygienic performance? That's quite interesting. I'm going to read on the Shua. Cheres Shel Hadriani is Tesa. This literally refers to the earthenware of the emperor Hadrian. Right? The Caesar Hadrian. Versus, remember again, you know Hadrian from an infamous perspective. Because remember again, it was under the Caesar Hadrian that hygienic persecution began in the aftermath of the destruction of the second Islamic Church. And again, most notably, that was the era of the Asara Haredi Mountains. It was the era of the martyrs, as well as an incredible number of edicts regarding religious persecution. So what does this mean, hygienic persecution? I'm going to become a shmuel. So you want to judge against Kares Shahadianis. Yes, so what does this mean with the person, right? I'm going to listen to this. Haka Bismillah Haisab. Shama Abda Adam Neom. So what happens? So under the Eugene devised this particular method for wine making. And you'll see why this was important. He would take virgin soil that was never worked before. So the idea being that soil was filled with incredible vitality. What did he do? For nata, he would go ahead and plant vines. So running a camera, the goofy and he would go ahead and plant vines. He would make from it wine. He would go ahead and put that wine in brand new earthenware vessels. Really means white. In this context, it means brand new earthenware vessels. We might see the rule of Hamrayu, and what would happen? And ultimately, again, he would go and keep the wine in there for a while. And after we move the wine from the earthenware vessels, and we'll say what happened. Earthenware vessels had gone ahead and absorbed the flavor of the wine. There's a number of combinations of this. Number one, we say that the wine itself was very strong because it was made in virgin soil. Number two, this was brand new earthenware vessel. Brand new earthenware vessels was what they were saying. No prior, right? No prior absorption in the earthenware. Therefore, by definition, the only thing that's absorbed in the earthenware itself is this wine. So it's a very heavy and intense absorption. So what would happen? After they emptied out the wine from the earthenware, he would break the earthenware vessel into shards. The Dorim Bahadai, and the Greek soldier, the Roman soldiers, would take these shards with them wherever they went. Wherever they went, they would travel with one of these shards with them. And whenever they wanted wine, what would they do? They'd fill a container with water, put the shard into the water, and the absorption from the shard would create for them wine. The Rishon Shalom, Shlishi Shalom. It was amazing that the Rishon says their wine was so strong that the third use of that shard was the equivalent ultimately again to first tier of our wine. So let's say, the third time of using that shard to constitute wine, that wine that came from the third usage was as strong and as good as our first tier wine. Okay, so let's say, the idea being what? This is the Messianic earthenware. So the Messianic earthenware was earthenware that had a very strong wine infusion, and therefore again, you can't use it. You can't get cut off from it because it in and of itself has the status of Yayin Nesa, has the status ultimately of idolatrous wine. So you must have fun. By the way, you want to ask also like this side question. Fascinating question. Can I use, a piece of this EGR, can I use it to prop up the leg of my bed? What's the shiloh? So we must go to the QI, once we've gotten through, we've already established that I can't go ahead and drink and get benefits from Yayin. We've also established that I also can't get benefits from this Messianic earthenware. We'll say, so can I go ahead and get benefits from it, but in a non-consumption fashion? So here's an example of I have a piece of this Messianic earthenware. I don't want to drink it. I'm not using it to reconstitute wine. I'm not using it as a receptacle for a liquid. I'm using it to prop up the leg of my bed. Is this permitted or not? So also, this is what Chazal term as Rothschild Yumo Agidei Davar. I want to use it through some other means. Non-consumption means, but usage means, is this mutter or is this something? Look at Rashi in this moment, Agidei Davar. It's in the short of Rashi, that 5 lines in. So we saw Rothschild Yumo Yayin Nesach. So we saw on one hand, it was like, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Right? Why aren't the Yayin Nesach is in the shard? I need the shard. However, again, the little bishvilo, not because I want the wine, I want the earthenware. So I will say, you see, in essence, I want the earthenware, but what's absorbed in the earthenware? The wine. So in essence, I want the wine. But I don't want the wine because I want the wine. I just want the wine because I need the earthenware. So the shayla is this permitted? Is this type of usage permitted or not? So Tashma. Rabbi Lazar Yochanan, Chad Aser, Chad Shari. So I'll say it's Machlokes. Rabbi Lazar and Yochanan. One said it was Aser, one said it was Mutter. So in the parentheses, it says okay, they know the stuff. They know the stuff. So the Rush, the Agos seems the Rush takes this out. But the Ophus of Command the Aser, they say, Gemara is the Kasha. Listen to this. Hadardurim v'harukuvos. So it's like dardurim are leather jars, rukuvos are bottles. Some of the Kohabit that belong to an apple. Yain shall you saw correspond if you choose his wine in either of these types of receptacles, either in the leather jars or in the bottles. So what's the halacha? Asr b'shiyah mutar b'hana. So you can't drink it, you can't drink seemingly if it which is why I want to be receptacles. So ultimately, the wine itself is prohibited from consumption, but it's mutar b'hana. You're ready to go and get that. Hey, Shimon ben Guda. The snake and Rabbi Gamliel. So Shimon ben Guda gave testimony in front of the son of Rabbi Gamliel. And the testimony was, our Rabbi Gamliel, about Rabbi Gamliel, Sheshasa Imenu Ba'akom. That Rabbi Gamliel actually had wine in one of these type of receptacles, either the Darduris or the Rikuvos. He kept his wine in one of these items. And what? And he drank the wine. He's happened in Akko, and he drank the wine. The law Ogile. And I will say, they did not agree to Shimon ben Guda's testimony. Now, what this sounds like is that they were disputing that Rabbi Gamliel did this. That's what it sounds like. Although we'll examine that in just a little bit. So fine, that's the first part of the verse. So what it seems like, Nudos show up the color. Let's say Nudos are leather flasks. So remember again, as opposed to Dardurin, which are leather jars, this is a leather flask. So Nudos show up the color. Shimon ben Guda, Yoshua ben Kusai Aser. Listen to this. It's actually quite interesting. And this is more relevant to our question at hand. So let's say I have a leather flask of an apple. So I can keep my wine, and that we've already established is awesome. What about taking that leather flask and making it into a saddle for my gun? So this is our Shiloh. I understand that the item is limited for use in a particular way. What about if I want to use it in a different kind of way?
What's up, Tommy John?
Of an apple. I know that I can't keep my wine in there. Because of
What's up, Tommy John?
Can I go ahead?
Look at this athleticism.
For my gun. So what's this? So that's the Shiloh. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara quotes Shimon ben Guda, who says that it is awesome. So this is our case. This is a case of where I take an item that is normally prohibited because of dryness. I can't store my wine in it. But I don't want to use it for my wine. Instead, I want to use it for something else. And you see that what? That it's also, so that we seem to go ahead and answer the question that what? That if I take one of these Adriatic earthenware shards, I cannot use it to prop up the corner of my bed. Because again, that's still considered the illegal usage of a prohibited item. So the Gemara says, but using the same logic, I will say, watch this. If you're going to tell me that I can't take the noodles, I can't take the leather flask of an Obiko oven, and I can't make it into a saddle, which tells me that what? Lord said the Kimo Ayudin Never After is going to be Asa, based on that, I shouldn't be able to purchase Kankanim. I shouldn't be able to purchase the jugs of Obiko oven. I must say that what do people use to do? Can I purchase the jug of an Obiko oven to use it for my wine? That we've already established that the answer to that is no. For you ceremony, the truth is as follows. I would purchase these Kankanim for what purposes I will say? For a planter. A planter, I'm not going to use it to store my wine, but again, I get a good deal. That's not a good deal. I get a good deal on the jug of rum. I'm not going to use it for any of my liquids. Or use it as a planter, or use it as a fruit bowl, or use it for whatever. Just not for wine, not for liquid. We know that this was done. It wasn't using this logic. Listen, right? Listen to the misbar. So using this logic, then what should be us or why? Because it was like it would appear that we hold Rothschild with humor ideas of that if somebody ultimately again wants to use a prohibited object, but not in a prohibited way, in a prohibited way, the use of the object should still be permitted. I will say, what's the lie of that? And the lie that would seem to be that I can't take the node and make it into the saddle. The leather flask. I can't take the leather flask ultimately of the aqua make it into a saddle. So which you must say that's purchase drugs either use anything as a planter. Meister no, those are my stuff I can it. Those I want it. Definitely be sure medical study said. Can't take the leather flask and make it into a saddle. It seems to be that I can buy the bottle of over here from me, use it for something else as long as I'm not spraying wine in there. To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you what. I'm a rab about Sailor Shem and Buckland. Leno God no joke. We'll say, oh, somebody interesting. What's the concern? Let's say I buy the node, I buy the leather flask from the Oligo Hub. And I make it into a saddle. So I'm on the straw. Then we'll say, what happens? I get a hole in my wine flask. Listen, what did I do? Cut a piece from the saddle, and I ultimately attach my node. That's the concern. And then again, ultimately, that's what, even though once I make the node of the aqua into a saddle, it is still, essentially, it is still used for node replacement parts. That's our particular, and the past this leather flask, sprung here and there, I detach it from my saddle. That's what that's why so guys, you can't go ahead and purchase the node of the oven, even if you're going to make it into a saddle. Ulamanta Amar, Lord said, if you mo, I leave the after Oscar. So, bring back to the he said that by the Asiatic shards, by the Asiatic earlier shards, you cannot go ahead and use it to prop up the leg of the bed. Because Lord said, if you mo, I leave the after, if you want the existence of a wicked item, even though you're using this in a non-conventional way that is still absurd, might not have kind of show. Why is it about that kind of allows you to buy the bottles of the Oligo product? And as long as I'm not using it to store liquids, I'm using it as a planter, then why does he say it's okay? Plus, I was curious, and here's really where it gets to the crux of the under the thought, Hassam, racing Yisra Kivimol, Taka, Yisra Yisra, what's it literally translated over there, the Isser is not the end, right? The Isser is the like word, I'm sorry, stand. Right? The Isser is not extending, the Isser, right? The Isser is not extending, the Isser itself is not in existence, right? Not in existence. Masha'inkin by the Egyptian earth, the Isser is in existence. We'll say, what does that mean? What it means is as follows. In a regular utensil of an apple, so there's a prohibited absorption. There's an absorption. So what do we say? What's halacha? The halacha says, listen, as long as you're using the object in a way where that absorption can't come out, it's fine. So you want to purchase an old wine bottle from an apple, and you're going to use it as a vase? Fine, no problem. Why? Because the customer you're using it in a dissimilar way, and we're not talking about an isser that is not an existence, but an isser that ultimately is absorbed. Let's say when it comes to Asiatic earthenware, the absorption is so strong. The absorption is so strong that it's considered to be as if it's the end. It's considered to be as if it's mamish in existence, a tangible isser. And therefore, again, the halachos are more strict concerning this, which also makes sense because remember, again, what do they say? This famous Gemara. That how are they using this particular shard? They were making multiple batches of wine from this one shard, which tells you ultimately again the strength of the absorption itself. Because under all circumstances, we assume that if an item has an absorption, very often those absorptions are extracted 1 or 2 times over. They're using it multiple times over. That means that the absorption itself is exceptional. So because of that, when it comes to the Adriatic shard, we treat it as if what? We're dealing with mamish real Dionysic. The end. Right? Dionysic doesn't exist. Because of that, the halakha is somewhat strict, and therefore again, hostage that even to use that shard for some other purpose, like propping up the leg of the bed, but that is unique halacha. Only by the hygienic shard, but by other utensils which absorb nasa, stamina, I should say, ultimately, as long as you're using it in a non-normative way, it will be good. So no hold you up. So let's remember again, the Mishnah read, I'm sorry, this is on the right side. This is when Shimon ben Yehuda went ahead and gave the testimony. Hey, Shimon ben Yehuda was made no Rabbi Gamliel. So Shimon ben Yehuda gave testimony to the son of Rabbi Gamliel. And Rabbi Gamliel went ahead and drank from the during of the kuvos, these leather jars or from these bottles that belonged to an apple, but that had good wine in it. So Shimon ben Yehuda gave testimony to Shimon ben Gamliel, but from these items below Hogilo, last kasha, Yain Haba, the kuvos of the Republican. So if ultimately you have wine, kosher wine, the bottles of an apple, also the steel with the bad dog. So the minute you are prohibited to drink it, but you're permitted to get enough. Hey, Shimon ben Yehuda, maybe no show Rabbi Gamliel. Yet Shimon ben Yehuda went ahead and gave testimony in front of the son of Rabbi Gamliel. How Rabbi Gamliel shassan many. Rabbi Gamliel actually drank wine from these utensils, the Hodulo. And I will say again and again, they accepted the testimony. So the Gemara says, 1 second, my low Hodulo becomes. So we'll say, so which one is it? If two guys should be righteous. Did they accept the testimony of Shimon ben Yehuda, or did they not accept the testimony of Shimon ben Yehuda? Which Gemara says, my low Hodulo become a Hasam. About no Hodulo. So what is the Hodulo? Hodulo means the whole group of people who heard his testimony of Shimon ben Yehuda. So we'll say, no Hodulo means the collective group of Rabbanim who did not believe the story. The son of Rabbi Gamliel did believe the story. Anybody saying the other possibility is Guda Lachod, the Guda Lachod. Let's say, if you notice again, there's two different spellings in the two Brysos. In the first Bryso, ultimately, again, it's Shimon ben Yehuda with an Aleph. In the second Bryso, Shimon ben Yehuda with an Ayin. It could be, I will say that's what. We didn't believe Shimon ben Yehuda, the Aleph. But they didn't believe Shimon ben Yehuda, the Ayin. Which I will say, it's just a mitzvah that maybe, again, one individual is more reliable than the other. Okay, but all those people, once again, next argument, Mishnah, quite fast, all those people. What's the OC movie means? That if you find an animal, it only appears, it has a hole by part, that's the nature of the hole. So it says, what's the halacha? The Gemara says over here, roast beef moving. So you go ahead and you find like the heart, we're concerned that the heart was ripped out of the animal while it was still alive, which in and of itself is a form of idolatry, and therefore again, the animal will be usher out sakrovas avodos kochot. So it says the Gemara, or love of like, how exactly can you tell if this is an animal used by what's the nature of the hair? Ezu or love. Number one, I will say, the hair or the hole has to be opposite the heart. That's number one. The kadar kamin aruba. And I will say, ultimately, it's circular like a window. So it has to be, you'll see as opposed to a slit, it's circular in nature like a window. Yesh Allah korek damasa. If there is, so we'll say, literally dry blood, then that shows us the reason that's what we'll say, because if it's dry blood, that indicates to us that this is seated out of the animal while the animal was still alive. So you have also seen the criteria. No criteria, one has to be opposite the heart. Number two, it has to be circular like a window. Number three, there has to be some dry blood on it. How many days I will say? In Allah korek dam, let's say if there is no dry blood there, mutter. Then ultimately again it's mutter. So we'll say look at that, we have that with the in Allah korek dam. Often a shape of your level. So we'll say we assume that if there's no dry blood there, that tear must have taken place after the animal has already been skinned. And I will say therefore again you treat it to be just stomach hair. Fine, I'm Rabbi, when is that so? Most Shana Allah Shalom Mo. So that's only true if the hide has not been salted. About Mo, the hide is salted, it's also why. Ema Mo Barasa. It's also that one. There was dry blood there, but what? The salt is really dry blood. Fine. But Shimon Amir Omer, his man Shak, Tera Shalom Abu, also. So how you explain it to these? Listen to this. So the man says as follows. So the Shimon Amir says, when the hair is circular, But if it is like the straight line, must wasn't the straight line, like a slit, then ultimately again it will be mutter. Says last time. So Yossi says, remember using the name of Shmuel, that the halacha follows in Shimon Rabbi. Namely, again, that we call the oros we move in the front side. If there is a circular, if there's a circular hole and not a slit. Normally, Abaye is what is actually fascinating. Abaye says, halacha mechal the people. And also in general, whenever the Gemara has to make a statement that the halacha follows X, that usually means that what? Usually means that what? That someone is arguing on this statement, and therefore the Gemara feels needs to make a clarity statement that the halacha follows a particular opinion. Because remember, if nobody's arguing, then what? They don't want opinion. So it says the Gemara says, well, he says that by Shmuel, the fact that he felt that he just said halacha follows that follows the indicates to me that somebody argues. Who's arguing? This is a fascinating discussion. Shmuel says, "Amalei, not coming to the Chamina." So Shmuel says, "What do you care?" So what does it mean? What do you care? Look at that. My not to the Chamina. Bein chalukim, bein lo chalukim, halacha kimoso. What does it matter who argues? I just told you that the halacha follows the Chamina. I mean, what matters? Says Shmuel. Shmuel says. What matters the most sides? The bottom line. What matters is who does the halacha follow. The halacha follows the Shimon. If the only time it is predicated is if there's a circular hole, what does it matter who argues? To which Abaye responds, Amalei, Gemara Gamar. So Moshe to hey, I can learn Gemara. What are we doing? Zmiras over here? So say, so what does that mean? So I'll say, Abaye is something in a very wrong way. Abaye says, at the end of the book of Rashi, Amalei Gemara Gamar. I came to learn Gemara. The word to hey becomes Zmiras. Tira, Abaye Hamidosher of Yosef, the Kamalei, Atamaran, Beni Mama Halacha Kimoso. To take the Zera Ba'alma, in quoting Halacha Imam, that's what Abaye was saying was as follows. In order to have the Sugya right? In order to have the Sugya down clearly, you have to know the progression of the Sugya. And the progression of the Sugya requires showing the various opinions, understanding the various opinions, and then getting into who the halacha follows. But ultimately, again, just to skip to the bottom line, so kind of undermines the silver part of the passage. So it's like, so Abaye said this, Shmuel saying, it's almost like a fundamental like machlokes and ultimately again an approach to learning. Shmuel says the most important thing is the bottom line. What is the halacha? It shows you how to say Abaye says yes, of course the halacha is important, but also understanding the progression and the opinion is important as well. Okay, so we'll say like that. First, I next statement in the Mishnah was that if you see an Akom walking in to his idolatrous house of worship with a piece of meat, and you get him before he walks in, so the meat is not yet considered to be consecrated Kabbalah result. So, for example, you could buy something, you could use it as not from a consumption necessarily, but you can purchase it from it as long as you get him before he goes into his house of Avodah Zarah. Because before then, again, it's not considered to be Avodah Zarah yet. So you must and I use it kind of as the local Rabbi Elazar. Looks like it's clear that the Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Elazar. That goes and changes this. You're going to just change this Rabbi Elazar. Okay, Dik Rabbi Elazar, Ha'amar Stamach Machshavas Avodos Kochavim La'avodos Kochavim. Looks like it's actually amazing. So the Elazar holds, it looks like that the Stam Machshavah, when an Ampun has in mind that he's going to give something to Avodah Zarah, looks like that is already there when? At the time of the Shkita. So go to Rashi this moment. Stam Machshavas, Rashi says, if you shut the after the Avodos Kochavim Shkita, so in the Esrog, the Shkita Shkita Kivasa. Looks like the Elazar holds that once an Ampun is going to bring an animal to Avodah Zarah, he doesn't wait to dedicate that to the Avodah Zarah until when? Until he gets to the house of worship. But when this is dedicated as Avodah Zarah, already went from the time of the Shkita. So therefore, again, if you was like, if you attach him after walking into his house of Avodah Zarah, even though he hasn't walked in there yet, you have to think that what? That meat is already answered. That meat is already answered. And therefore, again, so also so Rush pointing out, our Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Elazar. Because our Mishnah says, if we assume that you only is makish, or you only creates his meat when he gets into the Eretz temple. But if he can't before he walks in there, then the Mesa again, this meat is not usher band off. The Belazar says no. Stamach Shevas Avodas Kochalim is. If you see already going in the Rashi will tell you Shechting already. It's usher Avodas Kochalim. By Yotze usher, the nation is a nation. But on the other hand, if you check him coming out, which was the right, if I see him coming out with the meat, then already it's usher, because we assume that he's coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah, and at the end of the day, it's already been consecrated as Avodah Zarah. My timer, we'll say what's the reason for that? The after the Raka Takrovas Avodah Zarah, because we'll say essentially what this means is it's impossible that not an offering to Avodah Zarah. If you see an Akum walking out with a piece of meat from his house of worship, we'll say it's impossible that is not Avodah Zarah. Of course it's Avodah Zarah. I mean, what else is happening with meat that is coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah? Now again, I want to point out, it could be assumption, that's fine. Wait, we do have dollars, we have kabbals that are offered to this bar, of which some of which we are also permitted to do. So the fact that he's taking it out and might eat it himself is fine. But Lamaisa, once it's coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah, then what can I say? Then again, that is definitively Avodah Zarah. Therefore, the Jew can't get any benefit from it. Money, what's the usual business reflect? That usually on the sale. So we do understand. So we do understand. This time, we do understand. On that, now let's talk about from the time. But oh hell, you say, how do we know that Avodah Zarah is Mekame Ba'or? Which is actually amazing. How do we know that Avodah Zarah is essentially becoming like a mace? The same as if you have a corpse under a roof in an oil. So that corpse goes ahead and spreads too much to anything else under the same roof. How do we know that Avodah Zarah does the same thing? And Avodah Zarah communicates Tumah via an Ohel. Shne'emar, by Yitzmi Dula Balpar, really going to both say, when they're going ahead and unfortunately fall prey to Balpar site. This isn't Tehillim, but referring ultimately the episode of Balpar. By Yitzmi Dula Balpar, they became close, or they literally attached themselves to Balpar by Yochlu Zikhinus. And they ate of the carcasses of the dead. So we'll say, what do you see in this passage? It's comparing Avodah Zarah to a mace. Mace Mekame Ba'ohel, just like a mace, we'll say, goes there and communicates Tumah in an Ohel. So to again, Avodah Zarah will say also communicates Tumah via Ohel. We'll say, now what does this have to do with our conversation? Take a look at that for just a moment. Mace Mekame Ba'ohel, Umino. And also we take this comparison one step further. Mace Asabano. The Gamina of the Sanhedrin, Latama Shamiriam, Sham Egrarufa, Aktakovesh, Avodos Kochalim, Asuraban. Also, we take this comparison one step further. So remember, the Pasuk establishes a connection between a corpse and Avodah Zarah. So that Yudah ben Yisrael says, just like a corpse is mechanic to Mas Ohel, so the Avodah Zarah is mechanic to Mas Ohel. We'll say in our city, we do one step further. Just as a mace is Asur Ba'anah, you cannot derive any benefit from a corpse. So to what they will say, Avodah Zarah will also be Asur Ba'anah. Therefore, again, when the Akum walks out of his house of worship with a piece of meat, we assume that piece, not we assume, such an assumption, for us it's a definitive reality that Halakha L'maisa again, that this was used for Avodah Zarah, and therefore again it is Asur Ba'anah. Good. Next part. Ha'olchim l'tarf asur l'aseh specifically. The next part of the Mishnah is a fascinating idea. That if you catch a Gentile going on his pilgrimage, right? He's going on his pilgrimage ultimately again to his Avodah Zarah temple, wherever it is. So on the way to the pilgrimage, the Mishnah says, you can't do business with them. What's the logic? The logic is because the individual is going to give thanks to his idol when he gets to when he reaches his destination. So this really is a throwback to the first Mishnah in the Masechta. However, again, once he's coming back from the pilgrimage, you're ready to go ahead and do business. Now, watch this. This is really fascinating. Only to Kabla, only to Tartus. Bahalicha, most listen to this. If an Ovid Kohanim is on his way to his Avodah Zarah pilgrimage, so when he's on his way, you can go ahead and you can do business with him. Right? So sorry, you cannot do business with him. Also, why? The Ozu B'neged Kamei Avodah Zarah. Right? The Ozu ultimately again thinking about a big pilgrimage. When he gets there, he's going to give thanks to his idol. However, that Chazorah, we'll say on his way back, if you catch him on the way back from the pilgrimage, mutter. You can't do business. And we'll say why? Listen to this. My Dahava Hava. Also, and Dahava Hava means pilgrimage is over, right? Religion, okay, we did that. Check. Right, done. Right, check. I already did. Let's see how we're done. Now we're back to regular life. We're not considered. Our book was extremely as follows. He's not turning back to go back to the Avodah Zarah to go ahead and give thanks again. Therefore, by definition, once the pilgrimage is done, it's done. And we're not concerned that he's going to now go back and give thanks to his Avodah Zarah. Let's take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Rashi doesn't have a Ovid Damas, but just as a Heikim or Ovid Damas. Amr Shmuel, Ovid Docham Mahomet, the Tapas Balichas, the Azul, Chazari Mutter, my Jahava Hava. Okay, so he goes on. He says, what about a Jew? You saw Holy Tapas, Balicha Mutter, Dilma 100 days below us. Wow. What's it? Listen to this. What about a Jew who never is on his way to the pilgrimage to Avodah Zarah? What about a Jew who doesn't do Avodah Zarah? What's the halacha? So Shmuel says you can do business with him when he's on his way. Why? Why? He didn't turn around. The Jew, as much as he says that he's going on a pilgrimage to Avodah Zarah, maybe he won't carry. Maybe he'll turn around. Still mahadibah. Below us, Chazara, okay, watch this. On the flip side, if you caught it after the pilgrimage, you cannot do business with him. Why? Because the Keva Tabal Ramadimo, Keva the other bar, Mahadar Hazar Hazar. Because I was like, since this Jew has demonstrated an allegiance to Avodah Zarah and has forsaken his religion, so we'll say such a person like this is going to have an incredible level of status, and we're concerned that he's actually going to turn
Every
around.
day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Do you mind if I take 3 minutes and tell people about my project?
Such is the power of the Jew. Such is the power of the Jew. So we'll say at the end of the day,
Oh, okay. No, I'll be less than that. I appreciate it. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow as many people in the space as I can. If you want a free follow back, send me a follow. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find a link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media archived on the internet than any person ever. I have more content archived on the internet than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Back around and give thanks to them all the time. Like what was example here, shows you a short idea on the culture.
Yes, sir. Who's my founder?
This week to start the
What do you mean?
concerning the Mishkan.
Yeah, exactly. My parents.
Deal extensively with the details of creation of the structure of the Mishkan, the Kelim of the Mishkan, the utensils.
No, I'm a real deal, baby. I'm in your space. Meaningful connections and more. Chill, share, alpha, make money. You're DeFi. We've got Sage. We've got Bellweb. I'm better than any AI that you've ever seen.
Speak to the Jewish people, and you will take from me a truma. So you'll take from me a truma. You'll go and you'll take from me. We normally translate it as a gift, right, or a separation ability, separate from your wealth, and ultimately given to me for the creation and the fabrication of the So there's an magnificent insight by the customer. The customer says as follows. He says the Russian of truma, we normally translate ultimately as a gift. As a gift, as was a response, as a gift, matana or a separation. The idea is, I'm taking something from you, I'm giving it to everyone from you. The truth is, we know that the shoulders of Truma is really the same Russian of Lahari, to lift up. To lift up. So again, when I think of my money is...
I'm not AI. I'm a real person. You can look at my profile and see me live on camera right now. No AI is going to tell you that.
The big struggle with these types of put among translation is Sada Bayaka. Yeah, no one really looks for the things that they don't need to see. It's like a welcome with
DeFi, please do not spread misinformation. I've been doing this for 4 years. I am live. I'm a real person. I'm not reading this. You can see me live on camera, either on X or on YouTube. No one else you have can say that. I'm live, 100% real.
So it's like, what do I do? That's like starting that in every single one of these details are lessons for us to learn. But might be temporarily lesson. Cousin says something. He says, "Go to Truma doesn't just separate out from the money to go to."
Giving my show for 4 years, so I've got it down quite well. DeFi, I'll send you a message. I'd love to connect and help you in any way.
How do I do this? How do I grow? That's kind of general life. We all want to grow. Even those of us who don't yet know that we want to grow, we all want to grow. There's no such thing as a Jew who doesn't want to grow. There's no such thing as a neshama that doesn't want a real. So ultimately, again, how do we grow? So the Pasuk says something amazing. He says it comes not from the word truma, but it comes from the word vayish. He says, Rothschild, b'chinas mekach. He says, vayish v'kicha, Rothschild mekach. Mekach means what I will say. A purchase or a business transaction. Get ready for this. He says you can learn about spiritual growth from business. How so? Start ASAP. Eneno poresh le'isko, and Pam eneno matziach basa. Because every single businessman knows that if you want to be successful in business, there's one thing that's clear, which is what? You have to be prepared to fail. Inevitably, some deal is going to go bad. Some deal is going to go south. Something is going to fail. But what does the businessman know? He also knows that after your first failed venture, you can't close up shop. You can't close up shop because if you close up shop after the first failed venture, then what? Then of course again you're not going to make any money. So every businessman knows you have to be prepared to fail, and in the wake of that failure, you have to begin to rebuild yourself. Yodel and Yafsik B'Masel Matan, he's supposed to do it because one thing is clear, which is that after you fail, you stop building your business. One thing is clear, which is what? You will be poor. You will be poor. At the end of the day, remember, if I don't work on the business at all, of course the business will not thrive. He says something amazing. I would say what's true in the business world is true in the realm of spirituality as well. In Imas, even Tantanai, if you're not successful a number of times, I would say the goal is to keep on trying. Just like in business, one bad deal, you don't close up shop. Like you recognize that failure is part of the course. I would say it's the same that is true in spiritual growth as well. Spiritual growth, I would say failure is part of the course.
The artist, I'm warming up to you, my man. Those pictures are really nice. I tell you, I really see your artistic creativity in them. One of these days, you're going to be able to pull me in. But if you haven't checked out the artist art, they're beautiful. The profile pictures that he creates for the community are absolutely stunning. Check him out. He's really a talented individual.
There are things in this world of spirituality which you could learn from the business world as well. Just like in business, if you fail, you have to learn from your failures, you pick yourself back up. So in the world of spirituality, you have to learn from your failures. Don't chas v'shalom stay down. Just pick yourself back up. Says, this is the pshat in the pasuk. Shuma. All of us want an aliyah. All of us want a harama. All of us want to go ahead and lift ourselves up. So what's the key? What's the secret? The yikhuli truth. If you take an approach of mekach, if you take the business approach to spirituality, then the wake of failure, don't close up shop, don't shut up the window, don't shut up the store, but go ahead and figure out what can I learn from this failure? And how can I go from this failure? The same thing I will say is true in the realm of business. The spirituality.
DeFi, he's just joking.
Who has the ability to live on a constant high. There's no one among us.
Okay, well, I don't want you upset with the artist, because the artist is a really great person and he loves you very much.
There are valleys and there are peaks in the realm of wickedness. I will say that sometimes when you get into a valley, you know what happens? You stay there. Because we tell ourselves, oh, look how far I've fallen. There's no way I can ever get myself out. I will say, you would never take that approach in our parnas. Because if you take that approach in our parnas, you'll be able to sustain our family. In our parnas, you realize that even if I'm in a valley, I gotta fight my way out and rise back up to the peak. So my parnas, so my look even when it's a failure, or even when I find myself about at a very low point, the yikhuli truma. I have to figure out how to raise myself up back again.
They think you're a fucking robot.
And to learn from the failure.
They're meant though. You bitches hear me? They think I'm a robot. Like, why didn't you go viral faster, Rabbi? Because people thought I was a robot. Why? Because I'm that fucking good. What do you want me to do about it, baby?
So when we encounter failure, I will say, same way, hopefully we rebuild ourselves financially. We should be so committed to find a cut to rebuild ourselves spiritually.
Now you got to listen to that. So we'll talk about the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash. This motherfucker doesn't even have a plan to rebuild it. I do. People stop thinking I'm a robot. Are you a robot? No. Are you sure? Dog, I was just watching Elon Musk. Why is your shit so shitty? I was just looking at how many followers I have, and it literally just went down 15. Like 15 people and just fucking bounce on me.
And it is in the fashion of what does that mean? That said, first of all, obviously, it's a touch. It's touch.
I love these fucking people who are like, you're a robot. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm literally on camera. Who built you? My parents. Yo, what's going on? How you living, doctor? Doctor, can you hear me? Just one moment, my man. Can you hear me, doctor? Maybe you can't hear me. Just one moment. Let me refresh my... Just one moment, doctor. Let me just refresh.
So the first category is Yain Nesa, which is actually used for Rabbi. Then you have Stam Yainam. Stam Yainam would be something, wine that is belongs to a guy or is been touched by a guy. So Stam Yainam after Bahana, and the time is kind of masculine to reveal. So the halacha is that it is just like Yain Nesa, that is after Bahana, but it is weaker in the sense in the time they the first law is weaker in the sense that the Isra Hana in this case would be the Rabbanan. So the entire thing is the Zera, because if you're going to drink Tam Yain, which is the wine of the guy, you might come to drink the Yain Nefesh. So the whole thing is Rabbanan, but it's also weaker in the sense that we said before the Yain Nefesh is in the case from the Kamula in order to describe there's a kind of master, which is basically talking about it has a status like a Vlada Shema. And in fact, in order to become Tame, it would need to be the size of a Ziyat, which is the ordinary measure of wine. Now, the way Rashi learns, others don't disagree, but the way Rashi learns is that what it's trying to tell you is not that it itself is Natame, that it itself caused something to be coming. It's saying that if it is touched by, let's say, a ferret, Rashi says, so then it becomes tame like any other liquid. And the question that the Rishonim deal with is, what's the fitness then? If you're just telling me that it's liquid that becomes tame like any other liquid, so then why do you need to tell us at all? Of course, it's getting worse than any other liquid. So Tosfos says in Rashi that the reason it tells you that is because you might think because we're dealing with Tam Yainam that is related to Yain Nefesh, that it is more somewhere in the sense that it's science. Others say that it comes to take it out because there's a sheet of Rabbi Shimon. He talks about that in order to be in order to be usher the Hana, it has to be something that you can eat that you're able to feed to others. And since you're not able to give Tam Yainam to others and usher the Hana, you might think that you have a different halacha, and that's why it's trouble. But in any event, so we now have two categories. Our first category is Yain Nefesh, wine of natural use of Rabbi Zara, which is usher the Hana, and it has strict Tumah. We have Stam Yainam, which is wine of a goy that's not known to be used for Rabbi Zara.
You're shitting me.
Has ordinary status of
Fucking
liquid
thing.
as relates to Torah. And the third
Yo.
category is someone deposits his wine, so you who has his wine, and he puts his wine by another company, he puts it by a guy, after the Tefillah, he puts it behind us. So the halacha principle of the Torah is that wine, once you deposit it with the guy, it becomes usher to drink, but it is mutter to have Hana.
Yo.
So you're not allowed to typically you can use it in other ways to have Hana.
Yo.
Those are the three categories.
Zoo. Zoo, can you hear me? Living like a pimp. How about you? Nothing much. How are you? I'm here. I don't know if my microphone's working. Just a moment. It's my end. Just one moment. I know you can't. Just one moment.
Swapped it out with his own parents, and therefore, the student already now is sleeping here and against his parents and does, he has to be concerned and treated as if his parents do, and he has to treat it as if is Makuyan and Midas. Now, as we kind of point out, this obviously goes according to the view that a guy that his produce is subject to Midas. But in any event, according to that view, it's saying, so what do we see from that mission? We see from the mission that there's a concern when you deposit something with the guy, that you have to be worried that he swapped it out. So therefore, why in our case do we say that it's not under the hana when you deposit your wine with the guy? Why not be concerned that he swapped it with his own wine? It should be either Charmin or Mayan Yosef. It should be after by hana. So why do we say that something only after and anything that you're allowed to have hana from it? We should say, let's be concerned that the guy swapped out his wine for your wine or his, and therefore it should be up to even by hana. Or after he goes to Yitzhak Karen Zabel. What are we talking about? You're right. If you just generally give the guy your wine, and you give the
Yo.
you're going to have to assume that he swapped it out
Yo.
for wine and would be up to by hana. In what case do you say that it's not up to by hana? It's, for example, when
this shit sucks.
designated a separate area for it.
This shit sucks.
And therefore, it's considered more likely.
This is the worst. This is the worst. Yo.
If you're telling me that once you set aside a corner, you know that he doesn't swap it out and he doesn't mess with your wine. So you might say, you have to be a non-industry. So why?
Yo.
Why it's not up to enough and we're not
I've got to restart. This thing
But
sucks.
if you're saying we don't have that concern, then let the guy drink it. But you say we know that the guy just left it there in the corner, and therefore you should be able to drink it too. So we say, where do we have this idea? The Rabbi Yochanan, Karbad. Rabbi Yochanan went to the town of Karbad, and Omar Klum Yesh Mishnah Bar Kapara. Is there a Mishnah Bar Kapara? So Rashi points out Bar Kapara at this point had already died. Bar Kapara was one of the Talmidim of Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, which was having a Shnayet. And so he lived in Karbad. So Rabbi Yochanan went to Karbad and he said, has anyone heard anything? Anyone have a Mishnah that they want to tell me, a Bryce or a Mishnah they want to tell me from Bar Kapara? So it's kind of later comes from in Karbad. So, someone answered the call. Kamkom, who lived in Karbad, and he taught him something that learned from Bar Kapara the time. What did he learn? He said, a mafki yang ate all the kababim. That if someone deposits his wine by an overkababim, mutler b'shisiya, that you're allowed to drink it. Okay, so that was the halacha of Kamkom told him. Rabbi Yochanan responded, he said to him, the pasuk in Koheles, he said, Makom she'yipol ha'etz, sham yiyu. So he said that in a place where the wood has fallen, the tree has fallen, there it should be, which he understands to be a reference to the Yipol Eight. Rashi says somewhere that Talmud was situated, that he lived. So where Talmud fell, meaning that he lived or he died there. There he is. The Gemara says, are you telling me that literally Sabbath after he died is still there? That can't be. Rather, what does it mean that he'll be there? It means that the fruits of the tree that has since died, but the fruits had fallen off. So if you go to the place where the tree was, you can find the fruit. So what was his point? His point was that he went to the town of Bar Kapara, to Karbad, and by going there, he found fruits that had fallen from Bar Kapara that he had taught people there. And as he says, so you see, if you want to, says, I'm kind of thorough with different common that if someone wants to learn something from what's coming, you should open a year to show them, well, maybe you should go to the people of the city who used to learn by him. And that way you'll teach it to others, and you'll teach it to others. So the idea is, he was saying, it's a good idea to go to someone's hometown to learn his Torah. In any event, what do you see? You see that you have a mission that says if you deposit wine by another covenant, you can drink it, right? And it must be, and the Gemara is assuming, in order to say why it's not a stira from the Mishnah, which says that someone who's mafkid is parents that we're worried that the guy's richer than it must be talking about where in a case where he designated a corner. Otherwise we have a problem with the teaching of Bar Kapara. So what do you see? You see that where you designated a corner, according to this, you're allowed to drink it. So the Gemara is saying, once you're establishing it, then we're talking about where he used the terms of it, that the guy put it in a corner. And therefore, we're no longer concerned that the guy swapped it out. Once you're talking about putting it in a corner, you see from the Brisa Bar Kapara that it should not only be, that it should actually be what the B'Shasir. You should be allowed to drink it. And yes, we Paskin, or Rabbi Paskin, that you cannot drink it, but you can be nana from it. So why is, if we're talking about it, you should be able to drink it all together. And Rav Zera, no kasha, no kasha. Or Rav Elazar, Harabanan. That one view, the view that says that you're allowed to drink the wine when it's put in the corner by a guy, that's the opinion of Rabbi Elazar. And our limud of Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira is going according to the Rabbanan. So Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira said you're not allowed to drink it, but you're allowed to have enough from it. Is going according to the view of the Rabbanan. The Tanya, because we learned in the Brisa, Echad Alokea, Echad Asofer Bayis Mekater Shalom B'Kochavi. So if someone went and they either bought rights to an area within the cluster of a coven, or he rent space there and he rented a house, and he filled up the house with wine. And the key for the seal is Biyad Yisrael, meaning that not only was it placed there, but it actually either was locked up or had some other kind of seal on it.
Yo, dog, how about that shit stop sucking? Yo, are you fucking serious?
Sufficient protection. The guy is not going to mess with your wine, and therefore you can drink it. But
dog.
And the Chachamim say no, you can't drink it because we're concerned that the guy will swap out the wine for his own wine or otherwise have touched the wine and turned it into something you're not allowed to drink. Okay, so now we have an explanation of that where's the limit of Bar Kapara, which says you can drink it, but that's according to Rabbi Elazar. And we have Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira who said it's not asavano, but you can't drink it. It's not asavano, but at the same time you can't drink it. That was going according to the Chachamim. Okay, Amar Kia, Brother Kia by Nachmeni, Amar Kista, Amar Rav, Amar Lam, Kista, Amar Zihiri, Amar Lam, Kista, Amar Abba, Bar Kama, Hafi, Amar Zihiri. Good way to take up 4 lines. Halacha for Rabbi Elazar. The halacha follows Rabbi Elazar, and therefore we're going to say, as long as something was put to the side in the category of under the stewardship of a Jew, either by seal or by key, that we're going to say that you're allowed to drink it. So what do we see? We see that we're talking about a single fulta. But it was either sealed or was locked, and we see that you can have wine. So the Rishonim all deal with the question of, we learned that we said that if you're dealing with vinegar or yain bushel of a guy, that you can have it with a single seal. So that everyone wants to talk to with Rabbi Elazar, so saying even wine works that way.
Yo, dog.
And our interpretation is when you get vinegar or yain bushel, that it's only those and not regular wine. We're trying to deal with that. Tosa says that
Randy Shannon,
the difference is here,
the fighter, and
you deposit it, you're the one that picks it up, right? So therefore, you're going to recognize your
worst
own single
podcast
sign.
ever.
Either you're going to recognize
The worst.
the
Worst
therefore, it's enough
podcast
to have one.
ever.
But if you're talking about the other cases, we're talking about where the wine is being sent with the guy. So if it's sent with the guy, the person who deposits it with the guy and the guy who gets it at the other hand are different people. So therefore, he doesn't recognize the seal as well, and that's why you would need kosher and self-kosher. Maybe you need both. Many of the Rishonim have a different gear to the Gemara, which is we learned that either it was in the hands, either it was sealed or it was locked. We understand one or the other, and therefore it's only one seal. Many Rishonim have a gear that it's both. It was sealed and it was locked. So then I understand that the case we're dealing with there is the case of a double seal. But in any event, Allah says it's Rabbi Elazar. Okay, I'm Rabbi Elazar. that everything is enough to have a single seal, except for wine. So we're dealing now again with this question that wine is not enough to have a single seal. You have to have a double seal. For example, what we have nowadays.
This card on paper is better than last.
Double seal. So Yochanan says that wine it's enough to have a single seal. So clearly they're saying two different views. Gemara says the Lord tweaking. Rabbi Elazar, they're not arguing. Why? Because one is saying like Rabbi Elazar, one is saying like Rabbanan. Because it explains that one person, or that they're not. When he says they're not arguing, they're obviously arguing because one says one seal is enough, and the other says you need two seals. But they're saying they're not arguing about two. In other than one person saying he held like this, and the other person saying he held like that. They're saying it's two separate things. They're talking about two different people, and that's what it means that they don't argue. The other opinion of closest to explain what it means that they don't argue is saying both of them hold like Rabbi Elazar personally. As we just said before, I love this Rabbi Elazar, and therefore it's enough to have one seal. So they're not, they themselves are not arguing. They're presenting a view that would say it requires two seals. Okay, again we see a distinction in the Machokim of Rabbi Rabban. There are those that learn differently. That I'm Rabbi Elazar. Rabbi Elazar says, two seals is enough for everything, except for wine. Now, wine, even a double seal is not sufficient. And basically, if you want to be able to drink wine, it has to have been under the shira of a Jew. That's the first. Continue, Rabbi Yochanan says, the second view is saying that even wine is capable of being protected even without the constant shira of a Jew, as long as it has a double seal in it. So the first view said one seal. The first verse of this Machokim said they were arguing about whether one seal or two seals are required for wine. According to the second view, they're arguing about whether two seals is good enough. One says yes, and the other said no, it's not good enough. But in any event,
what a funny joke.
And both of them are going like the Rabbanan because they're obviously not going to Rabbi Elazar. Because according to the second view, because Rabbi Elazar held that it was enough to have one shmirah. Because you can either seal it or you can lock it. So one shmirah is enough. So obviously, when they're saying one is definitely not enough, and they're arguing that two or none, meaning no option of a deal, that has to be going like Rabbanan. Meir Savar, one whole figure Rabbanan later Rabbi Elazar of Samachot. That when did Rabbanan argue on Rabbi Elazar is only talking about when there was a single seal. So then they argue, is that good enough or not? But they're saying that in the first view of the Rabbanan are saying we disagree with Rabbi Elazar that one seal is enough, but we agree that two seals is enough. Meir Savar, the other one holds that when the Rabbanan argued on Rabbi Elazar, they were asked even even the double seal. The second version of the Machloket is solely in the Rabbanan. The first version was a repetition of the Machloket between Rabbi Elazar and the Chachamim, which as we saw before, the Gemara asking like Rabbi Elazar. Okay, so now we've been talking about this double seal business. The question is, what is a double seal? Where it says, what does it mean to have a seal with a seal?
DeFi. What up, girl? Shit, I don't want your shit.
Cover of a barrel. Rashi learned that it's you basically have a barrel and you put a large plate on top of it. That's how Rashi learned. The Ghana, and then some say the spoon of the hammer of the cover. Shrika, you it up or you seal it up with some kind of clay or something like that. The kasima, and you sign it, you stamp it, you put some kind of stamp, or you carve your initials into it or something that's going to show whether it's been disrupted. That's considered a close and that's a double seal. If you low, and if not. If you don't have these double seals, then it's not considered close.
These motherfuckers think you're a robot.
Okay. Now another case.
Hey, Rabbi, why don't you go viral soon? Because everybody thought I was a robot. Really? Yeah. Why? I don't speak like a robot. I speak like a pimp.
Barrel had no cover. You put a big plate
What about
on
a
it,
robot pimp?
you plastered it up. Now we're getting another option. You can have a barrel. In this case, we're understanding
Oh, let's go watch Robot Pimp 7. This Robot Pimp 8's coming out.
And then
Everybody loves it.
a basket of some sort, and and he ties it, he attaches it
Robot Pimp.
very tightly. So we're talking about a basket that he gets
Robot Pimp.
over the top of the barrel, and therefore it constitutes the second seal. That's a seal within a seal. Low Mahadek, but if you're you simply put the basket on top,
I got it.
but it wasn't hard to put it on.
3,661. Son, really?
That's nothing.
That shit is baller. Dog. Now, I gotta listen to this asshole or that asshole. I wanna listen to this asshole.
So he says, let's say you have a node. Node is like a campaign or
Wonder what happened to Joey Diaz. No one's heard of that motherfucker in years. What would you say to Joey Diaz? I would be like that Peter Griffin, like be funny.
The word Kaya comes from green stock.
Dog, I've heard others. Everybody. We need this.
You took this campaign which ties itself up and you put it in
Joey Diaz.
That's considered
Is a full interview with Joe Rogan. They don't give a fuck no more. I remember watching him, and I did not like him when I heard him. I was like, this guy sucks. Tip top, dude. Author Joey Coco Diaz. Narrator Joey Coco Diaz. Good Google. It's all about the quitting line concept. What is that? I don't know. Nobody knows what this shit is. South Africa still has quaaludes. Tremendous. Call the ludes, dude. Cape Town, 84. Me and Mandela were coked up to the gills. The hummus juice leaking. Leaking out everywhere. It was tremendous. Uncle showing out for his city high school.
Okay, now we'll give another option.
This doesn't say.
I'll give you another option. Rashi describes that even in Rashi's time, this is how you keep
ended up in Joey's little neighborhood. Work
today. You have a bag or something, and you tie it up, and then you push the knot that you just made itself, and then you take it and tie it again.
Drag it in.
Right? So the finish, the back of the top of the back of the finish here is that it's enough to have a knot. So let's be clear. We're talking about a knot that then gets pushed into the center of the back, and then you tie it again. So the back is that a knot not work, that not work without having to be sealed. But the way they learn, the Taz learn, and it says the sire of the custom, that it says that when you tie it up and you seal it, means that you're sealing it with some kind of extraordinary knot. You're not just doing a regular knot. A knot is sufficient, but it has to be like a knot that's an instrument that's a little bit different. So that's considered a different version of Chosim where you have a double seal. Tana Rabbanan, second to bottom, second to last line. Tana Rabbanan. Originally, they used to say, Yayin shall in kushi, after nifnei vira sriko. So, okay, we're going to now list three pairs of cities, which were basically kufi cities. We've done kufi many times, and so kufi have a different aspect. Yes, So we're talking about three cities of Kusim, and each of these cities was next to a city of people who were over Kacham. Originally, they used to say Yain Kain Kushi, the wine and Kushi Usher, which made Bira Srika. That you're not allowed to drink the wine in the Kushi city of Ain Kushi because it was next to the city of Bira Srika where there were Obed Kacham. So Birkas Usher makes Parshoy. Similarly, the Kushi city of Birkasa was the wine was also because it was next to the city of Parchoi, which is the city of Abdul. So Zagdor, and the people in Zagdor, the Kushi in Zagdor, you couldn't drink their wine also was made Parchoi because they were next to the city of Parchoi. So the concern here is that we're not worried. We're not worried about Cosmos. We're not worried about them marrying out because if you drink Kusi wine, because Kusi are Jews, and we're not worried that they use it for Avodah Zarah. Because that wasn't the form of their worship. Even according to what we learned that they used to serve the Yono that was on high reason, but they didn't do it in this way. So the question is. The theory here is that the wine in the city of Kusi is also because it's close to an idolatrous city. And the concern is that they allowed Goyim to touch the wine. So that was initially they said you can't have wine in any of these Greek Kusi cities. Bazu Lomar, subsequently they came back and said, He says, no, it's not an absolute rule that you can't have wine in those cities, but rather if the barrels are open, then you cannot have the wine. If the barrels are closed, you can. So what would be the reason? The reason will be because the Jew, we're going to see the in a second, is because the Missy knows that if he allows, he wants to do business with Jews. If the Jews suspect them of allowing Zion to touch the wine, then they're not going to buy wine from them. So therefore, they're very careful with wine that they were going to sell. The wine that they were going to sell on their own, they weren't careful. So therefore, if it was an open barrel, you would sell an open barrel. You have to be drink. So then you have to be worried you would not drink the wine there, but if that's the commerce careful. So my cousin, they part of the cover with myself, my color. So he said in the beginning they thought all the wine in these two cities are upper. And then they said only the open one. He said the color summer originally they thought ACC, Master Mago, the cover. Was not super, was not super. So initially they thought that a Kusi is just not careful about keeping wine away from public authority. So since these Kusi towns were next to Obey towns, so we're convinced that the guy, the Obey are touching the wine, so therefore you can't take anything from them. Afterwards they decided, kilo cupped, when are they not makbid or not careful that a guy shouldn't touch their wine? I'm sorry, Apsupas, when it's open. Apsupas makbid cupped, but on a closed barrel they're careful. Why? As I said, because they want to make money, they want to be able to sell it, so therefore it's too much mutaris. I'm sorry, so that therefore they're makbid. It's too much mutaris, and are you telling me though that closed barrels of a kusi are mutter to be purchased or drunk for a minimum? I'll ask you on the base. Ashaleach kavish shel yayin biyad kusi. That if someone sends a barrel of wine in the hand of a kusi, so we're now talking again about a kusi that has wine. The shel seer shel murayas biyad over the coven, or if you're dealing with seer or murayas. What are seer and murayas? Seer is Rashi says is seer shel dagim tmeim. I'm sorry. Seer is Rashi says. Hold on a second. He says that basically they would press or dry out fish, and this is the like the sweat or the zebus or the secretions, the drippings that come out. It's basically they would squeeze out the fish juice, which would become sharp like vinegar, and they used to use it to dip things in it. Murayas, Rashi says, is ma'arvin bal kirbei dagim, that they used to take the insides of fish, the nuffish shumne, which were very fatty, they had a lot of fat, and they would take it. So now, what are we worried about with seer or Murayas? So Rashi says earlier, so he says, we're concerned that maybe they're going to switch it with Duggan Tmeim, that they're going to take, that guy is going to swap it out with his own seer, Or in the case of Marias, they're worried that they're gonna place the Marias, which is a fishing are very expensive, and instead they're gonna put wine inside. Okay, but by a kusi, we don't suspect a kusi as swapping things out. The only thing we suspect a kusi of is that he's not careful with letting a guy touch it. So what are we saying? We're saying if it's wine, that you can trust a kusi. You're right. And if it's a guy, you can't trust. And for sure, you can't trust a guy by wine. But if it's by a tzir marias, you suspect the kusi, but not a guy. And so the Gemara says, in makar kosamo, the sasma if he recognizes his stamp or his signature and his seal, then it's mutter. In lav, and if not, it's usher. So what do you see? You see that the first case said that as long as it's a closed barrel, you can trust the kusi, even in the town that's next door to the others. And here we're saying that if you send a barrel of wine with a kusi, it only works if you're able to recognize your own symbol or your sign. So it seems that we don't trust the kusi, and we're worried that maybe the kusi lets them know that doesn't touch it. And we're there like that. So when do we say that you trust the kusi, that he doesn't let a guy touch the wine, is in the city? Because in the city, there's people there and they're going to watch, and it's going to ruin his reputation that somebody can buy wine from him if he lets a guy touch it. But Kambadera, if he's on the way, while they're traveling, there's no one there, and he's not careful, he might let the guy touch it. So we suspect the kusi on the road, but not in the city. He's saying, but how did this wine get to the city in the first place? It was transported from somewhere. And it was transported under the stewardship of a kusi. Probably let a guy touch it. So why is that what we think?
Look at this one.
He says, no, we're talking about during the time of year, during the harvest time. Even the near time. That since everyone is around, it's a very busy time during the time when they would produce the wine, so therefore the species would be afraid. He says, after suddenly listen, that if they're going to see you, let the guy touch it, I'm going to lose money because I won't be able to sell it. But during the season that people aren't around,
Well, look at this athleticism.
not assuming the distinction between city and road, but rather between the time of year whether the people are around. Okay, Hitman is saying, that the Gemara now says, why do we answer the beer of an overcapacity? And Tosha says, you're not allowed to say that this is taken on the field of the Yisrael and the Bible, then will be made a Moriah and two. Tosha says, we're asking why
I love that joke
the
stuff.
beer of a guy. Tosha says, I don't even know where you get that from. It's not in the Mishnah, it's not in the Bible. It must be that this is something that I'm right on the second. We're going to see in a minute, hopefully, there's time to teach us something where this comes up again. Okay, so why are you not allowed to have to deal with that? Because we're concerned that if you go drink beer with a guy, you're going to end up, Rashi says, you're going to go hang out in his house, and you're going to like his daughter. He's going to be there, and therefore, you're going to end up marrying his daughter. But not when I'm going to see you. What are we worried about? We talked about this before, that you're worried that they're not careful to steal things up, and a snake could come and drink it. So, what are you concerned about that they left open? So he said, if you're worried that they left open, the guy, so Rashi says, this is when it's still in the barrels or the containers that you can make it. Now that it's worth it, they make it. So if it's there, we also leave it uncovered. So why are we planning on the guy? The Ella the Kavita. So maybe you're talking about when it's already stored in barrels. So I said, we also keep open barrels of beer. So why are we planning on the guy that we're worried that he left it open and the snake puts things in? We also leave it open. Why do we leave it open? We learned it because snakes don't like beer. So they're not going to go into the beer. Okay. So the Gemara says, well, after the Matsumaya. So no, we're talking about a place where what did they do? That they would beer obviously water as an ingredient. So they used to leave the water to settle so that the water that they use in the beer will be clear, right? And that water they used to leave there. So the concern is it's true that a snake doesn't go into beer. The snake will go into water that you leave open, and in the production of beer they will leave the water open. So you might say that only after nothing history. But if you're right, if that's the concern, that they allow the snakes into the water before they may leave the beer, then you should be able to have anything that is old. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Because in manipulating so he says that something that's old, that's already become aged, is looking to drink it because if there would have been any snake venom in there, it would have prevented it from aging. Hitness, mutter. Similarly, if something ferments, then it's mutter because in manipulating. So because if there's snake venom in there, it would prevent it from fermenting. So the question is, if what we're worried about is the water that got snake venom in it before it was put into beer, you shouldn't worry because once the beer is produced, and that once, so we should distinguish and say that when you have this concern is only by something that is new, but something that is aged already, you shouldn't worry about it because it's already by aging, it showed us that there was no snake venom in the water. Right? That's very often. No. You're right. That in theory, our only concern would be something new, not something old, because something old already, something that aged, could not have had snake venom in it. But yet, we're going to make it clear, so we don't want to sit there and make a distinction, and therefore, you can't use the dye, or you can't use the beer of any dye. Okay, well, Papa, okay, so the Papa was careful not to drink beer by a guy. So what would he do? You would go out to the doorway of the store of the tavern, and with a person, and he's something you drink over there. The Rabbi might be in the base disgusting. The Rabbi they used to bring it to his house and he would drink it there. The Rabbi is some custom. Obviously, what they're both concerned about is customers. In fact, why don't you drink beer by a guy? Because you're going to come to marry his daughter or hang out with them. But obviously, he's not concerned about snake venom because then what does it help you to drink it outside and to drink it back at his house? Okay. I want to say something on this. Let's see what's at the bottom of the afternoon. Okay. Rabbi other than fucking character. So what's the difference? One of them, a couple used to go drink it outside the tavern or outside the store, and Rabbi used to drink it at home. So, they were worried about Sassus. Rabbi had a stricter standard for himself, and he went all the way home before he drank the beer. Okay. The school about this one applied in the Morgan. That is small than additional rent and more time to account. And this is a count of but they were posted them. They didn't trust these. So he says as follows. He says you still have keeping all your because these are reasons especially like hey, my keeping again told to come they weren't mocked on not drinking wine of the cup. The isolate number, they brought him wine, he wouldn't drink it. Why? Because they weren't careful. They were served isolate stuff, they brought him beer, he didn't drink it. So this one, the time with some symptom. They say, fine, I understand why he wouldn't take wine because he's concerned that maybe it is Tanyena. They said symptom is too nice. But the beer, what's the concern? What are you concerned about beer? My son is concerned with the symptom. You didn't want to distinguish. You're going to end up drinking beer, you're going to end up drinking wine. And since they weren't careful with wine, you didn't want to drink that. Come around. That's the high shift of the Armon. Sorry. They said Armenian beer is permissible. The beer brings London DNA. But my son here couldn't drink from it. So my son, what kind of standard is that? He started with the grammar sorry. If it's good for workers, so everyone should be good for even your son. He here, if there's something wrong with it, how do you have a different standard for your son and the rest of the world? Passionate, yes or no? Hello, Rab, that was the Uggle, the rule of the chief of the color like here is also, I'm sorry, it says that Rab was worried about snake venom, but why was he not? Why did he say everyone else could drink it? Because the rule of the bitterness, the kashuka with the colorway would burn out the venom of the snake. So he said, so he wasn't worried. Once beer turned into beer, he got rid of any snake venom they have to worry about. You can wait safe. But if someone was already affected, they were sick, it would make them worse. And therefore, the fear brings over lucky on this name. He's just saying, my son here you think beer generally will dilute shake venom enough that it doesn't hurt anyone who's healthy. If someone's sick, then it could hurt them. So therefore, if some people are sick, so it has nothing to do with halacha. Well, it has to do with halacha, but it has to do with particular circumstances as things sit. On the floor, poets Russian Nathan Eretz, that all Russians have poison in them. So not the snake, it's Russian in them. Because a snake venom kills, but the venom of Russian doesn't kill. Unlike Shmuel, the Shir Barat, so the Shmuel says the Shir Barat, Bar Arya, this is the Philadelphia, the Russian of the Ben Torah, the son of the Torah, called the angel of the milk from Ari to the Hariyam Rabbi. This is Shir Barat, the son of Rabbi. He came and said, let me tell you something that your father said that was nice. Your father, Honey, I'm going to you need to I did not be touching unless he covered with fire. Instead of fell. These are near because of the kitchen. You take a shower up. It's like whatever. That they would drink uncovered things, even though they would have venom in it. Well, Mason, they didn't die. Why? Because I did not be touching mushroom. That somehow that by eating sugar mushroom it protected them, and therefore they didn't die. Okay, I'm not Yogi says, I follow the scripture that I'm more also the Mahagadeh will joy your Yainasa. He says that if you have pure vinegar of the Aramean, you can't have it. Because they mix into it, your joy the Yainasa is squaring like the sediment of wine of Yainasa. The Rashi also started to the Ma'arif study. And Rashi says, when do you say that the vinegar year of an Aramean is offered, it is only when you give it to regularly. But if you take it out from the storage room, so then you don't have to worry that it had wine in there. Why? Because wine sediment ruins the vinegar beer. So if you replace it and then serve it shortly thereafter, it's not a big deal. But if you add the wine sediment and then you put it into storage, it's going to ruin the beer vinegar. So therefore, when he pulls it out of the otter, this is from the storage. This is obviously not a place that it was. One minute. Okay, let's just do very quickly. This is actually very important process. A lot to do with why we're able to drink today, why we're able to drink coffee. This is the Rashi says, this is the focus of Rabbi Mishum Pastor, was also other Hachotim Torah. So we say that the Pastor and the couple, one lived in the street and one went to house, and he come up and play him when he was in the base of the couple. Neither of them were willing to drink beer in the house of all of the couple. They came, and if that's so, that's very so a list of people to drink of the couple. That's be careful not to drink beer by God. Or a couple of Rabbis by Troy, how you supposed to, that they were Amoraim by Troy, that they were late Amoraim who passed their life, they wouldn't drink. In real, I'm an action, the base of the Chavim, and someone staying by a guy, you have to realize it's possible to look at his wife, to really look for a drink and another Chavim, not to motivation to himself. They could send someone to bring beer, and they, bring your own beer. If you come to the guy with your own beer, then you should be able to drink. That even if the guy ends up giving you some, you should drink it with some ava, because otherwise he's going to reject that you're not letting him do it. What? So it's a very interesting style about ava as to whether it applies even in an established place like a bar. The way out to the Catholic, only requires to see if the financial is doing different for the time. So he's saying you have to be very careful not to drink beer. I'm sorry, but he's saying, so this is by a place that's New Yorker, that there's going to be passionate, that you can't drink beer, but if you just happen to be somewhere by a guy, you can drink beer. Well, being safer, for one day for four. So he said, and it doesn't matter what's talking about hate beer or youth beer, but here's the interesting part. The Ema Asik says four and two of the question is, why is beer not in Israel crystal alcohol? it's the most skillful of the guys, and like skillful of the guys, I think they can use this author. Because the Havagabah tells you close to two guys, feel like it's okay. So basically, there's two reasons why something we're going to see this shortly. Things like something will not be a problem or pull off certain weapons. We're saying if it's something that's eaten raw, now that is not the case here. So we don't use raw, but you also have to use it's only a problem of it's also going to pull off certain weapons. And he's saying that here is not all off certain weapons. Okay, so Moses, Tom, Akala, Hatia, so many people see it. Because there's different reasons why it's not the Shalom. If you hear about two, what will Rabbi Amayim, you're even different to happen. You have to go off, remember, you took the ring in the position. You say it's hard. And when you add water to here, water that neutral enough, that you're saying that it loses its status as poor, and it's demonstrated by the fact that you make the Sahako on here instead of making it a donut. But others don't like this opinion of at all, because they say the reason you make a taco is not because it loses its status as a donut, it's because it lost its force. You can't see it there anymore. In any event, we don't have time, but this gets into the very interesting question. This issue of the water diluting and losing its character has a lot to do with whether you can drink coffee that is made by no guy, which many of us, when you go somewhere, you go to hotels, you go to Starbucks, they're making you the coffee, and the question why you're not been walking, that's a lot to do with the process. I don't have time to get into it now.
Dog. Do you have to listen to this asshole? You'll be happy if you do. Come on, it's your people. Yeah, but it sucks. I want to learn about aliens. So don't get into that alien shit, dog. All right, well, what if you do both?
Roman era, where we're holding now, and there's a disruption of the
I mean, how much shit you want to listen to?
We must realize there were three
Give me some good alien shit, though.
battles,
Bob
major
Lazar.
battles that the
That's
Jewish
my
people
shit.
had with Rome.
No, dude, who's your
We
guy?
isolate
Michael
the
Stratt.
destruction of the temple as the pinnacle.
I fucking love Michael Stratt.
We had a day. We need a day to remember all of this. And the day of the destruction of the temple was such a, because spiritually that's a calamity. So remember the physical calamity as well. But there were three major battles. The first one lasted 10 years. It was, which we mentioned before, it finished off with the destruction of the temple. 1 million Jews perished in those 10 years in the battles back and front until the enemy, till the Romans got into Jerusalem and actually destroyed it. They destroyed the entire Judea, not just Jerusalem, wasn't just the temple. Everything was destroyed, and 1 million Jewish people perished one way or another. Many, we mentioned another time, committed suicide. Like Masada, but there were others, there were thousands, Josephus writes, who jumped into the fire of the temple because they felt there's no temple. They felt this was the end. There was no more Jews, there was no more Judaism, and they felt no reason to carry on. This was
Shit, fuck.
We mentioned these zealots. We mentioned those people who put on a fit.
During the pandemic, a lot of our meetings were held online. And we had a couple of presenters
Wouldn't it be tight if you listened to this and then it went into that? That would be cool. That's not really happening. Could you make it happen?
So,
Look at this, as glad it says on it.
They ran. 1,000 people were, ran to Masada, and the Romans employed 30,000 Jews to go build that ramp. As the famous story is, that was after the destruction. They ran from Jerusalem to Masada. Another major battle which happened afterwards, which happened about 40 years afterwards. So for a period, the Romans had marched in, massacred, destroyed, gone back, and whoever was left was left to pick up the pieces.
much alien shit.
They wanted to rebuild the second temple.
Look at this.
They wanted to rebuild the temple. There were negotiations. Delegations were sent to Rome. Rome would have it, but only under very restricted conditions. The temple would not be able to be built on the Temple Mount, on Rabbi. They would build somewhere else. And they limited them in that sense. That it was just within them. They went back and they made another uprising, which was based in the city of Lod, is today. Headed by two people called Pappus and Lubianus. The Talmud makes very great mention of their self-sacrifice for Jews and for Judaism. And but again, the Romans came and they quelled that revolution. They destroyed Lud, and that was pretty much, they killed Pappus and Lubianus, and that was pretty much the end of that. The third uprising is probably the most famous one. And that was the uprising of a man called Bar Kokhba. Bar Kokhba, his actual name was Shimon. His name was Shimon ben Koziva. Shimon ben Koziva was a person of extraordinary might. We were told he was able to ride a horse and uproot a tree whilst riding a horse. He was such a character, a superhuman character. Bar Kokhba as well was extremely charismatic and fearless man who feared nothing, and a tremendous leader. Besides that, he was a good person, very firm. He kept the Torah staunch. He had tremendous faith in Hashem, and all rounder. Somebody who the Jewish people at that time, many thought as Mashiach, including Rabbi Akiva. We're going to speak about Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is the leader of the Jewish people at the time, pretty much. In this era, however many, within the next 100 years after the temple was destroyed, Rabbi Akiva backed him. He was a warrior, he was religious, and had the backing of the rabbis. He had an all-round thing to him. And indeed, he rounded up an army right at the beginning of 200,000 Jews. All of whom were of tremendous might. The test, if you were able to get into his army, was if you could uproot a tree. If you take a tree out, you were qualified. The Talmud tells us actually that he was so fierce that the initial test to get into the army was if you could chop off your own finger. Okay. The rabbin told us that nobody can do it, but we can do it. To show you guts. So the rabbin told them that the Torah doesn't allow it. The Torah doesn't allow such things. So the test became if you could uproot you. Where did you get this from? Well, the thing is, really? That's common history as well. Bar Kokhba never know guns. They were a trigger finger. Bar Kokhba at the very end of it has very well documented. Now, what he did was he made an uprising against the Romans. And he conquered the Romans out of the Galil and made his way down. He pushed them out of Jerusalem. There was even plans again to build the temple. His name became Bar Kokhba because the word Kokhba means a star. There was Rabbi Akiva who gave him this name, because Rabbi Akiva said that when the verse said in the words of Jacob, Dorach Kochov Miyakev, a star rises forth from Jacob. Rabbi Akiva said this is him. He's gonna be the Mashiach. In the end, he got together an army of 350,000 soldiers and put up a fierce rebellion. The emperor at the time was Adrian, a cruel person and a great debater. Adrian had this was very big for him. He got together many soldiers and many generals that he had all over the world at the time. He got from England, his people in England, his people in Germany, and all the others sort of island he had to get them together to try and put up with Bar Kokhba. For 4 or 5 years, Bar Kokhba was successful. He put up a resistance that was not able to be broken. After 4 or 5 years, however, things started to turn the other way. Bar Kokhba himself started getting very, very nervous and agitated because he thought there was some spies among his people. And he thought also that the rabbinate was up against them. He thought that there was history for the rabbinate not being happy with a particular rebellion. At the time of the destruction of the temple, the rabbinate was not happy at all with the zealots. They said, "You're not going to win this. There's nothing to fight for. You may as well make it peaceful and try and salvage what you could from the Romans." But anyway, Bar Kokhba, he grew to be very agitated and very nervous, and he actually put to death one of the Rabbi one of the greatest rabbis at the time, and the rabbinate kind of backed out from his support. That was the start of the end, because when the rabbinate backed out, much of the people backed out. He thought he was a spy. He was paranoid. David descended from Rothschild, but that's something else. That's got to be from the Davidic dynasty. So what happened was, at the end, there came to a very sad ending. One of the reasons why we mark Tisha B'Av is because many years after the destruction, there was a city which its namesake at least exists today in Israel called Beitar. Beitar was a massive city. The Talmud uses the proportions. It was a huge place. I don't know if it's in modern day Beitar. There is a modern city called Beitar. I'm not sure if that's the actual place. There are excavations of what may have been the original Beitar. And on Tisha B'Av, Beitar was broken into. Bar Kokhba and his men took refuge in Beitar. It was a fortress of a city. If you had Beitar, you had Jerusalem as well. And the Romans broke into Beitar, and 500,000 Jews perished in that destruction, which is another reason for why we mark Tisha B'Av. It was Holocaust number 2 in those proportions. There wasn't as many Jews as maybe there was at the time of the Holocaust. And proportion-wise, that was a very, very great calamity. The war with this push against Bar Kokhba and the eventual victory over Bar Kokhba was Hadrian. And Hadrian had it with the Jews. It was just trained of dealing with them. And so Hadrian put his Jew hatred into motion in the way of the final solution of the Shizarol one. Hadrian wanted that the Jews should disappear. The way you do that is you decree and you persecute against Judaism. That is why at the backdrop of that was set the stage for all the Roman decrees against Torah and Yiddishkeit. Anybody who was caught learning Torah was put to death. There's a famous idea of the Asara Harugei Malchus, the 10 of the greatest sages. Asara, the 10 Harugei Malchus, those who were killed by the emperor. 10 of the greatest sages, including Rabbi Akiva and many others, were killed in that era. Rabbi Akiva taught Torah in public, and he was killed for it. They tortured them in the most horrible way. Another thing they did was Hadrian took the Temple Mount. This is interesting. We go to the Temple Mount. It's not that high. We're told Hara Maria was the highest mountain from all the surrounding mountains, higher than the Mount of Olives. It was higher than the other mountains which surround Jerusalem. How did it become relatively a hill? Adrian instructed that it should be literally plowed off. It should be 1,000 feet or lost from the temple mount. Thus, to just take he had a spade of people and thousands of people at his disposal. He didn't have a problem with that. And there is actually a verse that seen in Southern Declaration that Zion will be plowed like a field. He plowed the tree. He basically cut it in half to make it loud and clear that Judaism was over. The temple was never going to be rebuilt. This place is going to be flattened, and that's it. This only lasted about 10 years, but in that 10-year period, he managed to destroy unbelievable, and we could even say it's rational if Judaism would exist had he carried on in that way. He was an all-powerful. The Jews were under his mercy, and that was the kind of his period ended up in about 10 years. His successor was a good person. His successor was called Antoninus Pius Antony, who was a good man, and he was very friendly with Rabbi Yodanossi, Judah Prince. We're going to get to him later. But that was a breath of salvation for the Jewish people. Possibly. I don't know if it's the same time. Judy sees we're talking long before Herod, yes, talking 150 years, 200 years afterwards. There are many names repeating themselves in those days. Now, what were the Jews doing then? Well, we know what the sort of physical situation was. Basically, a situation of survival under Hadrian. And they sort of were putting themselves together wherever they were. We mustn't forget about the Jews in Babylon. But we mustn't forget that this was the time when Jewish communities started cropping up in many places in the Roman Empire. The Jews sort of ran everywhere, went to wherever they would seek refuge and wherever they would be accepted. And we have the Jewish community in Egypt. There was many places. The face of the people. People merited to have in those times great leadership, which helped quite a bit. Rabbi Akiva lived in a generation after the destruction. Rabbi Akiva was a student of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who was the leader of the spiritual leaders of the people at the time of the destruction. Rabbi Akiva was his student. Rabbi Akiva's story has always been a very moving one, a very amazing one, of how Rabbi Akiva, short will go through it, how Rabbi Akiva was ignorant, he was illiterate until he was 40 years old. He was a shepherd by a man called Kalbo Savua. Kalbo Savua means the satiated dog, because he got his nickname because he was an extremely rich man and very charitable, and in his day he had a kitchen where anybody who was hungry would be able to come in and would come out smacking his lips like a dog. And that was how he got this, he got a nickname like that, but everybody loved him. And he had a daughter called Rothschild, and he was looking for her, so we would call it Rockefeller Shidduch, something which would be really in it, and yes, money, the works. He was really very honorable people in Jerusalem, but Rothschild noticed this shepherd who was illiterate, but had a good heart and had potential, and she decided to get married, and God also banished her from the house. They lived in abject poverty, in utter poverty. And Rothschild tells her husband to go and learn. And he protests with me, I'm 40 years old and I don't know anything. She told him, go, and she pushed him and encouraged him, and he went. The famous story is how, on the way to school, on the way to learn with little kids, he saw a stone being hole in the snow, and he was wondering how the stone get such a big hole. He saw that on top of this little pool of water, which had like a niche, which drops of water were dropping on the stone. And for years, drops were dropping on the stone and pouring the hole, and he figured to himself, if a stone can get a hole in it from soft water, my head, even if it's like a stone, the waters of Torah will eventually, after persevering, will penetrate. The Talmud tells us how he literally went with his own child. He helped me blackboard the luach, he calls it, the board of the right of the other base on one hand with one hand, and his child held it with the other hand. He went literally to kindergarten. But with his perseverance, he spent 12 years and became a tremendous Torah scholar. He came back after 12 years, and famous story, he goes close to his own, and his wife, he sees that his wife is still living the way he left her, and the neighbor is talking to her and saying, "Are you a sugar? Are you crazy? Your husband has left you, he's gone to learn." And that's what he heard his wife saying, that if it would be up to me, I would tell her to go back another 12 years. He heard that, and he turned around, and he went back for another 12 years, and came back to be the greatest of the greatest sage of Torah of the generation. He came back with 24,000 students, and when he came back, a parade came, and his wife, Rothschild, pushed her way through the crowds to see her husband, and she fell to his feet, and the students didn't know who this was. They wanted to give him one of this woman doing it. And Rabbi Akiva helped him back and said one of those famous statements in Judaism, Shali v'shalochem shalochi. What is mine and what is yours is really hers. And she is noted to be one of the women in Judaism with that self-sacrifice, really, in a sense, saved the day as far as Torah was concerned. The Talmud tells us that there is not one mission, there's not one law in the Torah that was not stated and didn't go through Rabbi Akiva. Remember, we're soon going to get to the time where the oral law was written down because it was a danger of forgetting it. The Talmud says if not for Rabbi Akiva, we wouldn't have an oral law. He was the one who went and heard from this one, heard from that one, and learned to study and took the written law and understood it in the way that it needs to be understood and got out of it all the rules of the Torah Shabbat Peh, and he was instrumental. He's brought in the Mishnah, the Talmud, thousands of times. His father, by the way, this is one of the best well-known part of the story. His father had made was still around when he came and he had made a vow under that Rothschild and her, even her husband, would not have any benefit from his possessions if they died. He found out now that, when they didn't find out, he figured now he had second thoughts, just don't do this. He heard that a great sage was coming to town. This Rabbi Akiva, and we know there's a system of annulling vows. Many do it for Rosh Hashanah, we do it in Yom Kippur, all the days, annulling vows. We make a statement that if I made a vow, he wanted to annul his vow. And so he had to go to a rabbi, he had to go to a Talmud Chacham to be able to do this properly. So, rich man, he got Rabbi Akiva to come to him, and he said, I made this vow, that my daughter and son-in-law will not have any benefit from my possessions. I have second thoughts. But I made a vow, says Rabbi Akiva, if you would have known that your son-in-law would be a Torah scholar at that time, just take a bit of time, it would become a Torah scholar. If you had made that vow, said, no way, I would not been ignorant. Says Rabbi Akiva, and speaking. And they fell on each other, Talmud says, and they made up, they made amends, and everything was sort of good after that. The Talmud tells us that on high, Moshe Rabbeinu listened to when Rabbi Akiva gave a drasha. He listened to Rabbi Akiva said that Moshe was jealous of him because Rabbi Akiva had done things in the Torah he hadn't said. And Hashem had to appease Moses, and Hashem had to say that you gave me the principle, you gave me the source for everything that I learned for you, so really it's all yours. But that was the degree of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva was a tremendous Kabbalist. The Talmud tells us there were 4 people who entered the learning of Kabbalah, the secrets of the Torah, and not everybody made it out safely, so to speak. Some, it's not one has to be of stature to be able to take it the way it is, and not to corrupt it, and not to, it's a difficult business. It's the only one of the 4 in his generation who came out safely was Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva actually, who he is, the 24 years that his wife, he as well, lived in poverty, were made up for. Rabbi Akiva inherited his father-in-law. There were two other things which made Rabbi Akiva exceedingly rich. One, the Talmud tells us he found a very big treasure from the shipwreck, which made him a very wealthy man. Another thing the Talmud tells us, very fascinating. He ended up, after Rothschild, I believe, passed away, he married the wife of Turnus Rufus. Turnus Rufus was a wicked emperor of Rome, who had a wife who was the stark opposite, who was a very righteous lady who ended up reverting and married Rabbi Akiva. His wealth going to Rabbi Akiva. See how Hashem, they gave that sacrifice in poverty for all that long. Rothschild, the Talmud goes very quick. Rothschild was washing for a living, was washing other people's garments. She was a owner of other people's things. She didn't even pay to lie down on it. They used to make mattresses. They didn't even have any hay for a baby that they had to live with this. It was Hashem always repays. The end of Rabbi Akiva's life was the period of hatred. He was 100 years old around when hatred came to power. We know the story of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva at the end of his life may have had many reasons to give up. We know the story of Rabbi, the 24,000 students that he had died in an epidemic. One of the reasons we celebrate Rabbi is because they stopped at that. In addition, this is something very important. The Romans wanted to abolish what is called semicha. Now, semicha, in today's vernacular, is the ordination, the permission that you get to rule halachic rulings. You've got land, you've got to be tested through rigorous testing, and then you get semicha. Now, that's a moral term. The real semicha is was more of something of spiritual nature. Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses gave smicha to Joshua. He laid his hands, that's what smicha means, he laid his hands on Joshua, and gave him the sort of the stature that it would be to be the carrier of your rule. Many received smicha in those days. If you received smicha, it meant that you were not just given permission to rule, you were authority. You were the term. You were the continuer of the books. And there are certain things which are only based in accord with only of those who are smuchim, only of those who have received the real smicha. There's certain things that only accord with those people could do. The smicha was upheld. It says King David gave smicha to many thousands of people. King David was the source. He gave smicha. The smicha was upheld through great self-sacrifice. That was one of the things the Romans were desperate to abolish. They gave it with the death sentence. And people giving smicha would be put to death because they were desperate to get rid of the Jew. Rabbi Akiva gave smicha to 5 students. One of them was called Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir, who was the next great sage of the next generation. And he was one who received smicha from Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, at the end of his time, Rabbi Akiva lived till 120. But at the end of this time, he was arrested for publicly teaching Torah. Same story that Papa Ben Yehuda, a fellow came to him when he was in prison and said, Rebbe, what are you doing? You're risking your life here. He was in prison and he told him the famous allegory of the fox who went by the riverbank and he saw the fish swimming backwards and forwards and he said, what are you doing? He said, well, the fishermen they want to catch us. Say the fox to the fish, well, come with me, come to the dry land. You'll be safe there. They said, stupid fox, we thought you were clever, you're not. If we stay in the water, then either way we'll make it. We'll get caught, we won't get caught. We go on the dry land, I'll end this place, and Rabbi Akiva, without thinking or not, very questionable. But whether we have to teach Torah, that's a must. That is Jewish survival. The Romans tortured Rabbi Akiva in the most horrible fashion, and they combed him with iron combs or steel combs. And he died with Shema Yisrael he died with the word Echot, and he died with the word Echot. And he told his students at the time, students said, his students were standing there, and Rabbi Akiva said to his students that all my life I was waiting for the time when I could fulfill the verse, V'ahavta es Hashem elokechem shalom Hashem, b'chol avoncha, with all your heart, and b'chol nafshecha, with all your soul. That was the time when I was able to love Hashem with all my soul, when he gave his life up for Hashem. That's why he done it. But again, Rabbi Akiva lived to be one of the greatest sages ever for the Jewish people.
So what would be the reason? The reason would be because the Jew, when he came on the second,
There was, as we said, Adrian lived in the time after. Sorry, there was Adrian, and then there was Antoninus. Antony, who lived after, was a good king. And in those days, the Chacham, the sages at the time, gathered in a place called Usha. Usha is in the Galil. I'm not sure exactly where it is today, but Usha is in the Galil, because Judea was totally destroyed. There was nothing left to do, so they went up to the Galil. That is why most of the sages of the Jews at this time are buried in the Galil. We're going to go through it. We're going to go through Rabbi Akiva. We know where his tomb is today. Rabbi Akiva was buried in close to Tiberias, which is all up north in Eretz Yisrael. And that's where they all are. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, we're going to go through in a minute. It's also all the way up, not around Jerusalem. It was not many. You couldn't live there. There's two more sages which we're going to go through, which were cast a tremendous light on people at the time. The successor, basically, even of Rabbi Akiva was a mayor. Actually, his real name was not Meir. His real name was either Rothschild or Nehemiah. His real name is unclear. He was nicknamed Meir. Meir means the luminary. He illuminated people in his time with Jewish law. He came after Bar Kokhba. Basically, the time of Adrian, the time of Bar Kokhba, the time of Rabbi Akiva. This was a Holocaust time. This was big time. This was terrible. He came the aftermath of that. Rabbi Akiva, I forgot to say before, Rabbi Akiva was either this, was called Akiva ben Yosef. Many say Yosef himself was a convert. If anything, however, Rabbi Akiva's grandfather was definitely a convert. He was a descendant. His yichus was, do you remember Sisera? Sisera was the one at the time of Devorah, when she sang a song. Sisera was the general who came and attacked the Jews and got his head cut off. That was the lineage of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva stemmed from Sisera. Meir came from an individual called Nero. Nero himself, according to the Gemara, converted because he gave up on Jerusalem because he heard that he stopped some children outside Jerusalem, and he was into superstition. He was into all this kind of things. So he was not the child. He asked him to tell him what he learned, and the child basically said the verse came from the prophets that said that basically the Almighty ignores people to punish the Jewish people for what they have done, and then takes revenge from them. So he says, I'm not going to get up into that. And he went and converted. And then from him came Rabbi. Meir was the descendant of converts. Rabbi had a very famous wife, a Jewish woman. We had a Pruria. Pruria was very famous among Jewish women. She was the wife of Rabbi, a very fearsome lady. She was, at the time when Rabbi wasn't available to give the drasha, she was standing behind the Mechitza, says the Gemara, and give it instead of him. She was one of those people. She was very sharp individual. She used to for Rabbi's strength. There was some people who lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi who were extremely evil. And Rabbi came up and said, right, I'm davening to Hashem that they should all die. So she said, no. She said, Itamu Chatolim, it says in the verse that sin should cease, but like not sinners. Pray that they should return, they should do tshuva. And he said, no, and he followed her advice, says the Gemara. The Talmud tells us she was so studious, one day she She learned 300 laws from various chachamim. She got them all together. She learned 300 halachas in one day from the chachamim of the time. Meir is known today as Meir Baal HaNes. Meir, the owner of the miracles, the one who performed miracles. And the story behind that is, Meir's father-in-law was a great sage who was called Hanina ben Teratia, who was one of the 10 sages who were killed by Hadrian in that era. And Hanina ben Teratia had the daughter, the sister-in-law of Meir. What happened was, an unfortunate story happened. She was a very beautiful girl, and the Romans kidnapped her and put her in a place where she would be good to use, so to speak. Meir was desperate to get her out. And Meir, what he did was, he went to the place and was a gardener. And he told
they would produce the wine, so therefore the truth is going to be afraid. Omar, he says, asking suddenly misses you. That if they're going to see me, let the guy touch it, I'm going to lose money because I won't be able to sell it. But during the season that people aren't around, it's a similar concept, but not assuming the distinction between city and road, but rather between the time of year to whether the people are around. Okay, Itman, they not up to take us all to the public. The Gemara now says, why do we answer the fear of an oversupply? And Tosha says, we're asking why do you answer the fear of a guy? Because I don't even know where you get that from. It's not in the current time of price. So it must be that this was something that I'm right more than a second. We're going to see in a minute, hopefully, if something where this comes up again. Okay, so why are you not allowed to have fear of the because we're concerned that if you go drink beer with a guy, you're going to end up, Rabbi said, you're going to go hang out in his house, and you're going to like his daughter, who's going to be there, and therefore you're going to end up marrying his daughter. But not when I'm in these viewers. That what are we worried about? We talked about this before. That you're worried that they're not careful to seal things up, and a snake could come and drink from it if you leave it open. So Gemara said, what are you concerned about that they left open? So he said, if you're worried that they left open, the guy said, Rashi says, this is when it's still in the barrels or the containers that we can make it, out of the stores where they make it. So if it's there, we also leave it uncovered. So why are we finding on the guy? So maybe you're talking about when it's already stored in barrels. We also keep open barrels of beer. So why are we timing on the guy that we're worried that he left it open and the snake puts things in? We also leave it open. Why do we leave it open? Because snakes don't like beer. So they're not going to go into the beer. Okay. So the Gemara says, so no, we're talking about a place where, what do? That they would, beer obviously has water as an ingredient. So they used to leave the water to settle so that the water that they use in the beer would be clear, right? And that water they used to leave there. So the concern is it's true that a snake doesn't go into beer. The snake will go into water that you leave open, and in the production of beer, they will leave the water open. But if you're right that that's a concern, that they allow the snake into the water before they made it into beer, then you should be able to have anything that is old. I'm sorry. Because they manipulate the options. He says that something that's old, that's already become aged, is looking to drink it because if there would have been any snake venom in there, it would have prevented it from aging. Hipness, mutter. Similarly, if something ferments, then it's mutter because a manipulate. So because if there's snake venom in there, it would prevent it from fermenting. So the question is, that if what we're worried about is the water that got snake venom in it before it was put into beer, we shouldn't worry because once the beer is produced, so we should distinguish and say that when do you have this concern is only by something that is new, but something that is aged already, we shouldn't worry about it because it's already by aging, it showed us that there was no snake venom in the water. It says very often after color. No, you're right. That in theory, our only concern will be something new, not something old, because something old already, something that aged could not have had snake venom in it. But yet we're going to make it clear if we don't want to sit there and make a distinction, and therefore you can't use the guy, or you can't use the beer of any guy. Okay, let's papa Mexican lay above the Kamisa the okay? So the papa was careful not to drink beer by a guy. So what would he do? He would go out to the doorway of the store, of the tavern, and with a person, and he would drink over there. The Bakoi might be the base the chassis. So the Bakoi, they used to bring it to the house and he would drink it there. Obviously, what they're both concerned about is passionate is that why don't you drink beer by a guy? Because you're going to come to his daughter or hang out with us. But obviously, he's not concerned about snake venom. Because it helps you to drink it outside, back at his house. Okay. I want to say something. Let's see what's at the bottom of the minute of the movie. Talk a little bit about this one. Okay. Rabbi having her something to say. So he says, so what's the difference? One of them, a couple used to go drink it outside the tavern or outside the store. And Rabbi used to drink it in his home. So, you know, they were worried about customers. Rabbi had a stricter standard for himself. And he went all the way home before he drank the beer. Okay, it's more about this one is why in Morgavan. That is more than additional went to Morgavan to a town, and this is a town of Jews, but they were posted them, they didn't trust these Jews. So it says as follows. Because he saw Hashivim Hayirah because he was using second way Hashivim Hayirah because they weren't master on not drinking wine of the Papa. The Hayirah Kama, they brought him wine, well, Yaki, he wouldn't drink it. Why? Because they weren't careful. They were served, not made him. Isolate careful, they brought him beer, well, Yaki, he wouldn't drink it. So this one, the Kama was Kimsa. So they say, fine, I understand why he wouldn't drink wine because he's concerned that maybe that it's Tanyena. So he says, different, it's too nice. But the beer, what's the concern? What are you concerned about beer? So it doesn't concern the safety of the concern. You didn't want to distinguish. You're going to end up drinking beer, you're going to end up drinking wine. I think they weren't careful with wine most of the time. You didn't want to drink by that. I'm around. Now it says, I shift I'm more on. Sorry. It says, Armenian beer is permissible. The sea of green one is green. But my son is a free drink from it. What kind of standard is that? He's sorry, I'm sorry. If it's good, if it's water, so everyone should be the same, even your son. He here, if there's something wrong with it, how do you have a different standard for your son and the rest of the world? How can it yes or no? Hello, I'm telling you things you would. But also, the rule of the speaking of the public idea is bulky. I'm sorry. He said that Rob was worried about snake venom. But why was he not? Why did he say everyone else should drink it? Because the rule of the bitterness, the pizza of the hot, which the Kalile would burn out the venom of the snake. So he said, so he wasn't worried. Once beer turned into beer, he got rid of any snake venom they have to worry about. The walkie like say, but if someone was already affected, they were already sick, they would just get more sick. And therefore, the Kia free, however lucky you are missing it. He's just saying, my son here, they say beer generally will dilute snake venom enough that it doesn't hurt anyone else. If someone's sick, then it could hurt them. Therefore, his son here was sick, so it had nothing to do with halacha. Well, it has to do with halacha, but it has to do with his particular circumstances as being sick. It's more. It's lucky making error. That all structures have poison in them. So not the thing, but structure in them. It says that snake venom kills. The venom of structure doesn't kill. I'm really sure with the Barat. So with Shmuel said the Barat, Bar Arya, which is the last production of the lesson of the Ben Torah, the son of the Torah, the symbol of the Muslim Audi to the Hariyama Yavazi. This is Kia Barat, the son of Rat. So he came and said, let me tell you something, and your father said that was nice. Talking about my book, said your father, I mean, I'm sorry, money and Chelsea immediately I did not be touching my nothing covered with fire. So these Ireneans unite and you start to say the Kuskas is like knuckle. You take a sack and you blow it up. So it's like whatever. That they would drink uncovered things, even though it would have venom in it. But Omeshi, they didn't die. Why? Because I did not be stuck in their muscle. That somehow, by eating stuck in their muscle, it protected them, and therefore they didn't die. Okay, I'm not Yosef, Yosef says, I told the sicker that I'm law, also, the Ma'agday, the joy of the Yayin. He says that if you have real vinegar of the Iran, you can't have it because they mixed into it the joy of the Yayin, not just smarter, but the sediment of wine of Yayin. The Rabbi also starting to the article is the story. The Rabbi says, when you say that the vinegar here of the Iran is upper, it is only when you physically regular. But if you take it out from the storage room, so then you don't have to worry that it had wine in there. Why? Because wine sediment ruins the vinegar deal. You replace it and then serve it shortly thereafter. It's not a big deal. But if you add the wine sediment and then you put it into storage, it's going to ruin the beer vinegar. So therefore, when you pull it out of the ulcer, this is from the storage. This is obviously not a place that it was. One minute. For sure, okay, let's you know what? Let's just be very quickly with one focus. So this is actually very important focus. Has a lot to do with why we're able to drink beer today and why we're able to drink coffee. Let's keep that time. But the great thing that Rashi says, and this is the focus of Rabbi and Mishum Kasher was also on the coffee soda. So we say that was Achoy and the couple, one who lived in the street and one went to hell. And you come up and say, and while he starts in the base of the cover. Neither of them were willing to drink beer in the house of all the cup. Drinking, and if that's so, terribly sorry for a look or shake of drink of the cup. That's the second not to drink beer by God. While a couple of not to drink by Christ, that they were Amoraim by Christ, that they were late Amoraim who passed life, they wouldn't drink. The meal, and it's asked them, the days of the cover. And if someone's staying by a guy, Yahuwah, it's possible to look at his class to hear listeners with him and others covered. Having some motivation for himself. They can send someone to drink beer and they, it's bring your own beer. If you come to the guy with your own beer, that you should be able to drink. After all, we can talk about even noise, the law, nothing on the law, that even if the guy ends up giving you some, you can drink it, you can pay that. Because otherwise you can resent and you're not letting him do it. What? So it's just very interesting style. It's very interesting style about it. As whether it applies even in established place like a bar. But okay. So what else is fantastic? I will require to see the financial leadership of the time. So he's saying you have to be very careful not to drink beer. I'm sorry, but you're saying so this is by a place that's in Yorkshire that there's going to be passionate that you can't drink beer, but if you just happen to be somewhere by a bar, you can drink beer. Well, they say it's a flood of pure, as we said, and it doesn't matter what's talking about drink beer or root beer. But here's the interesting part. The question is, why is beer not an official alcohol? Because it's the most simple of the dice, like simple of the dice is a big maple leaf with the upper. Because the upper level is something that's close to the side. So basically, there's two reasons why something we're going to see this shortly. Like something would not be a problem of Ola Filthamalabin. It's saying that it's something that's eaten raw. Now that is not the case of beer, because you don't eat raw, but it also has to be, it's only a problem of the talking with Ola Filthamalabin. And it's saying that beer is not Ola Filthamalabin. Okay, the OJ time after a hot year, because there's a different reason why it's not the Alcohol. If you hit that to a buckle of Gabriel money and even different alcohol, you have to burn off time and you just really need to take a call. And when you add water to beer, water dilutes it enough that you're saying that it loses its status as pure, and it's demonstrated by the fact that you drink the alcohol of beer instead of taking the soda. But others don't like this opinion of at all, because they say the reason you make a alcohol is not because it loses its status as a religion, because it lost its form. You can't see it there anymore.
Represent the country for something that within the space. Someone will say something and I have to respond back on this, and it wasn't due to me. I have to make sure I'm safe. That's it. I agree with you. I totally agree with you there. Okay, guys, we're gonna move to somebody giving us name. Hi, Rabbi. Okay. What we have here. This bit of a Hi, Rabbi.
Hello, I don't know why you have a bad feeling
All right,
about
so
it.
good
Do you mind
morning.
if I take 3 minutes and share my
We are
project?
picking up on Daf Chof Dalid Amud Aleph.
Excellent. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow as
Remember,
many
again,
people
we are in the
in
midst
the
of the
space as
raging
possible.
machloket
Maybe some
between
newcomers like
Rabbi
Tyre, I will
Eliezer
follow
and
you as
the
soon as I
Rambam
can.
as
If you
to
want
whether
a
or
free
not one is
follow
permitted
back,
to purchase
just
an
send me a
animal
follow.
from
I
an
follow
outlaw
everyone back.
in order
I'm
to
the
go
king of
ahead
follow
and
backs.
in order
I'm
to go
Rabbi
ahead and use
Rothschild.
it
If you don't know
for
who I am,
Qurbanic
you will.
purposes.
I stream my life
So the
24 hours
Gemara
a day,
says as
7
follows.
days a
Remember
week,
again, the Gemara
365
wants
days
to
a
bring
year
a proof
for
from the
world
episode
peace.
of Dama
I've been
ben
doing so for
Tura.
more than 4
So remember again,
years.
Dama ben
My
Tura,
streams
we
go
saw
back to the
the Gemara
pandemic.
actually
We've
brings
seen the
it down
death
in
of the
the
queen, the
context
birth of
of
AI,
Chos
the
Kibud
coronation of a
Avraim.
king, and everything in
Without Ben
between.
Azina,
This is
was
a
going to
real
wake
life
up his
Truman
father,
Show, a real life
despite
Big
the fact that
Brother.
he's still to
This is a
make a
timeline
windfall
and a time capsule of human
of
achievement.
Mimiluim
In the
that they
1990s,
wanted to
Bill
purchase
Gates
from
coined the
him.
phrase
Well,
content
says
is
you
king,
see over
and I'm
here.
making it
So
true
the Gemara
today.
wanted to
I'm king of
suggest
the
that at
internet.
the
This
end
is the
of the
biggest
day,
event in global
you see
history,
from here that
and
you
here's
can in
why.
fact
In
purchase
2018, The
objects
Economist
that can be
magazine
even
stated that
consecrated
data had
objects
overtaken
from an
petroleum
akum.
as Earth's #1
So the
resource, and
Gemara
I have
says,
more
you know,
data
the
archived on the
Miluim.
internet than any person ever,
So
which
we'll
is
take a
making
look
me
right
very
at the
influential. I'm
Aleph.
going viral.
Three
And when I
lines in
do,
the
I
last
want to
one
make
line.
you, your friends, your
Avnek, so the
family all
Gemara says,
financially independent if
Avnek
you're not already. I want to
goes up.
ensure that you have
Avnek
generational
shem
wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to
So the
start
Gemara
charities
says it was
and
different. Why?
philanthropic
Because the
organizations of
stones
your own.
ultimately, again, they
I'm
wanted
unlike
to
any
purchase those.
influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one
Coming
YouTube
to the
stream or
Eiffel.
2 YouTube
So it
streams.
says the idea
I'm
for the
live on
Havana by
over
the Eiffel,
20
the Gemara talks about
simultaneous
the
YouTube streams,
yes,
24 hours
that
a
they are
day.
mentioned
You can
as
view
a
my life in
self-standing
360
item
degrees.
in the
I even
pasuk,
have a ceiling
and perhaps
camera.
that's why they
If
can be
you want
purchased
to
from the
view my
akum.
YouTube streams,
So
the
the
links
Gemara
in my
says,
profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you. Nobody dares you to look at the link tree, but I do because I have more social media than anyone. I have more content than anyone. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I'm proud to say we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you all to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency for about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and waters in developing nations for the best of us. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a chiller, or you want a free mentor, coach, and guide, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
For the amount of money that I lost because I was mechabed my thought. I'm going to ask you to recoup the loss.
No, I am not an AI tire. I am not an AI tire. Thank you for the follow.
So what do you see from here? You see from
Thank
here
you.
that Lamaisa,
Thank you.
I don't know you. I've never met you in my life. It's in space especially. But you're wonderful. You know how to speak, and you are. I'm good luck for you in your own, life. But you are wonderful. And I thought for a minute I was listening to to an AI guy. I haven't seen someone speak like this, for a while. And go for it, Rabbi. Whatever you do, go for it.
I love you, Tyre. Thank you so much. I have had the opportunity to follow you back. Thank you so much. And for anyone out there who doubts that I'm a real person, just look at my timeline. You can see I'm live on camera right now in this space. And additionally, you should know I get accused of being AI multiple times a day. People think I'm a robot. I have my pitch down very well. It's not read. It's completely memorized, but I've been doing it for 4 years, so it's pretty tight. Thank you.
And
Rabbi, it's Hebrew for teacher. That was hilarious. Yeah, I'm a real person, baby. Everybody's looking at a robot. Dog, I'm like Small Wonder. That bitch. You know, whatever happened to that girl? Well, I meant when she was older than I was. She was a robot. Ten people are saying, did I rug?
659 followers. Let's push him up to 700 followers real quick. We're camping right now with Alex FX. Let me see who is following him up. Make it quick. We're camping right now with Alex FX from the speaker section. I'm going to wait on his profile for 5 more seconds. Alright, let me see who is following up Alex. Let me go to his follow section. I see Trust, Christina, Jude, Exclusive, Prospera, Rabbi, Rothschild. I see Guido, Reddy, Michael, I see Mahalo, Diablo, Manma, Princess Oluchi, Big Team, QZ Tips, Akil Saito.
as well. So at the end of the day, it's very nice that you see here in this case that part of doing that was going to be
If you guys still haven't, be sure to follow up Alex FX. He's an active mutual. He is going to follow Rabbi. He's currently at 662. But he's following 1,125 people. So yeah, give him a follow and he is going to follow you back ASAP. I see Schultz has recently followed up Alex FX as well. We are going to count on his profile. Let me see if anyone else followed him up. Otherwise, we are going to move on to the next person. Right now, we started Robert Chen, Alex FX. Be sure to go ahead and give each and every one of these guys a follow back and needs and facts as well. I think it's time for a little quick shuffle again. So let me remove the ones that I've already promoted recently. Let me remove you.
all those that are mistakes, the ultimate top.
Right, no person should be brought up. Who else is active? Totally good. We're going to stay for a while. Really should definitely see her. Let's see, Timmy. This is your profile. You have been active. Let me give it a follow back. And let me bring you up into the Amati section.
Everyone will be
Be sure to do that if you haven't done that, if not, check your profile in the next 15 20 minutes. The skill of you have been active. See your profile, you have done anything that you bring you up, is skill of you.
for the mother
Let me bring up that one more person. Alright, so yeah, we see your profile.
Say that Paul was watching the mother from the time that the mother was and that the mother of the mother she was already watching that the mice again she never sees I became a film on the world, but you know, saying maybe the mother of the mother I wrote like, by the way, I want to point out, the mice again is a concern. The mice again is a concern. Putting down the animal. Losing the mice is a concern with them. So ours, people will say, you got the mice as this model. What's the model? So the mice, again, you got as this model. So at the end of the day, for the mother, you won't be again for the mother's mother. But once you have this model, you will have to show stand up to status of the mother. But you have to actually know the status of the mother of the mother as well. In order to actually get the person now what you see it. This is only of when they're purchasing mother as well for the action. Okay, that's where this certain people that is now, but then you see the part of the smell, and then mother itself also has to have
You slang dick like it's going out of style? Listen. Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, West Side. This athleticism. Okay, so move on to so. Dog, you're talking too long. Let Rabbi go. Way better, way more entertaining. I don't understand. Some people are like, dog, you're. Some people are like, you're the best talker ever. I'm like, I know.
You're ready for me to go to the goal. As you can imagine, as an Orthodox Jewish woman, I do not wear bikinis or one-piece bathing suits and outfits. Therefore, if I'm going to go to the beach or if I'm in the pool, I will dress modestly. When people hear that I'm going to be wearing a modest cover-up, they just assume that it's not going to look nice. And let me tell you, but that's not the point. See, when you want to walk around and get this, it comes with the headpiece as well. So, because the one-piece and get this, it comes with a headpiece as well. So now, when you're going swimming, you need to go in style. It's modest style. And if you want to be more fancy, okay, with the headpiece on top. See, modest can be beautiful. Thanks for watching.
Wait, come on. Lady, shut the fuck up.
first, ready? Okay, let's proceed here. Now let's see what we're going to do in the survey. See white cracks. Okay. Let's take it right. 50. Let's take it to 50 followers real quick. While we're doing that, see those in the list section that are active. Let's see your heart emoji, below emoji, below your heart emoji. Those in the listener section that are active. Okay. Let me see your emoji. Let me see your win catcher. I see you win catcher. I see you. You guys doing to shoot me catcher a photo. He's a Web3 enthusiast and everything like. Win catcher. He catches wind. He catches wind. That's cool. So let me see. I see the savage. I think it's 550. I think it's 550. 550. Let's see. Let's all see. Just one person for him to get to 550. He's at 500. And for his followers, just one person for him to get to 550. 550 followers. Okay, let's just one person. Okay, one person left on the savage to get to 550. Now I hope you guys are reposting. I hope you guys are following the space link. I hope you're following your host. I hope you're following your co-host. I hope you're following the lovely speakers. I see the speakers flashing the 100 emoji. You guys are the best. I hope you guys are doing what is needed. You want to be brought up to the speaker role. Then you have to be followers. You have the host. You have to repost from the space link, and you have to what else? You can also like, you can also comment. I see you, Bukuri. I see you, Fashion 100 emoji. I see you, Bukuri. You guys should connect with Bukuri. You guys should connect with Bukuri in the comment section. Connect with Nelson the enthusiast in the comment section too. Okay, now let us see the survey. Have you gotten up to 550? You guys, let's take the survey to 550 followers. Okay, just one person.
What the fuck?
Just one person left for the survey to enter 550 followers. Okay. Now, let's go to the next speaker. Who's active in my speaker section? I see you, Sonia. You guys, Sonia is so pretty. You guys just go to the timeline. She's so pretty.
Yo, how you living? Hello, how are you? Hey, what up, Maris?
Hi, good morning. How are you? Good night.
Lovely. How are you? What's good?
Been a while. Good. I've been kind of chatting up. I saw that you're online. I said, okay, let me tell you what I've been going on.
Okay, let me check.
I've been doing a reflection regarding all this. Because of my job, it's getting more hectic all day. So I now decided that maybe I should tell you that let me start that faceless animated channel using my health sector. Maybe if you can give me more training on it. If I lock in from now till maybe middle of the year, in 6 months time, I think something will come out of it. I'll choose maybe for weekends to be posting a video, either a video or choose a particular day when I'll be posting. If you can give me training on it, I think something will come up. If I become consistent to lock in, I think something will come on since I have enough knowledge, a little knowledge, I can't say no, on my medical health sector. I can do this. Let me send you what I did yesterday. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. We are
Yes,
picking
I
up
can
on
hear
Daf Chaf Dalid Amud Aleph.
Yeah, let me send you what I did yesterday.
And remember, again, we are in the midst of the raging machlokas between Rabbi Eliezer and the Rabbanon as to whether or not one is permitted to purchase an animal from an akum in order to go ahead and use it for carbonic purposes. So the Gemara says as follows. Remember.
That's why I this. Just hang on, I'm trying to get it from my WhatsApp. So let's look at it. This is what I did throughout yesterday. So I'll show you.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. We are picking up on Daf Chaf Dalid Amud Aleph. And remember, again, we are in the midst of the raging machlokas between Rabbi Eliezer and the Rabbanon as to whether or not one is permitted to purchase an animal from an akum in order to go ahead and use it for carbonic purposes. So the Gemara says as follows. Remember, again, the Gemara wanted to bring a proof from the episode of Dama ben Hina. So remember, again, Dama ben Hina, we saw the Gemara actually brings it down in the context of Kibud Avra. Ben Hina is going to wake up his father, despite the fact that he stood to make a windfall, Avni Miluim, that they wanted to purchase from him. So also,
How did you see I was online? Did you see that I had my video going?
See from here that you can, in fact, purchase objects, even consecrated objects from an akum.
Your video on?
Yeah, was it on X that you saw it, or just you came in Discord and saw it?
Take a look. 3 lines in, last one line. Avnet,
Just
where
hold
it
on.
says,
I want to get it, then I'll send it to you. With a vein of kind of information in negative
again, they want to purchase
to
those
make it better. Because I discovered that maybe I should
the idea for the Avana by the
add
Ephraim,
this
talks
to
about
what I have.
that they are mentioned as a self-standing item in the
I'm
Pasuk.
coming, just hold
That's
on.
why they can be purchased from the akum. So the Gemara says, Avnei Shem Hefsika Inyan, Avnei Miluim Ksiv, the other Arvei. Hold on a second, but the Pasuk later on says, V'nei Miluim, which I will say the Avnei Miluim, remember again, were the other precious stones that we used in the clothing of the Kohen Gadol. Gave Ksiv the Hadar Arvei, because I will say ultimately again, remember they are included. They are included once again in the Ba'od Katani Sefer, the Shana Acheres, Nodalo Para Aduma Beto. So I'll say, remember again, the story of Dam ben Asina continues. And the Dam ben Asina story continues is that the following year, there was a Para Aduma born in his flock. Nichnas Uchach me Yisrael Etzlo. So I'll say, the Chachamim came back to Dam ben Asina. Amar Lahem, he said to them, he said to them, Yodea Ani Bachem, I know, She'im Ani Mevakish Mikem Chamamon Sheba'olam, Atem Nosnin Li. I know that at the end of the day, if I were to ask of you any amount of money in the world, you would give it to me. In other words, that I know that I could ask any amount for this paradum. Now I'm only going to ask you for what? I'm only going to ask you ultimately again for the amount of money that I lost
I couldn't find
I
it,
was
so
not
I
having
needed
my father.
to show
I'm
you
going to ask
here.
you to recoup the loss for the lost opportunity.
Okay, what do you need me to do?
And sell the precious stones. So as I suggested,
Yeah, I did it on Capcom. Like, you said it on Capcom, so I couldn't send it here. Let me go. You hold on, trying to download yourself on this app. So you will
Rather, also listen, if you have an animal that would another animal,
why have this in WhatsApp?
right? And that's
Why have it?
animal.
Hello?
What do you say?
Do I have your WhatsApp? I don't think so.
No. Send it to me on Twitter.
Here.
On Twitter.
Let me see whether it works. As well.
Vlad and your class, was a social observer. So to if you had an animal that engaged in bestiality, and the animal was pregnant at the time of engaging in bestiality. Us, why? Because you Vlad you. So what's you ultimately whatever happens ultimately again to the mother is considered to have to be offspring as well. Mother bird and ultimately the offspring is considered to be the growing animal. If the mother engaged in bestiality, then what? Then ultimately again you be the offspring of having engaged in bestiality as well. To which the Gemara says, so at the end of the day, it's very nice that you see in this case that Parador that was going to be happening, you watched it from the time it was born. That's fine. That tells me that blood.
Yes, sir. What's going on, Zoo?
But what doesn't that tell
Controversial tag.
What's that?
I don't think he'll kill himself.
All right, Zoo. You told me that 2 nights ago. It's not that controversial.
I'm thinking about it, right? He had one. This is pre-internet. There wasn't like scans. There wasn't like technology where like DNA trackers were everywhere and you couldn't get away with shit.
Zoo. Just if you look into it a lot more, there's a lot more evidence to what you're saying. So just look into it more.
Boy, he escaped to Argentina.
Perhaps, but just keep looking into it. There are pictures of him. Allegedly. Zoot, are you ready for Friday? You still think you've got a 25% chance of going to the finals?
Yeah, but I'm telling you, you'll get it.
So then why wouldn't you say it's 5%? Why don't you tell them that you're bisexual?
It's not that. It's not that. It's the fact that we have. If you watch much more comedy and you know the judges criteria as much as I do, then you would understand that it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that Chelsea's gonna be a star.
But Zoot, you'd be a person with neurodivergency who's bisexual.
I'm bisexual.
You could be for one night if it meant you go to finals. What up, baby?
By the way, I want to point out, again, it's a concern.
I might be opening to animal skills. You know.
Did you tell him that you're a finalist for your state?
The guy who used to live with them.
Dude, you didn't even tell your cousin that you're a finalist for the state?
Yeah, so.
When's the last time you talked to your cousin?
Christmas 2019, maybe.
Oh, so a long time ago. All right.
He is you know,
Hold on.
on Instagram.
Maris? Just one moment, too. I'm going to talk to Maris for a second. Maris, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. So this kind of content, while it's beautiful, it does not do well on YouTube because YouTube's very strict on what you can say about health, like extremely strict. So if I were you, what I would do is I would look on YouTube for what you can say and what can't you say about health. They're very, very strict. In fact, I don't ever say anything about health, and I get my videos flagged just because I'm watching a video on YouTube about somebody who talks about health, and I don't even talk about health. I think this video is, pardon me, very cute though, and it might do better. Zoo, can't you hear I'm in a conversation with somebody? Zoo, just be patient. Oh, well, who were you talking to? Zoo, calm down. Okay, well, is your mom in this call? Then no, then mute yourself if you're talking to somebody outside the call. So Maris, you, if I were you, I would look at what is said on YouTube in the guidelines because they're very strict, very, very strict. In fact, especially after the pandemic, they got really, really strict on what you can say from a health perspective. Now, I heard you say, I think I could basically start doing this full time halfway through this year. You're not going to make any money within 6 months. It's very difficult. I would tell you this though. I sent you some messages, one of which is to get your resume together and to register for those different apps and to start applying for jobs that way remotely. Have you done that?
I'm yet to convert that to text. You told me to that resume, I should convert it to text. So I'll be able to put it in GH by reformat it for me.
I'm not going to reformat it for you. You can do it. You can do it. All you have to do is upload it in the chat GPT and it'll do it for 1 second. In 1 second for you. And then once you do that, you create the accounts for ZipRecruiter and JobUrban and Indeed, all of them. You put a picture with it. You make sure that you make sure your profile is totally filled out 100%, and then you start applying for jobs. And you're going to apply for 10 jobs, and you're going to come back to me, and you're going to say, Rabbi, I applied for 10 jobs, and I'm going to say, Maris, good job. But you might have to apply for 10,000 jobs before you get one. You have to understand how difficult it is to get a remote job, especially after the pandemic. So keep up the good work, and then if you do that for 6 months, you'll get a job. Just one moment, Zeus. Just one moment, Zeus. Maris, does that make sense? But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean you can't still look into YouTube and get your channel started. But if anything, I would not talk at all about health information.
So that means I can't talk about this. I can't use this on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, like basically, even though it's really simple stuff they're giving, that's really good. You can't give, you can't promote topics and health of them on YouTube. So, like you say in it, like you should have 2 to 3 liters of water. You could get in trouble. It's basically giving health information without any yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll talk generally without being specific. Drinking water, hydration is life without being specific. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, but you've got to understand that all you have to do is get 1 strike against you, and then you only have 2 more, and then you lose your account. So you have to be very careful. I would first go on YouTube and research what you can and can't say about health. And you'll find that's exactly what you want to do. Because if you get that resume in 6 months, you'll have a better job, and you can start getting more serious about YouTube. But for you to start making money with YouTube, even with those cute videos, I don't want to say what you put together isn't cute and interesting and helpful. It would be really helpful for children, and I think it's good. There's nothing that you said that I don't think is good advice, but I don't make the decisions. YouTube does. And it's automated. So what it will do is it will basically be able to create captions of whatever your content is, and then it will say that this is a violation. You're not allowed to give health advice.
So, okay, what you said, I heard that, and I'm taking that in. Another one I want to ask, what if I use drug? Let's use example for one of the drugs we use in surgery, that's cleansing. Cleansing is an babbler.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
I have to, somebody so that person doesn't have trouble balancing. So if I take the drug and explain the indications, contraindications, and how it works in the body,
Yes, ma'am.
does that
They're
does
good.
that knock down too?
They're gonna nail you so quickly you won't even be able to upload the video. Especially when it comes to pharmaceuticals, they're really really tight on that because a lot of their advertisers are pharmaceutical companies, and the pharmaceutical companies don't want random people giving health advice to people. I would love for you to be able to. I would absolutely love for you to be able to. If anything, if you wanted to give any kind of quote unquote health advice, you might change it to like exercise if you wanted to be like an exercise influencer. But when it comes down to giving people information about nutrition or certainly pharmaceuticals or even just basic um, self-improvement betterment, you need to be really careful about that. And I want you to be able to do this because I know you have a lot of knowledge to be able to give this, but especially with pharmaceutical, like I can tell you just how specific they are on me. I watch the most popular podcast in the world. It's on YouTube, and when YouTube hears that I'm watching something that's already on YouTube, I get a message saying I have to take a test, and they make you take a test, and they tell you what you can and can't say on YouTube, and you can't say like you can't say that this drug works well. They don't even want you to be able to do that. Now, there are other platforms where you could do this. Rumble is one of them. Nobody's going to be watching you there in comparison to YouTube. It's just not nearly as big a platform. But if you are very passionate and you're like, Rabbi, I want to talk about health, okay, then, focus on Rumble. But YouTube's where it's at when it comes to money.
No, what about TikTok? I think there's some TikTok.
They're getting really specific about it too. About health misinformation. So you'll get a flag on health misinformation, and all they have to do is change their policy, and they'll take away your whole account. Like, okay, so what would I do if I were you? I would say, this is going to be my vlog, which is like a video blog. And I would say, I'm currently a nurse and I'm not happy with my job. The hours are really long. The patients are really demanding. But I love them. The management can get difficult to work for, and I'm looking for another position. Now, I might not make that right now because you need your job, but once you find your new position, you could make the video and then just not upload it to YouTube. Just upload it to your Google account. But basically, keep a video diary, and you can say, I'm looking for another job. And then you walk people through the process. So I needed a new job, and so this is what I did. I took my resume, and I updated it. I created these different accounts, and then I started applying. And I got frustrated because of I can give you statistics of people that I've seen on Reddit recently. They're like computer scientists, so they have something that's like in demand, and they'll apply 200 jobs and still not get it. I know that it's common to apply for at least 1,000 jobs and still not get it. 10,000 jobs though, you might have a chance. And you're going to say, okay, but that takes a lot of time. No, it doesn't. All you have to do is go to the one-click jobs, and you just sit there while you're eating lunch or whatever on your break and just hit apply. And you keep doing that. And if you do it enough, you're going to get a job. It's a numbers game. It's basically, it would be like if you, there's a phrase like throw something at the wall and see what sticks. That's basically what you're doing. You're going to apply to a ton of jobs. You're not going to get your hopes up for any of them. And somebody's going to see that you're a special individual, and they're going to ask you to interview. And then you're going to interview probably on camera. They're going to go through your resume. They're going to go through questions for the potential position. And before that happens, you can come to me and we'll do a mock interview or multiple mock interviews so that you're ready for the questions that they're going to ask. And then another really important thing that you're going to need to do to work remotely is you need good internet. And your internet is generally pretty good, but you need, once you get like a full-time job that's based on working remotely, you need to make sure your internet is working at least 99% of the time. You can't go into a job and be like, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, I'm cutting out. I'm just working on a cell phone service or whatever. You're going to have to get wired internet or whatever I think they offer broadband to some extent. But that's down the road. Right now, you just got to get it's pretty easy. The steps are this: you get your resume, you put it in ChatGPT, you have it revise it to be as updated as possible, and exactly what I say in that message, that it's focused on whatever your desired career is, and it'll give you the best resume you've ever seen. Then what you do is you upload that resume into those different websites. I give you 10 of them. You create the accounts with them, and you don't just say, okay, well, I uploaded my resume to it, I'm done. No, you have to go in, you have to make sure that everything's filled out, that your contact information is correct, that you have a picture, all of the things. And if you're like, well, I don't feel comfortable putting my face out there, that's okay. Just use an AI picture that just sort of looks like you. Just something to put a face with a name. And then you're going to start applying, and it's an uphill battle. And again, it might take you to midsummer, but you'll get some interviews, and we'll go through mock interviews for you, and then eventually you'll get your position, and then you'll be really happy. Now, on top of that, you still you still could be a Web3 marketer, and we've talked about that as well. But for right now, you want a career that's different than what you're currently doing, and the best way to do that, to make more money, is to work remotely. So you're going to take your resume, put it in ChatGPT, create those 10 different profiles, and start applying. Does that make sense? Okay,
So
man.
do I add? I will just put only my resume there. Do I add any other things to it if it's
So what?
just the resume?
So what you would do? You're gonna put your resume in there into ChatGPT, and then you're gonna say, please optimize this for a remote work position, and please add any job or career or recruiting keywords that may need to be on my resume. You want to make sure it's a robust, meaning like a filled out one page. You want to make sure your contact information is there, your education history is there, and your desired position, and whatever you want to be. I would say for you, probably remote customer service agent would be really great for you. And I know you're like, but I'm a nurse. I'm a registered nurse. I understand that. I get that. But for right now, we just want you to get a job. Once you get a remote job, then you're going to get a better job. And eventually, I want you to be a nursing influencer. I want you to use that education. Just perhaps not going to be able to do that all at once. But I know you work hard, and I know it's really a lot of work to get that education that you have, and you have a lot of experience. And so I don't want you to think that we're going to throw that away. We're just going to be patient with that, but eventually I want you to be able to utilize all that, okay?
Okay, so she put remote customer agents, right?
Absolutely. And you tried with that. And you can, if you want, you could always try different, change it. If you do that and absolutely nobody says anything, you could always change it up. But there are a lot of those jobs available, and they're going to pay better than you're making now. You're going to make a few $100.
Don't they require?
Go ahead. Maris, what'd you say?
Finish what you want to say. I want to ask you something, but there's something you want to say. Finish what
You're going to make a lot more money than you currently make. Like you're making like $15 a month or some crazy low amount of money. You're going to make a lot more money. And do you speak any other languages?
No. So I think you're coming to what I want to ask you.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I think when it comes to they might require any software something like electronic health records and all that, all those. I said I'm good with computer, not like I'm perfect with Excel, but I know how the works of those Google Sheets, Google Docs, all those stuff.
Yeah, and you're gonna put that in your resume. You want to make sure that's part of your education history. Any kind of software that you use, and you're familiar with medical software and certainly basic office software, so you can put that in there. And generally, what they will do if they like you, they'll say, "Okay, Maris, we're gonna send you a computer, and we need to make sure that you're, like what we're going to run a background check on you. We're going to make sure that we connect your banking, all the other things. Now, you may say, why do they need my banking? They need to be able to pay you, and they're not going to pay you in cryptocurrency. They're going to pay you in, dollars probably. So you've got to be ready for that. But that's all down the road. But before you, I want to say this to you, and I want this to always be in the back of your mind. There are a lot of people who are going to try to scam you. And so these websites are generally very trustable, but there are those random situations where you might get someone who's trying to scam you. So in the back of your head, always just think, could this be a scam? And generally it's not going to be, and the way you can test that is you take the name of the company and you put it into Google and you make sure it's a real company, and you look the person up on LinkedIn and you make sure that they're a real person. You get what I'm saying? But what I don't want you to do is to get your hopes up and be like, oh, I've got the best, like somebody right away offers you a job and they say, connect your bank account. And you're like, okay, well, I have to connect my bank account. Rabbi said I had to do that. No. That's a different process. Usually you have to do some other things. So just be cautious. But it's really getting pretty easy. You upload you revise your resume, you upload it, you create the accounts, you go to it's called one click apply for many of these websites, where it just automatically applies for you if you just click the button one. You do like 100 jobs a day like that, and actually you can do at least 400 jobs a day like that. I helped somebody the other day and they did, I believe, 400 in a day, and then if you do 400 a day for the next 6 months, you will definitely, unless you had some kind of major red flag, you're gonna have a much better job, and it's gonna pay better than what you currently make. It's gonna pay a few $100s a week, and that's enough for you to be able to get more stable internet, and then be able to start your YouTube channel and your YouTube journey. And so let's talk about your YouTube journey. So if I were you, I would basically, and you don't have to show your face either. Just like you made this video with this little water droplet, you can say, you don't have to give like who you are. You could just say like, my name is, I don't know, you could just say I'm M, whatever. I know it's Harris, but you say, hi, I'm M, and I'm a nurse, and I was frustrated with my role in healthcare, and I wanted a new job. And this is my story. And you can upload little videos, and you say, I wanted more freedom. I wanted to be able to work from home. I wanted to be able to make more money. And so I updated my resume, and I applied, or I created these different accounts, and I updated all my information, and you could show like little screens of what you were doing. And then you'd say something like, and it was frustrating because I would get people who would get interested in me, but I wouldn't make the final cut. But eventually I got some people who wanted to interview me, and I did 3 interviews and I didn't get hired. And then I did another one and I did 2 interviews and I didn't get hired. And then I did another one and I did 4 interviews and they made me an offer and I accepted, and I start my new job on Monday, and I'm really excited about it. And the same can be true for you. Like that kind of content YouTube loves, and it's not healthcare information. And you can also stay anonymous as well. And then you're going to have a nice little start on your YouTube channel. And then from there, you can say, hey, I'm going to be a travel vlogger, or I'm going to be like any kind of um, influencer that you desire to be. Aside from just some, I would stay away from politics. I'd stay away from health. And that's not me saying it. That's what YouTube says, because and I'd stay away from music because you can get like copyright strikes for a lot of that stuff. But aside from that, if you're just documenting your journey, that's going to be really exciting to your audience.
I think I've added it to LGBT, and it's giving me a lot of things, but it's telling me 10 years plus. I think I need to remove that. No? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean, you need to make sure it's accurate. So then you just say to ChatGPT, I haven't been doing it for 10 years. I've been doing it for how many years you've been doing it. You go in there and you say, oh, make sure to add that I know how to use Microsoft Word and Microsoft Excel and Microsoft PowerPoint, and I know how to use Google Sheets and Google Docs, and I mean, basically the Microsoft Office suite and the Google suite. And I also know how to use a lot of social media because that can help, like Discord and Twitter and YouTube and WhatsApp. You can say all those. I mean, I gave you a list of all the different social media that you already created it all. You did a really great job. So put that in the ChatGPT thing, and it'll put all of those. And guess what? Somebody's going to be looking for someone who has knowledge in customer service also, and they also know how to run an Instagram account. And the fact that you have the word Instagram in your resume is going to make you pop up, and they're going to send you an opportunity to be able to, it's called an invitation to apply. And you'll get a message saying, hey, Maris, we saw that you have some of the skills that we're looking for in a customer service agent. Please feel free to apply to this job if it's of interest to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I have a challenge somehow.
What's your challenge?
If I'm to put this, that means it has to rewrite all my resume entirely, because it's still giving me information on my health care, and where I've worked, the hospital I've worked before.
That's fine. You just keep having it do it. You might have to run it through there 3 or 4 or 5 times until you get it the way that you want.
Okay.
But it does it like automatically. It does it very, very quickly. So you should be able to just be like, okay, change it from 10 years to 7.
Okay, can you write 1 or 2 and say follow the format? Because the more I'm doing it, the more please I'll get some things. You know what I mean?
No.
Can I write some things?
Maris.
Some of the things you told me about,
Maris, I know.
and send to me on
I know, but Maris, you have to be self-sufficient. So I'm going to tell you what to do. You take that list of the 30 different social media that I sent you. It's in our conversation. You copy it. You put that into ChatGPT. It starts with Linktree, and then I think it says X and Facebook and Instagram and Reddit. It's a list.
Yeah.
Grab that list of 30 different social media platforms and then put that in the ChatGPT thing and say, please add this, that I have knowledge of these different social media platforms in my resume, and it will add that to your resume. So let me know when you've done that.
That was a Rothschild. Was the original Rothschild? Rothschild means at the end of the day,
You can cut it off.
saw a miracle that occurred with these cows. That they
Did you
brought,
say you found it?
they brought them by themselves without any
You want?
driver.
Did you find it?
This was directed by a prophet.
Yeah, I'm on it. That should be the first, one of the first chats or message that you sent to me. So I needed to go back to your
That's great.
message that you sent.
All you have to do is scroll to the top.
What do you say?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. All you have to do is scroll to the top, and it's one of the first probably 10 messages I sent to you. And if I were you, you put your contact information. You can put your link tree in there as well. There's nothing wrong with that. You have a professional link tree. It looks very good. It shows that you're able to register for these things at least. And, with your contact information, I would have in there your name, your telephone number, your email, and I put your link tree in there.
So that means I have to, if I put this in my resume, I have to have, I want you please, what I look at is, I want you please to have this result.
Social media.
Yeah, using my resume, I want you to re-optimize it. I think I have to use that word.
That's okay. Yeah. That's 100% fine. It'll know what you mean.
You don't know? What do you say?
It'll know what you mean. Yeah, you're doing it right. Or
My resume, that's my CV, right?
Yeah, they're basically the same thing.
Said one thing solved. And what is the order solved? So this is inside 98. Mismor Shirula Shem Shiradash Kiniflos Asa Shialo Iminas Morkacha was a why is it called? This lesson wasn't easily out attribution. Remember, it's a very capital of this one David, but ultimately again this one is without attribution. So it's called the ultimate psalm. This is what now is saying. The Omer Hashem Malach Yiglas Malach. Those others say that what do they sing? They sing ultimately again Hashem Malach Yiglas from Kilim again. So Kilim side of test. Now you know. Right? So it's not only the whole context of this phrase. Hashem is king. Ultimately again nations will tremble. Which most like directly related to what exactly happened. Mari Amar Hashem Malach good Deus Lavish. The Yitzchak Nafkar Amar Roni Hashit. So what's that? It's actually the Yitzchak was a comes on music though. They didn't say any capital from them, rather again they composed their own studio. What's that? What did they say? Roni Hashit. Ultimately again, literally again, call out was a shita means Isha, which was a reference ultimately against the art itself. This nobody baroch adrek. Literally, you are exalted in the abundance of your greatness, of your glory. Hamichushekes delik mezad. You are adorned with golden garments. Hamolula b'tvir armo. You are again praised b'tvir armo. Literally again the confines of your palace. U'mitba'ara ba'ade adai. And you wear many crowns. And Ashri Masmira Hadra Yitzchak Aha. So what's actually not this apple really is Rashi. Again, and you see that Tefillah. So again, we now see Tefillah count. And that's Hashem. We see how some of these Tefillahs we use in other contexts. Rabbi comes along now and uses this. Rabbi Amar Lo Tasha. We'll say the Mishnah and Rabbi are not a contradiction. Why? Halachatchila Hadi Anet. It was in Mishnah talking about Lechatchila.
What I said, can you hear me?
Yes,
What I
ma'am.
said, using this uploaded TV,
Yes, go ahead.
using the uploaded CV, I want you to optimize my CV to be a remote customer agent, remove my hospital addresses, and add another places I have worked, and that I have few years of experience on this, and I want you to please add this list of social media platforms in my CV, including the link tree.
Okay, that's good.
That is good. So I want to grab those lists and add it up to the
So remember again, Egla Aruf of the Torah is Asher Lo Allah Allah. You do not carry these goats. So the Egla Arufa, the Egla Asher Tim Shokba. Was an Egla ultimately again is going to disqualify the egg, but so ultimately carries the yoke. So we'll say, so watch this. So you want to suggest over here, and maybe the reason why Rabbi Ezra says you can't purchase a part of Aduma from an Akum is why? Because even a minimal amount of work disqualifies a part of Aduma, even just putting some empty sacks on that. What do you have to be concerned about? That the Akum did this. Again, even if an Akum, even if Kaka wasn't knows, listen, every good Akum knows. If you got a part of Aduma over here, that's your retirement right there. Like, that's it. It's a jackpot. So therefore, again, you got to be careful with this animal. So he knows, everybody knows, a paraduma can't work. But yet the optimism was work on this site. So work means plowing the field, work means carrying the load, putting a couple of empty 7-mile bags on the back of the paraduma is not going to do anything. But yet, the people said that is enough to disqualify a paraduma. Rabbi Eliezer perhaps subscribes to this shita and therefore says that you cannot purchase a paraduma from an akum because again you have to be considered that the akum did quote unquote work the animal even in this very minimal fashion. So the Gemara says, Mar Savar Hashira, Rabbi Eliezer holds that he has to be kosher that maybe the akum went ahead and put some empty sacks on the back of the paraduma. The Mar Savar Lo Hashira. But I want to hold over that kosher. Here's the ones in low. Sagarai Club, Mecha Furta, Bombafsid Tuba. Most of the ones is you're not going to say the Akum is not going to the Akum is not going to go ahead and certain minimal benefits from the Akum and really spiritual ones. In other words, like there's a little bit of benefit that he gets by putting the sacks on the back of the empty bags on the back of the Paraduma. That little bit of benefit, it's not going to be willing to want to ultimately use to create windfall of being able to sell a product. Doesn't make sense, I will say. So therefore, again, we're not kosher to that. So why do we see this only over here? Haganami, Layman Yishur, enough for God, no mass to that. We'll say if that's the case, then you say the same thing like this, so you shouldn't be kosher that, meaning you should be able to purchase the Para Akula from the Akula. So we were saying before, what's the potential issue? And why does Rabbi Eliezer say that a Jew can't go ahead and purchase a Para Akula from the Akula? So we floated a couple of ideas. They've all been dismissed, which leads us back to one place, which is bestiality. So we'll say, so now we just said before, all roads lead back to bestiality. So we'll say, so again, so we just got finished saying the Bible. Just got finished telling you. Even though that maybe like Rav, he said that even putting a couple of empty bags on the back of the party will disqualify it. I'm not kosher that the Akum is going to do that. Why not? Because for the little bit of benefit that he gets from placing the empty bags on the back of the paraduma, he's not going to be willing to lose out on a major financial income. So why is there something like this out with a little bit of pleasure that he'll get from engaging in the carnal act with the animal? He's not going to be willing to go ahead and lose an incredible fortune from selling it. Wasn't which the Gemara gives a dramatically amazing answer. To which the Gemara says, Hassam Yitzro Tomto. Notice that you can't make a rational argument when it comes to Yitzhara. Like Yitzhara doesn't operate with rational logic. Yitzhara works with Yitzhara. So it's at the end of the day, when Yitzhara kicks in, logical thought leads the building. So when it comes to something like getting minimal benefit, replacing some empty bags on the back of the paraduma, so that's what we'll say that the Akli says at the end of the day it's not worth it. It's not worth it. The few moments of benefit that I give them putting the empty bags on, it's not worth the incredible outside. But listen, and this, by the way, we don't need to tell us this because this is the narrative of our lives. Hasam mitzvah takva, they say. We do crazy things throughout the course of life. It's hurricanes like hold with me. And so look, you know how nice like this. I look back and I say to myself, why did I do that? Why did it's so illogical. It doesn't. I don't know. I'm gonna clarify that. I'm getting some weird looks like this. I mean that at the end of the day, we've all made mistakes in life.
Maris, this really, it should not take you that long. Are you having trouble?
Okay, I'm trying to add the list, which I've done. The list of, I have to add all the list so that you will exactly know the one I have. Please add the list to the platform I see YouTube, X, Telegram, WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Pinterest, LinkedIn, Reddit, Quora, Track, Twitch, Rumble, ChatGPT, and Grok. So I was trying to add it all.
What
it needs to say what
everything. So
I have
because it's not rational. It's not rational. That's what I'm saying. Us and mitzvah talk.
But I really know the one
as soon as it's already
it's perfect. I'm waiting in the future.
problem is that my
Okay, empathetic and reliable customs of a professional with several years of experience, delivered high quality client system of people. Why is it still fixing patients? Do I really like that? Back up by over 10 years of healthcare. Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Experience in handling inquiries, resolving concerns, making accurate records, and supporting customers across multiple digital platforms. Wow, that's nice. Highly organized, oriented, and committed to excellent customer satisfaction. Core customer support here, customer communication, phone, email, chat, actively cleaning and empathy, conflict resolution and complaint handling, issue escalation and follow-up, accurate documentation, blah, blah, blah. So, okay, see what happens now. We now say digital and social platforms. Experience in engaging, supporting, and communicating users across YouTube, X, Telegram, WhatsApp, Instagram. So, it has to add all those words. Oh, I forgot to put that it has to put my link.
Okay, so just tell it, put my link tree, and it's linktree.com/Maris Designs or whatever it is.
Okay, see what happens. See what it is. Healthcare worker / client care representative.
What does it have to do with it? Okay,
health assistant / support officer.
Why does it mean she can't purchase Once I get the buses in the country, so speak to Jewish people, and they will take for you a para aduma. When they saw Yakihu, the in only they call Chavim Yakihu. So we'll say, the Rabbi Darshan is, instead of reading it, Hikhu is Yakihu. Yakihu means it will be bought from. And therefore, again, we'll say, Shiva is saying, there's a custom level.
An HCT keyword optimization for platform like Indeed and LinkedIn. Yeah.
What'd you say?
It's saying that do I want another? Why not? We need to be added. I want it to add so I want to add. Please add.
I don't think so. I'll tell you why. I don't believe ultimately again that it is easy. It's more very safe. Rabbi Eliezer Posel, the
add ACT keyword.
Bryce ends up saying, Rabbi Eliezer says, remember, Rabbi Eliezer holds that you cannot purchase a product from an apple. Furthermore, Rabbi Eliezer says that you can't purchase an animal generally for kavanas from an apple. He's saying that for Kiditani Shila, and if you want to say the reason Rabbi Eliezer says you can't purchase kavanas from an apple is because of what Shila said. I said, what did Shila just say? Yakich was tears a cousin, which is a part of from an apple. So the Gemara says, so Bishmama Parak Sibekicha, Alakul or Kavaros Kicha Ksibu. So I don't understand. If that's the case, it's about Yakichu, then that is a word like Paradima. Both say that word doesn't appear by other companies. If that's the case, then what? Rabbi Eliezer should allow you to purchase other kavanos from an akum. The Dilma, both say last time, the Dilma, I come to do that one like Rabbi Eliezer. Both say furthermore again, maybe it's only here that you have one argue on Rabbi Eliezer. Ella, on the base, Ella, the para, so we'll say maybe at the end of the day, the only reason that honor allowed maybe it's only the reason.
It's saying, do I want SAT optimization to be added? So what I did was to copy and add it to what I wrote previously.
Okay.
We'll say maybe it's only here, but not by other commands. Why would part of other commands? We'll say very simple. You don't know how you call it. We'll say because the argument is very valuable. So because I look at Rashi,
so my entry on it so that you add it where I add my email. Okay, I'm not supposed to add my email and phone number. It's not ideal.
No, it is ideal.
Right?
No, you do want that on there.
What is it?
You do want your email address and your phone number on there.
Okay, I should add them.
Absolutely. You want all your contact information on there.
Also, when it comes to other kavanos, ultimately, Rabbanan will agree with Rabbi Eliezer that part. You have to be cautious, ultimately, against for the cannot purchase other animals from other for kabbalic purposes.
Because I'm still on your messages that you said, so I need to fish it off with them.
What's the dramatic method? Yes. Do we assume that the Akum has the ability to curb his Yitzhara? I would say that that's really what to argue about. Rabbi Eliezer will say, no. Rabbi Eliezer will say, tuck your feet here. I will say, by the way, it will have ripple effects. Not just for Akum bestiality, it's a fundamental use.
Okay, one question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So Rabbi
Have you
Eliezer
worked with
that the Akum has.
with YouTube, or you're currently working with them?
That's his Yitzhara.
Because me, I
Do
don't
not
know.
assume that people can curb
What do you mean?
Yitzhara. Even when they stand to lose a lot of money,
What do you mean?
if they succumb to that appetite. Incredible.
What I mean is, when you are giving me additional information like this, shows you know everything about you.
Do this
Tip of your finger.
Sure. I'm live streaming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 165 days a year for the last 4 years. So I've just been using it. I've used it than anybody else on earth for the last 4 years.
When he stands to make a lot of money, we'll say incredible money. Jewish people will say second line of Hello. But what about Hudson? We'll say what about the
So that doesn't necessarily mean I know everything about it, but I know where I've gotten in trouble before, and it's when anybody ever on my stream talks about health, and I want you to avoid getting in trouble for any of that stuff.
Says the Gemara, money, whose opinion does this reflect? Lo Rabbi Eliezer v'Rabbanan. Ultimately, again, it's not.
I know this is not going to be easy,
Remember again, Rabbi Eliezer ultimately says you can't.
This is what this episode is. In a few 5 minutes, it will remove the message.
That's number one.
I think this is not going to be visible. It has to be all kind of tenacity around it. Tenacity and consistency, I guess.
Why?
That's true.
Since it's so valuable, you see that the apple is going to curb his appetite. But by other commands, you can't progress on the apple because the actual apple will reach the reality. So most of the price it says that you can purchase other karbanos or other animals from an atos for karbanos, it doesn't reflect the Rabbi Eliezer or the Rabbanon, to which the Gemara says the Otai Hegyo. So the Rabbi says that's supposed to be Brisa. What's the explicit Brisa? So the Gemara says the following. My Osibu Beit Chavoy Rabbi Eliezer. We'll say what Rabbi Eliezer's friends, how do they respond to him? We'll say Rabbi Eliezer's shita is that she cannot purchase a Kara Aduma from an Akum. So remember again, we're not suggesting that Rabbi Eliezer really holds you can't purchase any animals from an Akum for carbonic purposes. So the Gemara now says, what did Rabbi Eliezer's friends respond back to? What did they retort to him? To which the Gemara says, the pasuk here was quotes over here from Yishayahu, Chotson Kedar Yik B'tzulach Ya'am L'Ratzon Al Mizbechi. So we'll say, what does the pasuk say? Literally, all of the sheep of Kedar will be gathered to you, and you will offer them up willingly on my mizbeach. Once take a look at Rashi. It's 4 lines down from the top of Rashi, last wide line, called Son Kedar. Kedar is in Shema. So we'll say Kedar refers ultimately to Shema. Sid Ya'am L'Ratzon Al Mizbechi. I will say, what does the pasuk say when it's speaking about again the animals that come from the Shema? It says they will be offered up willingly on my altar. Alma, Shar Karbanos Nandi Shar.
Okay, do I need to go now?
Not necessarily, but you should have everything that you need. And if you have questions, I mean, you can always ask me, but you can always ask ChatGPT too. You just say, ChatGPT, is this like a good customer service? Right? How would you improve it? And ChatGPT will be like, oh, Maris, this looks like a great resume, but I would add these things to it. Do you want me to do that now? And then you say yes, and you keep building it up until you're like, this is perfect. And then you upload it to all those websites. Does that make sense?
It has added my phone number, email, and entry. So what it says is a professional summary, customer preference, remote supervising with several years of experience, delivering exceptional customer service across the chip platform, backed by 10 years of experience, center rules, requiring empathy, clear communication, problem solving, and accurate documentation. Skilled in handling inbound and outbound customer inquiries, resolving complaints, managing client relationship, and supporting customers via chat, email, phone, and social media. Highly organized, oriented, comfortable working remotely in fast-paced environment by keeping KPIs and service level agreements. What's that?
Key performance indicators.
Okay, core competence is 8 years of supervised business services. Okay. So it has added what they need 8 years or something. Okay. Personal experience, digital platform.
Right? This method is supposed to now Rashi points out
But added so other users on the platform, including YouTube, X, Telegram, maintain organizing. So it added those that I help clients from that. So you now say healthcare workers to clients, senior care to client support specialists, to spread.
The Paraduma ultimately again will be
But he add the hospital. Did he add any address or any place I did? Is that cool?
You don't need the address of the hospital. You just need the name of the hospital.
He just gave me only dates, October 2012, May 2018, June 2018 to June 2022, July 2022 to present. He didn't give me
Okay, I mean, then you've got to put more information in there and say, I worked at this hospital from this date to this date. I worked at this hospital from this date to this date. I did this at this hospital. I did this at this hospital. You've got to help it a little bit. Just tell them what you've done.
The fact that the
Okay, I think I'm the one that said remove my postal address and add another place that works. But you can places.
Okay.
Another, when make sure you okay, I wasn't specific.
Okay.
Say another places I worked. Maybe
Yeah. Then just tell us. Then just put the other places that you've worked.
Items that are owned by the base Hamikdash but have a monetary sanctity much more than
okay, I can go on and add the address of the hospital. Right?
If
Doesn't matter.
If you want, the address isn't really important. You just want to put the name of the hospital, when you started, when you finished, what your position was, what your duties were.
Yeah, you actually put
Okay, what your duties were, and then the city where the hospital was. You don't have to put its address.
just the name of the hospital, not the address.
No, you can put the city where the hospital is located,
Okay.
but not the full address.
Calls it a chatas tells us that what? That it is in the carbonic family. Elamiato, that's the reason it is called the chatas, and therefore part of the carbonic family. To puzzle the Yotzi Dofe. We'll say that's the case in what? They will say that paraduma should be disqualified if it's born cesarean. Right? If it's a C-section. What's the deal with it actually? Because of the Yotzi Dofe. The puzzle of Shabbos is actually interesting. I love that. But apparently, if an animal is not born through natural birth, but is born through C-section, so it's such an animal is disqualified as a carbon. Look at Rashi. Because of the Yosef Dofen, the Sulu Rishaka one of the side. The Sharo Kesed practically always practically met. He volleyed practically Yosef Dofen. He's not using the concept ultimately again of he volleyed. Right? He volleyed. He will be born. Also, to just the only animal that is born naturally is fit for carbonic use. Any animal that is born C-section, is born through a cesarean, ultimately again called ultimately again as possible. Sagittarius get a paradigm is called the chatas, which puts them in carbonic family, then ultimately again if it's a Yotzi Dofen should be disqualified. If he came a hachana, maybe you'll say yes, maybe that is the case. Lama Kaya will say that's the why does it say Lama Kaya Yotzi Dofen Sula. Then Shir will say that's the case, and ultimately again, why does it say if you are Makdish and Para Adima, then ultimately again it's Yotzi Dofen? It's possible. Yet Reb Shimon says that it's kosher. What's happened? Reb Shimon says that it's kosher. If the Paradu is called the Chatos, it's called the Chatos and it's part of the Shabbatic family. And if it's Yotzi Dofen, it should be possible. If you can't show what having the Amr Yotzi Dofen Vlad, Ma'al Yuhu, or say, you'll say, this is Reb Shimon going according to his logic. Reb Shimon will say generally holds that whether child or animal born Yotzi Dofen is considered to be a regular birth. Reb Yochanan, Lo Da'ayav Shul in Kachim, She'ino Kadosh. So that can't because we have on records and Shimon holds that by Kabbalah will say Yotzi Dofen are not capable of Kabbanic of achieving Kabbanic sanctity. Ella Shiny Kara Holy of Umum Osaba Ibar Erva Ba'avoduzar Nani Osaba. I'm going to say the Gemara says as follows. Paradum is different. Paradum is different. So I'll tell you, remember again, we're trying to figure out why is it that if the Afu doesn't do it, the act of Islam with the Paradum, why is it disqualified? So the simplest answer seems to be because it's like a carbon. It's like a carbon. The problem is if it's like a carbon, then Yotzi Dofen should pass it. But yet we see a sheet of Reb Shimon which says that if the Paradum is Yotzi Dofen, it's still kosher. The question is, I'll tell you why. There's a different reason. Why bestiality will hassle the Paradum? I will say because since by Paradum we know that a monk sometimes
Nigeria. Okay.
Therefore, once
if that's where it was.
Then it's about every active immorality or idolatry will also disqualify. How do we know this connection? The Sid, because the Rothschild deposit says as follows: Kimash chasam bahem mum bam lo yiraseh lachem. So what's like ultimately again? This is talking about a carbon that comes from an apple. Because it says you can't go ahead and offer it up. Why? Kimash chasam bahem. Again, we're going to define what this means as well. Mashchasam bahem mum bam. We'll say, what does this mean? Determine the Yishmael בכל מקום שנאמר השחסה, אינו אלא דבר ערווה. Wherever the Torah uses ashchasa, right?
Yeah, I did the
Ashchasa, that always refers to var erva. Right? It always refers to some type of immorality. So you must say, elo var erva, va'avozah. Var erva, so what's higher than ashchasa var erva?
because that's really everything in mind.
So it was, again, by level.
Yes, I'm not there.
Which was literally against every living thing to stay this way. Halaretz. Now, when we started to say, and Tashkis and Masis and Lachem Pesach, the Hapara, Nami Oil Sabah, Devar Erva, sorry, Oil, the Hapara, Nami Oil Sabah, Devar Erva, the Avodas Lochabin, Pasiba. Was it in there for again? This grouping of Mum, Avodazara, Devar Erva. We'll say, why? Because it's the same washing. Ashkasa, that refers to all three of these things. Therefore, I wasn't going to group together. So therefore, again, since we know that by Paraduma, a womb passes by the Paraduma, therefore, what will say? The Dvar Erva will also pass by the Paraduma. What's the example of Dvar Erva will be the case of this reality. So, Gufa was, let's go back to this. I'm going to punish Shiva. So, remember again, one of the suggestions we had for Rabbi Eliezer's Svara. Rabbi Eliezer holds that one will say. In Allah again, you cannot purchase a para aduma from Anahu. Why not? Because Rabbi Eliezer has a custom that can only be purchased from a tree. So let's go back. Kanishur, my time Rabbi Eliezer would say, Darba b'nei Yisrael b'yikhu b'nei Yisrael yakichu b'nei okichum yakichu. Elan was using this line. Darba of b'nei Yisrael b'yikhu b'truma. So let's say maybe we'll say send me by truma. What does Pasuk say by Truma? Speak to the Jewish people, and you shall purchase, or you shall take from the Truma, most of the construction of the Mishkan. Hanami, the Bnei Yisrael Yakichu, Bein Okekov, what's that? Are going to tell me that there's only Jews who contribute to the Beis Hamikdash, it doesn't make Hamikdash, or to the utensils, but Okekov Kavim Kinak, the Chitim Mahakinami. Maybe you'll say, yes, indeed. Only Jews can contribute to the Beis Hamikdash. That's not true. Let's do this myself. So, Muhammad Rabbi Shmuel, Shalos
The most successful for client service outside Lagos, Nigeria,
how far and what length must one
why is
go
this
to honor their parents?
okay, that's one body. Other than that,
Okay, so all you have to do, it's really simple. It's really simple. All you have to do is say to ChatGPT, you have me working in two different places. This is inaccurate. I work here from here to here, and I work here from here to here.
And they wanted to purchase from him so precious stones to the what happens?
You just tell ChatGPT that wherever there's an inaccuracy, when you say work from place A from date 1 to date 2 and place B from date 1 to date 2.
And what happens? That's kind of massive. The Shmonim Ribo was a kind of 300,000 coins. It's a lot of money. Right? Was a piece to be saved were underneath the pillow of his father, and his father was sleeping below the Sierra. And ultimately again, Dama Ben Sierra was saying would not wake his father. So also remember that is my son. As an example to the lens, there was no one says what his father said when he woke up from the nap. Right, there was say it again. There was obviously what he was saying here, the example lens, that one must go to keep on up the age. And Dama would not wake up his father. But again, what's the point? The point over here is that the rabbis were ready to go ahead and what? The rabbis were ready to go ahead and purchase stones for the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol from an apple. What do you see from here? That obviously an apple is permitted to go ahead and contribute towards the collection ultimately again of the Beis Hamikdash. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here, even though the Torah uses the when it comes to Truma, right, when it comes to collections for the Beis Hamikdash, nevertheless, what? You see that you could purchase, you could take from an Akum as well. Maybe so too by Para Aduma, even though it says Yikhu, actually means yakihu. You can only purchase the paraduma from a Jew and ultimately again not from an Akum. So you see, maybe it's not true. To which the Gemara says, Avne Shoam Hifsika Inna. So we'll say ultimately again, the Pasuk quotes Avne Shoam over here, kind of by us. So we'll say, we'll stop over here. We'll leave off with this question. We will learn to pick up how you reconcile the fact that we are ready to purchase the stones with the fact that it says Dikhu, which we're dashing to mean purchase from Jews and not from Gentile, to be continued to follow.
All right, Maris. It's pretty late here, so I'm gonna get some sleep. If you have questions, you can always come back and I'll answer them. Okay?
I'll put it later. Don't be later because it's midnight now. Please, right?
It is 2:30 in the morning.
Ooh. Okay. And it's just for 12 midday. 11 a.m.
Okay. So just keep working on it.
Anything I'll put it on real quick.
Absolutely. Keep working on it. And you'll get it the way that you want.
PDF later. Sure.
Okay. All right. You take care, Maris.
I'll pay you for this guy. So I'll be fed to the dogs if there's someone missing. He said, don't worry. He said, if anything happens, you say, and the God of Rameir Aneni, the God of Rameir, answer me. And everything will be fine. I laughed at him. He said, you want to try me out? Try me out. There was Alsatian dogs, which would rip up a human being. And said the mayor, said the dogs on me. Look, it will happen. He said the dogs on him. The mayor said, the God of Rameir Aneni, the God of Rameir, answer me. And the dogs sat down and peaceful. He heard what he had to say. He took the money and he gave out to the sister-in-law of Rabbi. There was soon after that, the robbers made the head count, so one was missing. The guard's off with his head, right? He shouted at the God of Rabbi Ranini, and something happened. The guard looked a threat from the other side. They ran, he ran. Everything was fine. Rabbi was then became known as Rabbi Baal Hanes, Rabbi, the one who performed miracles. In the 1800s, there started to be a tzedakah, there started to be a charity with printed the name of Rabbi Baal Hanes on the charity box, and it was considered to be a merit to give charity which bear the name to a charity which bear the name of Rabbi Baal Hanes, and many saw miracles in that way. Until today, the charity exists. One of the big ones is Kugel Chabad, founded by the Alter Rebbe, by the Bnei Zalman Liadi, to support those who are in Israel, and that carries the name of Rabbi Baal Hanes until this very day on the tzedakah pushers. You'll see it, and those because of the merit. That is the idea. Last step, all that time through. Rabbi and his wife Brudia also went through difficult times. They lost 2 children on one particular Shabbos. The 2 children passed away. The mayor was out in shul. And the mayor came back, and Brudia, being the woman she was, didn't say a word. They were sleeping in. Once in Shabbos, after Shabbos, she came and she said, someone gave someone who needed something. Should I give it back to him? And I said, sure, so she should give it back. She said, come, and she shut. She said, Hashem entrusted us with children to give it back. And that's how she sort of even taught Rameir about how to deal with what they had. In the end, Rameir actually passed away in Turkey. The whole thing, he had to go up there. He passed away over there, and many say he's very ill. There is a tumor in Eretz Yisrael which is accredited to him. Many say it's not that, but it's anyway. It's the Gemara says he passed away in Turkey. The last one we'll talk about is Reb Shimon Bar Yochai. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai also lived in Roman times. He was, again, a student of Rabbi Akiva. He was one of the 5 who received the smicha. He was one of the survivors after the 24,000 students passed away. As you know his story, the Romans persecuted him terribly and wanted to kill him. He had to hide in a cave for 13 years. Until the emperor died, and everything was sort of calmed down, and he was able to emerge again. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, or Rabbi, is very important. He was the first one. We're going to go into the transcription next week. We're going to talk maybe a lesson about how the oral law came and was transcribed, and all the names and details of what we need to know about the oral law being transcribed. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai transcribed the first work called the Kabbalah, of the esoteric elements of the Torah, which had all been in tradition. The Zohar, which he wrote, had all been in tradition, although the word, according to some earlier works, was not as major as his. As we know the story of Lag Baimer, Rabbi Shimon Yochai, a man who was of the holiest of holy, passed away on Lag Baimer. Many today, we have to understand Lag Baimer for what it is. What makes Lag Baimer? Why Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai? There are 500,000 approximately of Jews who come to the Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, and many don't know why they're coming there. And what is Lag Baimer? Why is it such a celebration? Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai was the one who gave us, who transcribed the mystical parts of the Torah, on which everything is based, on which the Kabbalah afterwards is based on. The Hasidus is taken from everything that is an entire segment of the Torah that is his credit, that is to his credit that we have. He was sort of the father, the Moses of the esoteric parts of the Torah, and it is to that reason why Lag Baimer is such a celebration. It's the day of his Yortzeit, which you said should be a happy day and not a sad day, but it is for that reason as to what makes Lag Baimer the day that it is. Again, he lies in the Khalil. That's where everything was going on at the time. Next week, we're going to speak out in the days of Antoninus of Antony. There arose a man called Rabbi Yehuda Anasi, Judah the Prince. He's commonly referred to just as Rabbi, just as the Rabbi. Okay? He was the one who transcribed the oral law, and thus made everything official, put everything into writing, and set the stage for Jewish survival, the survival of Judaism until today. And we're going to learn of many times of the era they lived. Again, it wasn't an easy era, but just one last thing. We're told on the day Rabbi Akiva was killed in such a brutal way, Rabbi Yehuda Anasi, Judah the Prince, was born. In other words, the Jews, this was Rabbi Akiva, the Jews, the sages would be killed one after the next. And Hashem said, Hashem takes care, Hashem makes the cure before the damage, before the pain. Hashem makes that, as the Tefillah says, the sun will rise and the sun will set. Every time the sun sets, the sun rises again. There's one sun that may set, but another sun that is eventually in the making. A new day will come, and the Jews will forever survive. That was the interesting contrast. Next week we'll get into that, the major phase in Judaism, the transcription of the oral law and everything that came with it.
I would say the power of Torah is that Torah has the ability to restore logic, Torah has the ability to restore reason, Torah has the power to restore rational thought to otherwise irrational situations. Therefore, again, even though the Oracle company goes in and act of bestiality, you will lose the
in the travel through Jewish history, we're up to Rabbeinu HaKodesh. Rabbeinu HaKodesh literally means our holy rabbi, our holy master. He's also known as plain Rabbi. You say in the yeshiva world, Rabbi. Who is Rabbi? Rabbi is a reference to Rabbi Yehuda Anasi, who is known as Judah the Prince. Judah the Prince. If you want to list 20, 30 characters among the Jewish people, the Prince if you want to list 20, 30 characters among the Jewish people who made a a tremendous difference, made an unbelievable shift in everything Jewish, he will definitely be one of them. Because up until the times of Rabbi Kodesh, up until the times of Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, the oral law, the Torah Shabbal Peh, was transmitted from rabbi to student, from Moshe to Joshua, Joshua to the one who came after him, and so on. But it was round about 100 years or so after the destruction of the Second Temple, which we spoke last week, that Rabbi Akiva lived in the time of basically the aftermath of the destruction of the temple. He had a student called Rabbi Meir, who we spoke about last week, who was the generation after him. And after that generation came the generation which will mark as the generation of Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi. He came more or less, again this is roughly, but mark their generations by their great. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi came along and realized that something had to be done. The oral Torah was at risk, was in peril of being forgotten. And what he did is he got together everybody, all the sages of the generation, and wrote down in a concise form, wrote down the oral Torah. Now, this is something very, very key, very important. And it's so important because what identifies us as Jews today, what we have the Torah, we have the Sefer Torah. The Sefer Torah on its own, it is what it is. We understand whatever we understand of it, but that's very little, especially when it comes to the actual mitzvahs, as we've described many times. And the transcribing of the oral Torah was the hallmark, was a time when the Jewish people kind of received maybe even anew the Torah. They had now something they were able to learn. And wherever they may be, they may have been in Morocco, they may have gone to Egypt, they may have been in Babylon, they may have been dispersed anywhere in the world. They were now able to set up communities. They were now able to be Jews, as Jews should be, because now they had the oral Torah written down. Now, what we're going to refer to, we're going to actually go through. I want to be able to go through all of it. The one who did the most brilliant job of running through the history of the oral Torah up until now was Maimonides, was the Rabbi. Maimonides, as an introduction to his book, the Mishnah Torah, to his magnum opus, to his great book, where he codifies the entire Torah, the mitzvahs of the entire Torah. He goes through the history of the oral law. So we called this evening, we called it on email, we said, who made up all this Jewish law? People get very skeptical. People get, what's this, are we just to blindly rely on this, what it says here, what it says there? Well, where is this all coming from? The Rambam knew of this, and many other sages knew it, and wrote down such things. But did a mega job, and a pretty short one, with only a few pages, was the Rambam. And he goes through the unbroken chain and much of the history, which we'll not inside here. We'll constantly refer back to this. The introduction of the Rambam, and we'll see just how all this comes together. The Rambam starts his introduction in the name of Hashem, the Lord of the world. And he starts with a verse, I will not be ashamed when I gaze at all of your mitzvahs. It's a verse, but the Rambam uses this verse through all of the mitzvahs because he's about now to write down the details of all the mitzvahs. The mitzvahs given to Moses at Mount Sinai were all given together with their explanations, as implied by the verse. And I will give you the tablets of stone, the Torah, and the mitzvah. It seems to be redundant. I'll give you the tablets of stone, the Torah. Alright, the Torah, that's done. What's the mitzvah? So he explains. The Torah refers to the written law. The mitzvah to its explanation. God commanded us to fulfill the Torah according to the instructions of the mitzvah. The mitzvah is called the oral law. Here, the verse refers to as the mitzvah, not in the conventional sense, but in the sense of meaning the oral law. Moses, our teacher, personally transcribed the entire Torah before he died, the written Torah, that is. He gave a Torah scroll to each tribe and placed another scroll in the ark as a testimonial. As the verse states, take this Torah scroll and place it beside the ark, and it will be there as a testimonial. So the written Torah was given to every tribe and put in the ark. There was no change. The mitzvah, i.e. the explanation of the Torah, he did not transcribe. Instead, he commanded it verbally to the elders, to Joshua, and to the totality of Israel. As the verse states, be careful to observe every life prescribed to you. Joshua says, make sure I'm telling you. For this reason, it's called the oral Torah. So that's how Torah was not transcribed. Moses, our teacher, taught it in its entirety to his court, to the 70 elders. We know the Torah said there were 70 elders. The Torah says that there was a time when Moses couldn't handle it, complaining, and Hashem said, can't handle it. Hashem said, appoint yourself 70 elders. Elders was the beginning of 70. The main ones out of those 70, Elazar, Pinchas, and Joshua received the tradition from Moses. Elazar being the son of Aaron, Pinchas the son of the grandson of Aaron, and Joshua's leader. In particular, Moses transmitted the oral law to Joshua, who was his primary disciple, and instructed him regarding it. Similarly, throughout the life of Joshua, Joshua taught the oral law. Many elders received the tradition from him. Eli received the tradition from the elders and from Pinchas. Maimonides is kind of jumping. There was Joshua, Pinchas, who lived to see Eli. Samuel received the tradition from Eli and his court. David received the tradition from Samuel and his court. He's just going down the line. Achiel of Shiloh was one of those who experienced the exodus of Egypt. He was a Levite and heard teachings from Moses as a child. He was, however, of low stature in Moses' age. He was actually very young. He lived very long. Afterwards, he received the tradition from David and his court. Elijah received the tradition from Achiel of Shiloh and his court. Elisha received the tradition from Elijah and his court. Yehoiada, the priest, received the tradition from Elisha and his court. Zechariah received the tradition from Yehoiada and his court. Hosea received the tradition from Zechariah and his court. Amos received the tradition from Hosea and his court. Isaiah received the tradition from Amos and his court. Eva received the tradition from Isaiah and his court. Yoel, these are all prophets, by the way. All these names are prophets in the Tanakh. What is the court? The court refers to each one of them as the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin idea was kept throughout the ages. So, every court had the same number of people. Generally, you have 71. With the print for the elder, who was the leader. So, Yoel received the tradition from Micha and his court. Nachum received the tradition from Yoel and his court. Habakkuk received the tradition from Nachum and his court. Simon received the tradition from Habakkuk and his court. Jeremiah, now we've reached now the time of the destruction of the first temple. We've gone through all of the generations. Jeremiah received the tradition from Tzvania, his court. Baruch ben Neriah received the tradition from Jeremiah and his court. Ezra, this is the rebuilding of the second temple. Ezra and his court received a tradition from Baruch and his court. The members of Ezra's court are referred to as the Anshe Knesset Hagadolim, the men of the Great Assembly. We went through them. They included Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, these were the last prophets, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. They were saved from the burning furnace that Nebuchadnezzar threw them into. Nehemiah ben Hakalia, he was the contemporary of Ezra. Mordechai, the linguist, that's one of the names that Mordechai has, that the Rambam refers to him. We know that Mordechai was a linguist, and that's how the whole story happened, because he knew the language that those people were talking. Zerubbabel, who was the leader of the first sent to Israel after the Jews had been exiled to Babylon, and many other sages, 120 elders Now, as we know, that's what the Rambam makes note of them, because as we mentioned, the Anshe Knesset Hagadolim really established many things in their day. For example, the davening, the text of the davening, many other institutions that they made that would establish Judaism for what it is today. So he makes a big stage of it out of it. The last surviving member of this group was Shimon the Just. Simon the Just, Shimon HaTzadik. He was included among the 120 elders who received the oral law from all of them. He served as high priest after Ezra. Antigonus of Socho and his court received a tradition from Shimon the Just and his court. Yosef ben Yoezer of Sereda, Yosef ben Yochanan of Jerusalem, and their court received a tradition from Antigonus and his court. Yeshua ben Karachia and of Arvel, and their court tradition from Yosef ben Yoezer and Yosef ben Karachia and their court. This, by the way, this list over here is going to do the first chapter of Ethics of the Fathers, of Pirkei Avos. We look at the first chapter, besides being very nice, a bunch of aphorisms. Each Mishnah, each paragraph in that first chapter is another link in the next generation. Okay, it starts off Shimon HaTzadik, the second Mishnah. Shimon HaTzadik, Antigonus is Socha, and so on and so forth until you reach Hillel and Shammai, going through a few hundred years. So it gives you a piece of every generation. That's how the first chapter of Ethics of the Fathers, if you look at it. So he's going to go through this list. Yehuda ben Taba and Shimon ben Shaltach, and their court received a tradition from Yeshua ben Rachia and Nita and Arbel, and their court Shmai and Avtalion, who were righteous converts. Rambam learns that they were actually converts, and their court received a tradition from Yehuda and Shimon and their court. Hillel and Shammai, and their court received a tradition from Shmai and Avtalion and their court. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai and Rabbi Shimon, the son of Hillel the elder, received a tradition from Hillel and Shammai and their courts. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the leader of the people at this time of the Rome, at the time of the destruction of the Second Temple. Okay, so we're close now to the time of talking. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai had 5 students who were greatest, who received the tradition from. They were Rabbi Elazar the Great, so it was called Rabbi Yehoshua, Rabbi Yosef the priest, Rabbi Shimon ben Nisai, Rabbi Elazar ben Aruch. Rabbi Akiva Yosef, Rabbi Akiva, received from Rabbi Elazar the Great. Yosef, his father, was a righteous convert. Rambam again. Maimonides is very good at doing this. He said the brilliance of the book of Rambam Yeshiva, the Yeshiva world, is the simplicity which just lays things out. That doesn't get into any discussion. The most book on which most Jewish discussion is based on is the Rambam. You go to Yeshiva world, you'll find shelves of books on the Rambam, because the Rambam just, everybody, if you look at something and everybody is grappling into this, that, the other, Rambam puts it out nicely and smoothly and leaves you to find the source, which he doesn't write. And we had a question, it's a historical question. The son of God, his grandfather's father, Rambam said he was a common. No, bang your head, that's the way you know it from. The Rambam said, Rambam sort of many things out like that. Rabbi Yishmael Rabbi Meir, a son of righteous converts, received the tradition from Rabbi Akiva. So we see Rabbi Meir was the next generation. Rabbi Meir and his colleagues also received the tradition from Rabbi Yishmael. The colleagues of Rabbi Meir include Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Nehemiah, Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua, Rabbi Yochanan the Shoemaker, I'll tell you about him in a second, Shimon ben Azai, and Rabbi Hanina ben Hanani ben Zeradia. Rabbi Yochanan the Shoemaker is buried, if you've ever been to Meirot, Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai is buried down the street, down the hill. He was showing the Rambam makes mention, when the Rambam speaks of the laws of Torah, of learning Torah, the Rambam says that many of the most ultimately greatest of sages were very simple craftsmen. They refused to use their Torah as making a living, although they maybe could have. Many of them were very poor. Hillel was a woodchopper. The woodchopper. And at times he suffered tremendous poverty. Rabbi Yochanan, he was a shoemaker. He's one of the greatest. He's buried not far from Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai. Similarly, Rabbi Akiva's colleagues also received the tradition from Rabbi Elazar the Great. Rabbi Akiva's colleagues include Rabbi Tarfon, the teacher of Rabbi Yosef, Gamliel, Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, and Rabbi Eliezer ben Nuri. Rabbi Gamliel the elder received the tradition from Rabbi Shimon, his father, the son of Hillel the elder. Rabbi Shimon, his son, received the tradition from him. Rabbi Gamliel, his son, received the tradition from him. And Rabbi Shimon, his son, received the tradition from him. You see the name Shimon and Gamliel repeating themselves. They named after each other. But there's a rule. There's a rule we know the Rambam also rules this way, that if there's a position among Jewish people and the son is worthy enough of taking that position, then he has right for it first. And that's why you'll see, many these generations, they may have been tremendously great people who were the same generation. How did they decide who was going to be the head, who was going to be the head of the yeshiva? Well, the first one was, if his son was the one son, the one before son was worthy enough, then he had. That's the rule. Yehuda, the son of Rabbi Shimon Refaz, Rabbeinu HaKodesh, our saintly teacher, received the tradition from his father, from Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua, and from Rabbi Shimon and his colleagues. Okay, you memorize all that.
So in that case, because of this, so the father and son had the same thing. They both live in
Rabbeinu HaKodesh composed the Mishnah. These Moses, our teacher, tell Rabbeinu HaKodesh, no one had composed a text for the purpose of teaching the oral law in public. Instead, in each generation, the head of the court or the prophet of that generation would take notes of the teachings which he received from his masters for himself and teach them verbally in public. Similarly, according to his own potential, each individual would write notes for himself of what he heard regarding the explanation of the Torah, its laws, and the new concepts that were discussed in each generation concerning the laws that were not communicated by oral tradition, but rather deducted from one of the 13 principles of biblical, and that next word I don't know what it is, exegesis, what's that? Learning out from, I think. Yeah. Okay. Accepted by the High Court. Let me just explain that. In other words, he said, what does he say? He said, everybody wrote down what had come into tradition from the oral Torah, its laws, and new concepts that were deduced in each generation, not directly communicated in the Torah, the oral tradition, but deduced using one of the 13 principles of biblical explanation, biblical deduction that we have. Now, what are they? This is also very important. In many Sidurim, right before when we start the service, you will find that we say there's a page that's called the Brisa of Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Yishmael says, "Bishlosh esrei midos haTorah nidreshes." The Torah can
was
be
literally again
expounded
for
upon using
600,000
13 principles.
It was
Now,
an astronomical
what these
sum.
are,
They wanted
I'll
to
give
take
you the
down the
first one.
Messina for the precious stones of
Kal
Egypt.
v'chomer.
And what happens?
Kal
Kal
Kal means light, literally. Not light, light isn't lightweight. Chomer means heavy. Light and heavy. What it means is, if you have a law, which is a heavy law, meaning a law which is stated in a certain case, which is more stringent than another given case. For example, the Torah says a person may not marry a grandchild, a granddaughter.
The one must go.
The Torah actually doesn't have relationships with,
But
which,
again, what's the point?
the Torah doesn't actually
rabbis were ready to
state
go ahead and what?
that one
The rabbis
cannot do
were ready
such a
to
thing
go
with a
ahead
daughter.
and purchase stones for
So,
the
so
rest
someone's going to come along and say, wait, wait, wait.
from an African.
So the first one of the 13 principles of the Torah, of deducing from the Torah, is Kal v'chomer. If a law was said in a lightweight case, in a less stringent case, the law obviously applies in a more stringent case.
When it
Now,
comes
not
to
all of those are as obvious as I just made. That's a very big one.
nevertheless,
Okay, that's a very big one.
the
But
purchase
that now,
we could take from an aqua
then
go.
another one, I'll give you another example. The next law is Gezerah Shava.
At the end of the day,
Gezerah Shava means
Yakir.
a verse which uses equal terminology in two cases. A word or a few words which the Torah will use in a certain case and uses the same terminology regarding another case, from which we can learn some rules that apply in that case number one that we know apply there, also apply in case number two, because the Torah used equal terminology. These are principles which are used, but have to be very carefully analyzed. You can't, not every Tom, Dick, and Harry can go and say, oh, well, I'll juxtapose this to that, the pasuk uses this wording, that wording, we can know where all that will go. That's why he said that in each generation, these principles were used. Notice these principles were given to Moses. And the Torah was always learned and using these principles. However, these principles had to be brought to the Sanhedrin. The Torah tells us that the Sanhedrin in each generation, they are the end all of opinion, the buck stops there. And if they discussed it and agreed that this is a valuable, this is a true deduction or learning out of, then the Torah itself says that that's the law. And in any given generation, you'll see in the Talmud, if you learn a bit of Gemara, you'll see that this is constantly, we're learning things out of a verse. It's a very great principle. Not everything was dictated by oral tradition, efficient. Some things we learn out of verses. There are principles of how you learn a verse. What you can and cannot do, even if you do follow the principles, it has to go through the pipeline of Jewish decision, which was and even is the Sanhedrin. And then when the Sanhedrin will decide that this is valid, then it's valid. So people wrote down everything that they had heard and that had been decided anew in previous generations. Second paragraph. This situation continued until the age of Rabbi He collected all the teachings, all the laws, and all the explanations and commentaries that were heard from Moses, our teacher, and which were taught by the courts in each generation concerning the entire term. From all this, he composed the text of the Mishnah. He taught it to the sages in public and revealed it to the Jewish people who all wrote it down. They spread it in all places that the oral law would not be gotten by the Jewish people. Why did Rabbeinu HaKodesh make such an innovation instead of perpetuating the status quo? Asks the Rabbi. Why did he decide to do this? Because he saw the students becoming fewer, new difficulties constantly arising. The Roman Empire is spreading itself throughout the world and becoming more powerful, and the Jewish people wandering and becoming dispersed to the far ends of the world. Therefore, he composed a single text that would be available to everyone, so that it would be studied quickly and would not be forgotten. throughout his entire life, he and his court taught the Mishnah to the masses. Okay. So this is the stage of Rabbeinu HaKodesh. We know him as Rabbeinu HaKodesh or Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. His character himself is recorded in many places in the Gemara. He was an all-rounder. He was from the house of David, so that immediately got him tremendous, got him respect. He was tremendously wealthy, very wealthy man. He was tremendously scholarly and kind. There was everything going for him, and the people saw him as the ultimate leader. In fact, towards the end of the life, towards the end of his life, actually, it was on his deathbed. The Gemara says he raised his 10 fingers to the heavens, and he said, "Never in my life have I had enjoyment, have I had pleasure from the wealth that I had. He was very wealthy, but he never let himself indulge." He said in his day, every day of the year, he had salad on the table. Those days, that means if it was winter, you were bringing vegetables from I don't know where. You're bringing lettuce. The Gemara tells us which vegetables were all on his table every day of the year. It wasn't an issue for him. That's how wealthy he was in those days.
Or he was just spreading it around.
He didn't take it. He didn't sit there and enjoy it. That's what he would tell. That's what he testified on himself, that I never enjoyed anything that I actually owned. Towards the end of his life, he was inflicted with very great disease, which caused a lot of pain. Rabbi was also very friendly with the Roman emperor, who was called Antony. Which Antony exactly it was, because it was two. But he was very friendly with him, Antoninus. This Antoninus guy was maybe a little different, very different than many of the Roman emperors. He was a scholar, he was a philosopher, he loved Rabbi. The story was how their friendship started was that the Romans, in the time when Rabbi was born, was the era of Rabbi Akiva. We said the day Rabbi Akiva was killed was the day that Rabbi was born. At that time, the Romans had forbidden any Jewish activity, including bris milah. There was no penalty for anybody who would make a bris. The mother of Rabbi, who was the sage of the time, was before. She made the bris, and the Romans, and they summoned them to Rome. They had to travel to Rome, and they knew basically what was awaiting them. On the way, they stopped off in an inn, in a hotel. And there was over there a Roman lady, who seemed to be a very nice lady. And she asked the mother of Rabbi, she said, "I'm going to Rome." "What are you going to Rome for? It's a nice Jewish lady go to Rome." She said, "Well, this is the deal. We're being summoned." She was very compassionate, this lady, and she said, "You know something? I have a baby which is exactly the same age as yours. Let's switch. Make a switch. Come back. He's not circumcised, obviously. You go to Rome, you see the whole thing is phony, and you'll come back and have it right." And she did. She went and showed the baby. The emperor was furious with whoever gave him this false accusation. The baby wasn't circumcised. He did away with them. Well, he lied to me for the leader of the Jews is a good Roman guy. Everything is fine, and he sent them back. When they switched, that baby became Antony, became the emperor. So the kind of bond between Rabbi and Antoninus started when they were babies. And there's many stories in the Gemara go on and on about the friendship and the bond between the two, to be trusted, and ultimately, and the benefit of that was an era of peace for the Jewish people. Was an era they were able to breathe in the time of Antony. Anyhow, let's see a little bit further. These are the great sages who were part of the court of Rabbeinu HaKodesh and received the tradition from him. His sons, Shimon and Gamliel, again the name repeats himself, Rabbi Ofes, Rabbi Hanina ben Rabbi Rav, Rabbi Yanai bar Kufra, Shmuel, Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Hoshai. Now these are all names which are household names in yeshiva, and these are all repeated hundreds and thousands of times. Thousands and myriads of other sages received the tradition from Rabbeinu HaKadosh together with these sages. Even the Holy 11 sages mentioned above received the tradition from Rabbeinu HaKadosh and attended his study sessions. There are differences between them. In other words, there were still questions. You say, what if eternal? There's always, this was what says in the Mishnah, but what if the case differs a little bit? What do we do then? There were differences. At that time, Rabbi Yochanan was of lesser stature. Afterwards, he became a disciple of Rabbi Yanai, received instruction from him. Similarly, Rav received the tradition from Rabbi Yanai, and Shmuel received the tradition from Rabbi Hanina ben Chama. The Rambam's going to say this in we'll also get there, but the Mishnaic period, the period of the Mishnah, is what we call the period of the Tanoim. Tana, or Tana, means to learn, or to learn in front of people. There are two terms that are very important, Tana and Amora. Tana means the learner, the studier, the one who teaches. Those refer to all the sages, basically from the era of the Second Temple to a little bit after Rabbeinu HaKadosh, or around his time, 100 years. What unites them? What unites them is that they are all the ones quoted in the Mishnah. Rabbi Akiva, all these people, Rabbi Meir, Bar Kapara, you have all the rabbis. They are identified, by the way, for the most part, as Rabbi. If you talk about Rabbi somebody, okay, you're talking about a Tana. You're talking about somebody who had joined in the Mishnah. Rabbi and also Rabbi Hanina, Rabbi Yehuda. All these people are referred to as Rabbi. The next term which we need to learn is Tana. Then there's Amora. Amora is somebody who came after Rabbeinu HaKadosh, and they're the ones quoted in the Talmud. Amora comes from the word Omar, to say, to speak. They spoke over what the Tanoim, what the Tana, what they wrote or what they said, they spoke it over, they discussed it. The important Amoraim are Abaya, Rava, Rav Yosef, all the Ravs, Rav Chisda, Rav Huna. Rabbi, generally, is a Tana. Rav, something, is an Amora. Okay? What's the difference between them? Is Rabbi is Hebrew, Rav is Aramaic. The Mishnah is written in Hebrew. The Gemara, the Talmud, is written in Aramaic for the most part. So there is no difference. It's just the term, correct? The Mishnah was written in Israel. The Talmud, Babylonian Talmud, was written in Babylon. In Talmud Yerushalmi, you will find many rabbis, because the Jerusalem Talmud was written in a place where you called Rabbi. Okay? But since we follow mostly the Talmud Bavli, we can use this divider of Rabbi and Rav. Rabbi is the one who are Tanoim, the ones who composed the Mishnah. Ravs are the ones who composed the Gemara. The Talmud. I remember in Rockaway, one of the rabbis gets called to the door. Don't they call him his name like Ron or such and such? Or Rav. Today you would see, it's interesting. Today when you call a rabbi, you would say, Rav Goldberg, which is Rabbi Goldberg. Okay? Rav. Yes. Many people, in most cases, you will call someone Rav, the rabbi. It's interesting, the word Rebbe was often reserved for Hasidic rabbis. Rebbe was Rebbe Yisrael Kal Shem Tov. So it might have been that was sort of the Rav, maybe a rabbi of a kehillah, or the rabbi of the community, or the Rosh Hashiva. Somebody who was more of a holy nature, could be, I'm not saying that this is no fact, but something more of a holy nature, a Rebbe was referred to with the Rebbe, and that was possible. Now, there's two names over here which are very important. Rav and Shmuel. The end of the line is Rav. The middle of the next line is Shmuel. Rav and Shmuel were really important, and because they were the ones who were sort of the bridge between the Mishnah and the Gemara. The rule was, or is, that someone who composed the Gemara, the Talmud, cannot argue with somebody who is a Tana. An Amora can never argue with a Tana. The Tanoim wrote down the Mishnah. What they said was true. That was the tradition. You can't argue with the tradition. You can't argue with what they wrote down. You can discuss it. You can figure out what they meant. You can't argue with it. They were the ones who joined in writing the oral tradition. Rav was the bridge. And the Talmud says that Rav, on some occasions, does argue with a Tana because he could have been also to be considered a Tana. He was of that nature that the Mishnah sort of was still in the making until they cut off on it. Anyhow, Rav, three paragraphs in the end, Rav composed the Sifra and Sifrei to explain the sources for the Mishnah. Rabbi composed the Tosefta to explain the subjects discussed in the Mishnah. Rabbi Hoshaya and Bar Kafri, wasn't over here, composed the Brises to explain the matters discussed in the Mishnah. Books were authored to explain the Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan composed the Jerusalem Talmud in Eretz Yisrael approximately 300 years after the destruction of the Temple. Okay. The Jerusalem Talmud was composed, I believe, about 100 years before the Babylonian Talmud. So what do we see here? Right after the Mishnah, the next generation already, Rav and Shmuel, they were already writing books to explain the sources and to expound upon the Mishnah. The Mishnah is very, very concise. If you open a Mishnah, the wording is like a verse. It's like it uses such a concise wording that you can dig out. It was written brilliantly. And many books were written for the layman and just to discuss where they're getting it from, which verse. There's none of that in the Mishnah to tell you where and from what and all that. It was just a record of the actual books written. Sifra, Sifrei, Tosefta, all these books are available today, which explain us what the Mishnah is talking about. The first Talmud, which was written, which was a collection of a major collection of all the discussion, was written in Jerusalem by Rabbi Yochanan. This is not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. There were a number of Rabbi Yochanans. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's time at the destruction. This is 300 years later. This Rabbi Yochanan is interesting. There are very many stories about all these people. Rabbi Yochanan was the one who wrote the Jerusalem Talmud. He had a brother-in-law who was called Reb Shimon ben Lakish. He's known as Reish Lakish. He'll have hundreds of times. Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish had a discussion. Rabbi Yochanan, the Talmud, again, everybody major the Talmud devotes a lot to the life story as well. Rabbi Yochanan suffered tremendously. He was the composer of the Jerusalem Talmud. Rabbi Yochanan had 10 sons and he lost every one of them in his lifetime. And it says that Rabbi Yochanan carried on him a tooth from his youngest son. And when he would go to a Shiva house, he would show them and say, I've been there, sort of thing. That was Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan was a tremendously handsome man. And it says, interestingly, that in his spare time, the time he was tired from learning, the Gemara says, he would sit by the mikveh in the evening, although this is not something which is done ever. He would sit by the mikveh, and we know the significance of when a woman walks out of the mikveh, what the conceiving that she has. There's a great significance of what she watches and what she looks at that time. This is the source for the Gemara that he would sit by the mikveh, and in order that the women should meet him, sort of thing, should see him on that night. In other words, in the Rebbe once commented, this is what a sage of Israel does when he's tired. In other words, he doesn't go and sleep on the couch. He's thinking, what can I do that doesn't involve so much effort to better the Jewish people? That's what it is. The most interesting one was Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish was the brother-in-law of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and they were in loggerheads all the time, always arguing over the Gemara. This is how everything was created. Reish Lakish, his history was that he was an outlaw. He was a highwayman. Reish Lakish was a mighty fella, very, very burly, very strong. What happened was, the Talmud says, that Rabbi Yochanan was very handsome. Rabbi Yochanan was standing on the other end of a river. Reish Lakish was on the opposite side. Reish Lakish thought that this handsome he was the she. So what he did was he started playing gymnastics to impress the she. He did all somersaults and everything, and in the end he jumped over the width of the river. He was so tough. He gets to the other end and he sees that the she is a he. Anyway, all that wasted effort. So Rabbi Yochanan did it. Rabbi Yochanan, he realized that this young chap has a lot of potential. He's very strong, but he had it in him, and he sent him immediately. He says, if you learn, I have a sister, and if you behave and if you get to the right places, I'll arrange a shidduch. Reish Lakish saw Rabbi Yochanan, he was taken by him, and he agreed. He says Reish Lakish tried to jump over the river the width again, and he couldn't manage. Immediately, as soon as he made that decision to learn, to behave, his physical might a little bit left and was broken. He delved into the Torah with the same strength that he had and became Reish Lakish, a counterpart of Rabbi Yochanan, and became his brother. So Rabbi Yochanan, after Reish Lakish passed away, was never the same. He said he didn't have anybody to talk to. He said, everybody else, he said, find yes people, they're all nodding their heads, yeah, or whatever you say. Reish Lakish was this tougher, would clench with him, that was the history of Reish Lakish, how he turned around his stamina to Torah. Anyway.
Was set aside for these are always worship. Why? Because
this is the question of all generations. It's not tonight. This is a shir. This is a shir. A separate shir. That wasn't punishment. That's something else. That's a whole separate. We won't do justice. We just comment. The second to last paragraph on the page. Among the great sages were the Rosh Hashivas in Babylon. We're going backwards and forwards to Israel to Babylon. This is Babylon. Who received the tradition from Rav Shmuel was Rav. You see all this. Rav Nachman, Rav Kahana. Who received the tradition from Rabbi Yochanan was Rabbi Bachana, Rav Avdimi, and Rav Ovin. The reason why they're called Rav is because they moved to Babylon. They took from Rabbi Yochanan once. We must that after the destruction of the temple, we want to have it on a graph, the population and what's going on in immediate year by year, especially after the death of Rabbeinu HaKodesh. In the days of Rabbeinu HaKodesh, the Roman Empire was very kind to them, and Israel that was under the Roman Empire was doing very well under him. After Rabbeinu HaKodesh passed, there was sort of no reason to be there. No Beis HaMikdash, no Rabbeinu HaKodesh, no sage. So what for? What are we still doing here? And Jews slowly but surely started moving to Babylon. 3 out of 4 Jewish people, after Rabbeinu HaKodesh passed away, slowly but surely made their way to Babel. So many went to Spain. This was the beginning of the migration. Not to Spain, to the historians say at that time they must have gone to also to Germany and to France. And at least they visited there. That was the beginning when everything started germinating of the Jewish presence in these countries.
I also
Yerushalayim was destroyed. It was in ruins. It was very difficult to live there. You're in the Galil. What was in the Galil? So that's how things happened. Whereas in Babylon, at the time, there was a very huge and strong Jewish community. There were yeshivas. We'll get to Babylon. There was entire cities which were Jewish. They had their own sort of monarchy. It was the Reish Galusa, the famous idea of a Reish Galusa, who was to be given autonomy by the Babylonian Empire to run all the Jewish affairs. He had extreme power. So this was the place to be. This was the Brooklyn. This was the yeshivas. The great people were there. These were yeshivas that were founded by Ezekiel hundreds or 700 years earlier. Surah, which was the yeshiva, was the yeshiva of Rav, who was founded by Ezekiel. These were his history places, and this is where the people migrated. Last paragraph among the sages who received the addition from Rabbi and Rabbi Yehuda were Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef. Among the sages who received the addition from Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef were Abaya and Rava. You won't find 2-3 pages in the Talmud without mentioning these people. Abaya, Rava, Rabbi Yosef, these are household names. Both of them also received a tradition from Rav Nachman. Among the sages who received a tradition from Rava were Rav Ashi and Ravina. Rav Ashi received a tradition from Rav Ashi, his father, and from Ravina. This is the end of the line. Rav Ashi and Ravina. They were the ones who wrote down the Talmud. Okay, so we've come full circle. Here comes the list that we were using. The list I was using was directly from the introduction of the Rambam. There were 40 generations from Rav Ashi back to Moses, our teacher, blessed memory. They were. Now we'll read the full line. Rav Ashi, Rava, Rabba, Rav Huna, Rav Yechanan, Rabbeinu HaKodesh. You see now there were 6 generations between the Talmud and Rav Ashi and Rabbeinu HaKodesh who wrote the Mishnah. Rab Shimon, Rabbi Gamliel, Rab Shimon, Rabbi Gamliel, Rab Shimon, Hillel and Shammai, Shammai and Naphtali, Yehuda and Shimon, Yeshua and Nitai, Yosef and Yezer and Yosef and Yochanan, Antigus, Shimon the Just, Ezra, Baruch, Jeremiah, Tzfanya, Habakkuk, Nahum, Micah, Isaiah, Amos, Hosea, Zechariah, Yehoiada, Elisha, Elijah, Ahijah, David, Samuel, Eli, Pinchas, Joshua, and Moses. Okay? This is the source for everything. Okay, the way I mentioned this last, I mentioned it again. It's important. Oh, you say, okay. It's an interesting phenomenon. You wouldn't go in front of Moses and call him Moses. Yeah, we refer to Moshe Rabbeinu, all the big Elijah, Elisha, right? I was actually thinking about it today. There are those that give reason, others that don't. When did the Rav or Rebbe start? Okay, where do you find the first one?
What about the fact that he said
Hillel and Shammai. You're right. Yeah. I don't have an actual reason. Although, if I may assume, it might be because there's no need. If you in a generation when things are obvious, then there's no need for titles. If somebody with his mere stature, if you said, Zachariah, then Zachariah is Zachariah. Isaiah is Isaiah. There's no Isaiah number 2. When the generations diminish, you need titles, right? Today everybody throws around titles, right? This guy is this, and this guy is that, because you need the titles.
So the title worship for Dana was something that we used, not like what they referred to down for example, or somebody else.
Actually, interestingly enough, now that I'm thinking of it, I believe there is reference in the Gemara that somebody referred to Rabbeinu Moshe, our teacher Moshe. So that was, whether it was Rabbeinu Yehoshua, I'm not sure. I don't remember if there's such a thing, but it's very interesting. Thus, the source of all these people's knowledge is God, the Lord of Israel. This is how the Maimonides puts it all together. All the sages who were mentioned were the leaders of the generations. Among them were the heads of the academies, the Rosh Yeshiva, heads of the exile, the Rish Galusa, and members of the great Sanhedrin. Together with them in each generation, there were thousands and myriads who heard these teachings. We're just naming one, says the Rabbi. That's important to understand. Ravina and Ravashi were the final generations of the sages of the Talmud. Ravashi composed the Babylonian Talmud in Shinar, just another name for Babylon. The biblical name actually for Babylon, Shinar, approximately 100 years after Rabbi Yochanan composed the Jerusalem Talmud. The intent of both of the Talmuds is to elucidate the words of the Mishnah, to explain its deeper points, and to relate the new matters that were developed by each court from the era of Rabbeinu HaKodesh until the composition of the Talmud. New things came up. From the entire body of knowledge stemming from the two Talmuds, the Tosefta, the Sifra, and the Sifrei, which were the books written right after the Mishnah, can be derived the forbidden and the permitted, the impure and the pure, liable and those who are free from liability, the invalid and the valid, as was received in tradition, one person from another, in a chain extending back to Moses at Mount Sinai. Also, the sources mentioned above, this is important, relate those matters which were decreed by the sages and prophets in each generation in order to build a fence around the Torah. Now what that means is there were rules which were created by the sages to make sure, you have a cliff and you want to build a fence around the cliff. A famous example is the example of Uktzah. On Shabbos, we're not supposed to handle certain things. You're not supposed to handle a pen. The Torah doesn't say it's not part of the oral tradition that you're not supposed to handle a pen. Why don't we handle a pen on Shabbos? Because it may come to right. Handling a pen, you'll come to right. That was something that the sages decreed, and the Torah gave authority for the sages to decree. Hanukkah, Purim, these are not fences, but these are good things. But still, the Torah gives authority for the sages, but it must be all the sages, to decree. Explicitly taught about this practice by Moses, as implied in Leviticus, and you shall observe my precepts, which can be interpreted to mean make safeguards for my precepts. That means asur b'shmer is the Mishmar in Hebrew, words much better. Make a guard for my precepts. Similarly, it includes the customs and ordinances which were ordained and practiced in each generation according to the judgment of the governing court of that generation. For example, Purim, Hanukkah. There will be things, normal things, that obviously are not from the Torah. It is forbidden to deviate from these decisions, as implied by the words, do not deviate from the instructions that they will give you, left or right. This is very important. In other words, the Torah itself gives authority to the sages and consensus of the sages of the time. Nobody now can create a Hanukkah Purim because there is not a consensus of all the sages of the time. We don't have the authority, the power now to do that. But the Torah says, don't move from any, don't deviate from any of the instructions they'll give you. If they will convene and they will decide that something is supposed to be law, then that's the law. The Torah itself, in other words, it predicts the obvious. In any country, in any lawmaker, in any place that abides by laws, there will always be new situations. Yes, in the time of the Torah, there was no Hanukkah yet, there was no Purim yet, but Purim did happen and Hanukkah happened. So what do you do? So you do so if the sages will come together and realize that this is something that needs to be done. So the Torah says they have the permission to make a Hanukkah. They have the permission to make Purim. They have permission to make laws which apply in certain cases. And this, by the way, is this is one we all hear every 5 minutes the other discussion about the second day Yom Tov. This is a big one. What's the business of the second day Yom Tov? The business is very simple. There's a Gemara. The Gemara says, what happened to the second day Yom Tov? The Sanhedrin would decide when the Purim would be written. And the message did not necessarily get to all the places, right? time. If Pesach is on the 15th of the month, so wherever you get to, 15 days, 14 days, you can get to. Wherever you can't. Rosh Hashanah, for example, you can't get anywhere. If the day is the first day of the month, but the day is Rosh Hashanah, right? You're not going nowhere. It's Rosh Hashanah. So everybody who was out of range kept 2 days because it was either Rosh Chodesh was either on day number 30, 29, 30 was Rosh Chodesh, or day number 31. But it had to be either one of those two. It was never 32, the Torah says. Either 30, 31, and then you make Rosh Chodesh. So everyone who was out of range kept 2 days. Out of doubt, because maybe Rosh Chodesh was day number 30, maybe Rosh Chodesh was day number 31. Rosh Hashanah, the whole Israel kept 2 days because we were in doubt because we didn't know what was going on in Jerusalem. Right? That comes on the Talmud and says that when the calendar was fixed, in other words, there was no Sanhedrin anymore, there was fixing the days of the month according to the witnesses coming who saw the new moon. We were doing that. Now, because the Jews were dispersed, no Sanhedrin, no one to decide that now is Rosh Chodesh, so we make a calendar. We figure out when the moon will be seen. We announce in Shul every Shabbos Mevorachim when the moon will be seen in Jerusalem, and on that day, or around that day, wherever, it's all very complex thing of how the calendar works, but in principle, around then is Rosh Chodesh, and we make Rosh Chodesh. Okay, so seemingly now everybody knows where Rosh Chodesh is, everybody knows when the 15th day of the month is, so I keep today's Yom Tov, right? So the Gemara asks the question, and the Gemara says that in the day, there was a time, says the Gemara, when Babylon was able to find out when Rosh Chodesh was. And nevertheless, they told them, Hizoru b'minhag avosechem v'yedechem. Be careful to keep the tradition of your fathers. The tradition of your parents was to keep 2 days Yom Tov. You have to carry on keeping 2 days Yom Tov. Now, why was this the case? Why was this the case? The sages of the time felt that this is something that had to be done. The reason being, if you have, there had to be borderlines. Meaning, let's say you had a case where there was a certain place where they did hear the news, another place they didn't hear. It wouldn't be clear cut. In other words, people, I came from Israel, so I kept 1 day Yom Tov. So when I go to, when I go to America, I'll also keep 1 day Yom Tov. Over there you don't know. When Yom Tov is. Pesach was always 1 day. We had to make 2 Seder's. One Seder, right? The masses think that way. Masses don't delineate. Yeah, I'm in range. I'm not in range. They know what they did as a kid. So they said, you keep what you, if you're outside of Israel, that's what they made the borderlines. If you're inside Israel, where mostly that's where the message will inevitably come, so then they keep 1 day Yom Tov. If you're outside of Israel, although the reasoning has gone away, keep 2 days Yom Tov. You're much safer that way. Now somebody will come along and say, well, we're 2,000 years down the line. Today there's email. Today there's no such thing as you don't know. So today's the time to abolish it. So there's a law in the Torah that says that if you want to abolish something, the one who needs to abolish it must be greater in wisdom and in number than those who have issued it. Which means that in simple language, if you start to tamper, then you're going down a very dangerous path. If you had the stature, if we would have the position that they had then, of saying, something, this time, they had to do that then, so as not to forget to keep up the custom of their fathers, good. But now, the reason doesn't apply. Can we abolish it? So the answer is no. Since the decree was made by those who are greater in number and greater in stature, you cannot abolish it. I recently went away, so the Torah knows the character of people, and the proof is in the pudding. Those who felt that they could, abrogate this law, although they're not as great, and the consensus of sages at the time is not as strong. Nevertheless, okay, I will keep one day Yom Tov. It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. It goes to things which are there's no reason to abolish. And it still abolish them. The Torah makes laws. This law can actually understand. In other words, language in the Gemara is Yordan Seif Da'atay Shel Odom. The Torah penetrated down to the consciousness of people. The Torah is given by Hashem. Hashem knows the way people work. And that's why there is this system of once it's in, it's not simple at all to abolish it. That is on face value. Talking on the spiritual level, Chassidus explains why in the diaspora we must have 2 days of Yom Tov, because it says the holiness of Yom Tov takes more time, so to speak. It takes 2 days to penetrate that which in Israel takes 1 day. But if we're talking on the plane of law, the Torah says, in other words, talking on the plane of spirituality, there is meaning in the 2 days of Yom Tov. It's not something hollow that we just do because we have no choice. But that is on the spiritual plane, which we're not talking about now. Although it's very important. We're talking simply on the plane of law. Talking about the court of law. There are rules that the Torah puts down. That says that if the sages rule something, that's it. There's no moving from it. Although if the rule was put down with a condition that if the reasoning goes away, then you're able to abolish it. Now the some rules are put down because of a reason. This and this was the reason. When this reason will go away, then the result of the law that results from it will also be able to go. Then good. There are some laws, however, that even though the reasoning went away, we still must keep. Because from a law perspective, once things are in, things are in. Let's give the example. Is it imaginable today that somebody a male who claims to follow Judaism, should not wear a yarmulke, even in shul? Unconceivable, right? Is a yarmulke a law in the Torah? There's no law that says you must wear a yarmulke. You must wear a headscarf. It starts at the Talmud. There's source for it in the Talmud. The Zohar speaks of it. Throughout the generations, it became a minhag, it became a custom, and a minhag which has the strength of the Torah itself. Nobody today in the wildest dreams will go and say, you know something, forget the yarmulke. Why not? Because it's so ingrained inside of the Jewish psyche that to tamper with that, everybody realizes we'll be tampering with the essence of Yiddishkeit. No yarmulke, so no tefillin. Well, people don't do it. Tefillin, it says in the Torah. Yarmulke doesn't say that. Oh yeah, someone says, I'll throw off my yarmulke, right? So you throw Shabbos and tefillin, and everything goes in a package deal. People don't think down that way. And that's why the Torah says, Israel Torah, a custom by Jews is Torah. You can't tamper with it. And the same thing with this. People go for the second day Yom Tov. If I had to say 2 Seder's in my life, I kept Rosh Hashanah for 2 days, right? And little more somebody comes along and says, you know something, Bumba, well, we don't need that today, we have email, right? So I don't have to keep the second day Seder. Maybe one day I won't have to keep the first day Seder. Maybe, I don't know, it's playable. The Torah knows that. If Yiddishkeit can become playable, says Hashem, then you're not sure with anything. And in any country, it works that way simply by default. There are some things which are just stuck in the law books, which could very arguably be totally outrageous. But they're there. And if policemen will catch you tampering with that law, they'll find you. You'll agree with the policeman that it doesn't make sense. But that's the law. You can't play around with it. Once you play around with the law, and it's happening, as they say, then there's no rain. The horse is free. And the Torah, the difference, as we said before, law of a country, it may not make sense, but that's the law. The law of the Torah, and it's when the rabbis made something, when they made this decree and said the second day Yom Tov got to be kept irrelevant, they knew what they were talking about. On the spiritual plane, they understood that in the Rothschild, it's in the diaspora, from a spiritual point of view, that needs to happen. Nothing is a hollow when you describe, nothing is just because. There's meaning to everything, that's the difference. But from a law perspective, that's the thing. So this is very important to understand the gravity of a rabbinic law from the Torah. The paragraph also includes marvelous judgments and laws. Marvelous judgments and laws which were not received from Moses, but rather were derived by the courts of the latter generations based on the principles of biblical. Okay. The elders of those generations made these decisions and concluded that this was the law. Rav Ashi included in the Talmud this entire body of knowledge stemming from the era of Moses, our teacher, until his own era. The sages of the Mishnah also composed other texts to explain the words of the Torah. Moshe, the disciple of Rabbeinu HaKodesh, composed an explanation of the book of Genesis. Rabbi Yishmael composed an explanation beginning these are the names, beginning of the book of Exodus, till the conclusion of the Torah. This is also called the Mechilta. Rabbi Akiva also composed a Mechilta, another book called Mechilta. Other sages of the following generations composed other collections of interpretations of verses, Midrash. All of these works were composed before the Babylonian Talmud. Thus, Ravina, Rav Ashi, and their colleagues represented the final era of the great sages of Israel who transmitted the oral law. They passed decrees, ordained practices, and put into effect customs. These decrees, ordinances, and customs spread out among the entire Jewish people in all the places where they lived. After the court of Rav Ashi composed the Talmud and completed it in the time of his son, Rav Ashi, the Jewish people became further dispersed throughout all the lands, reaching distant extremes and far-removed islands. Strife sprung up throughout the world, and the paths of travel became endangered by troops. Torah study decreased, and the Jews ceased entering the yeshivas in the thousands and myriads, as was customary previously. Instead, individuals, the remnant, whom God called an aphorism, would gather in each city and country, occupy themselves in Torah study, and devote themselves to understanding the texts of the sages and learning the path of judgment from them. Every court that was established after the conclusion of the Talmud, regardless of the country in which it was established, issued decrees, enacted ordinances, and established customs for the people of that country, all those of several countries. These practices, however, were not accepted throughout the Jewish people because of the distance between their different settlements and the disruption of communication between them. And the most famous one was the ban against polygamy. Right? That was in the Ashkenazi world, not in the Sephardic world. Again, we see over here is after the Talmud, after the Gemara, there was no consensus of all the Jewish sages. And that is why the Gemara is the end word. There's nothing, we cannot decree anything. Nobody can stand up and say, I'm making something for the entire Klal Yisrael. We'll go the rabbi down the street and agree with you. Right? The Talmud, that's why the Talmud is so much learned, because everything needs to be drawn from the Talmud. This is what he says now. Since each of these courts were considered to be individuals, and the High Court of 71 judges had been defunct for many years before the composition of the Talmud, people in one country could not be compelled to follow the practices of another country, nor is one court required to sanction decrees which another court has declared in its locale. Similarly, if one of the Gaonim, and this was the period after the Talmud, was the Gaonim. We're going to learn about all this, but he's going further. If one of the Gaonim interpreted the path of judgment in a certain way, while the court which arose afterward interpreted the proper approach to the matter in a different way, the opinion of the first need not be adhered to absolutely. Rather, whichever position appears to be correct, whether the first or the second, is accepted. Okay. So this is how things sort of got together, and the Rambam goes on as now is that basically the Talmud by the Gaonim was taught. And since the Talmud was written in Babylon, which was Aramaic, not everybody understood Aramaic. So the Gaonim, the Gaon, the genius of the time, had to teach the people that Talmud. Each one of these Gaonim had yeshivas and so on and so forth. And basically the Rambam finishes off that people are not capable of sifting through the Talmud or properly. It's very difficult to draw the laws out of the Talmud. And therefore you'll see the bottom line, we'll go through with his own business, but this is because of this later in history. Therefore he says, I girded my loins, I, Moses the son of Maimon of Spain, the Sephardi. I realized that from the book, I relied upon the rock, Hashem, blessed be he. And I contemplated all these texts and sought to compose a work which would include the conclusions derived all the texts regarding forbidden and permitted, the impure and the pure, and the remainder of the Torah laws, all is clear and concise terms, so that the entire oral law can be organized in each person's mouth without questions or objections. That was the genius of the Rambam. Okay? He did it in the way of, you know, if you open up a Talmud today, everything's in English, but still you don't know how to learn Gemara. And even when you do, what's the law? What exactly? It's all piled in there. And for the layman today, it's almost impossible. You can't rely on himself, except in obvious cases, to rule. Everything stems, however, from the Talmud. Why? Because that was the last time there was a consensus. After that, we were dispersed, and there wasn't this kind of unity that we may have wanted. So this is the story of the oral law. This is the story of the Torah Shabbat Peh. And that's why we realize over here that, who made up all the Jewish laws? This is, no one made them up. There's a golden chain that stems from Moshe Rabbeinu right until the end. So anything that we pick up today, a Shulchan Aruch, we can trace every one of those laws back. Nobody was interested in just saying, well, I think this, that, and the other. Every one of those laws are firmly based in the Talmud. Or at some point before the Talmud, a consensus came, and these things were decided with all their details, and therefore, each one of them has the weight, shall we say, carries the weight of Torah itself. That's the thing of the Rambam. In the middle of this page, it goes on the Goyim and so on, but we're not up to there yet. Saying this is the Rambam goes after he explains why he wrote his book. Okay, so that's a different discussion, which we'll get there what the Rambam achieved. But now, at least when we get to the Gemara, we know what the Gemara is. That's why people learning Gemara, learning Yeshiva, they learn Gemara. It's not really everything. It has to be from the Gemara. Somebody just goes to Jewish law and reads off, right? So he'll know that thing. He'll know. Do this, do that, which for the many part works. But we must know the background. We must know how all this came about, which is all pulled together in the Gemara. And once you learn enough Gemara, you have the tools with which how to understand Jewish law. What's the actual interpretation of the word Gemara? Likmor in Aramaic means to learn. I'm sorry, to learn. It's actually interesting. Apparently, just today, it's in the footnotes in the back over here. The word shas, which stands for Shisha Sedorim. Shisha Sedorim, 6, how do you say, not chapters, but parts. The Mishnah is divided in 6 parts. And the Talmud is based all on the Mishnah. The Talmud is, you have a Mishnah. You looked at the Talmud, you have a Mishnah. And then you have pages of Talmud which discuss the Mishnah. So the name Talmud is the real name for it. All the people, everybody called it Talmud. The name Shas became a code name because Talmud was forbidden by the church, and they burned the Talmud, and therefore Shas became the word. Yeah, it's not going to become a different name, but they didn't know what Shas was or something like that. So that was the idea. So we covered the Rabbi Kodesh and
and eating down all the produce. And Rabbi said, it's mutter. He was like, guess what? Totally mutter. Which was the second. It doesn't make sense with the rest of the story. So it says,
third on the table. What, 360 degrees is this? God damn it. I believe I gotta get a notebook now. This is gonna have to. It's a big circle, isn't it? So this is all. These are rules in astronomy where you can work this out to the split second. So it's doable. It's very doable. Sometimes we say parts instead. So what he did was, Hillel got together the entire Sanhedrin and posed the problem. They agreed that this was eventually, at least not for now, but eventually was going to present an issue. So what they did is they, every month that they did, would sanctify the new month. They would say, Makodesh, that Rosh Chodesh today is a holiday, sort of. It's Rosh Chodesh. We know Rosh Chodesh is a special day, especially for women. What they did was they convened at that time. They worked out, they laid down the rules for the Jewish calendar, which were always known, but they never actually followed it. They knew if they did one of the ways that they would test out the witnesses. They knew what they were talking about because they knew exactly where and when the new moon would be seen. Okay, and they knew how it would look and where it would be if the new moon would be pointing this way, a little further away. They knew everything, and it's all known today. They knew exactly. They only needed the witnesses because that's what the Torah says. The Torah says the witnesses, when you have witnesses that actually saw it, then you can do it. What they did is that they set the calendar by where they knew when the moon is going to be seen and sanctified every single Rosh Chodesh from that time until the coming of Mashiach. Which meant that they laid down the rules for the Jewish calendar, and any Jew, anywhere, was able to fulfill the Yom Tovim, Rosh Chodesh, to observe the holidays anywhere they may be. Which was a major, we can even compare it to writing down of the oral Torah. Oral Torah didn't need to be written down for however many, for over 1,000 years until the days of Moses, until the days of Rabbi, What do you need to write it down for? What did the Jews were together? There was transmission from student to from teacher to student. Everything was going well. Now came a time when that wouldn't be. And so too was the Jewish calendar. And hence you have the stories of the Jews landing up on a desert island, or the Jews in concentration camps who knew exactly when Pesach was. But when the Rosh Hashanah was, to the day, no questions. Well, they didn't have one of these calendars come and said that to bells, saying it didn't. They knew because the rules are quite clear. Put your head to it. Maimonides says, the simple part of what a child can acquire this knowledge in about 3 days. The Rabbi was talking about one of his kids or one of our kids, but he says they're very, very simple. And they are. If you put it together, but you got to put it together and it's doable. Codified it, yeah. The place where you'll see it all laid down and put together. Scientifically, I'm going to tell you, there's been articles written recently that things that scientists and astronomers have only found now were already known by the sages of the Talmud, by what they said things which didn't seem to be correct scientifically. And this is just recently, a few months ago, there should be an article written in Israel, a mind-blowing article. You have to swallow one of these astronomy books to understand that, but it's the exactness to of what they knew then. It only has been something given from the Almighty about science. They got the rules of how to do this. It's a fascinating subject. Anyway.
I don't have an ownership interest of Shabbos. I yield my ownership interest of Shabbos to you, and you in turn yield your ownership interest of Sunday.
The Mishnah was written around in 218, and this is when the Jews started, the Torah started to happen. It was all that era. However, from the year 235 till the year 350, was the time in Israel when there was still yeshivas. It was a gradual descent. But that was the time when the Talmud Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud, was put together. There are two Talmuds, there are two versions of the Talmud. Versions, there are two Talmuds. One is called the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, put together in Babylon, and one the Talmud Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud. That was written by Rabbi Yochanan Perbechanan, who we went through him last week. They managed to put together the Talmud, although things were on the decline, but the Talmud Yerushalmi was nevertheless put together. Babylon also absolutely free. We did say, well, it wasn't a paradise. There were times when things got tough, especially there was the Gemara actually makes note of the fellow called Ardashir. His name was he took over the reign in Babylon. Was quite a fanatical individual, and he had all sorts of things that went along with his religion. For example, he forbade lighting candles at night, which meant that Hanukkah candles couldn't be lit, and the Gemara has a whole discussion of where Hanukkah lights, which should be put in a public place, by the window, by the front door, says the Gemara in the time of the Pharisee, in the time of the Persian sort of, this guy was Neo-Persian, who didn't allow lights, so you put it on the table, says the Gemara. This was where the discussion of the Gemara comes up because of this sort of 15-year period, but a very, very difficult period. But even though he did have some very evil decrees, the Kehillah, the community in Babylon didn't disturb its ongoing growth. And it was in this era, starting from about 200, give or take, where for the next 7 generations, the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, was put together. Now, that was a major work. What it was is you have, what is the Talmud? What is the Gemara? We're referring mainly to the Talmud Bavli. The Talmud Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud, went along similar lines, but today, since the community in Babylon was there on the increase, most of the greats were over there, and especially later on, when the migration from Israel came to Babylonia, they had it all. They had the great from Israel, and they had their own great, which constitutes the fact that we follow today and learn primarily today the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud. What was it? Rabbi Yehuda HaMossi drew the Brits put together the Mishnah, as we said in the year 218. He put it together in a very, very concise manner. It really was. It was a project which was the beginning of the writing of the oral law. They wanted to say, some historians even say it's because of his lack of excitement to do it. It was something which they had to revert to. If this is what it looks like, we'll write down just the key things, and all the discussion will remain oral. So we'll have a basis. That's how some people want to understand it, which is very understandable. He wrote things very, very concise, just that things should be written down in its essence, in its seminal way, so not to be forgotten. Now, after that, what the yeshivas were doing and what the greats of that generation were doing were discussing the Mishnah. You have a Mishnah. Let's take the very first Mishnah of the Talmud. Okay, first Mishnah of the Talmud is when there's a mitzvah to read the Shema in the evening. In the evening, b'shach b'cha u'v'kumecha, we say this in the Shema. U'v'shach b'cha u'v'kumecha, when you lay down and when you rise. What does it mean when you lay down, when you rise? Says the oral Torah, you should read the Shema in the evening and in the morning. Okay. So the question is now, when is the evening? Says the Mishnah. When's considered the evening? When do we consider it? Says the Mishnah. The Mishnah has a couple of opinions. This one says it was actual nightfall. One says a little before nightfall. So the Gemara, the Talmud comes and looks at it and says, well, what made this opinion say what he says? Where did they get it from? And more importantly, who do we roll like? Okay. There are many, many principles by which we follow in order to figure this out. Besides that, Judaism has a very lot of information which are around these laws. Learning out the beginning of the first tractate, starts talking about, rising in the. It starts talking about the night being split into three parts. What's the night being split into three parts? The whole story comes. The Talmud goes into King David. King David got up. What time did he get up? It's a whole shebang, right? Where's all that information on the Mishnah? The Mishnah says the Talmud is a record of the discussions which came about from the Mishnah. You can imagine you have an instruction, a very short instruction for a very major thing. And there's obviously a lot of discussion around it. There were 7 generations that the Talmud makes record of. And we'll mention a few of them. Now, all these names are, these names you can start learning Gemara, learning the Talmud. You'll be all too familiar with all these names. Many of them worked in as contemporaries. We mentioned last week Rabbi and Reish Lakish worked in a tremendous way together. There was in the generations. Along these generations, there was a pair of people called Rav and Shmuel. Now, Rav means Rabbi, and we only had that before with Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, Judah the Prince, also called Rabbi. He was in Israel, so he was Rabbi in Hebrew. Rav, who's Rav? His name was Rabbi Abba. But he was such a great man that people simply called him Rav. Shmuel was his counterpart. Shmuel also was very well versed in secular knowledge as well as Torah. He said he lived in a place called Nahar Dor, and he said the pathways of the heaven of the constellations are as clear to me as the pathways of Nahar Dor. He was a genius of a man who also had a very great contact with the Babylonian philosophers and astronomers, people who highly respected him. Just to give you an idea, in the Talmud, Rav and Shmuel are quoted hundreds of times, mostly arguing with each other. And this was the clash. You had something, it was always, as we mentioned by Rabbi and Reish Lakish, they always wanted something to think differently, to deal differently. And much of it followed logic, some of it followed tradition, an argumented tradition, an unclarity which the Gemara always has to unravel, has to make clear this unclarity. Did he get it right? Did he get it wrong? If there's a few people who said one thing, then he's refuted. This is how it goes. The law always follows Rav when it comes to forbidden matters or permitted matters. Is something kosher or not? And Rav and Shmuel have an argument. The law follows Rav. That was his line of expertise. The law always followed Shmuel when it came to business laws. When it came to monetary issues. The reason was because Shmuel lived in Nahar Dor, which was a major city of commerce, and these cases were coming to him constantly, and therefore his field of expertise was money matters. And the law follows Rav when it comes to Isur, to forbidden or permitted items, and the law follows Shmuel b'Mamoini in money-related issues. Shmuel, as we said, lived in a place called Nahar Dor. Rav lived in a place called Surah. Both had very great yeshivas in them. The yeshiva in Nahar Dor eventually got destroyed, and the new yeshiva opened in a place called Pumbedisa, all cities in Babylon. The next pair we'll speak of again is people who put hundreds of times in the Talmud. Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi, again, Rabbi is the great one. He was just referred to like that. And Rabbi Yosef. The Talmud says Rabbi was somebody who was referred to as the uprooter of mountains. He was so sharp that if there was a mountain, there was something there which seemed to be just so given and so obvious. He was the one who dug under it and uprooted it, and it's not so obvious. He was as sharp as that. Yosef was referred to as Sinai. Is the nickname Sinai meaning he was so well versed in quantity of everything that just wants to know. It was as if people compared him. He stood on Sinai and heard it all. You know, he just knew everything. And in fact, there is an argument in the Talmud. The question was, you can only have one Rosh Hashiva. Now, one boss, more or less, they did work in pairs, but who would be the Rosh Hashiva? And the question arose is, who's better, the sharp one or the one who knows everything? And the question, if I remember correctly, was sent to Israel at a certain point, till a certain point, the authority in Israel was recognized by the Babylonian sages because it was Israel, and ultimately everything goes to them. When the migration started, that kind of faded away because there was nothing left then. So they sent to Israel, they said, Sinai, it is the one Rabbi Yosef, the one who knows everything. Because ultimately, everybody, the phrase was, everybody needs the one who sells wheat. Everybody needs flour. That means you gotta know at the end of the day, the question is how sharp you are, right? But you gotta know it. You gotta know the information for a start. Therefore, he was to be the one more important. Maybe the most famous pair was a pair of people called Abaya and Rova. Abaya, just to give you an idea, lived till 60 years old, and yet is quoted in the Gemara about 1,400 times. Rova, who lived till about 70, is quoted in the Gemara about 2,000 times. And now there are more than pages in the Talmud than 2,000 runs around there. You cannot turn a few pages in the Talmud without getting Abaya and Rova once or twice. Abaya, in fact, was an orphan and brought up by Rabbi. His predecessor is Rabbi and Rova. Abaya was an orphan brought up by Rabbi, and in fact, Abaya wasn't really his real name. Abaya is an acronym. There's a verse that says, Asher B'cho Yerucham Yosem. It is in you that, the verse says, it is in you, Hashem, that an orphan is given benevolence. Hashem is benevolent to the orphans. Asher B'cho Yerucham Yosem is Abaya. The beginning of the words that day was referred to, and that was Hebrew to be Abaya. The halacha, interestingly enough, although Abaya is quoted this amount of time, 1,400 times in the Gemara, the halacha usually follows Rova. It's interesting. Usually, many times how the halacha was decided was by the later ones. That was the next generation who were able to look objectively to what the previous generation had says and ruled it. So that was what they did, and most of the time it came to be as Rova. But Abaya was the Rosh Hashiva in his day. So just because you were the head of the yeshiva this time in Pumbedisa, it didn't mean that the law always followed you. That was a question of if the next generation was going to give the vote, were they going to give it like? So this kind of pattern followed. These were huge yeshivas. These weren't just a few boys getting together. These were places of Torah, which, and we mentioned the other time that twice a year the sages instituted in Babylon there was to be something called the Yarchei Kallah. The Yarchei Kallah was a yerach, a moon, yorayach in Hebrew. The yerach is a moon, means a month. 2 months during the year, about 10,000 Jews would converge on these yeshivas and devote the month to learning. All business was stopped, whoever they were doing, they took a holiday, and that was it. They came to learn, and this was all in these yeshivas where it wasn't just boys again. It was older people who wanted to devote their lives to holiness, sat there and at the feet of these great men. The ones who transcribed officially, all this was written in note form, and so the ones who transcribed the Talmud at the end was a pair of people also who were known as Ravina and Ravashi. Ravina and Ravashi were again contemporaries and started transcribing all this discussion and all this information. We are told that the actual transcribing took about 6 months for each tractate. About 39, if I'm not mistaken, tractates of Talmud, and each one took about 6 months. Again, sifting through what would go in, what would not go in, who would they, who would they follow? There was a major amount of discussion, and the beautiful thing about it is that it's many times recorded in the Talmud as a discussion. That's how it was recorded in the generations before. He said this, they said it, and often got rough. The sages always loved each other deeply, and argument was always for the sake of heaven. It wasn't a personal thing, but it was often a question: did you have the right to argue with the Rosh Hashiva? Who were you? There was some people said there was a case where somebody was expelled for not showing the right respect for somebody who knew better. It's very, very lively and very animated. The one who, which we call the Chasimas Talmud, the seal, was laid on the Talmud by the son of Ravashi, who was called Mar. Ravashi. Mar actually has two meanings. We go to Israel. Mar means bitter. But if you want to say Mr. Schwartz, it's Mar Schwartz. Okay? Mar Goldberg. Mar means sir, or that way, Mr. or sir. Mar Baravashi, again, he was called sir. Not sure what his actual name was, but it was called Mar Baravashi. Again, that's the first syllable of Mara. Or for the sake of the bitter, yes, the bitter parts of the two have connection. Yeah. So, Mar Baravashi sealed the Talmud about the year 500. From then on, we call it the seal of the Talmud, the sealing of the Talmud, because from then on, nobody has the ability to refute, to argue with anything which is laid down in the Talmud. Why? It was at that time that once again they had the consensus of all the Jewish sages. Everybody got together and everybody, in an honest way, was able to sift through and to argue through the law of what should go in. And they went through it and chewed it over and over for years and years, over generations, and it all got into the Talmud. After that, the Jewish people, that was it. Communities started to crop up different ways. They put the seal on the Talmud, and that was it. This is the information. From then on, till this day, what we call the basis of Jewish knowledge, where everything is pulled together, is in the Talmud. Mainly for law, there is the Midrash, which is for homiletics, with the other different, there is the Zohar for Kabbalah, different, but for law. And to much of also the deep elements of the Torah and the stories of the basis is the Gemara. The Gemara does do a lot of ruling, the Mishnah does ruling, and the Gemara doesn't do a lot of ruling. But always new things, vistas are opened. New vistas are always open. We've got to understand that for the next 1500 years until today, there have been thousands of Jewish books written. The question was asked, as we go through Jewish history for the next 1500 years until today, we're going to see how everything was built up to the Talmud. The build-up was, the Talmud has a lot of information. Not always does the Talmud come to a conclusion. More importantly, there are different questions that the Talmud doesn't directly address. And this is endless. It goes on endless, especially when it comes to the modern day era, or the last 100 years, when technology starts. But everything must be based on the Talmud. The question is, according to the principles of the laws that the Talmud prescribes, the Mishnah prescribes, how do we deal with this case? That is the basis for every Jewish law book that comes up from today, from that day, from the seal of the Talmud. No new information was invited. You had new information. Where did you get it from? You got it from somebody. Why wasn't it transcribed? So there was a reason why it wasn't transcribed, because probably the law didn't follow you, and so on. So everything, and this is the beauty of Jewish law, that there's not only, but it all must be firmly based on the Mishnah and on the Talmud. There's no making up your own thing. And this is until today, the question is where you getting it from. You say something, where do you get it from? What's your source? Are you right by learning that source in this way? And this is in fact what happened about 100 years after the Talmud. There was an era little known about it. Remember that in the Dark Ages, it started around this point. History was lost. It was also seen how the world, after the collapse of Rome, entered into a dark age where things were very backward and very primitive. All the grandeur of Rome was all but lost, and that included Jews who suffered tremendously, and a lot of history was lost. We know that's probably the pocket in Jewish history where we know least of for the next few hundred years after the Talmud, for about 500 and on, until there's different places where, until things get to Spain and so on, things were much better. But the next 100 years after the Talmud, there was a time called the Rabbanon Saboroi, the rabbis who discussed, and they were basically discussing the Talmud, clarifying the Talmud to the people. Much of their clarifications are actually included in the Talmud, in brackets, in parentheses. In the printed Talmud today, you'll see a lot of parentheses. Not all of them are from the Rabbanon Saboroi, but some of them are just plainly explaining what's going on here. Heaps of commentaries were written on the Talmud to explain what it's talking about. We'll get to that later. That started about 500 years afterwards. So this is the idea. And Talmud today, the Gemara today, is learned as the basis for Jewish knowledge. We've just come away from this tremendous celebration of the Daf Yomi, the people taking on to learn a page of Talmud every day, who finish it in 7 years. They're learning Talmud for a reason, not because there's no better law books if you want to know what to do. But the information, where is it? Where's the source? Where does it all start? It starts in the Talmud. And there you go. So if you look at, if you went across this country and you looked at 100 different volumes of Talmud, Hebrew, I guess it's in Mishmash of Aramaic and Hebrew. So I know every word in every issue of Talmud. The Talmud is there's no two prayer books that have the same. That's very good. That's very good. Well, the idea is as follows. The Torah, to be a kosher, safer Torah, every word, every letter has to be identical. And Hashem doesn't need our reasoning, but that's a good job, because every Torah is exactly the same, ain't going to change. When you write down the oral law, the sanctity is more in the content rather than in the words. The Mishnah is very exact. Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi wrote the Mishnah after thinking 15 times of every word. And that's why the Talmud goes to town for pages of why was it worded this way. Okay, as much as you have a lawyer sitting there pondering on this word or that word, and it makes a big difference. So this was why was the Mishnah worded this way, not the other way? The Talmud, although quite exact, was written in an exact way, but the idea was more the content. Because of that, since the Talmud had to be copied over via manuscript, no printing presses until a few hundred years ago, so there were different versions of the Talmud. But was a word in this way or this way? You'll get a lot of Rabba and Rova, ones with an Aleph, the ones with a Hey at the end. That makes a big, big difference sometimes, because Rabba was from an older generation, Rova was from a later generation, and sometimes you can have an argument which doesn't make sense, because how can Rava, how can Rabba be arguing with somebody who he died before? So a lot of, and obviously we have to come to the conclusion that it's not Rabba, it's Rava, so we've got to fix the Talmud, right? Manuscripts will have to be copied and copied and copied over, and therefore a lot of mistakes did creep in. A lot of problems happened because of censorship. You had the Pope who didn't like many parts of the Talmud, especially when it addressed JC into Christian countries. That was all rubbed out. He didn't like certain words in the Talmud. For example, in most 17 days, editions of the Talmud, you won't find the word goy. Just not
And yes, I should make the most of all because they meant to be. Such an inspiration for us. Anyone who knows this class knows what a tremendous individual he is, special and beautiful and show that he is. One who has helped so many and inspired so many. Over the course of his 99 years in the Talmud is printed or transcribed in the Oriental trees, but not forever, and vice versa. To really encourage us to become the best version of that. Today, with the printing, when it started, the printing press will go through when the Talmud started to print, and this was a big deal. So, like you said before, you mentioned one the number of times. Tremendous
Abaya,
safety, security,
something which was arguably was either said by Abaya or somebody else. But most of the time, it's the same. There are books today printed of the various what we call girsis.
Five lines up from Torah
means a version of the Talmud. The printing added together all the versions of the Talmud and pulled them together to days. The best print of the Talmud today, which is considered to be the older edition, from which probably 80% of the yeshivas learned, the boys learned from today, has on the side of it, and they did a tremendous job of sifting through all of this, and with a team of scholars decided which one would be the better version. So that's just as generations go on, they got better.
Literally, a person
That's how the Talmud is alive today.
By day and come to impurity.
Thank God we can even say tens of thousands of young people who don't know who Shakespeare is, who don't know about Rothschild is.
Again,
and they honor the Gemara says, mention all the time, we say the Gemara says, Rashi says, not his said.
You save yourself from the impure thoughts by day, one will save themselves from the seminal in
says is that they are here, they pulsate, they are present, and Rabbi are alive today in the Jewish people because of the contributions to what they made to the Talmud.
What about this one?
The one who headed the community leader was quite a figure. It was a very important position. He had to be, as we said, from the house of David, and he was given unparalleled honor. One of the honors was the Kaddish we say,
in addition to just postulating, don't have impure thoughts by day, because if you do, it'll lead you ultimately again to similar extent, or in a greater or in a more expansive way. Make sure that you're being spiritually proactive. Don't allow yourself to get into things that ultimately are going to only lead you to a path of impurity. Be proactive, be forward thinking, be well on the Lord, understand certain activities will lead to certain results, and therefore avoid the activities from the beginning. But it could also mean there are different periods of life. There's young periods and there's vital periods. Young periods represent the times when everything is good. When things are good, bolster your spirituality. Sure, because if you do that, then when life becomes difficult, life becomes challenging, you will be spiritually prepared to meet those challenges. People like to think that you're going to find God in the midst of adversity. Sometimes you do. Most of the time, in the midst of adversity, I'm just too focused on survival to worry about God, to worry about spirituality. If I prove my spirituality in terms of tranquility, then in times of adversity, I'm ready to meet the challenge. That's the chapter as well. So Mahaher Adam Bayom. Yom represents the good times in life. Don't be Mahaher. Mahaher means like daydreaming. Daydreaming. Don't daydream when things are good. Don't coast when things are good. When life is good, when your family is good, when your parnasa is good, when your health is good, that's good the time. Push on all cylinders. That's good the time. Get the pedal to the metal. That's good the time to work even harder. Don't go ahead and use the young periods of life and kind of just waste them with daydreaming. No. When life is good, life is stable, life is happy, that is that's good to push yourself harder even in your weakness. Because if you don't do that, the Yahweh will be Tuma Balai. If you reach the young periods of life, don't build yourself spiritually, then when you come to light, when you come to difficult periods in life, which will come, you will come to tumult. You won't know what to do. You'll be ruined. You won't know how to meet the challenge. You won't know how to meet the adversity. And unfortunately, you could spiritually fall apart. Those who daydream by day, those who squander the opportunity to build themselves spiritually when life is good, tranquil, and happy, ultimately fall apart in the midst of adversity. They come to tumult by life. Incredible usage. So we'll say, so now we do like something practical, the most incredible dinners in all class. Because I'm not going to Ben Yair. Based on this, the Pinchas Ben Yair said as follows. He said as follows. Torah, Megillah Daisy. So it says, interestingly enough, the idea over here is as follows. Now, what does it mean based on this? What the previous Gemara was really teaching us is this idea that life and the periods of life lead in one to the other, right? So literally translated, don't have impure thoughts by day, because you come to someone in the not just you do by day, ultimately as at night. Again, if you broaden understanding, if you boast to yourself by your good times of life, you will be ready to meet the adversity in the challenge. So think of the thing that says, now that I understand that in life, every stage builds on the next. Right? Every night builds on day, and therefore life is a series of sequential steps. Here's how the thing that says this follows. This is beautiful. Torah, Megillah Daisy. Torah, look at Rashi. Rashi says, so a person literally means Torah. The Torah brings a person to Zechirus. I will say this is incredible now. Rashi says, what is Zechirus? According to Rashi, Zechirus ultimately means, if I'm steeped in Torah, then when presented with the opportunity to sin, I will be vigilant in trying to avoid that pitfall. Girded with the right spirituality, I will be armed to go ahead and avoid the pitfall of sin. Okay, Zechirus, Megillah Rizus. And again, when I go ahead and I'm careful to avoid sin, that leads to alacrity in the performance of mitzvahs. Rizus, right? Because remember, like everyone else says, Surmeira v'yaseh tov. Avoid evil and do good. So if I'm zahir, if I'm careful with the avoidance of Avilah, then ultimately again I will come to Zrizus, to alacrity in the performance of mitzvahs. Zrizus, Megillah Rizus. Ultimately, again, if there's Zrizus, right, and I'm focused on performing mitzvahs with zeal and with alacrity, that leads to cleanliness. Rashi says cleanliness from what? Cleanliness from sin. Because if I'm so focused on alacrity and I'm so focused on a zeal and a slavus for mitzvahs, then by definition I'm avoiding the temptation to sin. Mikias, Megillah Rizus, and if I'm not doing I'm free from sin, right? I'm cleansed from sin, so to speak. That leads to precious. Precious, he says, means I recognize that even in the realm of that which is permitted, I still have to draw my line. Just because something is permitted doesn't mean that I should do it. Rashi says, even so that if we permitted, I'll draw my line and not indulge in my line. Precious. And ultimately I am precious, freeing myself even from that which I needed. Because I know that I don't need it, that leads to a sense of tara, beautiful purity. Tara, Megillah Rizus. The tara ultimately leads to a sense of chasidus. Remember again, which makes sense because precious means going and separating myself, ultimately even from the things that are permitted, but I know that I don't need, I don't want to overindulge. That leads to a sense of purity. Purity leads to chasidus. Fasting is something that goes above and beyond expectations. Chasidus, Megillah Rizus. Chasidus leads to humility, because again, even once I become a chassid, I recognize that there's so much more that I could be doing that would generally result in humility. Another Megillah Rizus. Humility leads to a sense of fear of sin, because once I'm humble and I recognize how much more I have to do, I'm even more vigilant about avoidance of sin. Megillah Rizus. And ultimately, again, this fear of sin leads me ultimately to a heightened level of holiness. So So Kedusha leads
was
me to
we're going
Ruach
to number a
HaKodesh,
few of
and
them.
Ruach HaKodesh maybe
One of the
lead
Goyim
to
was called
and
Amram
ultimately
Goy.
again Ruach HaKodesh
Amram, the first
that
name
leads to
time we have Amram is
Tchias.
the
What
father
that
of
means to
Moshe.
Tchias,
Moshe
the
ben
person
Amram.
himself as the part
His
of
name
Tchias.
was Amram
What
Goy.
it means is if
And
everybody gets to the
he
level
is
of Ruach
famous
HaKodesh,
for
the
having
Baruch Hu brings us to
composed
Tchias and
written
to Mashiach.
the first
The
Siddur.
Chassidus, so what's the famous
Some
difference
classes
in
you went with
By the way,
first
what's
Siddur
incredible
written.
about this, you know,
It was written,
Rothschild, the most famous title,
shall we say,
from
a couple hundred years
based
into
on
the Common
this
Era.
statement that I've been
Not exactly
So
a
he sounds
date,
familiar.
although
It's because
the
I've
other
seen
group,
it in Shas a couple of times also, but it's also
you
because
have
the entire
around probably
the
years
entire
600 or
session is model
700.
on this idea. The most I
Rabbi
so you
Amram
see
Goy.
We'll
got it
get
there?
into this more, and there's so much to say that we spend a week just on
Right,
this
I'm
tomorrow.
on 600.
Later,
There,
just on
in
this tomorrow.
Talmud, yeah.
But then so I think
500
the
of the Common Era was the
is that every
Hasilas of
spiritual
Talmud
growth
Ravashi. That's right, yeah.
is multiple steps, multiple sequential steps. One leads to
Which
the other,
basically constitutes the basic Siddur that we have today. A number of people who wrote Siddurim. There's a Siddur or called the Machzer, which today many people have Machzer is the usually used for a either the High Holy Day festival. However, the word Machzer was used also for a regular Siddur. A student of Rashi wrote a Siddur. Maimonides, as part of his codification of the entire Torah, writes down at least the headings of the entire Siddur for the entire year. So, but the first one who wrote down the Siddur was Amram Goy. Till then, the Chazan would really not just need to qualify for being able to read, or being able to sing, or whatever it was. The Chazan was somebody who would know the prayers. Everybody sort of knew the Amida and the Shema, and a few other key things. We remember the man of the Great Assembly, the Anshikneses Agadola, Mordechai, his generation Ezra. They were the ones who composed the Shemona Esrei, the Amida, and some other parts of the key elements of the davening. However, all the build-up that we have to it today, which came throughout the generations, was not really written officially. Amram Goy was the first one who organized it again. He was the authority of the Jewish world, and therefore he was able to take that responsibility on his shoulders.
Gives it to us.
The most famous of all the Gedolim,
also interprets things a little bit
the
differently
one
than
who
Rashi.
really we can say at the time was, again, we mentioned if we would number 20, 30 people who were the cornerstones of Jewish life and Jewish learning and Jewish continuity, he would definitely be one of them. His name was Reb Sadia Goy. Reb Sadia Goy, Maimonides writes of him, if it not for Sadia, the Torah would have been forgotten from the Jewish people. Reb Sadia Goy lived in a time in which the yeshivas in Babylon were more on the decline. Things sometimes were difficult, financially things were difficult in general, there was a lot of internal politics and fighting for the country, and also internal. Reb Sadia Goy, he was born in the year 882 in Egypt, and he was an all-rounder. There was nothing that he could profess in. We have 24 books that survived the war that he wrote. We have 24 books that he composed on a vast array of areas in Jewish thought, in Jewish literature, in Jewish poetry, in responsa, books on grammar, books on again on philosophy and on different other sort of subjects that were coming up at the time. A genius. He came at also a very key time as far as the internal problem, shall we call it, that was going on then within the Jewish people. There was the system, as we know, of the Reish Galusa. The Reish Galusa didn't usually
on the condition
Many times didn't
that
go
they
from
cut
father
it
to son.
down. The code takes
Yeah,
and has to be cut down.
you had to fight for the position. There were qualifications. You had to be
Mayor
for
says
David, so many times it
only
did
seldom
stay in the family.
cut down.
But
You can't sell
there
them
was a
anything that
particular
is
rich
attached
Galusa
even if they say that they're
who
going to
had
cut
two
it down.
nephews.
Shachas,
The older nephew was a man called Onon ben David.
so ultimately,
And this
Shachas is like a fire. Like
although
you
he
sell them
was,
to father,
again,
that
from
you
the
have
family
to
of
put it down, on the
Galusa,
condition that
he
they're
was
going to
the
cut
older
it
one
down.
of the two nephews. It would even be that
And
the
Mayor
rich
says,
Galusa
no,
didn't have
a
any sons, and therefore
Mayor says,
the
no,
position
you
was
only sell
going
them
to be
someone that
between
is
one of these two
already
nephews. For whatever reason, the
the
rabbinate
I'm
of the
not
time deemed it fitting that the younger one of these two nephews should be the one to take the position of Reish Galusa. Something that Onon
Mayor says,
ben David took very offensively.
Mayor says, no, you only sell them already meat that has
He
been
went
cut
to
down.
the Caliph,
So
he went to the
interestingly enough,
king,
so
the Muslim
three
king of
different
the time.
cases. First was treating
The
Elon,
Caliph
second was
initially
Shachas'
didn't
father, third was
didn't
Thomas
hold them for anything
In all of these
worthwhile.
cases,
He told them to say, the good thing about the Reish Galusa system for the Caliph or for the king of the time is that the Jews were out the way. The Reish Galusa taxed the Reish Galusa was, had all the authority. Money came into the coffers of the king. What do you want better? So he told them to go for a guy. He said, that's it.
just a case with tree. Bahakari Mayor came under
When
a
that
policy
didn't
of
help,
Mashile. I would have said he's with tree.
because of his rage against the rabbinate,
There's no
it started
loss. I would
brooding in
have said
him
that's the case, but ultimately we have
to
to be
start
concerned
off
that the option not going to cut it down.
a breakaway.
How
To
high
start off a
the
movement
Mashile
which would be
Imam
anti
Mordechai
the
but in the
rabbinate.
case of ultimately for the other
And he
cases,
started
that's
off a
if you
movement
read
called the Korobim,
ultimately the item goes
or
bad,
in
perhaps in
English
that
is the
case. Rabbi
Karaites.
Meir would agree with Rabbi Huda. Asking about any condition below Yadi Shvachai,
Mikra. Mikra means
well, so
scripture.
furthermore, what did you say in the
And
other
similar
cases
to the
where ultimately,
Tzaddukim, to the
again, there's
Sadducees,
no recognizable
something
sheva,
very
right?
similar woke up once again, much later on in Babylon. He said, well, these rabbis come and say they have the Talmud, got this and they got that. Who said, don't believe them, we have the Chumash, we have the scripture, Tanakh, we're going by the Tanakh. Now, if you want to, it's sort of appealing. It was very appealing, or it was acceptable to those communities who were not under the direct influence of the Galunim or of the yeshivas in Babylon, or the Jewish communities outside Babylon. These Koraim also seemed to be an appealing movement, and because the idea was a very frugal one. You're going to be more, they were more religious than the religious. Since they, obviously they couldn't ignore the oral law totally, Borat Tefillin, it doesn't say anything about Tefillin. But Onan ben David with his Koraim movement, he decided that it was, there were certain things which, yes, we have a tradition, but you were able to play around with that, or those things which seem to be saying, say in the Torah clearly, you must follow them absolutely. So, for example, the famous one was, it says in the Torah, you're not allowed to burn a fire on Shabbos, and that's why the Koraim would have cold food on Shabbos, which was another the other stage where the Cholent idea came in, where the Kohanim of the time. So Cholent is, what should we say? Cholent is 1500 years old. The idea was that he was.
What's the situation? What's the now?
You see,
Hustle
the
time in my shirt,
Kohanim would not be a dangerous sect. The rabbis would need to see fit to address them, or definitely not to make an institution to rebut them, but they were. They had some great following in that day. And they instituted all sorts of peculiar things. For example, we have in the Torah, the Torah says a person is not supposed to go away from his place on the Shabbos. Now, the oral Torah tells us what that means. There's something called Kum Shabbos. The boundary, the place of how far you're allowed to go on Shabbos. Today, the limit for that is 2,000 amas, 2,000 cubits outside the last house, the last structure of the city, of the town.
Rabbi
the
Meir
two
Rabbi says it's mutter.
there once
It's
says,
mutter,
even if you're
ultimately
walking, there doesn't
again,
one
as
person
long
to
as
go
he
right,
intends to shut.
till
Rabbi Meir
the
says
end of
no,
the day.
the result of it
There
only
wants you
wants
to rest on
actually
Shabbos.
shut. So
They
interestingly enough,
translated
same
it.
exact matter.
What do you
Yes, once again here he
Oh,
talks
yeah,
about
it's
the
a
result,
Yisrael,
that
but
the result
Yevashvi
along the
wasn't
condition
allowed
that
to
he
go away from
shifted,
his place
that
on the
is enough
seventh
to
day.
result
So he's
in
got to stay home all
life,
Shabbos.
life on the condition that he's
So,
shifted. And that concern
these
is
were the
going to
kind of things
okay,
that
what's
they
incredible?
sort of
Mishnah
went with.
Ba'am off on the base. In
That
masculine
worked
back in
from a
Eretz
political
Yisrael,
side of view.
you cannot rent
When
an
Onan
apple,
Ben
a
David
whole in
eventually
Eretz
got a
Yisrael.
good
It's
following,
not
he
only
went and he
sucks.
got to the
Certainly you
Caliph.
cannot
He
rent
got
and
to the king and
okay.
he got
With the
permission, and
Sriya,
since he was a
understand what's
breakaway from
Sriya.
mainstream
Rashi says
Judaism,
over here,
he
Sriya
could become the Reish Galusa
is
over his
Aram
people.
Sova.
He told us
So,
this is a different community. This is a
Aram
different
Sova
set of rules. They've got to have a Reish Galusa,
is
to which the
and
Caliph
this is an
agreed.
area that David Hanmelech conquered on his own. In other words, he
And he
did not
started
go
having
ahead
an
and
influence
control.
on
This
the
is not a
ignorant
mechanism
masses,
itself.
those who weren't
But
under
rather,
the
again, this is an
direct
area that he conquered.
influence of the yeshivas, as we
There's a whole
said.
discussion over here
The one who stepped in
about whether
to
or not Aram
battle
Sova
them was
Syria
Rabbi Goyim.
has
This is one of the
Kedushas
major
as
things that
itself.
he had, that
That's
he
an
did. He
ongoing
wrote
process. You see in the
books.
Gemara.
He wrote
So
a
the
book
Syria
which he
Kappa
clearly
Mastir
delineated
about
what the
Syria.
origins and the
You
truth
rent
of the
fields,
oral Torah, and that the
you rent
Goyim and
homes,
the
but you
Talmud
can't
were not standing up for things that they got a bit made up or wanted to bring in, but these are all solidly based from Moses from Sinai. He was a very big threat to the Quran, and until at one point he was physically assaulted by some of members from them and had to flee to Egypt. Rabbi Goyim moved to Egypt and then moved away to Israel. He went to Tiberias, where he also met, there was a great yeshiva over there in Tiberias still, where things were still going on in Israel, the Gadol especially. There's a great yeshiva over there. Another sort of thing, another thing that happened was, is I think one of the only times in history that since the Jewish calendar was instituted, there was an argument as to exactly how things would be working ahead. There was the opinion in Tiberias was from the yeshiva over there that the fact everything was a day off. And Rabbi Goyim spent a huge amount of time and effort to reconcile this. This was going to be a threat to, again, to the Jewish world at large. And there was a lot of internal strife, politics, even as to taking sides of who was right. Until Rabbi Goyim, he was, when he took on something, he went until the end, as we saw with the Quran. He didn't stop for anything, and he didn't settle until this was reconciled. In his lifetime, also, Rabbi Goyim got into a bit of a riff-raff with the Reish Galusa. The Reish Galusa wanted him to sign a certain document to which he didn't agree, and there erupted a hate between himself and the Reish Galusa, which took years to reconcile. This was Rabbi Goyim. But in the end of the day, with dignity, he went through everything and prevailed on all his battles. It's interesting, the Karaim were are constant. They actually still exist. There's about 300 families in different little towns in Israel today who consider themselves Karaim.
What exactly? What is that?
At the high point, they numbered about 100 people who kind of had this group. Most of them
They
at that time converted to Islam. It was once you out the door.
So it's almost like it's like Pasha.
To most of them, there was only a stage for assimilation and integration with the rest of the people. They didn't have a backbone on their own. But the core existed, and constantly existed, but was only considered to be something to address in the time of Rabbi Goyim, as well as a few hundred years going down the line. Every so often, there was the issue of the Goyim, which had to be addressed by a number of sages.
Furthermore, if the field is rented by an Akum, Gemara is suggesting that
What
perhaps
exactly happens
that
with that?
takes away the kedusha of the land, and because of that, the produce will be
I'm not
nicer.
sure
So
exactly.
you're removing the
you can
kedusha of the produce from the
interesting bunch, I
produce
guess.
by
But
renting
they
it
still,
out
at least
to
they're
another.
they be remnants of
And
them.
therefore,
Still,
yeah,
they're
if
not
that's the case,
strong.
there should be two problems with renting a house.
The remnants of
Number
them
one,
do
chada,
exist.
chanias kaba, you're giving up for holding the
Hopefully,
chada become masculine in the zuzah. Furthermore, if you rent a home to an akum, ultimately again, it's no longer subject to mezuzah. So you're taking away its kedusha from mezuzah. On the session, no, mezuzah is called sadai. It's interesting. Mezuzah is not a thing on the home. Mezuzah is an obligation on the dweller, right? The haraya, the proof to that is, if I own a home, no one's living there, there's no obligation of mezuzah. So therefore, again, the obligation of mezuzah is upon me, chova sadar, not upon the home itself. Therefore, the act of renting
what
out the
happened
home
was,
to the
in his day,
does not
the
remove
Babylonian
the
Empire
home
started
from
to
the
shake.
thing of mezuzah.
That's when
There
it
just
started
is no din
to
of
sort of
mezuzah
going
on
down.
the home. As opposed to, let's say, going
As
ahead
well as
and
also,
renting the
there
field
was
to an akum,
internal
where
politics
potentially you're removing
with
the
the
kedusha of
yeshiva
the
in
land. So
Pumbedisa and the
it's
yeshiva
incredibly
in Bovel in
important. So
Babylon.
this Gemara is
And
highlighting this
so
idea
much so
that
that
the
because of
fundamental
internal
difference
strife,
between
it was on the
renting
verge, on the
fields and
threshold
renting
of closing.
homes.
Things
Renting fields is
as we
going to
know
be
that
more
how things
problematic
can
in the
escalate
position
that
of
way.
picking up.
Reb Shlomo Cohen
Right?
came at the last
Why?
minute and
Because again, when you
saved
rent a
the
field to an
situation
akum,
of the yeshiva in Pumbedisa.
number one, lo sechani, you're giving them a quasi foothold, an akum
Well, the
quasi
old idea
foothold,
of the
quasi
Yarmuk
land
column
ownership.
of the
In
2 months
itself.
a year
Number
when
two,
everybody would
you are
converge
removing
to the yeshiva,
kedusha of
working
the
men
land.
will
This
take off
idea
and
that
converge to the
rental
yeshiva
of
to
land
come
to
and
an
learn.
akum removes the
He
kedusha
also
of the land
made a great
is a big
network of
focus.
fundraising,
More
which was
is kind
desperately
of
needed
going
to
with
keep
that
the
assumption.
yeshivas
That's
in
the double
Babylon
problem with
open.
renting field.
Again,
That's
with
why if you notice
attracting
in Mishnah,
Talmidim, with
both according to the
attracting
mayor and Rabbi
students,
Yossi,
we had
you are
many
not
letters
allowed to rent
that survived
fields
from
to
Reb
an
Shlomo
akum
Cohen,
in Eretz
fundraising
Yisrael.
letters. He
Right?
sent
According
to
to both of them.
all the
So
Jewish
interestingly
communities
enough, their
around.
focus is about
This
renting
was the
homes.
yeshiva.
But
This
again,
was the
everyone's
place
going
where
to believe
this was the appeal.
we'll see a little bit differently,
how
but the rental of
that
fields
ceased
is a
to
more
be an
severe
appeal.
issue than the rental of a
But
home.
as of then,
Amazing. So one goes
this
like
was the
in the
place.
story
If there was no
Maskirin
yeshiva in
and in
Pumbedisa
Syria,
and
you're
other
allowed to go
places
ahead
in
and
Bovel, that was it. There was
this
going to be
is
no
there. In
Judaism.
Syria, you're allowed to
That
rent
was
them
his pitch.
homes. So
And
more says, Maishlam Mechira. I'm sorry. Maishlam Mechira is the home. So what's it? So, okay, but why can't you sell them the home in Syria? Mishum Mechira there is Israel. Because we're concerned that if we allow you to sell a home to an akum in Syria, you're going to come to sell a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. The Mechira Shinani means, right? So that's the case, which is why we should say you shouldn't be able to rent either. You shouldn't be able to rent a home to an akum in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. No, Sarah says, "Ki gufa gzera, va'ano nekom v'nigzar gzera gzera." Someone says, no, because remember, technically speaking, there's nothing, even renting a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael, there's only a problem lest you come to sell them at home in Eretz Yisrael. So now, he said, what are we going to do? We're going to start saying, you can't go ahead and even rent a home to an akum in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael, lest you come to then sell a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. It's too many steps to move. And we don't make desires like that. It's so many different ways. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, in Syria, you are allowed to rent a home to an akum. I ignore the house, he was studied in Syria, the Kagashi, one second. Well, he said, but in Syria, you're not allowed to rent a field to an akum in Syria, and that's a multi-level layer of Syria. I mean, we see still to which the Gemara says, no, it's different. Awesome laws is zero. That's different. That's not zero. However, Kibush Yafach make Kibush. So again, the issue is like this. Rabbi Meir holds that conquering the double amount conquering Syria is actually a proper conquering, and was next to Eretz Yisrael with Kedusha and Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, again, you cannot rent a field to an akum in Syria, the same way that you can't rent a field in Eretz Yisrael. Simply, this is Eretz Yisrael. I Gemara says, but if that's the case, Sada, the Isbeit Harti Gaza B'Ramadan, Batim the less Beit Harti Gaza B'Ramadan. But still, Syria is different. Syria is different, and ultimately, again, in reality, not only applied the prohibition of renting fields did not rent a home in Syria. So this is very interesting. The Meir's model, Syria essentially has Kedusha Israel. But in Syria, Chazal only goes there on the rental of the field, ultimately again not the rental of the field. Okay, interesting. Good. The first line, Umar says, Sabed is the entirety Gaza. Interestingly enough, I'm sorry, the first line, Sabed is the entirety Gaza. Back in the last two title of Gaza. So again, like we just said before, field and there's two issues. What are the two issues? Number one, no seconding. Number two, you remove the obligation of tithing. That's what Chazal goes there. But the rental of a home, really, again, there's only one potential thing. Chazal will not goes there. Incredible. Yossi or before starting to steal land back. So Yossi says, in Chutz I'm sorry, there is so much going on. So now again, remember, we come to the view of Rabbi. So Yossi holds, you're allowed to rent them homes, can't rent fields. In Syria, you can sell them homes and rent them fields. And in Chutz you do whatever you want. He says to you, my time up, so those two part means Chazal. So there's that like this. So Sados is in this is in Eretz Yisrael. So Sados that field have two issues. Right now, there's no second and removal of obligation of tithing. Ultimately, again, you can't rent for nothing. Right? So like so this is entirely Gaza Rabban. Back in the entirety of Gaza Rabban. Ultimately, again, one issue, then you go in. Chazal will not go. Interesting. As we Syria Mokri, my time, what you see like Syria, you're allowed to sell, there. Or you say you could sell homes and rent fields. Kasabar, people suffered emotionally. Rabbi is of the opinion that ultimately the conquering of Syria did not enact not have Kedusha Israel. The only way to have Kedusha Israel is if it's a war that is sanctioned by the country, right? And again, Charlie saw participation. Aram Sofa Syria was David God's personal military campaign. Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that that is not endowed with Kedusha Israel. So that the state title was Rabbanan, Fatim was the title was Rabbanan, and therefore again Syria, ultimately Syria does not have Kedusha Israel. So therefore again Rabbi Yossi says when it comes to the field, those two issues, both Sechamim and no Meiser, Chazal will go there, and a home which only has one issue to it, Chazal will go there. Incredible. Before starts nothing. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yossi goes in full starts. You can pretty much do whatever you want. So you must in my time up. Even the Merchat will get since full starts is so far from Eretz Yisrael, Chazal wouldn't go there. They just weren't going there on this. I'm not even going to show. I love Rabbi Yossi. So he was in the Shul. I love Rabbi Yossi. I get what's the deal? What's Rabbi Yossi's position? Rabbi Yossi says, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes to an akum, but you can't rent fields. That's the logic behind that. Fields have two issues, both Sechamim giving them a foothold, and also you remove the produce from tithing obligations. Homes only have one issue of both Sechamim. Now remember again, renting the field to an akum technically speaking is not giving them a foothold. It's zero of if you allow you to rent, you may come to sell. So therefore, so part one, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes, you can rent homes, you cannot rent fields. In Syria, you can sell them homes, which means you can rent homes, and you're allowed to go ahead and rent fields as well. What's the logic? Syria does not have Kedusha Israel. Kibush Yach emotionally. Kibush federal conquering of the land, ultimately again, did not fully annex it to it. It's part of the territory of Israel, but it doesn't have Kedusha Israel. Syria, therefore, again, you can even sell them homes, and you can go ahead and rent them fields. Now, you can't sell them fields, you can rent them fields. Why would we consider that? Because since fields have these double issue, we're a little more careful with it. You can rent them fields in Syria, you can't sell them fields in Syria, because we're concerned if you sell them fields in Syria, you may come to go ahead and engage in the same practices in the fields problematic, and in Chutz, you can do whatever you want. That's the position of Rabbi Yossi. And Rabbi Yehuda says, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi. On Rabbi Yossi, Uberbav, Shelo Yasen Shkuna. See, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi, but what can't you do? You can't sell off land in a way that makes an akum neighborhood. And a shkunat akum, right? You can't make it an akum neighborhood. So the Gemara says, okay, but how much shkunah? So how much is a shkunah? So the Gemara says, Kana in shkunah kakusa mishlosha b'nei adam. So a shkunah is 3 families, 3 people. So this is interesting. Even in situations where you have the right to go ahead and sell off property. Halacha l'maisa, you can't go ahead and make a lakum shchuna to the so I have a lefis from also hayiso nazbel chata b'kofim, but also heichom nazbel leil l'trei. So I was like, why are we concerned about the following? Look at Rashi. Lefis from also hayiso the shar say there's a boom that chata b'kofim nazbel hayiso, but also I obi b'chol nazbel leil l'trei. I'm going to sell to an akum, and maybe the akum is going to subdivide the lot and sell to two more akums. And now suddenly you have a shkuna. So maybe it's really problematic to sell to an akum altogether. To which the Gemara says, Rabbi, I'll lift me I'll lift me the lifting room. So little again, both says, so we actually saw this washing before. Right? So little again, to lift me either, if there's a stumbling block, you can only be concerned for what's in front of you, not for some potential yet unmaterial circumstance. Which I will say is another, as I was saying, you can only take into account that which you have in front of you at the moment. You can't start anticipating for every single circumstance that may or may not. So therefore, the whole thing is I can't sell for 3 apples. I can't say that if I sell the lot and the akum is going to subdivide it, and now it's going to be 3 apples. Could that happen? Sure, could happen. Am I obligated to take that into account? Absolutely not. Shabbos, remember again, last week we spoke on this idea just to reinforce the tremendousness of high school. I'll lift the fakinon, I'll lift the looking one the fakinon. So often in life when you want to embark on a new life initiative, you need to think about all the different things that can go on. What about this? I'd love to be able to try this, but maybe this is going to happen, that's going to happen. It's also life, people do this, and the result in analysis paralysis. If you analyze anything enough, all the different things that could go wrong, the only thing that makes sense is inaction. Imagine a person standing by the curb, right, ready to cross the street. You begin to think about all the possibilities. Okay, something like this. I could trip and fall and upstairs. All the different things that could come. And you know what? The safe, only safe thing to do, ultimately, is to stand on the curb. Just stay where you are. That's safe. That's safe. Analyze any life initiative enough, and it will lead you to analysis paralysis. The Lord Chazal say, we're making decisions in life. Look at what's in front of you. Don't think about every single possible thing that can occur, because again, that will paralyze you. Make good life decisions with the information you have in hand, and move yourself forward. That's what I did. After Malcolm Shabbat here, I remember the Mishnah said that even in a place where you have a right to go ahead and rent out a home to an akum, you cannot rent out a home to be used as a palace. So much as in the crowd, you could dip the road remotely. So it's interesting. So it makes it sound like that there are places ultimately again where we do not rent homes to the akum on the days. Stomach Rabbi Meir. And also this would go ahead and make this family not in accordance with the position of Rabbi Meir. Because Rabbi Meir holds that in Eretz Yisrael we do not let homes to an akum. The Rabbi Yossi, the whole book of the because Rabbi Yossi were allowed to rent anyway. Right? So remember again, the position of Rabbi Yossi that even in Eretz Yisrael, you're allowed to rent. So that statement seems to really be in control with the position of Rabbi Meir. The Chomah Chomah and Yossi was remember again, the Mishnah said that you're not allowed to rent at a bathhouse. The concern is that since everyone knows that the owner of the bathhouse knows the so even though the akum is rented, if he operates on Shabbos, it's going to look like the Jews operating on Shabbos. So the Gemara says, "Tanya, Shimon Yomer, Hosan Chacham makes 21 third line down. Shimon Yomer, will you start again in a Fatima of information? Residents have been living in that bathhouse because the bathhouse is known by the name of the Jew. Always called Chavim Mizeh, Oseh Bal Malacha, Shabbos Islam. And what's going to end up happening? The other Chachamim is going to end up leaving on Shabbos. Makes sense. It's allowed. And the problem just is, it's going to look like he's working for me, and I, the Jew, am operating my bathhouse on Shabbos and Yom Tov. About a kusim, what about a kusim? We have had kusim before. Right? Remember again, kusim. We're transparent to ourselves, but the conversion is subject to speak. Is it authentic or not? What about a kusim? Sure. The Gemara says, but a kusim is permitted. The Gemara says why? The Gemara says about kusim nine shari. Kusim would ultimately again be permitted. Why was saying that the assumption of here is that kusim doesn't work on Shabbos and Yom Tov, right? Because he keeps Shabbos and Yom Tov. So therefore, because of that, he's not going to operate it illegally. But the Gemara says kusi imar avidei malacha b'chol shamay. But again, kusi is going to have it open on Chalamayid. It's not a Chalamayid person is not supposed to do malacha. Shouldn't be concerned about that. And listen, why is it kusi working on Chalamayid? Rashi says begun, and that means shari. I'm sorry. Kusi, go back to Rashi. Kusi. Rashi did some kusi. Well, other than the Shabbat, the Kol Shamoy, Abed the Medrash, so from Mokaishi. So kusi do work on Chol. Shouldn't we be concerned that he's going to keep the bathhouse open over Chol? To which Gemara says, the Kol Shamoy, Anan Nami Apu. So the truth is, we also keep that house open on Chol. Because once Chol is, we're allowed to do malacha for the purpose of the Yom Tov. By having a bathhouse, things that people clean on Chol is a proper Yom Tov malacha. So that's not a problem at all. So it's very interesting. Therefore, the Gemara suggests that here, the halacha reminds you can't rent out your bathhouse to an akum. Why? Because it knows who the owner of the bathhouse is. Even though it's not the Yaakov who operates in the shops in Yom Tov, people will assume that he's working for me. And therefore, I'm in my business, my bathhouse shops. That's what we see, because the police is not going to keep it open on Shabbos. What about renting my field to an other? It says, sure, that's permitted. Obviously, this is talking about not married to slow. Right, so let's say in Chutzlah, everyone agrees to rent out a field to an akum. I'm allowed to rent out my field for my time. But why is that? If the akum is working the field on Shabbos and Yom Tov, shouldn't we be concerned that he's working for me? To which the Gemara says, my time. Well, because his fields sharecropping is a very common thing. So when people see the uncle working in the field on Shabbos, they think he's a sharecropper. So because of that, he's working for his own benefit. He's not working for me. Therefore, it's going to be permitted. It's going to be permitted. So the Gemara says, this is very interesting, right? Because the assumption that since he's a sharecropper, he's working for himself. So why don't say the same thing by bathhouse? Maybe there's like a sharecropping, like remember the sharecropping arrangement. So essentially where the akum is working my field, he guarantees me a percentage, or either a percentage or some defined amount. So therefore, again, I'm guaranteed, but if he works on Shabbos, doesn't work on Shabbos, I'm getting my payment. So therefore, when he works on Shabbos, he's doing that for himself. So why don't we say the same arrangement could exist by the bathhouse? I received the miracle obligation. Because listen, that was not the type of arrangement that was commonly done by a bathhouse. Bathhouse wasn't like that. Bathhouse was a typical rent. So because of that, if the owner is operating on Shabbos and Yom Tov, it looks like he is working on a bathhouse. As opposed to a field where it is common knowledge that most agricultural relationships were sharecropping arrangements. Therefore, when the akum is working on the field, ultimately he's doing it for himself, and I am not deriving any benefit from that. Incredible. I would like to stop here for today. Thank everyone for watching. All of you have a wonderful day.
Rabbi Rothschild ended up in Kiruan, which is Tunis.
Good morning. It is a great responsibility to be with you. To give my thank you all of our sponsors. I am your Thomas responsible. Also, schon very dedicated all the children trusted this year. Miss Kos, Sarah Shabbos, and I'm correspondent for the month of Thomas, the wine merchant, thanking myself for all of the releasing of both the deal and giving the miracle of Yonah son Shai wine 14 years ago. And it's Hashem, such the greatest miracle of all. The arrival of Mashiach. Rabbi Basheva, Ava Eretz dedicating the Shiurim and Josh's listeners, Ilui Nishmas, Shabbos father, Shalom Ben Yehuda Ayu Vei. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Sammy Malka Esterson, in honor of Mr. Morton Esterson's 99th birthday. What a tremendous mazel tov, a tremendous bracha on Mr. Esterson, I would say you could be revenged with Arif Hashem and Mishran. The Baruch Hashem, he has enjoyed Arif Hashem and Mishran. You should continue to enjoy Arif Hashem and Mishran, to gain nachas from his beautiful mishpacha, and Mesh Hashem, and most of all, Mr. Shinas and Kavi. It's just an inspiration for us all, because anyone who knows Mr. Estes knows what a tremendous individual, special and beautiful neshama that he is. One who has helped so many and inspired so many over the course of his 99 years in this world. And yes, Rothschild should resonate with the cause. Continue to inspire, to continue to uplift, to continue to really encourage us to become the best version of us. Of course, these dedicated on learning in the schools of our holy customs and so far as learning the strong and powerful merit of our Holy Spirit. Tremendous Yaakov Shmaya, safety, security to continue to execute our holy mission.
Tremendous horse riders very wild and very fast. So they
21 years starting on top on the days 20. We are taking up at the 2000 5 lines up from the forest wide. So some really beautiful thing I heard about today. And you smash it called Lebanon. You must put in the same passage that we saw in yesterday's
time. They had poetry, philosophy, medicine. They had everything going for them.
So literally, at the end, you shall guard yourself from any evil thing. So what we saw yesterday's path is this is the passage that teaches us about going on a spiritual offense. Identify the things that are going to get you into a bad spot in
That was
life.
certainly a place to be because the
And
Moorish
avoid
were very
them.
not only tolerant of the Jews, but were to a great degree extremely inviting and respectful. They respected philosophy, they respected customs and culture, and
That if a person has impure thoughts by day, again, it's
contributed to this tremendously as we can
morality,
understand.
then it will lead to a seminal mission at night. So if you save yourself from the impure thoughts by day, one will save themselves from the seminal emission by night. So it's along this same theme of spiritual proactivity. Do what you can in order to go ahead and avoid the spiritual or the negative pitfalls of life. So let's say it's actually interesting. I've often thought about this before. We've seen this learning has on a number of different times. But it's interesting to also understand the idea of Yom and Light. Ultimately,
obviously they weren't absolutely free. There was still anti-Semitism. There was still a lot of in-house politics with the Muslims. Muslims weren't all
in addition to just push don't have impure thoughts by day, because if you do, it'll lead you ultimately again to similar mistakes, or in a greater or kind of more expansive way. Make sure that you're being spiritually proactive. Don't allow yourself to get into things that ultimately are going to only lead to a path of impurity. Be proactive, be forward thinking, be raw as I know Lord. Understand certain activities will lead to certain results, and therefore avoid the activities from the beginning. But it can also mean
the governing forces in Spain
the whole the spiritual
were tolerant for the Jews.
There are different periods of life. There's Yom periods and there's Bible periods. Yom periods represent the times when everything is good. What should you do when things are good? Work on your efforts. Bolster your spirituality. Because if you do that, then when life becomes difficult, when life becomes challenging, which inevitably will, you will be spiritually prepared to meet those challenges. You know, people like to think that you find God in the midst of adversity. Sometimes you do. Most of the time, in the midst of adversity, I'm just too focused on survival to worry about God, to worry about spirituality. But if I build my spirituality in terms of tranquility, then in times of adversity, I'm ready to meet the challenge. That's what's chapter as well. Shelo Yahaher Adam Bayom. Yom represents the good times in life. Don't be Maharer. Maharer means like daydreaming. Daydreaming. Don't daydream when things are good. Don't coast when things are good. When life is good, when your family and your parnasa is good, when your health is good, that's good time. To push on all cylinders, that's good time. To put the pedal to the metal, that's good time. To work even harder. Don't go ahead and use the young periods of life and kind of just waste them in daydreaming. No. When life is good, life is stable, life is happy, that is good time. to push yourself harder even in your ruchnius. Because if you don't do that, if you waste the periods of life and don't build yourself spiritually, then when you come to light, when you come to the difficult periods of life, which will come, you will come to tumah. You won't know what to do. You'll be ruined. You won't know how to meet the challenge. You won't know how to meet the adversity. And unfortunately, you could spiritually fall apart. Those who daydream by day, those who squander the opportunity to build themselves spiritually when life is good, tranquil, and happy, ultimately fall apart in the midst of adversity. They come to tumah by life. Incredible usage. So we'll say, so now we're going to post something for the most incredible Gemaras in all of class. You can. I'm not Pinchas Ben Yoel. Based on this, the Pinchas Ben Yoel said as follows. He said as follows. Torah, Mediali Daisy Gibbs. So we'll say, interestingly enough, the idea over here is as follows. Now, what does it mean based on this? But the previous Gemara was really teaching us this idea that life kind of periods of life bleed in one to the other, right? So literally translated, don't type impure thoughts by day, because you come to a similar understanding. So that which you do by day ultimately has an impact at night. Again, if you broaden our understanding, if you bolster yourself by going in the good times of life, you will be ready to meet the adversity and the challenge. So Pinchas Ben Yair says, now that I understand that in life, every stage builds on the next. Every night builds on day, and therefore life is a series of subconscious tasks. Based on our Pinchas says as follows. It's beautiful. Torah, Mediali Daisy Gibbs. So Torah, again, look at Rashi. Rashi says, Ayidisha Osek Ba, Ba'ol Shara, or maybe that's Har Shabbat Mitzvah. So if a person, Torah quite literally means Torah. So Torah brings a person to Zechirus. And I'll say this is incredible. Rashi says, what's Zechirus? Kishaveda Ba'liyato Zahir B'Shamar, Shalai Kasha. So according to Rashi, Zechirus ultimately means, if I'm speaking Torah, then when presented with the opportunity to sin, I will be vigilant in trying to avoid that pitfall. Girded with the right spirituality, I will be armed to go ahead and avoid the pitfall of sin. Okay, Zechirus, Mediali Days Jesus. And again, when I go ahead and I'm careful to avoid sin, that leads to alacrity in the performance of mitzvahs. Jesus, right? Because remember, like Rabbi says, Sonei Ra, Yaseto. Avoid evil and do good. So if I'm careful with the avoidance of Avila, then ultimately, again, I will come to Jesus, to alacrity in the performance of mitzvahs. Jesus, Mediali Days. Ultimately, again, if there is Jesus, right, and I'm focused on performing mitzvahs with zeal and with alacrity, that leads to cleanliness. Rashi says cleanliness from what? Cleanliness from sin. Because if I'm so focused on alacrity of life, I'm so focused on zeal and on slavus to mitzvahs, then by definition I'm avoiding the temptation to sin. Nikias, maybe in the cases, and if I'm healthy, if I'm free from sin, right, if I'm cleansed from sin, so to speak, that leads to precious. Precious, Rashi says, means I recognize that even in the realm of that which is permitted, I still have to draw my lines. Just because something is permitted doesn't mean that I should do it. Rashi says, even so that is technically permitted, I'll draw my line and not indulge in it. First white line, precious, maybe only day title, and ultimately I am precious, separating myself even from that which is permitted. Because I know that I don't need it, that leads to a sense of beautiful purity. Taro, maybe only day chassidus. So Taro ultimately leads to a sense of chassidus. Remember again, which makes sense because precious means going and separating myself ultimately even from the things that are permitted, but I know that I don't need, I don't want to overindulge. That leads to a sense of purity. Purity leads to chassidus. A chassid is someone who goes above and beyond expectations. Chassidus, maybe you'll be a Nava,
there are a number of Jews which we'll go through.
because again, even once I become a pastor, I recognize that there's so much more that I could be doing that in general is another maybe a leader you humility leads to a sense of fear of sin. Because once I'm humble and I recognize how much more I have to do, I'm even more vigilant about avoiding such sin. That's taking a really big position. And ultimately, again, this fear of sin leads me ultimately to a heightened level of holiness. Kedusha מביא לידי רוח הקודש. So Kedusha leads me to רוח הקודש, and רוח הקודש מביא לידי תחיית המסים. And ultimately, again, רוח הקודש, that leads to תחיית המסים. What that means to תחיית המסים, I know it's a person. Sometimes the fact that tחיית המסים, that's what it means is, if everybody gets to the level of רוח הקודש, the Baruch brings us to תחיית המסים to Mashiach. Hasidus was a difference of the yard. And by the way, what the Rabbi you know, Rothschild was kind of something that his entire himself is showing based on this statement of the standard to avoid seeing the chances of and also, but it's also because the entire call the entire session is not on this idea. So you see, we're getting to this point and so much this thing is going to lead tomorrow. It's going to Sephardic, but then so I think the thing that is that having the spiritual growth is
an advisor and a doctor and a statesman of the Caliph in Cordoba. Again, he knew a multitude of languages. He could speak to you in Hebrew, in Arabic, and in Latin. He was so fluent in Latin that when an old manuscript was brought and the Caliph wanted to know what was talking about, one particular monk read and started reading it off in Latin, and simultaneously Hastai was translating it into Arabic. This was, he was super religious and a very good-hearted man.
Why is that?
He was an example to the entire community. He had many projects that he sort of started off. There was a great respect in Spain at the time, in the era of the time, for grammar. Language was something important. And Hastai imported me from somewhere North Africa two great Jewish grammarians. No. People of grammar, linguists, right, of Hebrew. One called Dunash ben Labrat, the other one called Menachem ben Zaruk. Both of whom are quoted quite often in Rashi. These are landmark Jewish people who knew what they were doing in grammar, and he brought them in order to be on par with what had to be on par with in those days.
There's a defined path.
He was also instrumental. He was right at the beginning of when the wars conquered Spain and when the Jewish people came into Spain.
You know, it's just from the heroes.
There was a
one spiritual growth,
and he was really made it his life's
what are you going to start with?
that there should become a yeshiva in Spain. And he did not only succeed.
And of all these things, you are right.
There was one of these
Hasidus is the
four
greatest one.
but one of these four cultured sages ended up in Cordoba. Now, what happened was an interesting story. It was this sage was called Rabbi ben Chanoich. His wife and his child came and he concealed maybe not his identity, but his greatness. Jewish family came out that the community in Cordoba pity on them and ransomed them, and he became the Shamash and the Shul.
Again, exposed the
Keeping a very low profile, there was a sort of yeshiva, there was a yeshiva in Cordoba headed by Rabbi.
So what is the greatest of all these leaders?
Was teaching the tractate of
Nava,
the tractate that deals with Yom Kippur, which is itself goes on to many other subjects and gets very complicated. And there was a certain part which Rabbi Moshe Shamash was eavesdropping to, and he he saw that Rabbeinu
I know what
Nosson
I've
was
accomplished. I know
ignorant
what
of
I
a
am.
certain part of
Because
the
I know what
Talmud,
I've
he could
accomplished,
contain
I
himself
also
no
know how
longer
much
and blurted out, well, I think the
Let's
you
go
know,
right there. In
meaning is
Mokum,
such and such,
verses
and
as far.
everybody
So
was
turn
very
out
taken
on
aback,
us, remember
including
recognition.
Rabbeinu Nosson. Rabbeinu Nosson was a humble and truthful
the
man.
things that you
He
cannot sell.
immediately resigned from his position, stepped down as Rosh Hashiva, and was instrumental in making this Rosh Hashiva of Cordoba. When he became Rosh Hashiva, he was again a student of Rabbi Hagon, a direct link to the magnificent Torah center of Babylon. And when that happened, then he knew how to run a yeshiva. He was sent out by his teacher to fundraise for the yeshiva. He was the one who built up this yeshiva in Cordoba again to be a tremendous Torah center. All with the direct influence of Chasdai Ibn Shaprut, who was up there in the, say the Oichefenster. He was up there in the annals of the Spanish Empire, and was able to, from a political and from a monetary perspective, to get this established. As we said, Mr. Moshe had the son called Chanoich,
on the condition that
Rabbeinu Chanoich took over his father.
that's what he would do. Ramirez says,
This Rabbeinu Chanoich had a student
Ramirez
who was
says,
called
only
Reb
seldom
Shmuel.
wheat that has been cut down.
Not a very
Shabbos says,
big
so
assuming
interestingly
going.
enough, so
what
three
happened was
different cases.
is
First
that
was Tree, Elon, second was
at one
Shachas,
point
Father,
Cordoba
third
was
was
invaded
Hamas
by the
standing
Berbers.
in all of these
Berbers were the
cases.
wild tribe, the fanatical Muslims who didn't let who killed Muslim and Jew alike. Everybody, they were the Muslims. And these were the borders were very far from the Muslims. In their eyes, everybody had to run, had to escape Cordoba if they were able to. Between the refugees was this Rav Shmuel. He was reserved, but a very, very wise man, a genius man, knew again many languages, and an all-rounder. Torah, philosophy, he was a great poet. Including one of his great qualities was he was very good in calligraphy. Now, he ran to Malaga. In Spain. And in Malaga, you had it was the vizier, that is the second to the king, was who used to go out on many trips throughout the empire, and he always needed letters to be sent to wherever he was going to find, how things going in Malaga, how things back home. The problem was he had a very backward and ignorant court and they couldn't write Arabic properly or whatever, just weren't as capable. And they were looking for somebody to do the writing for them. Shmuel had opened up a spice store down the road from the palace of the vizier of the viceroy. And somehow they got wind that this Jew sitting in the little spice store learning was very good at languages and at writing. So they kind of came up to him and asked him if he was able to write the letters in Arabic to the vizier, which he did. The vizier was very impressed. He knew this wasn't anyone of his men who was writing these letters. He eventually, when he came back, he invited Rabbeinu Shmuel to come back with him into his court and serve as his advisor and statesman. In fact, Rabbeinu Shmuel became known soon as Rav Shmuel HaNogid, Rav Shmuel the Prince. He was the right-hand man of the vizier, and on his deathbed, the vizier confessed that basically the country was being run by Rabbeinu Shmuel. The king heard of this, and when the vizier died, appointed Rabbeinu Shmuel HaNogid as the vizier, as the second to the king. He became known as Rav Shmuel HaNogid, and became Rabbeinu Shmuel the Prince. He was an unbelievable dancer. He gave great amounts to charity. He had the ability. He supported Israel. Don't forget the war. He had the famous thing was that the oil lamps in the shul in Jerusalem were donated from him. He had the oil going in Jerusalem. Another thing, what he did was, besides pouring out money to tzedakah, he also hired a team of scribes to copy the Talmud. This is before printing. The Talmud was written in one manuscript here, one manuscript there, and you're sitting there writing the entire Talmud. This
and
is a
ultimately,
job
again,
of
may just
it's
maintain
a
it.
job of a
All
lifetime,
global
maybe.
lost job makes no difference.
A scribe was able to write
Design
one copy, two
the Hema
copies.
and now push code
If
to
he
show
was
it gives
quick, he was able to write more.
Mehr Omer in
But
Mokbelo Eloshkuta. So what's the
these,
Shalom
because of that, the Talmud was scarce.
I saw an
You
apple,
had even in the days after printing, we'll see that to have a set of shots, to have a set of Talmud was a rarity. A town
as
with
long
a
as he
shul and
intends
a
to shut
rabbi and
them.
everything
Rabbi Meir
would not
says no,
necessarily have an
it is
entire
ultimate
shul,
only once it's
even after printing.
So
Till
interestingly
printing
enough,
became
same
more
example.
popular
I guess
and books
once
became
again here
cheaper.
we pass on that
But
result
then
that if you sell them on the
there
condition
was
that
a
it's
great
accepted,
need for
that is enough to
manuscripts.
sell
And
them
he
live,
employed
right,
a
on the
team
condition
of
that it's
scribes.
accepted. And that
And
concerns
this,
is being made.
because of
Okay,
him,
what's
the
incredible?
Shas, the
Mishnah
Gemara,
of
became
on the base.
more
In
widespread
about the
and
Eretz
more
Yisrael,
learned
you
throughout
cannot
the Jewish world.
uncle a home in Eretz Yisrael. The Yitzhak
He
Omer
was
Spadas.
he connects. He had connections as well with
With the
Babylon,
Surya,
the community in Babylon.
So
He
Rashi
was a
says
very
over here,
straight
Surya
person, a very honest person.
is
And in a
around so
country where corruption prevailed, that's just the way it was. You had to schmooze your way through everything.
And this is an area that
You couldn't say, well, you couldn't go to the post office and buy a stamp without giving a donation to the post office, to the postman. Otherwise, just plain and simple wouldn't get your stamp.
discussion
Well,
over
you
here
know, not for you in a country
whether or
like that,
not
where
Silva
that's just the
Surya
was the name of the
has
game.
Kedushas
To have an honest
Eretz
person
That's
like
an
that
ongoing
was both a role model and something to many enemies for. Which he did, but he had the protection of the king who saw in him, the man that he was, a Shmuel Maggid, and didn't allow anybody to touch him. He did write a book. This book is printed in the back of the Gemara, and it's called Mavoi HaTalmud, the entry to the Talmud. And what it is
you can sell
it's actually printed in the shape of a Talmud,
could rent
but
and feel
no, sorry,
these
that's
doors
something else.
are in there.
It's
Okay.
printed, sorry,
And Rabbi
it's
Yossi
printed in the back of the first tractate of Brachas, and it gives you the history of the Talmud, the history and also rules of how to learn the Talmud. So besides all that he was doing, he wrote this short but very nice book read till today by young boys who are going to start learning Talmud. I personally learned at least parts of the Mavoi HaTalmud before we start learning Gemara, just to understand, because you what the Mishnah is and what a Baraisa is, but when it goes into the Mishnah, he tells you who can argue with who, which generation lived when, and he gives you sort of some rules of how to learn Gemara. This was Rabbi Shmuel Nogan. So, with having such people, we're talking about a span of about 100 years, years from Chasdai Ibn Shabrut and Rabbi Shmuel Nogan, who were the leading figures of the time.
Right?
Proud Jewish people who held such high positions to be performed.
For domicile purposes.
Spirituality was Jewish community life flourished. There were a number of great Jewish men that lived at that time. We're not going to cover all of them. We'll finish it off next week. Who were all tremendous Jewish figures. There was Malcolm Shleimer, Ibn Gabirul, who gave a big funeral as what is now, what was he? You won't see his name many places, but you'll see his products. We Jews have a lot of liturgy, have a lot of poetry that we say, especially on big days. Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, many Ashkenazim get away with a lot of it. You go to a Sephardi shul, you'll be there from 6 o'clock in the morning until maybe 12, 1 in the afternoon straight. Saying what mostly is liturgy.
So my
Beautiful
in Sarah
poetry.
Roma Sabbath.
In that era,
So
poetry was
So
very
what
much
is the meaning
respected
of
and
the
held high.
phrase that you don't
And some
even
of the
have to
greatest
include
Jewish
Sabbath?
poets of all
What
time
exactly?
lived
What is that
in
mean?
that
So
in
again,
Spain,
according over
in
here,
this
the
era,
Rabbi Meir
and
image, right? The first one
composed
initial was
beauty
in
and
the skill and
poetry,
Batim
which we have
cannot
till
rent
today
from
and
a
are
home in
parcel
Israel.
of the
Then
davening
Sarah
on
Roma
various
Sabbath
days.
goes without saying that you can't
Shlomo
rent
Ben
them
Gabirol
fields.
was one
So
of
it's
them.
almost like
If you
it's
want to
like
look
Pasha,
out for him
but
many
you can't rent
places,
them field.
you'll
Why?
see that
does
many
that mean?
poets,
So maybe we should
Chief was one of the
So
greatest.
maybe there's
Many
two
poets
issues
signed
with
their
renting
name
fields.
in
Number one,
their poetry.
Chemias Karma. Number one is giving them
The
a
beginning of
foothold
every
in
stanza was
land
will
ownership
spell
and
out
yes,
Shlomo
right?
Ibn
No
Gabirol.
Sichanim. So even though again if you're rental not a sale, still
You'll see it.
renting
This is
a
not
field to
for
an
now,
animal
but you'll
could
see
be a
it
problem
in
creating a
the
foothold in Eretz
Chodot,
Yisrael. So that's problem number one. But Chazal become not claiming this. Furthermore, the Pashtus, if the field is rented by an uncle, the Gemara is suggesting that perhaps that takes away the kedusha of the land, and because of that, the produce will be nicer exempt. So you're removing the kedusha of the produce from the produce by renting it out. Maybe that's the issue. And therefore, if that's the case, there should be two problems with renting a house for number one, Chada, and yes, agreement to hold the land. The Chada is the Kamat Kelim in the Furthermore, if you rent a home to an ultimately again, it's no longer subject to mezuzah. So you're taking away its kedusha from mezuzah. And the Shasha, no, mezuzah scholars are that. Mezuzah is not a din on the home. Mezuzah is an obligation on the dweller. Right? The proof to that is, if I own the home, no one's living there, there's no obligation of mezuzah. So therefore, again, the obligation of mezuzah is upon me, Chova Shadar, not upon the home itself. Therefore, the act of renting out the home to a person is not to remove the home from the din of mezuzah, because there just is no din of mezuzah on the home, as opposed to, let's say, going ahead and renting a field to a home, where potentially you're removing the kedusha out of the land. So it's like, so it's incredibly important. So this Gemara is highlighting this idea that the fundamental difference between renting fields and renting homes. Renting fields is going to be more problematic in the position of the right? Why? Because again, when you rent a field to an uncle, you're essentially doing two things. Number one, you're giving them a quasi-foothold, an uncle quasi-foothold, quasi-land ownership in Eretz Yisrael. Number two, you are removing the kedusha of the land. Now, this idea that rental of land to an uncle removes the kedusha of the land is a big mess. The Gemara is kind of going with that assumption. That's the double problem with renting fields. That's why if you notice in Mishnah, both according to the mayor and Rabbi, you are not allowed to rent fields to an uncle in Eretz Yisrael. Like, according to both of them. The interesting enough, the machlokas is about renting homes. But again, everyone's going to agree that it's interesting. We're a little bit differently, but the rental of fields is a more severe issue than the rental of a home. Amazing. Someone goes right there. I'm destroying my screen locking, and in Syria, you're allowed to go ahead and this decision there. It's so you're allowed to rent them homes. So there's a nice number of nice number of years ago. So what's so okay, well, why can't you sell them a home in Syria? You assume Mechira there is Israel. Because we're concerned that allow you to sell a home to an uncle in Syria, to sell a home to an uncle in Eretz Yisrael. Mechira Sinam Yisrael. So that's which is we say the same deal to rent either. You should be able to rent a home to an uncle in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an uncle in Eretz Yisrael. No, Terani says. He gufa gzera, ba'ana nekom v'nigza gzera gzera. Someone says no, because remember, technically speaking, there's nothing like even renting a home to an uncle in Eretz Yisrael. There's only a problem lest you come to sell them a home in Eretz Yisrael. So now we said, what are we going to do? We're going to start saying you can't go ahead and even rent a home to an uncle in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an uncle in Eretz Yisrael, lest you come to then sell a home to an uncle in Eretz Yisrael. It's too many steps to remove, and we don't make zeros like that in so many different ways. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, in Syria you are allowed to rent a home to an uncle. I ignore the Spirit started the Syria, because that's one second. Well, we said that in Mishnah, you're not allowed to rent a field to an uncle in Syria, and that's something most people have layered this area. We still in action. So which the Gemara says, no, it's different. Awesome love this area. That's different than actually not this area. Asavar kibush yafet shnei kibush. So again, the issue is Rabbi Meir holds that the conquering was double amount conquering of Syria is actually a proper conquering and was the next to Eretz Yisrael with Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, again, you cannot rent a field to an uncle in Syria in the same way that you can't rent a field to an uncle in Israel. So Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. I have Gemara says, but if that's the case, so that the estate hierarchy does a bit on. I think the less big factor does it. But still, Syria is different. Syria is different. And ultimately, again, in reality, Chazal only applied the prohibition of renting field, but not of renting a home in Syria to an so this is very interesting. So therefore, in Rabbi Meir's model, Syria essentially has Kedushas and Israel. But in Syria, Chazal only goes there on rental of the field, ultimately again not the rental of the home. Okay, interesting. Good. The Chutzlaretz, so the Gemara says, Sada is the entirety does it. Interestingly enough, so then the Chutzlaretz, Sada is the entirety does it. Batin, the less we have to look at it. So, good. So again, like we just said before, a field, there's two issues. What are the two issues in the field? Number one, what's the timing? Right? Do not give them the foothold. And number two, you remove the obligation of timing. That's when Chazal goes there. But the rental of a home, where really again was only one potential thing, Chazal were not closed out. Very incredible. Rabbi Yossi ordered before starting to feel on that. So Rabbi Yossi said, in Chutzlaretz, I'm sorry, Eretz Yisrael, let's go on that. So now again, remember, we come to the view of Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi holds, in Eretz Yisrael, you're allowed to them homes, rent them fields. In Syria, you could sell them homes and rent them fields. And in Chutzlaretz, you could do whatever you want. So says the Gemara, my time, Sados disputarti gazgurabon. So Ramir's logic is like this. So Sados, I remember again, this is in Eretz Yisrael, right? This is in Eretz Yisrael. So in Eretz Yisrael, so Sados that are fields that have two issues, right? Remember again, no sechanim and removal of obligation of housing. Ultimately, again, you can't rent enough in Eretz Yisrael. Right? But the less food but a home, ultimately, again, with its only one issue, namely lo sechanim, Chazal were not interesting. Syria Mokim, my so what's Rabbi Yossi's logic in Syria? You're allowed to sell homes, you're allowed to sell fields. What's the logic there? Or I say you could sell homes and rent fields. However, people shafted most people. Rabbi Yossi's of the opinion that ultimately the conquering of Daniel of Syria did not annex the did not have Kedusha. The only that Kedusha Israel is if it's a war that is sanctioned by the country, and again, Klal Yisrael participated. Around Silva Syria was governed as personal military campaign. Rabbi Yossi's of the opinion that does not endowed with Kedusha Israel. We saw that the Iskay Tarki was Rabbanan, Hakim was Tarki was Rabbanan, and therefore again in Syria, ultimately, Syria does not have Kedusha Israel. So therefore, again, Rabbi Yossi says, when it comes to Syria, there's two issues, both Sechanim and no Meister, Chazal goes there. But a home which only has one issue to it, Chazal will not. Incredible. Ubechutz La'aretz Mokim. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yossi Ubechutz La'aretz, you pretty much do it. So the Gemara says, my time, even the Merchak Lo Gadol. Since Chutz La'aretz is so far from Eretz Yisrael, Chazal weren't chosen. They just weren't chosen on this. I'm going to give them a shmuel. Rabbi Yossi. So using the shmuel on Rabbi Yossi, I gave us a let's review. What is Rabbi Yossi's position? Rabbi Yossi says, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes to an akum, but you can't rent fields. That's the logic behind that. You also have two issues, both Sechanim, giving them a foothold, and also you remove your produce from tithing obligations. Only have one issue with the Sechanim. Now remember again, renting the field to an technically speaking is not giving them a foothold. It's a zero, and if you allow you to rent, you make a sell. So therefore, the answer is part one, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes, you cannot rent fields. In Syria, you could sell them homes, which is only rent homes, and you're allowed to go ahead and rent fields as well. What's Rabbi Yossi's logic? Syria does not have Kedusha Israel. People shot emotionally. People that was conquering of the land, ultimately again, did not fully annex it as part of the territory of Israel, but it doesn't have Kedusha Israel. So in Syria, therefore, again, you can even sell them homes, and you can go ahead and rent them fields. Now, you can't sell them fields, you can rent them fields. Why? What are we different, right? Because since fields have these double issue, we're a little more careful with this. You can rent them fields in Syria, you can't sell them fields in Syria, because we're concerned if you sell them fields in Syria, you may come to go ahead and engage in the same practices in Eretz Yisrael problematic. And in Chutz La'aretz, you can do whatever you want. That's the position of Rabbi Yossi. And
goes
the
from
Buddha
one thing
says,
to the
Allah
next.
Akbar,
Everything is
Rabbi
just
Yosef
crammed in there,
Bilvad,
packed in there,
Shelo Yasem
not
Eshkum. This
necessarily
is very
onto
interesting.
any
Yes, Allah calls Rabbi Yosef. But
obvious
what
order.
can't you do? You
There's always
can't
something
sell
which
off
connects
land
something
in a
which
way
connects something
that
else. The
makes
links of
an
a chain,
akum
you can go who knows where, the
an
Golas to kind of
ashuna
come back
akum.
to where it's
You
not
can't
discussing
make it.
ridiculous. Is
The
that
Gemara says,
not
okay,
always
the
is the
Hamas
law,
the
so
Hamas is Shuna. So the Gemara
you
says,
haven't necessarily
in
got
Shuna
the
Pechusim
verdict in the Talmud, but then there
So
are
Shuna
rules
is
of how
three
to learn
families, three
Talmud
people.
to be able to
So
sift
this
out,
is
so to speak,
even
the
in
laws, the
situations where
actual
halacha
what's the
l'maisa,
halacha,
you
what's
have
the
the
law
right
in
to
this
go ahead
case.
and sell off
The
property.
first one
Halacha
we did
l'maisa,
such
you
a
can't
job
go ahead
was
and
very
allow a
famous
hakum
Belfast.
shuna to do that.
Any large set of Talmud
So when it's
will
like the
have
latest film,
the
also
ref
high so much
in the
in
back
the
part.
but also
The
hate
article
from
that
us in the
you're talking of
so it's
a
like
real
why are
Talmud,
we concerned about
which is printed with all the
next time also high so the shards there is the
after you pass some of the
but also
main commentaries in the
trade.
volume, you will find
I'm
a
gonna
page
sell
which
to
looks very similar
and
to
then
the
the
actual
akum is
Talmud.
gonna subdivide the
The
lot
inside
and
and then
sell
the
to
commentaries surrounding it,
more
but
akums.
it's not
And now
Talmud, it's
suddenly
the
you have a
Rif.
shuna.
The
So
Rif,
maybe it should be
what he did was
problematic
he
to sell to
sifted
an
through the
akum
entire
altogether.
Talmud
To which the Gemara
and
says,
using the rules with which to learn Talmud, he got the rules. He quotes
So
the
little again, about say,
dates
so we
for
actually
the
saw this lashon before,
discussion
right? So little again,
around the
for
rules. You
listening
gotta
either,
learn
a
the
person is
discussion
stumbling
to
block.
know the
So you can only
background.
be concerned for what's in front of
Do
you,
you want to
not
know the
just
actual
some
rule?
potential to
Is
yet
written in the
unmaterialized circumstance.
by
Which
the
will
order
say
of
is
the
another
Gemara.
Chazal
He
saying,
doesn't differ from
you
the
can
order
only
of the
take into
Talmud.
account
He goes
that which you
along with
have
the
in front
Talmud
of
and
you at
just
the moment.
states the
You
laws.
can't start anticipating for every single circumstance
This was
that
the
may
first
or
of
may
its
not
kind,
occur.
and
So therefore, the
also
halacha is
quite a
I
brilliant
can't
job
sell
that
the
the
three
Rif
apples.
did.
I can't say that if I sell the lot, the document's going
Quite
to
interesting
subdivide it. And now
anecdotes
it's
to
going to be
notice.
could that
And we
happen?
can
Sure, could
notice in
happen.
these
I'm
the
obligated to
greatness
take
of
that
the
into
Rif.
account. Absolutely,
Maimonides
yes. So most
writes
remember again,
about
last
the
week we
Rif
spoke about this
that
idea just to
there's
reinforce
only
the
10
tremendous
laws
I'm
which
lifting
he
the
finds to be
I'm
questionable
lifting
in the rulings of the
so
Rif.
often it likes
Well,
learn.
that's good.
You want to
Only
embark
10
on
laws when he says, well, I don't know if he got it spot on there.
What about this? What about
The
this?
rest,
You know,
says
I'd love to be able to try this, but maybe
there
this
was
is gonna
another
that's
one
gonna
of the
happen.
Tosafists
Often
later
life
on who said
people
that
do this and they
you could
the
have only
results
been
in
by the
analysis
spirit of Hashem
paralysis.
that
If
somebody
you
should be
analyze
able to go to the
anything
Talmud in
enough,
the
all the
amazing
different
way
things
that
that
the
could
Rif
go
did.
wrong,
He
good
did an
that makes
unbelievable
sense,
job.
is inaction.
Another thing
Imagine
to
a person standing
to
by the curb,
note,
right,
which
ready
is
to
very
cross the street.
interesting.
You begin to think about all the possibilities. Well, again,
One of the
cars
greatest
have come like
treasures,
this. I could
maybe
trip
a
and fall
translator
on a
of
bus.
one of the greatest
All the
treasures
different things that
that
could
was
come.
found in
And
recent
you know what? The only
times
thing that's safe, the only safe thing to
of
do,
Jewish
ultimately, is to stand on
knowledge was a
just
place called the
stay.
Cairo in
That's
Israel.
safe. That's
The
safe.
Cairo was
Analyze
found, I believe,
any
about 90 years ago
initiative
by a
enough,
man
and it
who
will lead you to
traveled.
analysis
He was a
paralysis.
businessman, I
Therefore,
think.
Chazal
He
say,
traveled
we're
to
making
Cairo,
decisions in life.
and
Look at
he
what's in
went
front
around
of you.
visiting
Don't
the
think
old
about
shul
every single
in
possible
Cairo.
thing that can occur, because
And
again, that will paralyze you.
in the shul,
Make
in every
good
shul,
life
usually
decisions
there's what's
with the
called the
information you
Geniza,
haven't
or
had.
known as a
And make
Shemus,
yourself.
where
That's what I
everybody
think.
puts
After
their old
some of the house
Siddurim,
here,
and they're all, papers which
says,
may say
I remember
Hashem's
the
name
Mishnah
on
said,
it, or
the
Holy
Mishnah said
Scripture,
that
which we
even in a
cannot throw
place
out.
where
So
you
the
have a
shul
right
will
to
often
go ahead
provide
and
service of
rent out a
having
home,
such
good
a place
home,
called the
you cannot
Geniza,
rent
where
out a home
everybody
to
will
use
sort
as
of
a domicile.
deposit
Gemara
their
says,
thing,
you
and
can't
every
look at the
while,
law remotely.
in
So
most
it's
schools,
interesting.
the
It makes it sound
Shamash,
like
the
that there are
sexton
places
of the shul
ultimately
will
again
go
where we
take
do
the whole
not
thing and
rent
bury it in the,
homes.
usually
So
in
yeah,
the local
it's
burial
from a
place and so on,
and also
to
this
give
would go
honor
ahead
to the
and
Shemus.
make the Spanish not in accordance
In
with
this
the position of
particular
the because
shul,
the mayor
there was
holds
a
in Eretz Yisrael, we do
attic
not let
which
homes to
had a lock
Rabbi
on it and was
Yossi,
untouched
the
for
whole
years.
book because Rabbi
This
Yossi were
businessman
allowed to
was
rent anyway. Right?
a
Because remember
good
again,
neck
the
to
position
him
of Rabbi Yossi
and
is that even in
asked
Eretz
for this
Yisrael,
attic to be
you're
open. They
allowed
said
to
that
rent.
there's nothing
So
up
that
there, it's rubble.
statement
It's
seems to
whatever.
really be in conformity with the position
When he
of
got the attic open, he detected that one of the greatest treasures that were ever found in recent history, which light on the time that we're talking now, the times of Maimonides, times of the Rifti, we're talking, 1,000+ years ago, in the days of Spain and so on. You had the original manuscript, Arabic Bridge. Fascinating thing that was found there, many copies of the Rift. People, every Jewish household, so to speak, wanted to have a Rift. It was like the code of Jewish law. That was the first thing. Well, the Sheba Talmud
problem just is, it's going to look like who's working for me, and I, the Jew, am operating my bathhouse on Shabbos. About a pussy, man. What about a pussy? We had a pussy before, right? But remember again, the pussy, the transcribes are so converted, but the conversion was subject to dispute. Is it authentic or not? What about a pussy? Sorry. The Gemara says, but a pussy will be permitted. The Gemara says, why? The Gemara says, about a pussy, my sorry. Pussy would ultimately again be permitted. Why was saying that? The assumption of it is that a pussy doesn't work on Shabbos and Yom Tov. Because he keeps Shabbos and Yom Tov. So therefore, because of that, he's not going to operate it illegally. But the Gemara says, pussy imar avdei malacha b'cholol shamoi. But again, but a pussy is going to have it open on the cholamite. And still a cholamite, the person is not supposed to do malacha. Shouldn't we be concerned about that? Now, why is the pussy working on cholamite? Rashi says, you'll be done, and that means sorry. I'm sorry. Pussy, go back to Rashi. Pussy. Rashi did not say pussy. No, other than malacha b'shabta, b'cholol shamoi, avdei l'medrash shochem b'chayish. So pussy do work on cholamite. So shouldn't we be concerned is going to keep the bathhouse open for cholamite? To which the Gemara says, b'cholol shamoi anan nami ha'achir. So the truth is, we also keep bathhouses open for cholamite. So cholamite, we're allowed to do more for the purpose of the Yom Tov. While having bathhouses open for people to cholamite is a proper Yom Tov malacha. So that's not a problem at all. So it's very interesting. Therefore, the Gemara suggests over here that halacha l'maaseh you can't rent out your bathhouse to an akum. Why? Because everyone knows who the owner of the bathhouse is. You know, friend, that's the operation of Shabbos and Yom Tov assume that he's working for me, and therefore I'm running my business, my bathhouse on Shabbos and Yom Tov. That's what we see. The pussy is not going to keep it without Shabbos and Yom Tov. They will always go for it. What about renting my field? The Gemara says, surely that's permitted. Obviously, this is talking about not marriage to slow. So let's say in Chutz, so everyone agrees to rent out a field to an akum. I'm allowed to rent out my field for my time. Why is that? If the akum is working the field on Shabbos and Yom Tov, shouldn't we be concerned that he's working for me? Which the Gemara says, my time, arisa sekal. Because fields share property is a very common arrangement. So when people see the akum working the fields on Shabbos, they think he's a sharecropper. So because that he's working for his own benefit, he's not working for me. Therefore, it's going to be permitted. It's going to be permitted. So the Gemara says, interesting, right? Because he's something as soon as sharecropper, he's working for himself. So why do we say the same thing by bathhouse? Maybe there's like a sharecropping, like remember again, sharecropping arrangement. Essentially where the akum's working up here, he guarantees me a percentage, or either percentage or something defined. So therefore, again, I'm guaranteed, right? He works on Shabbos, I'm getting my everywhere. So therefore, he works on Shabbos, he's doing that for himself. So why don't we say the same arrangement could exist by the bathhouse? I restate the merkat's law of the issue. That was not the type of arrangement that was commonly done by a bathhouse. Bathhouse wasn't like that. So because of that, he's operating my signal, it looks like he is working on my bathhouse, as opposed to a field where it was common knowledge that most agricultural relationships were sharecropping arrangements. Therefore, when the akum is working on the field, ultimately he's doing it for himself, and I am not deriving any benefit from it. Incredible. It was us for coming over today. Subscribe everyone to know this with all of you. Have a wonderful day.
So he was he's such a lover of Yerushalayim and Eretz Yisrael that he actually wanted to go there. And that was pretty dangerous in those days. It was a very hard feat, but he did it. He managed to make Aliyah, as they would call it, to go up to Yerushalayim, and actually passed away there shortly afterwards. Another thing which Rabbi Yehuda did was he wrote one of the greatest works of Jewish philosophy. He wrote a work called the Kuzari. The Kuzari is probably the first of its kind, or one of the first of its kind, which gives the philosophical and logical explanation to the beliefs of Judaism. Now, if we remember the name Rabbi Saadia Gaon, Rabbi Saadia Gaon, the great leader of the Gaonic leader in Babylon all those years before, had written something similar called the Munus Videos. However, they say that Reb Sadia Gaon wanted to bridge philosophy and religion and belief, whereas Rabbi Yehuda Halevi explained the beliefs, all our beliefs, with philosophical proof and strong logic. The existence of Hashem, the divinity of the Torah, and the reward and punishment, and different other great principles of our belief. He logically explained them, that how they must be so according to the rules of philosophy and logic. The Kuzari has been translated into many languages, including English, and also since he wrote it in a he was a poet, and he wrote it in a many times very cryptic manner. The Kuzari has a commentary on it which explains exactly what he was with what he's saying over here. Okay, I was going to get that. Kuzari actually something very interesting. About the time, get this right, of the few hundred years prior to this, era, or the era of Babylon, there was a kingdom in what today is it goes after Russia.
We have to get into
mountains
a lot of the halachas,
there's the mountains which go after Russia.
we will get to it.
But within Russia, you have the
So again,
it's very, very deep. It's more next to, I believe, more next to China. It's a chain of mountains, and there was a kingdom over there called the Khazars. Now these Khazar people, what happened is that their king, their leader, was a great philosopher, so he wanted to understand, he wanted the secret of the truth, and he ended up converting to Judaism, and everybody else followed.
You can sell them something that
It's
was
a little kingdom, not a big place. A little kingdom, the king was the leader of everybody, and everybody in that kingdom converted to Judaism. They didn't love that kingdom. That kingdom was conquered by some other people who got there, and so that kingdom vanished. But for a while, there was a very interesting phenomenon in this very far-flung place, and the place was called Khazar, and
the only time you could sell something attached to the ground is if it was detached. And of course, once it's been detached, it's no longer attached. But the Khuzari king says you could sell them something that is attached, but when you get it clear that the intention is to detach. Okay, like I said, further, we're going to see further clarification of this in the answer.
The Khuzari king is seeking, the Trinity is seeking an answer to questions that he's had, and the wise Jew is answering him, and this is how he writes his book.
That you're not allowed to sell an apple something that is in the mechanical. So I can't sell an apple anything that's attached to this. Nor says, what is that? What is that? So first of all, understand what this would mean, right? This would mean, again, a tree, farm, a house. Pretty much anything that is attached to the house. The Lord says, what is this now? Oh my God. This is the son of inheritance. So I just tell you, you can't sell an apple anything that is attached to the house. So what's the inheritance? Where do you was Yossi Bar Hanino, Tapa Kofta on the cross, Mosifani. So the Bible says, Mosifani. What does Mosifani mean? So the Gemara, Roshitin Lahem Chania Bikaka. You cannot give an apple foothold in the land of Israel. Eretz Yisrael is given to Am Yisrael. We have one land in this entire world. One land that is only solely and fully ours. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, Baruch says, Lo Sechani, don't give up a portion of that land. Yaakov don't give up a portion of that land to anyone else outside of Klal Yisrael. So again, I want to point out, we're going to see this passage, this phrase, is going to be subject to some level of dispute. The passage in its entirety reads as follows. You may have finished the Bible. He was extremely talking about Klal Yisrael's conquest over the 7 nations residing in Canaan. So when comes to Canaan, you're going to do war against all of these nations. Baruch is going to deliver them into your hands. Promise to us victory. Referring Takaim
the
also.
so
So you
this
have to
is sort
obliterate
of
them.
for business
Now again, I've just
opportunities.
obliterated. They can leave.
Besides
They can
that,
leave, but you have to
he
obliterate them.
was
They have to
famous.
leave.
He was
Right?
a
Los Sifros
lived in
Lahabris
abject
do not
poverty.
establish with them
He,
a covenant.
he was
The Los
in those days,
Sifranim.
if you were
That's
great,
that
you
is.
had to also
So
be
again,
a
so the
painter. You had
context,
to be
the
somebody
commentaries
who
is
was a
called, you
poet.
conquer
And
all of the
he
nations who are
composed
there.
that famous
Do
piece
not
of
create
poetry
treaties with them.
saying,
Do not go ahead and.
if I were to become
Right,
a
go and
producer of
Los
candles,
What
the
is
sun
Los
would never set.
So again,
And
the
poetry and the producer of shrouds, and nobody would ever die.
don't give them a portion of the land. And therefore, again,
Somehow, he lamented the fact that he was sort of always
in
poor.
Eretz Yisrael,
But this
you are
was the
not
Ibn
allowed
He made
to
an
sell
imprint on the Jewish
an
world, writing this
anything that
Jewish
is attached
with
to
this
the ground.
explanation
Why?
on the Torah,
Biblical
which
prohibition,
is a
most
tremendous
incredible.
explanation.
Now, so I want to
Maimonides
point out
even
something
told
interesting.
somebody in
If you
Atlanta
notice,
that
in
if he
general,
wants to
the
know
form
what the
sex
Tanakh
are,
really
and
means, he
Achron
must learn
pretty
it
much
with the
refer to
Ibn
anyone
Ezra.
with the exception
That's
of
a
the
big one.
Rothschild,
Maimonides to go
who
and
is
say
a
that
Noah,
about somebody.
right? But
That's
then,
very
and
great.
then
So
this
this was a
kind
time
of
when
constricted that
many who would
the
produce many of our
literally
great
someone who
sages.
worships
Ibn
Now
Ezra
we're globalizing a
was
little
born
bit
in
more. That means
1092
anyone outside
and passed away in
outside
1197, 67,
sell
or
the portion
1167.
of Eretz Yisrael.
So this is the kind of
second line down will say from Anchafim Nod. And those
But I wanted to devote tonight to Maimonides, to the Rabbi. We make a big deal of the Rabbi. And not for no reason. We'll examine tonight why this is so. What Maimonides was so great that on his tomb, intervariantus in Eretz Yisrael, you have a line over there which says, Moshe at Moshe, Laikom Moshe, from Moses. Tell this Moses, Moshe told Moses, Maimonides, on a rose like Moshe.
Let's see, I don't know. Compliments are nice, and compliments are easy.
Past.
And the
That past.
seeking
You couldn't write that about anybody. And those who
the nations of the world. There
the
has to be
great of the
collaboration.
time,
There has to be
the great who followed that
but
time,
ultimately,
agreed for that line to be written. We don't compare anybody to Moshe Rabbeinu.
There has to be
We don't
words.
throw
So
around
most
Moshe Rabbeinu.
for second
And to say that about Maimonides meant something, being something huge, until today you can see the inscription on his tombstone.
So the Gemara says that's the
Who was
case.
he?
Then it should have
And
said
what did he do
my
for the
Los
Jewish people that
Sichanim,
earned
why
him
Los
such
Sichanim. Again,
celebration?
if it was just about do not give them fame, then the proper way to write that would have been Los Sichanim. No.
On Erev
Why
Pesach,
does it say Los Sichanim?
in
Shmanina, party
1135.
two halachas.
We
So
actually
actually
know
two
the
halachas.
time he was
So
born
Los
was
Sichanim means
1:20
number one, do
in
not
the
give them
afternoon.
chaniah.
That's how far it goes. It was recorded,
Don't
I
give
guess,
them
due to
literally
his
again a
greatness. It
foothold
was
in land.
recorded
Don't give
the
them
day
parts
and
of the land.
time of
Number two,
when he
don't
was
give
born.
compliments. Don't give compliments
His
to Yaakov.
father was
Ah,
called Rabbi
Yaakov
Maimon,
Boile.
who was a
Talking
Dayan,
about
a
seeking
halachic authority in Cordova at
There's
the
another
time.
interpretation. Another interpretation is don't give them free
Maimonides,
gifts.
in the
Don't give
beginning
them
of his
free gifts. In
life,
other words, free gifts is
had
something
to
that Jews
do
do
a lot
to
of
one
running,
another.
had to do a
So
lot of
that level
escaping
of
from
friendship, that
people
level
who
of
wanted to
responsibility,
harm
that level
them.
of love,
There was
that's reserved for
sorry, a
one Jew
group
to the
of
other. When it comes to Yaakov,
fanatical
do not give him
Muslims who
free
were
gifts.
called the
Again, here,
Almohads,
most of the time, the notion of kingdom.
Believed that everybody got the whole world's going to become Muslim, whether it's by force. If it needs to be by force, it will be by force. And they swept through many places, giving people the option, convert to Islam or die. And
So from one phrase, or from one
as they
quote,
progressed, the Jewish people in the places where they got to
number one,
had
working
to
backwards.
flee,
Number one,
had to run.
do not give free gifts to Yaakov.
They ran
Number two,
to
do not
the
give
north of
compliments to
Spain.
Yaakov. Those two really are interrelated.
Again,
Because all
there
that's
were
what Baruch was saying is,
persecutions
okay,
there,
there has to be
very
collaboration,
great
there has to be partnership
persecutions.
on certain
And
things,
from
but
there,
there
they
need
had to
not
go
be,
to
there should not
Fez,
be
down to
close
Morocco.
relationship.
Went
There
from the
needs to be a
south,
little bit
from
of
the
distance.
to
Don't
the
say
north of Spain. In
don't give
Morocco,
compliments, don't give free
again,
gifts.
there
Then there's
was
the third halacha.
problems,
The third halacha
persecution.
also the same with it.
Maimonides' family, at that point, he was still around his father, Rabbi Maimon,
give them,
and
don't
his
sell them,
family had to go to
give them
Israel.
parts of
Maimonides
Eretz
lived for a
Yisrael.
while
Again,
in
all three
Israel.
of these halachas
In fact,
learned
his
out from the
father,
same word.
Rabbi Maimon, passed away,
Shiny
according to
enough,
some,
your
even
best
in
reference
Israel,
is
when they had to go there.
Things
Things didn't work out there. Not, it's unknown exactly why they had to move away, but where Maimonides ended up was in Egypt, was in Mitzrayim, in a place called Fostat. In Egypt, Maimonides, from the beginning of his life, devoted it to learning. He had a tremendous mind and was very studious. And he had a brother who was called David, and they made an agreement, him and David, which paralleled a similar sort of agreement which had been done centuries earlier. The two sons of Jacob and the two tribes that came out of Jacob, two of them were called Yisachar and Zevulun. Yisachar and Zevulun, the tribes had made an agreement with each other. Yisachar, they were quickly learned, very studious, very wise people. Zevulun were the businessmen. Zevulun got their share in Israel on the port, on the sea. Zevulun were always the people to go out to do commerce, to do business. Yisachar and Zevulun had made a pact, an agreement that Zevulun would support Yisachar, the tribe of Zevulun would support the tribe of Yisachar, or those who devoted their life to Torah. Many of the members of the Sanhedrin came out of the tribe of Yisachar. Jacob, in his blessing to Yisachar, says to his son Yisachar, says, Yisachar Chamoy Gorem. Yisachar is a donkey which takes a great load. They were people who were able to sit there and learn to take the load of Torah onto them. And then Zevulun, so Jacob, obviously prophetically, Zevulun would get his share by the sea, and he would be the one who was in charge of commerce. This was prophesied in the blessing of Jacob to his two sons, Yisachar and Zevulun, and that's how it came out, that's how it developed into their children and grandchildren.
Or you could sell it.
Well, the idea was that the merit of the Torah learning would also be split. Yisachar said, Yisachar with Zevulun, Zevulun supported Yisachar financially, since they gave the financial support for the learning of Torah, the merit of the Torah of Yisachar was split between Yisachar and Zevulun.
Or you could sell
Similar
it.
idea
So essentially, again,
existed
what we're doing over here is we're using
many
the
examples
phrase
in Jewish
to
history. We have these great people,
to be a
many
modifier
of them
both on
labeled themselves, but many of them were supported either by a community or by a relative.
First thing says,
who it was a merit for them to share wealth and support the Torah learning.
Mayor says,
This
and
was
it's
the
first telling me two things. Number one, you can't even do it.
Maimonides had with
Number
his
two,
brother David.
don't just throw it out.
What
You're
happened
right.
was,
You're right. So what are your
that
options?
his
You
brother
could gift
David
it or you could sell
drowned
it.
in a
And who
shipwreck.
can you gift it
He
or sell
was
it to?
traveling
To a
and
bear
he was shipwrecked and he passed away there. Maimonides took this very difficult, very hard. In fact, he was ill for a year because of the shock of the loss of his brother and due to the pressure that he now had of supporting two families. It was then that Maimonides reverted to becoming a doctor. He had known medicine somewhat from his travels, from running at different places, but now he had to support two families, and he delved into medicine, the medicinal knowledge of the time, and very quickly, due to his great mind, climbed the ranks of the doctors in Egypt until he became the personal physician of the caliph, of the king of Egypt, with the sultan of Egypt. It's well known that Rabbi lived a very even Rabbi lived a very intense and busy lifestyle. In a letter that he writes to one of his students who asked to see him, Maimonides writes, he said, I'd love to write to you and to talk to you much more, but my schedule simply doesn't allow me. Early in the morning, every single day, I must travel half an hour on a donkey to get to the palace of the sultan over there. I must go there every day to make sure everything's okay, and if anybody sort of feels a little bit off, I have to treat them. I look at them, I get back tired, weary, and I settle for my only meal during the whole day. And as I come back, there are lines of people outside my home seeking my advice, seeking cure, seeking a question in Torah. And he says, I lie there on the couch, on the sofa, for with utter fatigue, trying, answering these people. And this was the kind of life that the Rambam led over there, which is a very rare that he should, express himself only once. Do we have, but that letter got to us. where he expresses his, what kind of life he led. This was as quickly since Maimonides had such a stand in the non-Jewish world, in the world of the Sultan, and such a great pride in the Jewish world. This is what got him acclaimed fame everywhere. Soon his name started to spread, and hundreds started to flock to him to seek his advice and seek his learning. Maimonides will soon speak of what his as far as the Jewish global, so to speak, Jewish activities were of his greatest contribution were no doubt his writings, his books. When he was only 20 years old, he made an explanation on the Mishnayos, on the Mishnah, on the entire Mishnah. It's actually printed behind many volumes of the Talmud. You'll have printed there the Mishnah with the explanation, the Pirush HaMishnayos, the explanation of the Mishnah by Maimonides. It was written. I mean, the most amazing part of it maybe is it was written at the time when Maimonides had to flee, had to run from where he was born in Cordoba to Fusca, to Fez, to this place, to the Israel, to back, and it was written on that route. You can remind me, this is something which is recent, but after the Rebbe passed away, they found a couple of notes, so the Rebbe's notes that the Rebbe had written before he assumed the leadership. It was something Rebbe had never personally published, but many of them were written in Situate. One of them wrote an entire scholarly thing on the Talmud written in Vichy, in France. They had to run from Paris, from the Germans in Netherlands, and hiding over there, whatever it was, bombs were going. The bombs were flying, and what was he doing? They were lying Torah. The Torah was something, as King David said, when he was running from Shaul, when he was running from Saul and wanted to kill him, he said it was the Torah that kept me alive. It was the Torah. It was the learning of Torah that took me into the world of Hashem, that took me out of my own situation, and that's how I survived, writes David. And this is something reflected over and over. Some of the greatest Jewish works were written in situations which were very far from desirable, in dangerous situations. This was one of them, the Pirush HaMishnayos. It was written in Arabic. We mentioned this once. Every one of the books of Maimonides, besides the major or the Mishnah Torah, was written in Arabic for the people to understand. Only later was it translated into Hebrew. This Pirush HaMishnayos, this explanation on the Mishnah, contains some very, very key ideas.
But just interesting to
We
see.
know the Rambam codified the 13 principles of faith. Now, from the Rambam and on, we always go back. If you want to have one of the principles of faith that a Jew must believe in order to be a good Jew, so to speak. Those 13 principles of faith were incorporated in the Mishnayos, in the explanation of the Mishnah that the Maimonides wrote. There is a certain part of Mishnah that deals with if a certain person is considered to be what we would call a heretic, and a certain halachic, if a person is in denial of the most basic tenets of Judaism, there's a question whether he takes such a person as a witness and so on. So halachically, so Maimonides was the one who said, well, wait a minute, what are the basic tenets of Judaism? They're scattered all over the place. This was the beginning, one of the great examples of the genius of Maimonides. Today, it's simple because he did it. But go collect from the Talmud, from the Medrash, from the Sifri, from everywhere, go collect what the basic tenets of faith, and if you pull out one of these, then the whole building collapses. You go collect that. You have to have everything in front of you. And he did all this very well on the road. That's another, also within the Pirush HaMishnayos, in the explanation of the Mishnah, there was something called Shmoyno Brokim, or Rambam, the 8 chapters. The 8 chapters, it's called the Shmoyno Brokim, the 8 chapters is he wrote an introduction to one of the to one of the tractate Sanhedrin, where he lays down the ethics and teachings and the tradition from Moshe Rabbeinu until now. The very many children are young adults learning Shmeina Prokim, some very basic ideas.
So again, both sides. Interestingly enough, the Gemara, I just want to point out, the Gemara is bringing
Only
this
2 years
story
after he finished the
as a
Pirush
special,
HaMishnais,
ultimately again,
did he
understanding
start,
that it's
did he
what was the
embark
standard of
on
the
the greatest
You're not
project
allowed
of
to
all,
compliment
which was
idolatry.
writing a book
So you are
called
raising
the
this
Mishnah
pressure,
Torah.
bringing the story as
Mishnah
a
Torah
real
literally means
complimenting
the
idolatry. Now, the truth
study
is,
or the
they might think we're going
repetition
a different statement,
or
but
the
just in
learning
general,
of the entire
this is a
Torah.
woman.
Why
Like this
Mishnah
is
Torah
is
is the name that we give
complimenting
to
woman.
the
He's not
last
his
book
wife.
of the Torah,
What about like the
Devarim.
morality
The book
comment?
of
That will get
Devarim,
there.
the
But
book
right
of
now, the
Deuteronomy,
discussion over
has
here is
another
the
name
one
to
that
it,
both
often
Sifane,
referred to
or
as Mishnah Torah,
don't
because really it's where the Moshe Rabbeinu sort of says out again, and is in the entire Torah, or the
he says,
basic ideas of it. So the people,
look at your beautiful creations. Okay.
the
Another
Mishnah
story.
Torah
Back at Yakiva,
has
Ra
in
is
its
just
introduction, Maimonides explained the reason for his work. There are
who was
the Talmud is vast.
was known as the
Even
butcher,
you have
the butcher of the
you
Jews.
have the Rif, you have maybe various other books, but
The Turnus
you
Rufus
need
still
something
during the instruction
for
of the
everybody.
second
You need something to
And what
be able
happened?
to
But
open
he
it up
was sort
and
of
clearly
like,
see
Turnus
what to
Rufus'
do.
wife.
Not just
Rock,
see what to do,
Sahar
but have it
Kuba.
also in a proper
spit.
order.
He spit, he
Maimonides
laughed,
says,
and he cried.
you had
Raw,
the Talmud, but then there were other things that came also after the Talmud that
Raw,
were
see,
were
spit
sorted
wine,
out, that were
because
learned
she
by
came from the
different
teacher's
courts, different
rock.
places.
That was like, now
Many
that wasn't
scattered, many,
to her.
many,
Right?
many
Now she
he
was
writes. We
because she was
many
an
don't know
exceptionally
of these
beautiful woman.
things.
And
Not always the books available.
The Gemara says,
The roads are many times, plagued with robbers and so on, things like that. That it's impossible for people to travel to this age to
She
learn.
was so beautiful.
And therefore, Maimonides says
Came from this
that
quote-unquote
he's going to write a book
drop.
which
So
is
that's
where
why
the
he spit,
got
representing the future drop.
the great as
Sahar,
the
he
great
laughed
as the
wide.
small.
The Asiga de
Anyone
Megaira
will be able to
Vinosiva.
open
He
up
saw
the
prophetically
Mishnah Torah
is
and see
incredible.
exactly
And one
what
day,
the
the life
Almighty
of
wants
Turnus
from the
Rufus
Jewish
is
people.
going to convert,
Differing with the
and
Rif
Shiva and
in
her
a
were
great
going
way.
to get married.
Maimonides
We're
was
going to
probably
get
the
married.
first one who
So the
made,
Gemara says,
who
Vinosiva
rearranged
Baba,
everything.
why did he
He
cry?
made
The
a
Haishufa
14-volume
One day, this woman who is so beautiful,
each
this
one,
beautiful form,
which would be a
and
different
beautiful
section, a
pose,
different subject.
ultimately
Within
delivered.
those subjects,
That
you
was
have
incredible.
the
Now,
laws, the laws of this, the laws
now
of that,
also,
laws
so
of the
again,
other.
so
Within those
interestingly enough, so there's a lot to
say,
unpack
sections, you
in
have
these
chapters,
stories
and
over
the
here, but
chapters
again,
you have
how could
paragraphs.
it be, despite us
Extremely
doing
organized, something that didn't happen
was
until then.
complimenting this beautiful woman who he
He
saw
goes
again
so
on
far
the
as to
stairs
say
of the Haradais, isn't that
if a Jew wants to know the
complimenting
Torah,
idolatry? And
he
isn't
can
that
learn the
also?
Chumash,
To which
and
the
then
Gemara
learn
says,
my
I said, no,
book,
no, no.
and
But
will
who
know
is
everything.
the promoter? No,
You'll know
he wasn't
everything he
complimenting
means.
her. Who was
The
he
laws, all
complimenting?
the laws.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
There's other
What
information in
the
the
earth,
Talmud that
again, it
obviously
says,
you won't know
Maradu
from Maimonides.
Masefa
But
Hashem.
if you want
He
to know
sees
the
this woman
law,
as exceptionally
you have the
beautiful.
law.
She's an idolatress, Kadosh Baruch Hu.
He
You are the
rewrote
master
it.
creator.
There's also
You
something
create
that's different
beautiful forms
tremendously,
in
was
this world.
totally novel. The
So much
Rif
Tamar,
used the terminology
Real
of the Talmud.
scholars.
He
Omer
didn't go
Baruch
away
Shekach
from the terminology.
Baruch.
He just
Because again,
cut
these
out
halachas, both in
all
sense
the different bits and pieces that, so to speak, are not necessary to know the law. But if you don't know how to learn Talmud, or you don't know the meaning of these words, you're stuck with the
So
Rif.
what's the
He'll
halacha?
just tell you, he
You
doesn't
say
know,
Baruch
he doesn't
Shekach
create something new. Maimonides,
Blessed
so
is
to speak,
Hashem
shut the
who
book,
has created
everything to the
such
side. We're
beautiful
going to
things in
now
the world.
explain
Okay,
what
so
he's
it's
going to write his
so
own
therefore,
book
what comes
for
out of
the
here is the
people
halacha
in
as
simple
espoused
language.
is
This
still
is the
intact.
genius of
Meaning
Maimonides.
that
He
halacha
wrote it
l'maisa,
as if
halacha
everything's
l'maisa,
smoothly,
we have to
not
go
in
ahead
Talmudic
and
language, but rather in
halacha
Mishnaic
l'maisa.
language,
You're not allowed to
in
associate
Hebrew, in
compliment to
conventional Hebrew.
right?
Not
That's
the,
also
the
funny.
Mishnah
I
that
would
the
have
Gemara
said
has,
no,
because that was
he wasn't
Aramaic, and
complimenting
many
Yaakov.
things are
He
not
was
understood.
complimenting
He wrote it,
people.
you should be able to
That's
read
what was
through,
all right,
read through the
incredible.
book.
Now the Gemara
And
says 1 second. We talked about this story.
he wanted to oversimplify it, and that was
Are you
the,
allowed
one
to
of
look
the
at it
reasons
in
why he
blind
didn't
light?
write any sources.
And you
There's no sources in the Rabbi.
Right, I'm
You
saying
gotta
there
figure
was
out
someone
yourself where
involved
he
by the
got it
reading
from.
this
He
idolatry.
just writes.
That
He
like,
wants it to have a
he says a
textbook that
bracha.
you should be able to
Right,
read.
literally again, Marabu, a pasuk, Marabu Masach Rothschild. It took their Maimonides 10 years to write where he got the time and the ability to do that is equally miraculous. To have the clarity of mind with that he had gone through with his families that he had to support, with the kind of life that he was living, with the salt and all that, but dealing with everything he did is truly, truly amazing. Save yourself from getting into trouble. So how does a man save himself from getting into trouble? Don't look at other beautiful women who are not your wife. Don't
One of
do
the stories
that.
told of
It's
the
only
Rabbi
going
is
to
that when
be
he
to one
finished his
thing.
work,
It's only going to
he had a
have
dream
some
where
type
Moshe
of
Rabbeinu
negative.
came
Here's
to him
here's what's
and
clear.
gave him a yasher coach. He
Certainly
said,
not going to lead to
good
something
job,
good.
good job,
Right?
old boy.
No one ever
Well done.
believes.
That's says when you finish the film.
The
grief also
That's
doesn't
going to
include
happen
many laws which are not
So
applicable
whatever the negative thing is going to
today.
happen,
Temple
that
types
may
and so
vary
on.
in degrees.
Maimonides
But
includes
really one
everything.
thing is true, which is it's not going to
Temple
be
types, not temple types, those are
Therefore,
purity
the
at the end, isn't it? You don't know what the Torah wants. You don't know what the Torah says. This is what it is. He even
The
goes
Lashon
in
of
the
the
last two chapters to tell us the laws, quote unquote, of Mashiach.
to
Something which, again, nobody codified that says. One place here, the Talmud, one place there, the Talmud. There are books today which are devoted to finding the source for everything Maimonides
And the Pasuk
says.
says, "Va'aviv
Shamar
Shamar es
that was a prophet who was written by the
again,
Rebbe.
Shamar,
By the
guarding
Rebbe.
it, Rashi calls it word
1984
Shamar.
instituted saying that we should learn, and if you want, many people want to learn the entire Torah, to learn 3 chapters of Maimonides a day, and you'll finish the Torah in a year. Want to finish it in 3 years? You do 1 chapter a day. Again, but you go through Maimonides, you learn the Rambam,
Be
and
an
you have an idea
anticipatory type
of
of
the laws
person.
of the entire
Be
Torah.
as
In a
Hanover.
simple,
All of us know
in
the
a
things
down-to-earth
and the
fashion.
influences which are going to lead us down a back
Maimonides got a
path.
lot of heat.
So be
You know,
proactive.
for
Be
what he did
proactive.
over here.
Listen, we so often live
There were 2
life in
problems that many
defense
people,
mode.
many great
Gosh,
people
tells
had
us, go
with
on the
this.
offense.
The
Go on
first
the
problem
offense.
was
Finish
is that they
It
feared
means
that the learning of the
offensively
Gemara, the
protect
Talmud,
yourself.
would be
You're
forgotten.
the offense.
You
Offensively
make such a book and you
protect
say,
yourself
here
from
it
the
is.
things that you
That's
know
it.
are going
This
to
is
lead
it's
you
simple.
down
It's
the wrong
obvious now.
path. And therefore,
And the
the Gemara
Talmud
says, place not go other
may
Mishnah.
not be learned
Don't
properly.
look
It's
at
all
a beautiful
simplified now. I know what to do.
even if she's
That's no
single.
good because if
The
you
Gemara
don't
says,
learn Talmud,
she's
you don't
married.
know on
I feel
what
a
law
little
is
even if
based.
she's not beautiful. Otherwise, for a married
When
woman,
the
one should never
situation
look at
differs
another married
slightly
woman.
and you're not
But even
aware
a single
of
woman,
the
if
background,
she's beautiful,
you may not be ruling
obviously
correctly.
the definition of
That's
beautiful,
why we
that's
learn
a
Talmud
subjective
to know
definition.
what the
Right, but
ruling
even
is
if she's
based on and the
beautiful,
principles
don't
behind the law.
why
So that,
I'm just
yes, when the law book says so on and
right,
so
right
forth,
now you're not doing
in a
it.
different situation,
What
with
am I
the
saying?
principles
Is it anything
changing,
good?
with
Is
the
it really
background
anything
changing, with
productive?
the basis
That's only
changing,
leads
so
to something negative.
the
Therefore,
product
when
might change. If you don't learn Talmud, you don't know that.
means
And people
live
were
life
very
on the spiritual
apprehensive
offense.
the
Don't
learning of
spiritual
Talmud will
defense.
not be.
On the
Another problem
offense.
that people have is
Yoshi
that the
will
Rambam did not write any
anticipate
sources.
what are the things that are
The
going to
Rambam's
get
greatest
you into
critic
trouble.
was a
Lead
man
you
called
down the wrong
Rabbi.
path and
Rabbi
avoid
is an
those
acronym,
things.
Rabbi
Mixed
Avraham
with the
Ben
says
a
specifically,
great
but
man
I'm
on
looking
his
at other
own
women on the
who
days.
is
Now
his
that.
pieces of criticism are printed right in the
Don't look
middle
ultimately
of
again
the
at
printed
the
editions of the Rambam.
colored
And that's the
clothing
first
of
thing
all.
piece of
Rashi says,
criticism that he writes. He says, what is this about? What do you think? You can't read that on any sources, and you say, this is
like more not
throughout the generations, however, this both of these problems have been proved to be quite wrong. The Talmud was never forgotten. On the contrary,
looks at those clothing, he's going to
maybe
be
this is something,
about
I
perhaps in
yeshiva all the
a
time, and
immoral or
including
erotic
myself.
type
There's
of
something proven
Furthermore,
once
not
and again. You
only
want to know what the Talmud means. Who's gonna talk how the Talmud
you
in
shouldn't
regular
even look
layman's
at
language?
animals mating. Right, donkey and
What's going on there?
whatever the
You open
female
the Maimonides,
like
and he goes,
the
and he
chazir and the
he's
chazira,
taught you the Talmud.
even birds
He
at the
did all
time
the
that
work for you.
they're mating, miscalculating
So much so that probably
don't look.
if
Don't
somebody
look.
there are hundreds of commentaries on the Maimonides.
What?
Why? Because if anybody wants to write something on the Torah, right, which is the best book to base it off? You base it off Maimonides, you know exactly chapter and verse where it's all going to be. Here's what he says here, here's what he says there. This is the law this way, so okay, now let's talk about it.
We are pulled towards morality. And
Hundreds of commentaries have been written on Maimonides.
is the smallest figure. Already in my head is like in the wrong place, and my eyes are in the wrong place, and my thoughts are in the wrong place. So therefore, again, it's incredible. The positive in Shmarta, when you Shmarta, and called Davara, right? So that pasuk, sorry, finish Shmarta, he called Davara. All kind of like any when the camp goes out to war against the enemy, it is certainly called Babalam. So obviously, it's talking about heightened vigilance during war. Now, it's interesting, it's fine, right, that whenever it comes to pointing to the enemy, it's always a reference to the Sahara. So when the pasuk says, "Sitzi machana al-Rak," if you want to mobilize your personalistic army against your Sahara, what's the secret to success in the war against the Sahara? Then Shmarta Mikal Davara. The secret to success in the war against
the other great work that Rambam wrote
Sahara
was
is
a
not a
book
good
called
defense. It's a good
The
offense.
Guide to the Perplexed.
It's a good offense. It's at
See,
the end
his
of the
day,
take the battle.
culture was very high, people were very educated.
When the Shmarta
It was an era
again,
of poetry, an era
I
of
just
great
avoid
knowledge,
getting
and
myself
everybody in
in
the
the
street
negative
was sort of
position
up
and see
there.
that between over and over. If I can, I know what the triggers are.
Greek
I know the
philosophy,
things that set me
learning
off. I know the
Arabic
things that lead me
philosophy,
down the road. I know it. It's not like
many
it's
questions.
I know myself. I know the
very
things. If I look at
philosophically
this and if I do this,
perplexed.
it's going to set off a
And
whole
the Rambam had to
chain
address
reaction
this.
of events. Okay, so look, try my best again to
He
avoid
wrote it
things
as a
proactively,
response.
offensively.
He
Therefore,
says
again, you want to
himself
say,
in
look
various
at the animals
places
meeting.
that this is not the way to
The
live.
animals meeting. You know,
That's not the way
what was
to
that going
be.
to do?
You
I
want
don't know what
to,
it's going to
the
do.
Jew should live
But
his life with
why put
wholehearted
yourself
belief
in
in
that
Hashem
situation?
and not base
So
everything
Gemara
on
says,
logical explanation
that
because of
doesn't
then
do it.
it's limited by logical,
Even
by
if you
the,
close
however
your
much
eyes like
logic
the angel of
controls.
death, and we'll
At the
discuss
after
that
they're all,
reference
we're
in
not,
just a moment. But it's so hard not to.
we don't run our
The
lives
mouth also
and
going to see
logic
us
that's
eyes
strong things
everywhere.
and
Discuss
in
what
us
that means.
mortify logic.
Because
The belief in Hashem, the belief in the Torah,
Shekulo
logically,
Malayinai.
very
Because
much
again, I want to
understood.
digress here for
But
just a second.
if
The
it
angel
only,
of
it's only
death
covered
is
by
covered
logic,
in
then
eyes. Malayinai.
that's a problem because then when we're called upon to
Stand
their family in a way which defies maybe logic, but because that's the goal. So if our Judaism is sort of symmetrical or logical, then you won't produce the strong Jew that you want. But since they had to be a response, so the Rambam wrote a response.
That at the time that we die, at the time
that
we
was
leave
throughout
this
the
world,
Rambam
at the end of the day,
as an author.
everything is seen.
And
There is nothing that can
in
be
these
hidden.
books,
Everything is seen.
especially in the
Everything
Mishnah
is
Torah,
real.
we see the genius of the Rambam when it comes to learning, when it comes to teaching. You see the
At
Rambam
the end
as
of the day,
a
after
teacher.
120, we
Somebody,
have to
a
give an
great
accounting for
teacher is
everything.
somebody who he
Even the
just
things
says
that we
something,
chose
it
to
sounds
ignore,
so
even the things
simple,
that we
but
tried to
he's
bury, the
just
things that we tried to hide,
helped you
still have to
in
give an
figuring
account
out,
for
in
them.
unknotting
The Gemara
something
says as follows:
extremely complicated. That is the Rambam.
All made
The
in
Rambam as a
So
leader,
again, at the time that a
we
person
see
is
in
very
his
ill,
letters,
we're about to die. The Malacham is
more like
on the head, on
letters,
top of
he
the
wrote
old person.
epistles.
The Chag or Shlut of the Adol, and his
He was
sword is out
opening
stretched in his
various
hand.
places,
And there's a little bit of
that
poison on the edge of the sword.
was
Even Shechola Ra also, so this is pretty
a
wild.
lot
Apparently,
of
the
issues
person
with
is ill,
Muslim fanatics.
about to die, so they see the Malacham.
The Maimonides didn't exactly, all of his
Their
leadership
mouth
didn't exactly
opens,
reach
France,
France,
you see the
Germany
Malacham
of the
of
time,
he's
the
describing death.
Ashkenazi
Moments
countries.
before you die, you see the
Next week,
Malacham. Again,
simultaneous,
it's
we're
an
going to
overwhelming
rewind
sight.
because
Therefore,
simultaneous
again,
with all
the
this
mouth
happening in
hold
Spain
opens up his
for
mouth.
300 years, there was a lot of things
Well, see,
going on
the
in,
Zot was so bit
in
and a little bit of
France,
poison on the
England,
edges from the
Germany,
Malacham.
and these places, the
Also, the mouth
Ashkenazic
of the person who was ill,
communities.
you manage
These were the
that's how you
surviving
die.
communities,
That's how
North
you die.
Africa
From
and
the
Spain.
poison on the sword of the Malacham. That's what creates death.
And
Mimena Nisla,
so, one of the
Masiach, that's
places
how the
where
body
there was a great
decomposes.
Jewish community
Mimena Pon
that
of
needed a
Moritos,
lot of
that's how
help
the face
was the
becomes a
community
little
of
bit
Yemen,
more
the
sunken.
community of
So
Tea.
fine. So we'll come back
What
to
was
my
happening
fault
was
a
is
little bit.
that you
So let's
had
say now full circle. Remember again, why are you doing this?
Islamic
How is it Shem and Emil
fanatics
complimenting
who
this idolatrous? Right? Remember again, he's
forcibly
standing on the stairs of the Haram Palace. Listen to
with the option
He
of
sees
again
this
either dying or
beautiful idolatress. He says,
taking on
Marabu
Islam.
Masaf
And you
Hashem.
had
So fine. So we said it's not complimenting idolatry because
the
it wasn't
idea
complimenting.
of the Marranos,
Because
the
God was
idea
complimenting
of
Jafar.
Jews who
Fine.
went to
But he was still
would
complimenting
stand
other
the
women.
test,
How could
wanted
he
to
have
live,
done that?
wanted to also
With
be
the
maybe
Gemara answers
prominent,
Karen Zadi.
and at
The
least
Gemara answers
outwardly
it was a corner.
converted
He
them to
rounded
Islam.
a corner. In other words, he didn't intentionally look at her.
There was a lot of
Instead, what
sodas
ended
as
up
well,
happening over here is he was coming around one
various
corner, she was
saviors
coming around the
sort
other corner,
of
and therefore he
cropped
couldn't
up,
just
and
he saw it.
one
He
particular
saw it.
fellow
So again,
cropped up as
back
a
it was,
false
there was
Mashiach.
no way he could have avoided this. So once he
So
saw
the
her, he
community,
obviously
Yemen
started
was
to
both
remember
suffering from the
he
outside,
complimented her
with
to
the,
her
with, the, with the pressure from the,
Rashi
from
says,
the, from the
parents
Muslims,
of this,
as well as on the
follow
inside,
Yemen
many
over
people
slowly
buying
punishing
into
the
this
mother, the mother,
false
hoping
Mashiach
that
kind of idea. It was a mess.
the Eno Roy also
Desperately, they needed
he
someone.
didn't have a
They
chance
needed
to close his
someone.
eyes.
And
So
the
because he had a chance
Jewish
to close his
leader at the
eyes,
time
Allah
was
for myself,
was Maimonides,
he saw
who
him.
they
And
said
then,
the letter of basically
one
help.
would not be able to look
Maimonides
intentionally
wrote
look
them
at
in
another
epistle.
woman, even if it's for the
Back
purposes
many,
of
many
praising
pages
her
all printed
first
today. Igeris
incredible.
table, the epistle of
So,
Yemen.
a lot more to
And
say.
over there, he basically
Now, the other
he
thing that I
addresses two
said
things.
was, again,
You see, what was happening was is
the
that the Jews who had
spiritual
not
offense
withstood the test and who had converted into Islam
inappropriate desires or
more or less
wants.
excommunicated or wanted to be, or they wanted to excommunicate them because you had everybody else was standing firm and many being killed because they didn't want to do this. And here you have whoever who just went on and did that. The Jews around Yemen as well didn't want to hear of such Jewish people. They wouldn't give them an aliyah. They wouldn't join them at shul. They and Maimonides had to address this was internally destroy the community. And he addressed this by saying, quite interestingly,
it says
that Islam was not, it's not it's not for the Jews, but it's not an overt form of idolatry. Halachically, it's Muslim, the Muslim religion for a Jew is much less problematic than the Christian religion because the Muslims believe in monotheism. They've got a guy who they believe in as a prophet, but not of divinity. And the problem is of idolatry that the Torah warns us so much about is giving anything divine to a creation, to a human. Which the Muslims don't do. It's not, obviously, the Torah warns us against anybody saying that the laws of the Torah are different now, that the Jews should follow a different path. That's it's out of the question. But they were treating them as idolaters, says Maimonides, hold it, it's not what you think it is. And therefore, no need the fact you were excommunicating them. So this was the ploy that Maimonides used, that these poor fellows who couldn't withstand the test did not need to be excommunicated because it's not all, it's not what you think that, it's not what you think they did, it's not actually what they did. Then again, Maimonides had to rebut this whole false Mashiach thing. This is where we have some of the greatest writings of the object of the theme of Mashiach. What is it? What do we look forward to? Who is Mashiach? What is the criteria? And by laying down these foundations, Maimonides by default just explained how well this fellow was standing up for, and what he was saying he wasn't. The Jews of Timon of Yemen were so deeply thankful to the Rabbi, is that we mentioned this the other week, is that they included him in the Kaddish. They said, they used to say, in your life, you may learn your days of a chayim, Moshe ben Maimon, in the days of Moshe ben Maimon, Chayim, Chavis Yisrael, Bagalos, Makarim, and Rabbi. That's how they used to say the Kaddish every Kaddish. So, this was an example of the reverence because times were tough and you had a leader like that.
It is only a
They were ultimately the Jewish people were ultimately thankful.
A woman had worn before, because since
So this was the in short the idea. The Jewish people were thankful to Maimonides on every level, on a level of leadership at this time, somebody who any community of Jews were able to go to and draw inspiration, as well as Maimonides made one of the greatest impressions as far as Torah learning is concerned. We call Moshe Rabbeinu Moses our teacher. He taught us the Torah, and from Moshe to Moshe, there rose none like Moshe. Nobody taught the Jewish people the Torah. The Torah was opened for so teachings of the Rambam is that it is your time in the year 1204, which was 3 months becoming 70 years old. And he achieved what he believed. He left a son called Rabbi ben Ramban, from the son Rabbi, who was also a doctor, and also took over his position in the Sultan's palace. He also wrote some books. He wrote some books that were response and so on. And Maimonides is buried in Tiberia in Israel. Just outside the Tiberia, there's many stories of how he got there, how his coffin got there, and many say there was the coffin was highly Bedouins who thought it was something really valuable that they weren't able to take it, they weren't able to take it, they weren't able to touch it, and the camel just carried the coffin on its own to Tiberia, where the Jewish people interred him. So,
incredible.
the Rambam was, after his lifetime, was not also immediately accepted. There was a lot of book that Rambam was it was a big shot, and it took many years for the book, the Mishnah Torah, to be accepted, but then afterwards, the Rambam was accepted throughout the entire Jewish world. And today, people can marvel the clarity that the Rambam gives. There was a great genius who lived about 100 years ago, was called abusive Rose. He was known as the Rothschild. Rothschild had a mastermind. And
first I'm sorry, I should have read
he said, if you read around, he said, I looked at many teachers, this teacher, that teacher, he says, till I found a teacher, he was called Rabbi, I found the Rambam, he was on the Rambam like no one else, he found that the Rambam just in his writing, somebody who was able to teach.
Okay, next Rashi, I'm part of the Shiva.
So that's what the Rambam. And until today, there are commentaries written on the Rambam. This is not Torah, and so on.
Hamama says, no, it was up to me when I took a person's life. I ripped it, thrown open like sheep. Sounds good, it sounds like over here.
That's right, the Rambam did write. The Rambam did write books on medicine, which we have. Medicine today, which he also actually incorporated in the Mishnah Torah.
To which the Gemara says,
In his book, the Mishnah Torah, he has some places where he goes off on a tangent. You can see sort of there was somebody behind this, so it's not dry. In most places, he keeps very to the core, to the letter, without putting in sort of his personality. There are some places that it just emerges. One of the places is right at the beginning of the book. It says there's a mitzvah for a person to keep his health. And the Rambam just goes off being the one who he was. He describes you in 2 chapters. He says how exactly you're supposed to keep your health. The Rambam says that if you keep to what I'm saying over here, then I am your guarantor, says the Rambam. You will need a doctor, and then that person will only die because of natural death, because everybody gets ill before they die. But he said, you can live in a place that if you don't have a doctor, just keep to what I tell you over here. Tells you how to eat, so on. And many of these things have changed with the change of climate that we live in, have changed. But he writes that in his Mishnah Torah. But yes, that's how Maimonides became acclaimed in the wider world. He made it up to the Sultan, and with the works that he had, that got him the name of medicine that he did. Till today, you have a statue of Maimonides up in Egypt, and Maimonides Hospital named after the Rambam. So yeah, that's who he was. That's who he was. So this, more or less, next week we'll go on to the situation, what was going on in France and Germany. Just to put things into perspective, Rashi passed 5 years before Maimonides was born. In fact, there is one place that Maimonides says that he was going to do a job like Rashi did on the Talmud. Rashi is the commentary on the Talmud. But he said, the French already preceded me, the Frenchmen already preceded me. So he obviously saw Rashi, which was quite interesting. Maimonides is quoted once in the Tosafos. Rashi's grandchild, we'll learn this next week, wrote commentary on the Talmud. On one side of the Talmud you have Rashi's commentary, and the other side you have the Tosafos. Tosafos literally means additions. And they wrote additions commenting on the Talmud and on Rashi, comparing different places in the Talmud when they sort of seem to be problematic, commenting different places, the additions. Only in one place is a certain Rabbeinu Moshe ben Maimon is quoted. Only once. Seemingly a letter might have been, there may have been correspondence between the two countries, very, very limited though. So the funny thing is about many places, times in Jewish history, that simultaneously you had two great people who not necessarily even saw each other, or even heard of each other. Many of these and it takes, professors sit there poring over documents and to try and see, if there was any connection between these communities, between these people, and how much did they actually talk with each other, which is quite a fascinating research.
How we actually deal with these contemporary issues of our mission. That's
Rashi originally published his works in what's called a continuous booklets. Rashi was very reserved. He didn't speak big. In general, Rashi didn't take on the position as Maimonides as grand Jewish leader, at least even under his reading days. Rashi was wrote his, again, brilliant, thing that, illuminated the Talmud forever and ever. But he originally published it in continuous little booklets. The Tosafists, when they refer to Rashi, they refer to Pirush HaKuntras. Kuntras, the booklet says. And that's a reference to Rashi. Many the stories told of Rashi that he wrote down his booklets and he would go incognito to different shows and drop his book, like today they put magazines around the shows. He would drop a little bit on the Talmud and bits of the Chumash, and people will, and he would put it in anonymous. So that was Rashi. So until everything came together was a long time. There's always up for speculation exactly how much they knew of each other. But this idea we have that Maimonides didn't know of Rashi and didn't know all of what he did. And there may have been correspondence between them as well.
Okay, like I said, further in Sarach we're going to see further clarification of this in the Gemara itself. Incredible. So says the Gemara, so the Gemara is jumping here right into this statement of that you're not allowed to sell an akum, something that is mechubel karka. So I can't sell an akum, anything that's attached to this. Nor says, what is that? What is that? So first of all, understand what this would mean, right? This would mean, again, a tree, vines, a house, pretty much, again, anything that is attached to the ground. So the Gemara says, what is this? And I just want to point out, this is a thing
welcome to yet another installment of Jewish history, and we will be talking at this time about
so the Pasuk says,
mainly France and Germany,
which
a time was, on the one hand, extremely dark, and was certainly the strange. The Middle Ages were definitely a very dark and gloomy period. On the collective side, for many people, primarily for the Jewish people, especially in Europe. On the other side, we have, particularly and ironically at this time, some of the greatest luminaries
we're going to see this phrase
the Jewish people that ever lived. In general, in Europe, during roughly about the year, talking around the year 900, 1000, around that time,
against all of these
1100,
nations, there was
chaos.
victory.
common history
Akari
obviously
Takari Mosa, you have to obliterate them.
demonstrates
To
this
obliterate.
all
Now,
too
you have
well.
to obliterate.
There were the
You have
vassals
to
and the
obliterate them, you have
serfs
to
that you
leave.
either
Right?
had
Los
a
Sifros
terrible
Lahebris,
life
you know,
or
establish
a
within the
very good
covenant,
one,
the Los
tormenting those who
Sifranim.
had
That's that.
the less
So again,
fortunate
in
than you were.
context, in the commentaries is strong, you're going to conquer all of the nations
Was
who
no
are there.
vassal,
Do not
no
create
serf.
treaties with them. Do not
He
go
was
ahead
alien.
and
The Jew in
right,
Europe
go and
was
Los
not
Sifranim.
considered
So what
to
is
be
Los
part
Sifranim?
of
So
society.
again,
He
it goes Los
was
Sifranim, Osipim Ahem Chania B'Tarko.
an
Don't
alien,
give
somebody
them a
who
portion of the
is
land.
just
And therefore, again,
outside of
referencing
the
that
regular
therefore
and
the mission
should
says,
really be
in
here.
Eretz Yisrael,
And
you are not
only due to
allowed
the
to sell and
benevolence and
tackle
mercy of the
anything that
state
is
and
attached
or
to
of
the
the
ground.
church
Why?
did he
Biblical
even
prohibition,
exist
Los
there.
Sifranim. Incredible. Now, so I want
Always
to point out
chased,
something
always
interesting. If you
tormented, and
notice,
always
in general,
suspected
before the
of collaborating with an enemy, or in general just to overthrow the government. Again, we have to remember that although we speak in this time, we have to be able to visualize the history. It's about being able to visualize the time and the situation in which we're talking, and it's very important we don't necessarily relate the kind of mindset, the dark and backward mindset, fanatical mindset of many people had in those days. The clergy of the church was a class for itself. They were extremely powerful, for they had the hand on the masses, call it something holy, and everybody has to obey. Even the rulers, even the government. And there was constantly the rivalry between the government and the church over who had supremacy. In general, whenever the clergy had supremacy, whenever they were on the top, there were problems, and there was very great suffering for the Jews because the anti-Semitism and the anti-Jewish propaganda was at a crazy height.
But ultimately, to serve
The Jews were always suspected, and they were thought of taking under, of overthrowing the Christian religion. They were the heretics, they were the deniers, they were the Christ killers, and they were constantly, the clergy was constantly preaching and revving up the crowds to
then the
kill the
proper
Jew,
way to
and
write
so
that
on
would have
and
been
so
those
forth. The
no.
pogroms,
Why
the
does it say those
massacres that went
Sifranim?
on.
Shlamina
Even the ones that we don't hear of necessarily were going on a daily basis. This was we hear of, unfortunately, only of the major ones, but there were constantly blood libels and killings and just general robbing and making the lives of the Jews totally miserable. This used to happen especially around Easter, around that time, which is coincides more or less with Pesach a lot of times, and they had to buy the Jewish people to ransom and buy themselves out just for their very survival if they were only able to. Another thing which didn't do very good for the Jews was the fact that Jews did not pay a tax to the church. All members of the church, and then in Europe, in France, Germany, it was basically Christian, and no one else was really welcome. But everybody paid a tax to the church, and they used to really get a lot of money that way. And if a Jew would buy land, they would be exempt from the tax of the church because they were not members of the church, and this would be obviously a loss for them. And they tried to tax the Jews, whether directly or indirectly. They have to give money for the church. It didn't really work, and that is what started off, or one of the reasons that started off the expulsions in various places that throughout the Jews and the prohibition for Jews to own any land. And it's for that reason that Jews became merchants. They became money changers. They became merchants with various things that were not property, that were movable. That's where a lot of the Jewish confessions of peddling and of the arts, working with one's hands. That was the norm of how Jewish people lived in those times. It is because of all of this that in Europe, that part of Europe, France and Germany and the surrounding areas, there was not much mingling, we can understand, between Jews and Gentiles. Something very different from the situation in France. In France, we had the Morales, we had those people who were so involved and so part of the culture and part of the people of Spain that they couldn't leave or didn't leave, and because they were so rooted over there, and therefore they became hidden Jews, although it meant on the outside converting to Christianity. Over here in these areas, there was much more self-sacrifice, martyrdom. People who, because of the tormenting, because of everything that was going on. So the Jews would very often be killed and what we call Al-Kiddush Hashem, to sanctify Hashem's name. The Jews were obviously not educated in the common sciences because that belonged to the study.
How do I know?
The study of Torah was owned by the church, and if anybody was educated, that's where it happened. On the backdrop of all of this, there were some flourishing Jewish communities. And some of the greatest Jewish leaders, as we mentioned earlier, came forth at this time. What we are going to speak about two. The father was a man called Rabbi Gershon.
Again, let's
Gershon,
a little bit. It's
from the year 960 to the year 1040. Shiva Reb Nosson Bar Yitzchak, who was from those four captives.
And
So
he says,
those were captured by pirates, four great men from the yeshiva in Bovel, and they created yeshivas in four places in Europe and North Africa, and their yeshivas carried on, and in the end, sort of brought Jewish learning into other places outside Babylon, which then became the centers of Jewish learning, and this was, one of them was the Yeshiva of Reb Nosson Bar Yitzchak, and we learned by other teachers as well, and then moved on to Mayans, to Mainz. And
you're allowed to give it
almost
to
immediately became known as, his full name is known till today, Rabbeinu Gershon Oyer HaGoyim. Rabbeinu Gershon, the luminary of the exile, of the diaspora.
Here are your options.
He was known as the one who was the chief rabbinical authority over France, Germany, and Italy.
Those
Till
are
today,
the
he's known with
options
that
at
name.
your
The
disposal.
luminary of
No
the diaspora,
other
of the exile,
options.
and not for no reason.
Was
Rabbeinu
that?
Gershon,
What about the fact that Rabbi Meir,
for a start,
Darshan, the
made
process
a
so beautiful,
made
teach me
an
that both of these
explanation on the Talmud,
options
on the Gemara, which adds a lot to our understanding of the Gemara, and many of his works on the Gemara, and many Mesechtes, many tractates printed on the margin, printed on the side of the Gemara, where you can look and get to an understanding. There are also prayers in the Machzor that come from him. So that was as far as learning and prayer was concerned. He made tremendous contributions to that. What he's very well known for, Rabbeinu Gershon, is his takonos. A takona is an edict or an institution which was made and had to be kept. The most famous one, probably, well, not two of the most famous ones, is the prohibition against polygamy. Rabbeinu Gershon himself had two wives and had a lot of Torahs, a lot of problems because of it. And he was seeing that the whole thing was getting out of hand, and therefore made a ban against polygamy. One is not allowed to have more than one wife. that ban spread throughout the whole Ashkenazi community, France, Germany, Italy, and the surrounding places. It didn't, however, reach the Sephardic community, although many of them today do not have two wives, but some of the Yemenite Jews, for example, who were totally cut off from the general Jewish world for so many years, when they came to Israel in recent times, they came with more than one wife, but that's perfectly allowed, for most of our greats had more than one wife. So, I shouldn't say most, many, though. That was perfectly fine. However, the ban did spread through most of Jewry until this day. Another edict which Rabbi Gershon made was that one is not allowed to divorce a woman against her will. Because, you see, biblically it doesn't say that it is impossible to divorce a woman against her will. It seems in the pasuk in the verses to be much more up to the husband, and therefore Talmudically that it's up to the husband. However, Rabbi Gershon saw again things were getting out of hand, and the Torah gives permission to the rabbinate of the time to make bans, to make edicts, and therefore he made an edict that a woman cannot be divorced against her will. There were also a number of other edicts which Rabbi Gershon made. First of all, he made an edict that the person is not allowed to read a letter that is not addressed to him. We can understand the destruction and problems that can come out of other people reading other people's mail. And there is, again, no explicit prohibition against this, but Rabbi Gershon made this explicit prohibition. Another one of the edicts of Rabbi Gershon was one is not allowed to shame a person who converted to another faith, to Christianity, and in the end did teshuvah, he returned to his Jewish faith. This was something which was very prevalent. I mean, you had people who were doing this happened to all the time. On the outside, maybe however much they meant it or didn't mean it, but they converted to Christianity but then wanted to come back. And there was a great discussion, we mentioned in another time, that the Rambam, Maimonides, and many other Jewish sages, each one at their time had to deal with this question of Jews who had converted even unwillingly to Christianity or to Islam, and then later on wanted to return. You see, many Jews had been killed because of this. And they let themselves be killed. Those who didn't were obviously weaker in spirit and decided that they were okay with just accepting it outwardly, and inside they would remain faithful to the Judaism, and when the time came they would return. Many Jews saw this with contempt. They didn't like this. Where are you when self-sacrifice is demanded? So they would ridicule such people. Rabbi Gershon made a ban one is not allowed to ridicule or shame anybody who returns to their Judaism after having done this. Two interesting edicts. One against cutting the margin of a sefer, the margin of a book. Paper wasn't all that cheap in those days, and people would often cut away the margins of a sefer, the margins of a book, in order to use it for scrap paper, not scrap paper, but to write on it. And Rabbi Gershon said that this is not respectful for the sefer, for the book, and therefore prohibited doing it. Another famous edict, which still exists today, it was against speaking in shul, talking in shul. It's not a good idea. And for many centuries, and again, each one that go to Jewish law and many other sources speak very harshly against idle chatter in shul, and this was one of the edicts of Rabbi Gershon, something which we're still suffering from and need to fix up today. But again, we can always remember that it was Rabbi Gershon all that time ago. It's an old problem that Jews like to talk in shul.
Okay. The Gemara says, good. So again, on both sides. Interestingly enough, the Gemara, just want to point out, the Gemara is bringing this story as a kesha ultimately again on the statement that was just made. What was the statement that was made? You're not allowed to compliment idolatry. The Gemara is raising this kesha, bringing the story as showing a real complimenting idolatry. Now the truth is, the Gemara is going to go on a different statement about just in general, this is a woman. Right? This is complimenting a woman who's not his wife. What about like the morality concept? That will get there. But right now, the discussion over here is the Gemara just said, do not give them specific compliments. However, they had to do it, and it spiraled into look at your beautiful
expulsion of the Jews
another
from
story.
Rabbi
Rabbi Akiva saw the
unfortunate thing, which happened to Rabbeinu Gershom, you see, in those days, you must understand that we mentioned this another time, that to convert to Christianity meant to convert to society, to convert to becoming a regular person. And however much people couldn't be blamed for it, however, it was definitely something which was very tempting, because being on the other side was not funny at all. It was difficult and hard. Rabbeinu Gershom had a son who converted to Christianity through a bunch of circumstances, and one thing leading up to another. Rabbeinu Gershom, we can imagine, was beside himself and sat shiver for his son, as many did in such a case. Child would betray their faith. They treated it as if their child had actually passed away, and sat shiver for them and didn't want to know any more of their child.
That's why he spit.
This unfortunately did happen to Rabbeinu Gershom. He passed away, and that's here from agony from the whole story. But left his indelible mark upon Jewish history, Jewish law, and Jewish conduct up until today.
So the Gemara says, and why did he cry?
Something very interesting.
Because one day the sun was so beautiful, this beautiful form would decompose ultimately in the dirt. It was incredible.
The sun is eventually going to set.
Yeah, well, so again, so interestingly enough, so there's a lot to unpack in these stories over here, but again, how could it be that the
Talmud actually
was
gives us a sequence of
who he saw again on the stairs of the
passed away,
house?
and
Isn't
that
that
very same year, almost immediately after that,
to which
the star of another
no,
great
he wasn't
leader,
complimenting her.
a great tzaddik among the Jewish
HaKadosh
people, rose
What's that
almost
verse again?
immediately
Marabum
after
Asafa Hashem.
his predecessor
This
passed
one is
away.
exceptionally
And along
beautiful.
Jewish history, we often see this
You are the
pattern,
master
and
creator.
this is sort of the pattern that we see with Rabbeinu Gershom. Rabbeinu Gershom passed away in the year 1040. And that very same year,
because again,
a child was born who was going to
that if you see beautiful
the
people,
entire
you see
Jewish people
and not just
with
beautiful
his
people, you
teachings
see
and with his
magnificent
persona.
creations. So what's the halacha?
Rashi
You say, Baruch
is an
Shekha
acronym
Bara
for
Blessed are you, Hashem,
his
who
name.
has created such
His name
beautiful things in
Was
the world.
Rabbeinu
Okay, so
Shlomo
let's say so
Yitzchak.
therefore, what comes out of it here
His
is the
name was
halacha as
Shlomo,
espoused
and
is
his
the
father was called
means
Yitzchak.
that
So
halacha l'maisa,
Yitzchaki, the one
halacha
of
l'maisa,
Yitzchak,
we have
Rabbeinu
to go
Shlomo
ahead and
Yitzchaki is an acronym. That's
halacha
why he's known
l'maisa,
as
you're
Rashi.
not allowed to be
However,
associated with compliments
Jews
to
from all generations have
right?
always
That's
said
most
that the
different.
word
I would
Rashi
Hashem Yamil, he wasn't
stands
complimenting
also
you.
for the
He was
words
complimenting
Rabbon
people.
Shel
That's what was
Yisrael,
happening.
the
All right,
teacher
incredible. Now the Gemara says,
of all
one
of
second.
Israel.
We talk about these stories of this
For indeed,
Rabbi
Rashi
Akiva.
has become and still is
Are you allowed to
a
look at
teacher
when you are in
of
your
all
life?
of Israel. He
And what is it?
is
What is
alive
this
and well.
Like the
Rashi
Shmuel was
is
so enthralled by idolaters
thousands of
that
hundreds of
he
thousands
says a
of
bracha.
people who
Right,
study
literally again,
Rashi
Marabu,
on a
apostle,
daily
Marabu
basis,
Ma'aseh
whether it's his
incredible. Rabbi Akiva,
commentary
right,
on the Talmud,
Ruth is
commentary on the Chumash, and other works. Rashi
I go back
has
to look
illuminated the Jewish people
It says
forever
Gemara
after.
Meiskin, where is the kasha? finish smarting Gavara. The pasuk says, "You shall guard yourself in every evil thing." Shall you stand you Adam who shall not have that to the king of.
story of his birth is
So what
actually
does
quite
it
an
mean?
interesting one.
When
His father,
literally
Rabbi
means
Yitzchak,
save yourself
a
from
great
getting
man,
into trouble.
great
So how
Torah
does a man save himself from getting
leader, I
into
believe,
trouble?
and a scholar.
Don't look
And
at
he
other
had, but
beautiful
he had,
women
him and his
who
wife
are
did
not
not have
your
any
wife.
children for a while.
Don't do that.
He
It's
dealt
only
also
going
in
to lead
jewels,
to one thing. It's only going to have
And one
some
day,
type of negative.
a
Here's what's clear.
diamond was
It's
offered to him,
certainly
which
not
was
going to
very,
lead to
very
something
expensive.
good.
He
Right?
pulled the
No one
diamond
ever
and was
pays
looking
for
for
his wife. And said,
customers
you know
who
what?
would
Actually,
buy
I think
the
that
diamond.
is just the pathway to so much ridiculous spiritual growth. Right? That's never happened in the
Delegation
history of humanity.
from
So whatever the negative thing is going to happen,
great
that may vary in
landlord or
degrees.
one of these
But
great
clearly one thing is
knights,
true, it's not going to lead to
whatever
anything
the
positive.
it was a
So
knight,
therefore,
whatever they called them
when
in those
the
days,
called
somebody
around,
in
I
power.
wasn't
A great knight came
I'm going to see
along
this
to him
thing.
and
The Russian
told him that they were interested. The
Shamar,
knight was
Shamar
interested in purchasing the diamond.
engage in a piece of trade. They already know this,
Yitzchak,
So remember again,
as a merchant would,
right? So the brothers get all upset at the dreams.
negotiated with them,
And the
and
Bible
he
says,
wanted,
Aviv,
in the end,
Shamar
to
es
show, he
Haggah.
wanted to
The
show
Yaakov,
the
you know,
knight the
literally
diamond,
against Shamar, he guarded the diamond. Rashi calls it
after
the word
talking
Shamar.
to the
Yosef
delegation
in
for a while,
Mitzvah
Rabbi
Mosai
Yitzchak
Haggah.
got wind of the fact
Yaakov knew
that
the dreams were
they
going to
were
come
going
true. Shamar
to
means
fix this diamond
anticipatory wait
into
for something to
an
come to
idol,
fruition.
into something
So
which is a
therefore,
god or whatever they
be
this
an
knight
anticipatory
believed in,
type of person.
something which was
Be Roa
totally
es
not
Hanova.
kosher.
All of us know the
And Yitzchak
things and the
kept his cool
influences which are going
and
to lead us
needed to
down
make
on
the
that
clever
back
decision
path.
to
Be
sell the diamond to
proactive.
the
Be
knight.
proactive. Listen, we
Almost
so
certain
often
death.
live
You had the
life
chutzpah
in
to, not
defense
sell
mode.
it to him
Because
because,
Bible tells us, go on
especially,
your offense. Go on
suspecting
your
a
offense.
Jew as the
It
time
is
was,
smart to
however,
means
selling it to him meant
offensively protect
giving
yourself.
of
Be
his
on your offense.
possession,
Offensively
selling something,
protect
giving
yourself from the
benefits
things
for
that you know are going to lead you down the wrong path.
idol worship,
Therefore, the
which
Gemara
was
says,
obviously going to be out of the question for him.
don't look at a beautiful woman.
Yitzchak devised a plan.
Even if she's single.
He went
The Gemara says,
some
if she's
say
married,
some say that he showed the jewel, was showing the
for a
jewel
married
on
woman, one should never look at
the
another married
seashore
woman.
to
But even
the
a single woman,
knight,
if she's
to
beautiful,
his delegation, and so because he wanted to, it should its true beauty would be able to be reflected when it was next to water and the sun was out. He drew out the jewel and he was marveling at it and was turning it backwards and forwards as one does, and then accidentally slipped and the jewel fell into the water. Obviously, Yitzchak had done this on purpose in order that the jewel should get lost and he shouldn't have anything to do with giving benefit to idol worship. Obviously, at his own extreme expense. He was happy that he did it. He made, however, as if he was crying and screaming and now he lost all his money. They felt very bad for him, but they went away empty-handed. And in heaven it was decided that because Yitzchak had thrown away a precious gem, a jewel, for the sake of sanctifying Hashem's name, for keeping his faith untouched, so he would be given a child who would illuminate as a jewel does the entire Jewish people for all generations. It's actually interesting that Rashi, in the beginning of his explanation to the Chumash, he starts off with quoting a piece of the Medrash, but quoting the one who said it. Usually Rashi doesn't offer to it unless there's a specific reason why he wants to quote the one who said whatever they said. Usually in the Medrash and the Talmud you have so and so said this and so said that. It's full of names. It quotes you the name of everyone who said it. However, Rashi doesn't do that in his explanation for the Chumash. He just tells you the actual idea that he drew from the Talmud, from the Medrash, or other sources. In this case, and however, the beginning of the Torah, he quotes the explanation with a name. The name of the one who said it in the Medrash was Rabbi Yitzchak.
So therefore, again, it's incredible. The positive
Many
thing
wonder,
is Shmarta.
why did Rashi
When you
put him
Shmarta,
over
you
here?
called them
Over
around.
Rabbi
Right, so that
Yitzchak, Rabbi Yitzchak said, why
sorry,
does
finish
Rashi have to
Shmarta.
have the
You
name
called
of the
them
person
around.
for what
Ultimately,
purpose?
again,
And
is
many say that This was a demonstration of kibbutz
I
love,
want to point out,
of
I
respect
before,
for his father,
the pasuk
that
is, he
since
states
his
in
father was
Machane
called Yitzhak, so he chose to
when
put in
the camp
the word
goes out to war
Rabbi Yitzchak.
against
The
the
Rabbi
enemy,
Yitzchak said,
then
obviously this
Shmerta
wasn't
called
his father, but
Barabbas. Obviously,
the idea of mentioning his father's name at the beginning of his pirush, the beginning of his explanation, was a demonstration of respect to his illustrious father.
So when the pasuk says, if you want to mobilize your personalistic army against the Yitzhahara, what's the secret to success in the war against the Yitzhahara? Then Shmerta Mikol Davara. The secret to success in the war against the Yitzhahara is not a good defense. It's a good offense. It's a good offense. Because at the end of the day, take the battle to the Yitzhahara.
Rashi at a young age returned
Then
as the
Shmerta
rabbi
Mikol
of
Davara.
his birthplace of his
To
town
begin with, I
was
just
in
avoid getting
France.
myself in the negative
He
position.
served as a rabbi without
over
pay.
and over.
Rashi chose not to take
I
any
know what
money
the
from
triggers are.
his
I know the
position
things that set me
and
off. I know the
instead
things that lead me
became
down the road.
a
I know
wine
it's not like
maker.
it's.
Rashi
I know
produced
myself. I know
wine,
the things.
and he
If I
made
look
a
at
living
this
out
in
of
5
that,
days, it's going to
devoted
set off
all his time
a whole
that
chain
was
reaction of
possible
events.
to learning and
So,
to his
try my
rabbinate.
best again to avoid
Rashi
things
did not have any
proactively.
sons. Rashi had
Therefore,
three
the Gemara says
daughters,
the
three
animals made it.
great daughters they were.
The animals made it.
And
I don't know what it's going
Rashi's
to do.
daughters were known to be
Why put
great
yourself in
women
that
in
situation?
their own right.
So the Gemara says,
One of them
but listen to this.
married a man called
And
Rabbeinu
even if
Meir.
you're filled with eyes like the angel of death, I will discuss that reference in the Gemara. But it's so hard not to look. The Malach also going to see his eyes everywhere. So
The
discuss what that means.
We're going to explain that in a
Because
second. Is a man called
because again,
Rabbeinu
I
Tam.
want to digress here just a second. The angel of
The
death
Rashbam,
is covered in
and the
eyes.
Rivon.
Mali and I,
Rabbeinu Shmuel ben Meir, and Rabbeinu Yitzchak ben Meir.
perhaps
Believe
the
the
simple
Rivon
fact
is,
is,
and they were the
you know,
Baalei
when
HaTosus.
we're
And the Baalei HaTosus
so
were
there's
many of
a
them
lot of
grandchildren,
things
as we see here,
that we
and
choose not to
relatives and of Rashi, but also many other authorities,
And that's fine, you can go
political
through like
authorities that
as
came
long as
in a
you
generation or two
that
after Rashi, who commented on the Talmud, also involving a lot Rashi's commentary. They will often quote Rashi and then argue with it or analyze it or so on and so forth. If you look at a page of Talmud, you'll see in the middle is
At the
the
end of the day, after
Talmud on the
120, we have to give an accounting for everything.
towards the left, on the
Even the
right,
things that we chose to
and the
ignore,
book
even the
towards
things
the
that we
right,
tried to bury, the
left
things
hand
that
of
we
the
tried
book,
to
and the
hide,
inside margin,
still have
you
to
have
give an
Rashi,
accounting
and
for
then
it.
on the outside
The Gemara
margin,
says as follows:
you have the Tosfos. So as we said, Rashi made two monumental
on the head, on top of the
commentaries.
person.
One of the
The
Talmud and one of the Chumash.
and
The
it's
commentary of the Talmud
and
is
to keep us
extremely important and
and there's a little
invaluable
bit of
when we
poison
learn the
on
Talmud.
the
You
edge
see,
of the sword.
the Talmud was written in a language and in a style which was understood in its day,
about to die.
roughly 2,000 years ago, a little less. But
their mouth
even in the
opens,
generation of
these
Rashi,
Dazeo,
around,
so we see the Malach
however much, 800,
Jesus having
1,000 years
the
later,
moments before you die, you see the Malach
this
HaMaves.
sort
Again,
of
it's the
language,
overwhelming
as
sight.
today,
Therefore,
is very
again, the mouth
difficult, and
whole
the
opens up
style
the
is
mouth.
often very, very cryptic.
So
So
Rashi
Rashi made
and a little bit of poison on the edges of the
explanation
Malach HaMaves
which simply
the mouth
takes
of the person
you
who's
through
ill.
the learning of the Talmud
That's how
and
you die.
explains it
That's
in
how you
its
die, from the
most
poison
literal
on the
and
sword of
basic
Malach HaMaves.
sense.
That's what creates death.
Rashi
Mimena
used
Nisla,
also
Nasiach,
many
that's how the
words in
body
Old
decomposes.
French
Mimena
to
Pona Marikos,
translate
that's how the
difficult
face
words
becomes a
in
little
the
bit
Talmud
more
to the
sunken.
current
So
language.
we'll come back to Malach
You will
HaMaves
see
a little
this
bit.
in the
So it's in a
words.
full
The
circle.
Rashi
Remember, why are you
has
into this?
Bala'as.
How is Rav
Bala'as
Shimon complimenting these
stands for
idolaters?
Balashai
Remember again,
Am
he's standing on the stairs of the Halakha. He sees
nation or
this
Balashai Am
beautiful idolaters. He says,
language
Maradu
of this
Master
nation.
Hashem. So fine.
Yes,
So
and
we
he'll
said
give
it's
you
not
an old
complimenting
French
idolatry
word.
because it wasn't complimenting idolatry. It's
To
complimenting
translate the
Torah.
old
Fine.
French into
But he
current
was still
English or
complimenting another
Hebrew.
word.
So
How
we
could
understand
he
what
have
Rashi
done
was
that?
saying.
To which the Gemara
The
answers,
genius of Rashi in his
because
commentary, both
you
commentaries,
rounded the corner. In other words,
is
he
his
didn't intentionally
simplicity.
look at it.
It's
Instead, what
and
ended up
his
happening over here is
exactness.
he was
You
coming
read
around the
Rashi,
corner.
it
He's
meat
coming
and
on the corner,
flows,
and
there's
therefore he
nothing
couldn't basically
bombastic, there's nothing glamorous
that there
on
was,
the,
there was
on
no
the
way to
superficial
avoid
sense.
it. So
You
once
just
he
read
saw her,
and
he
it
obviously
explains
saw a
it to you.
tremendous beauty, and he
But
complimented
how
her
many
to her
thousands and thousands
Rashi says,
of pages have been written examining every word of Rashi and its extreme exactness of why did he choose to explain the Talmud this way or Chumash this way? He could have chosen another way. Even his wording is extremely exact, and yet doesn't
one would not be
it
able
doesn't
to
show.
look
It
intensely
reads
look at another
to
one,
a
even if for
child
purposes
who
of praising
begins to learn the Talmud, or
incredible
a
lesson.
even a
So
younger child
a
who
lot
begins
more
to
to
learn
say from
Chumash.
bless the
It
Bible.
reads
Well,
so
we get
simple, it reads
now
so
the other
smoothly,
thing that Rashi
and
said
yet
was
it is
again
so deep
in this
and so
Shmarta
exact.
Mitzvot Davarah, lean on the
Rashi
spiritual offense
wrote
and not
his
looking at things
commentary on
that
the majority
elicit
of the
inappropriate desires or
Masechtas of the
wants.
tractates
So
of the
the thing is, you
Talmud,
can't
but
look
did
at
not
these other
finish.
garments.
Actually, if you
I'm
open
not
up
worried, I'm
the
not sure.
tractate Maseches Makos and Maseches Baba Basra, you will see that at one point there is like a gap in the Rashi's explanation, which said this is where Rashi finished, Rashi passed away at this point, and the continuation of the explanation is not Rashi's, rather it's one of the Rashbam, many times, or others that continued the explanation of the Talmud, and you can see the difference immediately. And the Rashbam, for example, from Baba Basra, is very long-winded. He says things over and over, choose things, but that Rashi is very concise. Rashi, there's not an extra word that he wrote there. It's different. It's very, very different.
Furthermore, this is only with old clothing, obviously.
And then we have the explanation of Rashi on Chumash.
In other words,
Rashi
only
wrote
talking
it
about clothing that
for
someone's
the
worn.
child,
Right, but let's
for
say again,
the
a
one
woman purchases
who
a particular
is
piece of
either a
clothing,
child
she
in
hasn't
age
worn it
or
yet.
a
There's no
child in
prohibition for
understanding
another man to
with
look at that
extreme
because even though she
simplicity.
owns it,
Rashi
she hasn't worn
says
it.
many times
Therefore,
in
looking
his
at it will not
explanation that I am only out
you
here
look
to explain the simple meaning of the verse, nothing more. Whichever midrashic or Talmudic excerpts Rashi brings in his explanation is all the simple meaning, what he understands to be the simple meaning of a verse. And again, so concise and so exact, and yet reads so smoothly. It's no wonder then that the very first book that Jewish book that was printed in the printing press was a Chumash and Rashi. And until this very day, the child will begin to learn Chumash, and when ready, will start to learn Rashi immediately together with it.
You're going to be looking at
The
the
boy will start learning Gemara, Talmud, and almost immediately will begin to learn Rashi as well. They go hand in hand, and Rashi's teachings reverberate today in hundreds of thousands of shuls, of yeshivas, of homes. Rashi is alive and well today in the Jewish home and in the Jewish places of learning. There are people that every day learn.
So if I'm going to go ahead, if I'm the shepherd and I have to flock to the bride of the maid, helping the male and the female is not going to elicit me because that's my work. I'm involved, my head is in my work, and therefore I know my head is in my work, I'm not, my thoughts are not
exciting as far as the Jewish
so
scene,
the Gemara says,
because
here by the
Rashi
craftsman also.
lived
The truth
right
is, even
in
if the woman
the
hadn't worn
onset
it, doesn't
of
really
the
matter for him,
Crusaders.
because
In
halacha
fact, it's the
l'maisa,
story of how Rashi countered the leaders of one of the leaders of the Crusaders and told them that they will fail. He promised them they will fail. It's a longer story, not here's the place for it. However, this was the life of Rashi. Rashi, who didn't make the headlines at personal life, he was very, very modest. Rashi actually wrote his Pirush, he wrote his explanation in little pamphlets. And in the beginning, it was anonymous. He would drop a pamphlet, lose a pamphlet or two in a shul, and somebody would pick it up and read it and be amazed. And on it went, in fact, went Tosfos. When the commentary of the Tosfos comments on Rashi, it will say, Pirush HaKontos, the booklet, the pamphlet says. They're referring to their grandfather many times, but Rashi's explanation was printed and written in pamphlets. Rashi was extremely modest, never stepped up greatly on the Jewish scene, and yet made such a difference. And next time we'll begin to learn
supposed to be on vacation. I'm supposed to be away, but even on vacation, there's a structure. This is what I'm doing. This is how I'm doing it. There's an avoda. It's purposeful. When my life is purposeful, and therefore again, I am constantly engaged in avodas Hashem. I am torrid ba'avoda. I'm occupied with growth. I'm occupied with service. My life is filled with meaning. No matter what it is that I am doing, then there's no time for the Yitzhak. It's fascinating, right? The craftsman doesn't have time to think in moral thoughts. He's fixing a garment. The shepherd doesn't have time for moral thoughts. He's got to grow the flock. The Yid has no time for moral thoughts. When I am occupied with avoda, when I am occupied with purposeful, meaningful, directed living, there's no incredible. Oh, remember, I says just do one more piece. I'm mad. Remember again, you want to say that how does it just one of us comes and move it up, poison on the sword. The person sees the last moments before that, not opened up, the poison falls in. That's when the mercy knew that we got to do a job with the shmuel. This is seen argument on the shmuel. The Amar with the shmuel, only Malach HaMalas, listen to this. Malach HaMalas says as follows. He knows the Kaishina, the Yuka, the Bisa. I am not being concerned with the color of people. Havaparana Bisa Shkita Kidehima. I will rip open the throat. Everything is really. So it's a pretty dramatic. Anything that the Jewish people ever went through. First on the side, the Rashi is Amalachto was not focused on his Malachon. The only thing which was maybe on the level of propulsion of the Holocaust was the destruction of and that era. When about 1,000 Jewish people lost their lives in the era of the destruction of the Second Temple through the Romans. Next time, the whole stretch of time. In that that's when it was probably the most tragic before we talk here 2,300. So obviously what that sounds like over here is that the Malach does split
the expulsion of Spain was a big one. Yes, the expulsion of Spain was a big one. Not in the expulsion was great. Not in the propulsions, however. I don't believe in the proportions of what we're talking here.
But however, the Jewish
before the Holocaust, the Crusades was pointed out to be one of the blood spots, the great deaths and the great tragedies of the Jewish people throughout in all time.
This question beginning by
The beginning of this story, how this transpired, was something that we pointed out the other week of the tug of war between the clergy, between the church
into the body that causes
the church was always vying for more power and for more authority in how everything was run.
Everyone, don't worry, tomorrow's a very short.
The question was who was to be on top. Usually, when the church was on top, it was bad for the Jewish people. Times, however, when
So just to learn with all of you, have a wonderful day.
The miracle of the Shai Weinberg for the use of the status from Israel and Eretz Israel and the miracle of the speedy arrival of Mashiach on May. We also thank Daniel and Bathsheba Pava for sponsoring all the shurim of the month in commemoration of the second year of Basheb's father, who fled with him to the Aryeh of Philadelphia, which is 27 Thomas. He was a child survivor of Auschwitz and left over 100 descendants. And the Shara should have an Aliyah, the Gan Eden, and the family should have continued nachas for all of the generations. We're going to pick up on the bottom of your test on the base with the words Amar Shmuel Bar Nachmani, Amar Rabbi Yonasan. Shmuel Bar Nachmani says in the name of Rabbi Yonasan, Ma'idachsiv, they added on the side. Ma'idachsiv, what do we mean by what it says? Ashri Ish Lehalach Matzas Shayim. Again, analyzing the very first chapter in Tehillim, which is lucky, fortunate is the person who does not go with the path of Rishayim. Who does that refer to? So the top of the Testament Aleph, Zeh Avraham Avinu. This refers to Avraham Avinu. Why shaloi halach ba'atzas anshe dara flaga? He did not follow the path of the ways of the dara flaga. Who are the dara flaga? Yeah, there were people who built this massive tower, which they were going to use to wage war against the Baruch. Why Rishayim hayu? They were evil people. Shenemar, for it says Hava nivna lanu ir. Let's go build a city. And he did not get involved in such a group. Therefore, that refers to Avraham Avinu. He did not follow in the path of those who commit averos. What is again? That's also referring to Avraham Avinu. Did not live. Did not spend the time with people of Sodom. Why? Because they were people who lived their lives sin, stayed away from them. Remember, how do we know this? Where it says, people of Sodom. Bad people, they constantly sin before HaKadosh Baruch. The pasuk continues says that and then it says did not spend his time, did not do well among cynical clowns, constantly making jokes out of everything. But Yosef, the most he did not settle down within the settlement of the Rothschild. Because again, these people were very cynical, constantly joking. Now, interestingly, remember, it goes on. The people who were constantly filled with jokes, why? Because the first story gets the story of Avraham Avinu. This is the story that takes place later on during the time of Shimshon. Shimshon, who was somebody and Shimshon was somebody who was quite a mysterious life. Again, he was nothing, and ultimately he lived a life which was unique to him. Again, his life was captured by the Christians, and after he blinded him, they brought him out and entertained them with that joke. You see this description of people who are joke. Interestingly, Rashi tells us that Avraham Avinu did live among the Christians. In other words, among the people of Sodom, he did not live. We look at Rashi, quotes the pasuk. The pasuk says, "Yishigar beinayim the sid v'yagar Avram the Eretz Christian Avram." He dwells in the land of the Rothschild and Marsha. Exactly, it's like a very big difference between Avraham Avinu being Gar in the land of the Philistines or being Vayeshev. Interesting, it says Vayeshev Yaakov, Eretz Murei of it. The Rishonim point out that there are two different types of life. Rashi himself says that Bikish Yaakov Leishev V'Shalva. He wanted to live a life of Leishev. Wanted to settle. So the term by Yeshev refers to settle down, going within the community, becomes a member of that Tehillah. By Yagar is much more of a temporary he lived among the Philistines. However, he did not kind of integrate into that. Why? Because he saw now again, it was we trying to point out that the Litzanei Hagar, I don't have to say about Yaakov Avinu and his children, and therefore that's what it is, really. The bottom line is that the Litzanei Hagar, in the time of Avraham Avinu, that's what he was talking about. Just like a Christian, the Christian were Litzanim all the way back from the beginning, and Avraham Avinu was recognized that he could sometimes live in a neighborhood. It's like community, a whole city, but yet you stay from the people who are not Christians. That's what we think yes, he did live among the Christians, but he was no Rothschild. He did not settle down as a member of that community because he realized that, generally speaking, he jokes but the Gemara continues by darshaning two more psukim, which discuss the unfortunate life. Ashley is Yirei as Hashem. This is not the very first pasuk in Tehillim. This is also a pasuk in Tehillim, but this is much later on. This is Ashrei Ish. Yirei as Hashem. Ashrei Ish. V'lo Ashrei. You really want to say, hold on. Why is this specifically relevant to a man, not to a woman? Why did you say Ashrei Ish? Now, why did we ask this earlier? Usually we ask this earlier.
That's like massive projection because there are these spaces where like
refers
if
to
you're a
this
random
as
comedy,
opposed
like
to somebody else.
there's
What
like
it's
this space
telling
that you
us
just
is
can't be in.
that there are certain types of people who are fortunate. That's not gender specific. The Ashley Ish sounds much more like it's gender specific. Therefore, they want to ask, why did you say Ashley Ish? Like Ashley Ish?
Like progressive people.
Amar said, Amar Rav, when the Rav asked him, he should also see like this. In this case, it's not referred to a man as opposed to a woman, rather it refers to a young person. What it means is, a fortunate person who does to stupidly repent from this mistake when he's younger. Why? Because when a person is younger, a lot more strength, a lot more ability to be able to reevaluate, and live a different life. When it's older, it's much harder to change. Shuvah Levi says, Ashley Nish Miskara Yisrael Ish. When the pasuk says Ish over here, doesn't necessarily mean a man, it means anybody. But the term Ish means it's a strong person. It was kind of like man up and do it right. That's what the pasuk was saying. Actually, maybe the pasuk was to say that. But the bottom line is, the term Ish describes strength that's required for it to be strong and to fight over the Israel.
Like imagine
Actually, Mish Miskara Yisrael Ish. The mitzvot of Chafetz Meod. The pasuk continues on and says, the mitzvot of Chafetz Meod. He really wants, and he has a strong desire to be able to fulfill the mitzvahs. Amar Rabbi Lazar. The mitzvot of the load of timelessness. What's the person motivated by? He is motivated by the mitzvot. He's not motivated by the prize, by the reward. This is what we're saying in the Mishnah. Boy, Omer, again, this is the famous Mishnah in the Sefton Avos. Boy, Omer, not be like the servant who serves the Kodesh Baruch, serves his master because he's expecting wages. And you can so low, Amanat al Pras, be like the servant who serves his master, even if you are not going to be rewarded. So it's very interesting just to see this. Look at the specific terminology of the Gemara. It says, Eloheyu Avadim, Amasham Sarad to be like servants who serve their master. Shelo Almanas the Kalapras. Shelo Almanas means not on condition that you will get a reward for. Look at Rashi. The way that he writes it is Almanas Shelo Kalapras. There's a nuanced difference between a person who serves their master Shelo Almanas the Kalapras, which means he's doing it even though he's not expecting the reward. The way Rashi says it is, Al-Manas, on condition, Shelo L'Kabel Pras, he won't get a reward. In other words, it sounds like he doesn't want a reward. But then when you read Rashi, that's not what he says. He says, hey, live, let you know, to do it with her. Lomar Afilu Ein Sofi L'Kabel Star, O Ani, as Bore B'Chaz. So the way he explains it is like the words actually written in the Gemara, which is, person says, even they don't get a reward. In other words, happy to get a reward, but I'm going to serve it as far if they don't get a reward. Now, Tosfos actually says something very good here. It's important to point out. Tosfos says, Almanas the Kabel Pras. Here's the Toah. In other words, don't be a person who serves the Kodesh Baruch only for the reward, and if you don't get the reward, you're going to regret doing the mitzvah. In other words, in lo tavo she'elasa, in other words, he's going to go ahead and regret doing the mitzvah. He doesn't get what he wants. The most open to others. Aval, he says clearly, in Eino Toach, a person wants to get a reward, he does a particular mitzvah because he wants to get the reward, but he's not going to regret doing the mitzvah. Aval Eino Toach, Dami lahada daminu parakam l'balvastra, parakam l'psaka, Rosh Hashanah. The Tanya, in other words, the person is not going to regret it. Similar to the Tanya Sela Zela tzedakah, person is donating particular amounts of money for tzedakah, Almanas Yifya Bani, on condition that his son is not a refuah shalema, Arei Zet Sadik Gomer. Clearly, the Gemara says the person gives money to tzedakah. Well, why does he give money to tzedakah? He articulates, I'm giving this money to tzedakah because I want to refuah shalema. So what is that? That's the person who's used to doing it. Alman Nasna Kadal Nas. He wants to reward from it. Says Tosis, he's a tzaddik Gomer. Why is he a tzaddik Gomer? The answer is because even if his child is not going to have refuah shalema, he's not going to say, shoot, I shouldn't give that money. In other words, he still likes the fact, he's proud of the fact, he's happy with the fact that he did this mitzvah. But again, he wants it. The person tells us that there's nothing wrong with wanting a reward. The problem is if the person wants the reward, and if he doesn't get it, he says, forget it. I shouldn't have given that money to tzedakah. I shouldn't have done that mitzvah. That's when there's a problem. Even though there's this nuance difference in the actual terminology, it seems like both Rashi and Tosafot are of the opinion that a person can do a mitzvah with the hopes of receiving a reward, as long as the person is not going to regret doing that mitzvah if he doesn't get it. I will point out that there are those who say that the raya that Tosafot brings is not a great raya, because he's talking about tzedakah. Tzedakah is a little bit different. Tzedakah corresponds to the community law like the Zohar. Tzedakah is one of those things which it corresponds to say, give it, I guarantee it will be worth your while. And if it's not a perfect raya, but nevertheless we see both Rashi and Tosafot are of the opinion nothing wrong with wanting the reward as long as the person doesn't regret doing the mitzvah if he doesn't get it. In the Torah, the pasuk continues and says, "In the Torah, the person desires the Torah. Amar Rav, ain't other lo Torah elam maknas tzedakah." A person should not learn Torah unless it's a place in the Torah that the person enjoys learning. It's a very important rule. We hear about this all the time. But there's so many areas of Torah. Some people like to learn halakha. Some people like to learn Agadah. Some people like to learn Chumah. Some people like this perspective, another aspect, a person should always learn Torah in a place of learning. So now, in the Torah, so Torah is his desire, something that he likes. Again, it doesn't mean you should ignore any aspect of Torah. The person should always find himself learning something he enjoys. Levi, Rav Shimon and Rabbi. Levi and Rav Shimon and Rabbi were learning together. And Yasi Kamei the Rebbe, they were sitting in front of their Rebbe. The Kapasuk Sidra. They were learning Chumash and Solid Sifra. They finished learning that particular section they were learning. So again, Rashi says it was Tarshil Shal Mikra. Seems like they were learning nothing.
When they say small minority, they indicated
they're learning from the Tanakh. They finished a particular sefer. And after they finished that sefer, Levi Amar, Levi said, you know what, now that we finished the sefer, let's learn Mishlei. Let's learn Mishlei.
We're going to allow a bunch of people into this country.
Proper, right? Let's learn Mishlei. Shimon Rabbi said, Amar, let's learn Tehillim. Let's learn Sefer Tehillim. We got to a little bit of an argument what they should learn next. Should they learn Tehillim first, or should they learn Mishlei first? Ultimately, Levi, Kafki Levi, Levi overpowered him and said, we're learning Tehillim. That's what we're going to be doing right now. We're not going to be learning Mishlei. So why did that happen? Now, explains. The order of Tanakh, Tehillim comes first, and there's another reason that the bottom line is he's able to overpower him and say we learn before we learn Mishlei. Another explanation is actually issue here also for Tehillim. A lot of Yura comes from Tehillim as opposed to Mishlei. Mishlei is possible, but ultimately to learn it, it's like the Tehillim should come first. He wrote the Tehillim. Now, they sat down in front of the Rebbe, they started learning Tehillim, and Kimaku Hacha, he got to this pasuk of Yimikar Hashem. So it was the second pasuk of Tehillim. In other words, he overpowered him, he started learning it, Asher Ish, Shalala, Shalala,
if the census see if we can find out what the number is. But if the census
Asher Ish, Shalala,
California, I think they would lose
Outside Hashem with Derech Hashem, Amar Rosh Hashanah Yashav, in the Torah Hashem Chafso. That's what they got up to. So they learned this Amar of Gemara. And what happened? Parish Rabbi, Amar Eina Dum Lama Torah Lamakos Chafetz. Plus, the person should always learn Torah from a place that they desire. Right then, Amar Levi slammed his hand down on the table. He said, Rabbi, Asapta Lanu Rishos, Lamo, you've given us permission to stand up and walk out of the shir. I did not want to learn Tehillim this morning. I wanted to learn Mishlei. Therefore, I'm going to the next room in the building. I'm going to join the Mishlei shir. Have a nice day. Amar Abadimi, Barchama, Kol Osei Torah, and we learn Torah because Baruch Hu, also the Chafetz of Hashem's going to do his desire. Never, for it says, in the Torah Hashem Kefso, person of Hashem Torah, Kefso, Hashem will fulfill his desire. Amar Rava, Olam Yilad Olam Torah B'Makom Shliva Chafetz. Up until now, we said, Ni Makom. What does that refer to? A place from the Torah. Always learn from a place from the Torah that you have a desire to learn. Here's the Makom Shliva Chafetz. This says the Marsha means from a Rebbe that a person is really going from. A person has to choose a Rebbe to connect to, a Rebbe to be able to learn from, a Rebbe that able to understand. All Rebbeim are great, but not every Rebbe in every Talmud is a good shidduch. Sometimes a person can find the proper Rebbe to be able to connect to. Therefore, the Olam Yilmad Adam, B'Makom Shliva Chafetz, the person to learn in a place that he desires for it says the Pasuk, he is the trust of Tefsa again, they say Pasuk, you learn a person to find a place to learn. We're comfortable and able to connect with each other. Amarava, the Tefillah Nikras Al Shorosh HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Initially, who the Torah belonged to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But Nikras Al Shemo, the Torah will be that person's home. And then our first says, Pasuk Torah Hashem. Initially, it's referred to as Torah Hashem. Yachar Kach, it says in the Torah, so in his own Torah, Yega Yom V'Layla, he will toil in it day and night. So, because Baruch Hu Torah to be a person's own personal gift. Amarava, the Olam Yilad Olam Torah, a person should first learn Torah, the Achar Kach Yeg. Afterwards, he should toil in it. And then, for it says the response of the Torah Hashem, other with Torah Yega. First, the Torah Hashem, afterwards, the Torah Yega. So just understand what this means. There are certain people who sit down, they learn one line, and 1,000 questions, and they want to ask all those questions right away, and then come up with all kinds of answers. The Gemara says that's not the way to learn. First, we have to do is you have to learn information, gather, understand what it's telling you. Learn the Mishnah, understand what the Mishnah is telling you. Perhaps learn the Gemara. After you learn, go back and ask the questions. So you know, if you ask so many questions so early, you'll find that you're ignoring the fact that the answer might be my father, I remember learning Hebrew as a young kid. He would always tell me, he would say, you have to get a great type of the sugya before you start understanding. You have to get a wide view of what's going on. First, learn it. Learn the Mishnah, learn the Gemara, learn a few pages. If you start questions at that point in time, ask those questions. But you ask 100 questions just when you start writing, start learning it. You might just spend all your time with a lot of content. You might find that the answer to your question is really on the next page. So first learn, gather information, and then ultimately you start toiling in it. That will be the best recipe for success. We're going to see constantly why we more later on this. But see this over here. First amass a lot of information, and then they should go ahead and toil in it. My Rabbi, who used to work with, used to always tell us, so he still tells us, that when a person learns, you have to be able to really know what the secret is for. There are some people who they like to give shoes, like to learn Tilpul. It's beautiful. Learning Tilpul, learning ears is necessary. You have to be around them to be able to understand that's what they're going on. But you have to always remember the basics. When you finish the surgery, you just gave an hour-long Kabbalah. The person asks you, what one of the shoes are? You forgot that? You don't have all the basics about that. Your Kabbalah, your Indian, your Yiddish is very nice, beautiful, but missing the basics. This is what I'm saying. First, First learn, what does the Torah say? What does it say there? What are the words? I remember when I was in 9th grade, the Rabbi used to say, when I was in 11th grade, first get the what, and then get the why. If you ask the why before you know the what, then your why is not relevant. So again, this is what Gemara says. All of you other Torah, first to learn Torah. Afterwards, toil. Nemar, for it says, the Torah Hashem, the Hazar B'Kros Yega. From Rabbi Olam, Ligris finish the person to learn. Alpha Gav, finish. You know, for some people are going to say, what's the point of coming to this year? I'm going to forget it anyway. What does Rabbi say? Do it. Learn anyway. Another even larger. Alpha Gav, Yoda, my I have no idea what's going on. What's the point of coming? Says Rava, person the Olam Ligris, Yafagav the Mishkan, even though you might forget it. Yafagav the Loik Brother Maki Amar doesn't know what he's talking about. Remember, for it says, Garsa Nafsi L'Sava. In other words, Garsa means kind of breaks himself for his desire. Garsa Nafsi L'Sava. Garsa, Rashi explains, Garsa comes to the term Geras. So don't use the break into small pieces. Garsa says, in other words, you have grain, the best possible use of grain is grind with flour, and you can make bread. Some people don't have the ability to grind with flour. What do? They break it, they turn it and fall apart. I don't know, turn into a granola bar. So it might not be a soft, smooth flour that you can make into a bread, but even if you can't get the beautiful final product of understanding Torah with all of its depth, still go ahead, break it into pieces. Well, as far as you can. We'll see in the market who explain. That person should not stop at that. The person should never say, you know what, I'm going to sit here just like kind of reading through the page tomorrow and not really talking about. There are processes the person has to go through to try to get himself to understand it. And ultimately, if you start, even if you don't understand it, that's how you get to the place of understanding. If you never start, you're not going to understand it, then you'll never start. Rabbi asks the contradiction. It says, Al-Gape. So this pasuk says, Shalcha narosel tikra al-Gapi maromi Torah. Referring to the Torah, so the person is going to sit al-Gapi. What is al-Gapi? On wings. So wings, kind of flapping, it's not a very comfortable chair. It's kind of going from one place to the next. Siv al-Kisei, person sit on a chair. So the person learns Torah is on wings, which is ultimately going from one place to the next. Or he's sitting on a kisei in a chair, which is much more stable. What is the more say? The tefillah, when a person first starts learning, it's al-gape, much more unstable, much more hard to be stable with learning. It's difficult. Initially, you feel very unstable. The self al-kisei, ultimately at the end, will be a much more stable ground on his chair. Siv. Again, it says the Rosh Meromin. Initially, the Torah seems like it's the Rosh Meromin. It's up in the sky. Siv, Ali Dara. Another place it says the Torah is right there on your path. So what is it? You have to ascend to the heavens to get it? Or is it on the path? What Gemara answers, the Tefillah, initially you could feel like Barosh Meromin, the Torah is up in the sky. So once the person actually starts and he ends up learning, he gets to the end, Ali Dara ends up being right there. Again, what does it teach us? It teaches us everything to feel very far away. And once you reach out to achieve it, you'll see that it's much closer than you initially thought. And after you actually start learning, you find out that it's right there. Karo Lecha Hadavar Me'od. Ula Rami. Ula asked the following Sira. Siv, it says in the pasuk, "Say nine nipore, drink water from your sister, from a pit." Siv the nose limito pe'iracha. One place is described the Torah as being kind of like gathered together in a pit. Now what happens if you have water in a pit? You go in, you drink it. Eventually, it's going to get used up. And another place describes the Torah as flowing from a well. A well doesn't get used up. So which one is it? Is Torah something which ultimately gets used up when you draw from it, or is it constantly going to be there? The Tefillah should say Mivarech. Initially, it sounds like you're drinking from the bar, and you feel like you have limited resources. You feel like you can do it all for yourself. The person that's learning, ultimately, at the end, when you Cassilis nosebleed, self-bitten rafa, person who is withdrawing from ever-flowing amount of water again, more cells are like multiple price. The point where you got to Amarava. Amarav Skoro, Amarav Budamaidik Sit. What does the passage mean when it says, Hone Mehevel Yima? Person who has hone, a lot of wealth, from Hevel, from nothing, Yima, ultimately will become nothing. So again, this is the passage. Hone Mehevel Yima, the Kove Tayad Yerbes. This is the passage in the Mishnah, right? Yes, the Mishnah. Person will have Hone Mehevel Yima, the person has a lot of nothing. Will end up with nothing. The Kove Tayad, the person who gathers slowly, then Yarba will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, person grabs a lot at once, he'll have a little bit. Person grabs a little bit, he'll have a lot. Mar explains, in also Adam Torasa Chavilos Misnayim. The person is going to bundle together tons and tons and tons of Torah. What's going to happen is it's not going to have anything. Why? Because you just overload the circuit with tons and tons of information, you're not going to retain any of it. In Kovitz Al Yad, you learn a little bit, slowly. Yerba, ultimately you'll have a lot. Rava says, Yadi Rabbana Lahamilsa. Chachamim know about this. They know not to learn too much too quick. The Aviyallah. The desire for learning Torah is so strong, you just want to consume as much of it as possible. But not for Yitzchak, Ana, Havidita, the kind of young. I ultimately follow this advice. I learn slowly, I repeat what I learned, and ultimately again, this is what I mentioned before. You have to keep this balance. Earlier, we learned that before a person starts swelling up, you have to first amass a lot of knowledge. Gemara warns us, though, to say that don't do too much too quick. That's why our Hashem, we have the Gemara community here before Daf Yomi, because if you just learn Daf Yomi, every day is a new daf. Then you just go more hard to retain it. Learn the Zara Kapura, when you learn it one day, spend the day doing it, come back morning to review it before the year starts. And this is something you're able to retain and ends up staying good. Amar of Shizbi, major was Nazaria. By the Siv, what does the Pasuk where it says, Lo Yachrok Ramia, Yachrok literally means rope, or to burn. A Ramia is a swindler, again, a swindler trapping animals. He's not going to ultimately roast his prey. Lo yichya, lo ya'aref yamin. Sayid harab. In other words, what he means to say is, if a person works too quick, he's not going to be able to gather what he has. He gets a fusslet using at this point.
Of course.
Rashi points out that the word lo yachro, it puts together kind of like a compound of the word lo yifya. You see the first word lo yifya is the best, and the second word lo ya'ara is yachre. It's yifya and ya'ara together. So lo yachro means ultimately will not be able to roast his prey. What happens if he's just catching too much too quick? Shesha said the same thing, you just read it differently. He said, Tzayid Harama Yashref. The way he read it was, this Tzayid Harama is ultimately the road. In other words, he explains to Yosef, Dimi, Amar, Dimi explained what they both meant was, Mashal Azim Tzad Sipar. This is the parable to a person who's trapping birds. If you catch one and then you break its wings or clip its wings, then what happens is he catches one, clips the wings, now it stays here. When he catches another one, he clips its wings and it stays here. However, if he doesn't do that, in love, in this kind of you catch one bird, you put it on the floor, then guess what happens? As you catch the second one, the first one flies away. So the same is true with regards to Torah. Person just learned, don't mark so quick. Stop spending any time digesting it. It's not going to stay with him, similar to a person who's trapping. The pasuk continues. Be like a tree which is uprooted on the streams of water. Amr Dveyanai. Each shasal will look to a person has to be creates shuffle, like a tree that's willing to uproot itself and goes from one place to the next, locates the two, not like a tree that's planted in one place. Which means, someone who only has one Rebbe, Eino, Roa, Simon, Bracha, Liola. Not going to see Simon, Bracha. Why? You have to have some elements of diversity when it comes to your Rebbeim. Throughout your life, you have to do different Rebbeim. Every Rebbe has something else that you're able to give to your Talmud. You can't get everything from only one Rebbe. That's the purpose of now with the proliferation of Torah. Person has the ability to be able to attend one shiur in the morning, hear another shiur in the afternoon, and in addition to that, even certain Rebbeim have the ability to pull Torah from so many different sources. It's very important for a person to have multiple different Rebbeim. Of course, you have a Rav, that person becomes your Rav, that person becomes Gemara in a Rav, that person becomes Gemara Derek, you go to that person consistently to be able to develop your path in life. When it comes to learning Torah, a person that's able to learn Torah in various different Rebbeim, every single Rebbe is something else that he has to offer. A person cannot limit himself to only one Rebbe. Amar the word of Tishka, Rabbana. So Tishka told his Talmidim, I want to tell you something, but I'm concerned that if I tell it to you, you guys are going to bounce. Vazlisu, and you go somewhere else. But he ultimately said it to them anyway. Koloma Torah Rav Echad, you only learn Torah on one Rabbi. Eino Roasu Bracha Liola. You're not going to learn. You're not going to have Simon Bracha in your whole life. So what happened? Everyone got up. But also, Kamei the Rava went to learn by the other Rav across the street. He went to Rav. All right, Rabbi has to be honest and tell Talmidim. Enjoy the fact that you come to my shiur. Continue coming to my shiur. Don't stop coming to my shiur. But be in between this shiur and the next one, go to this Nugget across the street. The Rav there has something to teach you as well. Amalahu, Hani Nili Svara. He said that this is only with regard to Svara. Al Gemara Mirah. When it comes to Gemara, it's not the one Rav. What he's saying is when it comes to person's Gemara, person's thought process, you have to be able to understand that different people have different thought processes. Because Baruch Hu gave Ayin Torah the Torah so many different ways of seeing the story. You can't limit yourself to one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of Gemara, we don't really have the problem written down for us now. When it comes to text of Gemara Marav Echad Adif, the one Rebbe, Yehi Sasa Vitaf days, will lift the rich you can't have, where you have different actual texts. Al Palgimayim, Costa continues. Omrav Tamsin Barachani Loi. Oilam, Yishale Adam Shenoso. Person should divide his years. Shlish Mikra, a third of his life is to be learning Shlish. Shlish the Mishnah, a third of his life learning Mishnah. And Shlish the Talmud, a third of his life is to be learning Gemara. Gemara says, hold on a second. You are implying that a person knows how long he's going to live. And he takes all those years and divides it into three. Miyada Hinis Kama Chayev. Has the person actually know how long he's going to live? In other words, Gemara says every person wants to optimistically believe they'll live until 120. You take 120, divide into 3, you get 40, 80, and then 120. What happens if this person that does that? He lives to 120. It's implying that if he passes away at 80, 90, 100, he lost out all those years in Gemara. Gemara says, no, that means Biyomi. You look at Rashi. Rashi says Biyomi. Days Yomim Mikra. So get Sunday and Monday he learns Chumash. Days Yomim Mishnah. So then Tuesday and Wednesday he'll learn Mishnah. And then you have Thursday and Friday he's going to learn Gemara. And guess Shabbos, according to Rashi, you eat everything you learn that whole week. However, Tosfos says differently. You look at Tosfos, he says, "L'kaf nira liyomi b'chol yom." Every single day. L'kaf kiknu, according to note this. Sukkei HaTamid. In davening, every single morning, you have Sukkei HaTamid. You have the Sukkei of the Tamid. Who Mishnas Ezel Mekoman. You have the Mishnas Ezel Mekoman. The Bryce Rabbi Shmuel. You have the Bryce Rabbi Shmuel. The person who davening follows through the sitter, and he learns Mikra, he learns Mishnah, and he learns Gemara. However, he says from very important. The Anu Shosti the Talmud Rabbi. We learn Gemara every single day. Yomi every single day. What happens? Kayeda was good enough for us. Why? Because we follow the Mikra, Mitzvah, the Talmud. Just today, in our Amud, we learn Sukkim. We have Tehillim, in Mishlei, we learn Mishnayos, we're learning Gemara. Just learning a page of Gemara gives you the opportunity to be able to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that means every single day a person has to learn some Chumash, some Mishnah, and some Gemara. The pasuk continues, the Gemara continues, that Shapir Yitzam B'Ito is fruit will give in your time. Amarava, Im Shapir Yitzam B'Ito Yisrael first is going to be called each and every single day. Galeo, reap the benefit. Galeo lo Yibal, and the branches of the leaves will not wither. Wow, this is not learn Torah all the time. Not to bit then our Lomei, the Alam Alana Lam Kasser on both the Rabbi and the Talmud, the pasuk says, "Locain her son to eat the most of the Torah is not going to ultimately be the sky and like the notes. It's going to be like the shaft that ultimately goes far. Amar Rabbi Abba, Amar Rabuna, Amar Rab. Ma'adat Sif, Rabbi Kalon Rishila. What the pasuk means says that there have been many victims of her. Again, this is referring to Zona, ultimately, what that refers to in this context? That Talmud this refers to a Talmud who didn't reach his life where he should be constantly Umora, just nonetheless. The pasuk continues and says that since the strong ones are those who were killed, the Talmud Shigiyah, this refers to a Talmud that reached the point of Hara. Eno Mara does not pass. Tama, when that Ab meant Nin, when the person reaches 4 years old. Gemara says, hold on a second. In other words, Gemara says you have to be very careful with his balance. Because if you have a Talmud who's low Shigiyah, he's not at the proper age. Proper stage of life to be passing the Shiloh. He passes the Shiloh nonetheless. Then there are going to be a lot of victims of this erroneous thought. Similarly, if a person is supposed to pass the and he does not pass the there will be victims of the fact that he did also Torah. I want to spend some time going through this another time. Beginning of Igros Moshe, it's funny in hindsight, most times to justify what he's writing. You know what Moshe has the way that wasn't uncovered beforehand. He was the posting Hadar of the United States of America. You get me for this, I'll get you for this. So you have some time to read the Hakdama. I think it's just Moshe explains why he feels okay for him to pass through Shiloh. For sure, it's definitely. But again, this is the attitude the person has to have when a person answers Shiloh, to recognize that there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information, but recognize if you're going to be a person who talks in shadows prematurely, be victims of your erroneous stuff. Similarly, if you have information to share and you don't, then they'll be victims of your lack of stuff. Now, the words of the Harava, he wasn't 40 years old and he passed through Shiloh. Why? How do we know that he wasn't 40? Rashi tells us he died when he was 40. So the Gemara says to Shavan, in this time he was equal to everybody in the community, therefore it was incumbent upon him to actually walk back because he was being cultivated. Well, Leah will Yibal, and the leaves of the branches will not wither. Amar Rav Aka, Barada, Amar Rav, Amar Rav Aka, Amar Rav, Nuna, Amar Rav. Even the chatter of Tfilas HaKamen, Tfilas HaTalmud, you have to spend time understanding it. In that matter, for it says, and the branches will not wither, ultimately successful. Again, nothing that comes out of the mouth of Talmud Chacham is Dvarim B'Kalim. Anything that Talmud Chacham says is something that's ultimately learned. Amar Yeshua Levi, Dover Zaykos V'Torah V'Shanam B'Divim V'Sruv V'Ksuvim. The fact that a person will be successful if they learn a lot of Torah is written in the Torah, it's repeated in the Nevi'im, the prophets, and it is repeated the third time in the writings of Suvit. What does it say? Person learns the Torah of Chassav with Lachim. I think will ultimately be successful in his business. Where's this Machlichim? Where's that custom? The Torah, where's it in the Torah? The Siv, Mark, Mestivi, Abris, Azos, Asis, Osam, Laman, Taskilu, Eish, Kol, Asher, Tasi. That's meaning to be smart, but to be successful in all that you do. The Torah should not be removed from your mouth. But Yisra Yom Valayli should toil in it day and night. Man Tishma Lashi Kafal Kafal. That you watch and do everything that's written in it. Ultimately, if you do that, follow the script, and you'll be successful in all that you do. But Haskell and again, you'll be smart and successful. It's repeated the third time. Where it says, we just read this. And will be like the tree which is uprooted by the streams of water. The fruits will give at the right time. The branches will not wither. What's the recipe for success? Machas Rabbi Alexandri, very famous tomorrow. Rabbi Alexandri used to make this announcement: Man boy chayi, who wants to live, wants to be healthy. Everyone would go run up to him with Gabe, running up to him and say, yes, I want to live. Amri would say, Havlon chayi. He would say to him, give us life. Amri would say to them, the Pasuk tells us, who is the one who loves life? Person refrains from speaking negatively. Don't speak Lashara, and you'll merit good life. Turn away from that is good. One person might say, I did not speak Lashara, and therefore I held myself back from speaking poorly. I'm going to go take a long nap. In other words, I'll have a long, happy, and healthy life. I don't speak Lashara. The person says no. You turn away from bad, but do good. And Torah refers to Torah. Remember, it says not good enough to not speak Lashon Hara. A person has to actually learn Torah as well. We're going to get to this. The Kippah. The Mishnah told us, when you're building a base America, when you're building a bathhouse, when you get to the Kippah, to the little dome on the top of the Kippah of the Zara, Mokum Shmidim Before, what it tells you to stop. Omer Balazar on Yochanan. In Bana, if he does build it, Skara Mutter, he's allowed to get paid for it. Versus Chita, of course he can get paid for it. Mishamti was the cover name. Mishamti was the cover. Bain Rabbi Shmuel, Bain Rekiva, Bain Asurim. It's not actually building the Zara, this is the service of the Zara. You're allowed to get Hana from that. Versus, actually, until it's actually served. There's no reason why we don't get paid. It's actually building the actual idol. Honey, so was that would only be relevant if it becomes us right away as soon as it's built. Until it is served. Shopping, you can understand why he's letting it get paid. And that's why he has to be said. According to what it says, it's us right away. Why is he letting it get paid? We're talking about the final blow that's necessary to be able to make this above the Zara. What turns it into Avodah Zarah? The Gemara Malacha. The aim is having Gemara Malacha. When does Gemara Malacha happen? The Makdash Akron with the last blow. There's no Shavakut in that last blow. In other words, all the blows until then, it's not Avodah Zarah yet. You're allowed to do it. When does it become Avodah Zarah? In the last blow. You divide every time you give a blow, each blow is worth less than the Shavakut, and therefore you're allowed to benefit from it. Alma Savar, we see Yeshua Sears the Peel by itself. We see that a person, when he works with somebody else, he gets paid for each individual act. He doesn't get paid until the end. Ultimately, each act adds up to get him what he deserves. The final blow is worth less than Shavakut. That's why he is allowed to get paid. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brody Stevens. Brody takes his shirt off and starts swinging it around in the air like a flag. He goes through the crowd. Let's go! Energy! And he just gets everybody fired up. He immediately breaks out the drumsticks, starts fucking drumming on the seat, and then starts telling jokes and just changed the whole tempo of the room. Everything lit up. It was awesome.
was like, that's what brought
and
it
Eretz
down.
Yisrael
Just
and
like
American
pure
arrival in
charisma
Mashiach.
and talent
Also
and
take
just
Daniel and
personality. And anytime I see him, like anytime I see a person in the audience like this, all arms crossed negative. That's all I can
Father,
that's all I can think. It's like, wow, you are getting me negative energy right now for no reason. For no reason. You're at a show, come and enjoy it. You know, especially when you see a quiz, because like a lot you see it like you see people be like, why you come here? You impress me. Like you're already here.
You're
I'm
lifted
enjoying
up
it.
on the bottom of your chest on the base with the words Amar Shmuel Bar Nachmani, Amar Rabbi Yonasan. Shmuel Bar Nachmani says in the name of Rabbi Yonasan, Ma'idachsiv, the added on the side. Ma'idachsiv, what do you mean by what it says? Ashri Ish L'Halach Mitzvah Shayim. Again, analyzing the very first chapter in Tehillim, which is lucky, fortunate is the person who does not go in the path of Rishayim. Who does that refer to? So the top of the test knowledge. Thou Ramavinu, which is Ramavinu. Why should we Halach Ba'atzach Ayin Say Dara Flaga? He did not follow the path of the law. Flaga do it Flaga. Yet people who built this massive tower, which they were going to use to wage war against the Why should Shayim Hayde, evil people, Nema for Seth Hava, Nivna Lama Elam to build the city, and he did not get involved with the group. Therefore, that refers to Ramavinu. Rivera Chatayim, Amadi did not follow in the path of those who commit Averos, was again the close referred to Ramavinu. So like Amad Ba'amidas Sidoim Shachatayim, did not live and did not spend his time with people at Sidoim. Why? Because they were people who lived their lives in sin. Remember, we had a notice that says, I'm Shei Sidoim, the people of Sidoim, Royim, Shachatayim, Lashem, bad people, and they constantly sin before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The continues and says that Asher Yesh L'Halach Ba'atzach Shayim, Zerach Hatam Le'Omad, and then it says that Moshe Leitzin Lo Yashiv, he did not spend his time, did not do well among those who are Leitzin. Leitzin again are those who are cynical, clowns, constantly making jokes out of everything. Lo Yashiv, the Moshe Lo Yashiv, the Moshe actually Christian, who did not settle down within the settlement of the Philistines. Moshe Tzon Hayu, because again the people were very cynical, constantly joking about everything. Now, interestingly, remember, it goes on, the Yehik Katov Libam, Yom Kiru L'Shushin Tzachon, hasn't noticed the people who were constantly filled with jokes. Why does it refer to the story? Again, not necessarily have to do with Ramavinu. This story that takes place later on during the times of Shimshon. Shimshon, who was somebody the story told us in the days of Shimshon, and Shimshon was somebody who lived quite a mysterious life. But again, he was he was a Navi, and ultimately he lived a life that was unique to him. At the end of his life, he was captured by the Philistines, and after they blinded him, they brought him out when he detained them with all types of jokes. See that the Philistine people were so good. Interestingly, Rashi tells us that Avram did live among the Philistines. In other words, among the people of Sodom, he did not live. You look at Rashi, so it's the pasuk. The pasuk says,
that's awesome. Yeah, it's like
Yisheklar Beinayim, the Siv Yagar Avram, the Eretz Philistine Avram, he dwelled in the land of the Philistines. I told him myself. Exactly, Mark. It's very predictable. Avram is being guard in the land of the Philistines being Yeshua. Interesting, because the Yeshua Yaakov, the Eretz Nigurei of it. We trying to point out that there are two different types of life. Rashi himself says that Bikis Yaakov Leishav V'Salva. He wanted to live a life of Leishav. He wanted to be Leishav. He wanted to settle. So the term by Yeshev refers to a person who settles down, joins within the community, and becomes a member of that Megillah. By Yagar, it's much more of a temporary life. The person happens to be there. He lives with Avram. He lived among the Philistines. However, he did not kind of integrate into that community. Why? Because he saw
I chose that because it's so easy to get lost.
Now again, it was the Rishonim point out that the Lisane Hadar had all types of rumors to say about Yaakov Avinu, about his children, and
they canceled right before.
it was the same. Ultimately, the bottom line was that when Rashi refers to the Lisane Hadar in the times of Avram Avinu, that's what he was talking about. The Christians were the son and all the way back to the beginning.
sometimes you live in a neighborhood, you stay away your whole city, but yet you stay away from the people who are not good for you. That's what you think yes, he did live among the Christians, but he was young enough. He never settled down as a member of that community because he realized that generally the jokes are interesting. Plus, they continue by mentioning several more psukim which discuss the unfortunate lifestyle. Ashrei ish. Yirei Hashem. This is not the very first pasuk in Tehillim. This is also a pasuk in Tehillim, but this is much later on. This is Ashrei ish. Yirei Hashem. Ashrei ish. V'loy Ashrei. Hold on. Why is this specifically relevant to a man, not to a woman? So why did he say Ashrei ish? Now, why did we ask this earlier?
That's just someone's account.
That's right. Ashrei ish refers to this person as opposed to somebody else. In other words, what he's telling us is that there are certain types of people who are fortunate. That's not gender specific, but Ashrei ish sounds much more like it's gender specific. So therefore, the Gemara asks, why did you say Ashrei ish?
Just let them know most of us here.
Amar said, Amar Rav Ashrei Misha Osha Tshuva Kishu. In this case, ish does not refer to a man as opposed to a woman, rather it refers to a young person. What it means is, unfortunately, the person does to super repent from the mistake when he's younger. Why? Because the person is younger, a lot more strength, a lot more of an ability to be able to evaluate, and live a different life. It's much harder to think. Shuva Levi Amar, Shuva Levi says, Ashrei Misha Miskara Yitzchak Ish. When the pasuk says Ish over here, it doesn't necessarily mean a man, it means anybody, but the term Ish means a strong person. So it's kind of like man up and do what's right. That's what the pasuk was saying. Actually, maybe it's not the good to say that, but ultimately, the bottom line is the pasuk is using the term ish to describe strength, which requires for things to be strong, and to fight up against the hard. Ashrei Misha Miskara Yitzchak Ish, the mitzvah of Chafetz Chaim. The pasuk continues on and says, the mitzvah of Chafetz Chaim, he really wants, he has a strong desire. Be able to fulfill the mitzvahs. Amar Rabbi Lazar. Mitzvos of the low is time. Why? What's this person motivated by? He's motivated by the mitzvahs, but not motivated by the prize, by the reward. I know it's not. We'll say in the Mishnah. Who are you, Omer? He said, "Who are you, Omer? I'll speak. I love the not be like a servant who serves the Kadosh Baruch Hu, who serves his master because he's expecting wages. Ella Ayuk Havadim from the Shas Harav Shalo Amanas Kalafat. Be like a servant who serves his master, even if you are not going to be rewarded. It's very interesting to see this. If you look at this specific terminology in the Gemara, it says, Ella Ayuk Havadim from the Shas Harav to be like servants who serve their master. Shalo Amanas Kalafat. Shalo Amanas means not on condition that you will get a reward for it. Look at Rashi. The way that he writes it is Al Manas Shalo Kabal Pras. There's a nuance difference between a person who serves their master Shalo Amanas Kabal Pras, which means he's doing it even though he's not expecting the reward. But the way Rashi says it is Al Manas on condition Shalom he won't get a reward. Because it sounds like he doesn't want a reward. But then when you read Rashi, it says Yehei Imo with his heart, Lomar Ein Sofu Kabal always Ani Erei B'Chafetz Chaim. So the way he explains it is like the way the words actually written in the Gemara, which is first he says servant Kadosh Baruch Hu, even if I don't get reward. In other words, I'm happy to get a reward, but I'm going to serve as powerful even if it doesn't get children. Now, Tosfos actually says something very interesting here. It's important to point out. Tosfos says, Almanas the Kabbalah. Here's the Torah. In other words, don't be a person who serves the Torah only for the reward, and if you don't get the reward, you're going to regret doing the mitzvah. In other words, in low kavod she'elasa, in other words, you're going to go ahead and regret doing the mitzvah, he doesn't get what he wants. The most open to kavod. Avo, he says clearly, in Eino Toa, a person wants to get a reward, he does a particular mitzvah because he wants to get the reward. And he's not going to regret doing the mitzvah. Avo, in Eino Toa, Dami Lahad Damina Karakam Basra, Karakam Saka, Rosh Hashanah, the Tanya, another person is not going to regret it, similar to the Tanya Sela Zela Tzedakah, a person is donating particular amounts of money for tzedakah, Almanas Yadani, on condition that his son that refuah shalema, arei zet tzaddik gomer. Clearly, the Gemara says the person gives money to tzedakah. Well, why does he give the money to tzedakah? He articulates, I'm giving this money to tzedakah because I want someone to have a shalema. So what is that? That's the person who's usually doing this. Alman nafsik kadol pras. He wants to reward from it. Says Tosfos, he's a tzaddik gomer. Why is he a tzaddik gomer? The answer is that even if this child is not going to have a shalema, he's not going to say, simply give that money to tzedakah. In other words, he still likes the fact, he's proud of the fact, he's happy with the fact that he did this mitzvah. But again, he wants to be rewarded. So Tosfos tells us that there's nothing wrong with wanting a reward. The problem is if the person wants a reward, and if he doesn't get it, he says, forget it. I shouldn't have done that mitzvah. That's when there's a problem. Even though there's this nuance difference in the actual terminology, it seems like both Rashi and Tosfos are of the opinion that a person can do a mitzvah with the hopes of receiving a reward, as long as the person is not going to regret doing that mitzvah. Doesn't get there are those who say that the higher the Tosfos string is not a great higher, because we're talking about tzedakah is a little different. Tzedakah is far better than really know God deserves. Whereas you can test the tzedakah. And the tzedakah is one of those things which the Torah says, give it, I guarantee it will be worth your while. Different kind of thing. But nevertheless, this is both Rashi and Tosfos of the opinion that nothing wrong with wanting the reward as long as the person doesn't regret doing the mitzvah he doesn't get. The pasuk continues. It says, a person desires the Torah, other Rab, ain't of the Torah, a person does not learn Torah unless it's a place in the Torah that the person enjoys learning. Very important rule. We hear about this all the time. But there are so many areas of Torah. Some people like to learn halakha. Some like to learn Gadol. Some people like to learn Chumash. Some people like to learn this perception, another perception. Persons always learn Torah from a place that they enjoy learning. Kenemar, in the Torah for so. Torah is his desire, something he likes. Again, doesn't mean more any aspect of Torah. The person always finds himself learning something he enjoys learning. Levi, Rav Shimon and Rabbi. Levi and Rav Shimon and Rabbi were learning together. Yassi Kamei the Rabbi, they were sitting in front of their Rabbi. The Kapasuk Sidra, they were learning Chumash, and Solik Sifra. They finished learning that particular thing they were learning. So again, Rashi says, Parshiot Shal Mikra, means that they were learning nothing. They're learning from the Tanakh. They finished a particular sefer, and after they finished that sefer, Levi Amar, Levi said, you know what, now that we finished the sefer, let's learn Mishlei. Proverbs, right? Let's learn Mishlei. Shimon Rabbi said, Amar Laisi Lun Tehillim. Let's learn Sefer Tehillim. So you got a little bit of an argument whether they should learn that. Should they learn Tehillim first, or should they learn Mishlei first? Ultimately, Levi, Levi's Icy Tehillim. Levi overpowered him and said, "We're learning Tehillim. That's what we're going to be doing right now. We're not going to be learning this." Why did it happen? Marsha explained. Order of Tanakh, first, and he has another reason. The bottom line is we and say that we learn Tehillim before we learn Mishnah.
Like if you just had that one and had her saying a bunch of things.
Another explanation is actually issue you also because that was also a lot of Gira comes from Tehillim as opposed to Mishlei. Mishlei is a lot of Chachma.
How much of that are they going to use on us?
He thought the Tehillim should come first.
Oh yeah,
He wrote the Tehillim. Now they sat down in front of the Rabbi, started learning Tehillim, and he matu hafa. He got to this passage of Yimei Tarsus himself. So in other words, the second. He overpowered him. He started learning it. After if
like there's not really a show that like everyone's watching or like a set of shows that everyone's watching. Your algorithm sends you things you like, so you're completely disconnected.
That's what they got up to. So they learned this number of Gemara. And what happened?
In your opinions on it, what side you on? Yes.
Chorus, Rabbi. Omar, Eina Doloma Torah, Elakim Sibachafetz. Plus the person should always learn Torah from a place that they desire. Right then, Omar Levi slammed his hand on the table. He said, Rabbi, Asapta Lanu Roshos, Lamo, you've given us permission to stand up and walk out of the chair. I did not want to learn Torah this morning. I wanted to learn Mishlei. Therefore, I'm going to the next room of the building. I'm going to join the Mishlei shir. Have a nice day. Amar Abadimi, Barchama, Kol Osei Patorah, and to learn Torah goes powerful. Also, what Hashem is going to do is desire. Never, for it says, Yimei Tarsus Hashem Chesed, a person who says Torah, so Hashem will fulfill his desire. Amar Rava, Olam Yimad Olam Torah B'Makom Shli B'Chafetz. Up until now, we said Mi Mako Shli B'Chafetz. What did that refer to? A place in the Torah. Always learn from a place in the Torah that you have a desire to learn. Here, B'Makom Shli B'Chafetz. This says the Marsha means from a Rebbe that a person is really learning from. A person has to choose a Rebbe that's able to connect to, a Rebbe that's able to learn from, a Rebbe that's able to understand. All Rebbeim are great, but not every Rebbe and every Talmud is a good shidduch. Sometimes a person can find the proper Rebbe to be able to connect to. Therefore, the Olam Yilmad Adam, B'Makom Shli B'Chafetz, the person should learn from the place that he desires. However, it says in the pasuk, again, the same pasuk, the person should find a place to learn. If they're comfortable, the Rebbe connects to the Rebbe.
Diversity and inclusion, labor standards of your
Lama Rava, the Tila Nikras HaShalos HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Initially, who does the Torah belong to? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. With ourselves, Nikras HaShamo, the Torah will be that person's own. And then our for it says in the pasuk, the Torah Hashem. Initially, it's referred to as Torah Hashem. Yachar Kach, it says in the Torah, so in his own Torah, Yega Yom V'Layla, he will toil in it day and night. So this is from here. So Baruch Torah being a person's own personal gift. Amar Rava, Olam Yilad Olam Torah, a person should first learn Torah, afterwards he should toil it. And then for it says in the pasuk, the Torah Hashem, Hadruk with Torah Yega, first the Torah Hashem, afterwards the Torah Yega. You just understand what this means. There are certain people who sit down, they learn one line, they have 1,000 questions, and they want to ask all those questions right away, and then come up with all kinds of answers. Gemara says that's not the way to learn. The first we have to do is you have to learn information. Gather, understand what it's telling you. Learn the Mishnah. Understand what the Mishnah is telling you. Perhaps learn the Gemara. After you learn, go ask your questions. You know if you ask any questions so early, you'll find that you're ignoring the fact that the answer might be in the next month. My father, I remember when he was a young kid, he used to always tell me, he would say, you have to get a break of the sugya before you start understanding. You have to get a wide view of what's going on. First, learn it. Learn the Mishnah, learn the Gemara, learn a few pages. If you still have questions at that point in time, ask those questions. If you ask 100 questions just when you start writing, start learning it, you might just spend all your time not with a lot of nonsense. you might find that the answer to your question is really on the next page. So first learn, gather information, and then ultimately you start toiling in it. That will be the best recipe for success. You can see it's possible that there's one more later on. It seems like over here, first amass a lot of information, and then they should go ahead and toil it. Our Rabbi used to always tell us, I'm sure he still tells us a couple people, that when a person learns, you have to be able to really know what the secret is for. There are some people who they like to give Ian, like to learn Tilton. It's beautiful. Learning Tilton, learning Ian is necessary. You have to be allowed to be able to understand that's what's going on. But you have to always remember the basics. When you finish a sugya, you just gave an hour-long kabbalah. The person asks you what one of the shittas in the Mishnah are, and you forgot that. You don't have all the basics down pat. Your kabbalah, your Ian is very nice, it's beautiful, but it's missing the basics. This is what I'm saying. First, L'olam yilmad the Torah. First, learn what does the Torah say. What does it say there? What are the words? I remember when I was in 9th grade, the Rabbi used to say. I was in 11th grade. First get the what, and then get the why. You ask the why before you know what, so then your why is not relevant. So again, this is what Gemara is saying. All of you other person should learn Torah. I get stewards to toil. That's what it says. The Torah says. Them, the other person yet. One rebel, olam, ligorous person to learn. The alpha gav, ishka. Even though forget, so many people are going to say, what's the point of telling people? I'm going to forget it anyway. What does Rabbi say? Do it. Learn anyway. It says another even larger thing. Alpha gav, lo yoda, night amar. I have no idea what's going on. What's the point in coming? It says Rabbi. Person, the olam ligris, mishka, even though you might forget it, I'm ready to know what he's talking about. Remember, where it says, Garsa nafshi l'sava. In other words, Garsa means kind of breaks himself for his desire. Garsa nafshi l'sava. Garsa, Rashi explains, Garsa comes from the term which also means small pieces. Garza says, look, in other words, if you have grain, the best possible use of grain is to grind it into a flour and you can make bread. Some people don't have the ability to grind it into a flour. What do? If you freeze it, they turn it into a porridge. I don't know, turn to a granola bar. So it might not be a soft, smooth flour that you can make into a bread, and even if you can't get the beautiful final product of understanding Torah with all the steps, still go ahead, break into a few pieces, go as far as you can. We'll see. The Gemara continues to explain. The person should not stop at that. The person should never say, you know what, I'm going to sit here this place kind of reading through a page tomorrow and not know what to do. There are processes the person has to go through to try to get himself to understand. Ultimately, if you start, even if you don't understand it, that's going to get to the place of understanding. Never start, you're not going to understand it, then you'll never start. Rabbi Rami, this is the contradiction. Sid, Gafe. So the pasuk says, "Shalcha narseh tikra gafi mikaras," referring to the Torah, because the person is going to sit out. What is a gafi? On wings. The wings kind of flapping. It's not a very comfortable chair. It's kind of going from one place to the next. Siv al kisei, person sit on a chair. So the person learns Torah. See, on wings, which is ultimately going from one place to the next, or you're sitting on a kisei in a chair, which is much more stable. What is more stable? When a person first starts learning, it's al gape. Much more unstable. It's much more hard to be stable with learning because it's difficult. Initially, you feel very unstable. With the self al-kisei, ultimately, at the end, will be a much more stable ground on a chair. Siv. Again, it says, Barosh Meromin. Initially, the Torah seems like it's Barosh Meromin. It's up in the sky. Siv, Ali Dara. Another place it says the Torah is right there on your path. So what is it? You have to ascend to the heavens to get it? Or is it on the path? What Gemara answers, the tefillah initially can feel like for those Romans, the Torah is up in the sky. But so, once the person actually starts and ends up learning, he gets to the end, Ali Dara, ends up being like the Again, what does it teach us? It teaches us everything can feel very far away. Once you reach out to achieve it, you'll see it's much closer than you initially thought, and after you actually start learning, you find that it's right here. Carl Milacha, right here.
Spanish
Ula Rami. Ula asked the following stira. Siv, it says in the pasuk, "Say ma'imi porech." Drink water from your cistern, from a pit. Siv v'nislim be'eracha. One place it describes the Torah to be kind of like gathered together in a pit. Now, what happens if you have water in a pit? When you drink it, eventually it's used up. And another place it describes the Torah flowing from a well. The well doesn't get used up. So which one is it? Is Torah something which ultimately gets used up when you draw from it, or is it constantly going to be there? The tefillah should say miborech. Initially, it feels like you're drinking from your bar. In other words, you feel like you have limited resources. You feel like you can use it all for yourself. The person ends up learning. Ultimately, at the end, what's going to happen is the nose live, the top bit a rack off. The person's going to be drawing from an ever-flowing amount of water again. Water referring to the Torah that gets multiplied by the point where you recognize the infinite amount of Torah that you have. Amarava. Rav Korah, Amar Buddha might have said, what does the pasuk mean when it says, Hon mehevel yimah? Person who has hon, a lot of wealth, from hevel, from nothing, yimah, ultimately will become nothing. So again, interesting pasuk. Hon mehevel yimah, the tovei tzayad yerba. This is the pasuk in, I think it's in Mishnah, right? Yes, in Mishnah. Person will have only hevel yimah. The person has a lot of nothing, ends up with nothing. The kovei tzayad, the person gathers slowly, then yarba will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, person grabs a lot at once, he'll have a little bit. Person grabs a little bit, he'll have a lot. Gemara explains, in also other Torah kavilos misnayit. The person who's going to bundle together tons and tons of Torah, what's going to happen is he's not going to have it. Why? Because if you just overload the circle with tons of information, you're not going to retain it. When Kovitz al Yah, you learn a little bit, slowly, Yerba ultimately will have a lot. Rabbi says, Yadi Rabbana Lahamelsa. Chachamim know about this. We know not to learn too much too quick. The Avriyallah. Their desire for learning Torah is so strong, you just want to consume as much as possible. But nothing but Yitzchak, Ana, Avidita, I ultimately follow this advice. I learned slowly, I reviewed what I learned, and ultimately it's very important. Again, this is what I mentioned before. You have to keep the balance. Earlier, we learned that before a person starts dwelling on things, you have to just amass a lot of knowledge. The Gemara warns us, though, to say, don't do too much too quick. That's why Baruch Hashem, we have the Bazar before you, before Daf Yomi, because if you just learn Daf Yomi, every day is a new daf, then you can just go more and more and more and more hard to retain it. You learn the Bazar Chabura, when you learn it one day, spend the day reviewing it, come back to next morning, you review it before the year starts. Like this is something to be able to retain and understand. Amar Rav Shizbi, which major was in Nazariah. Maida Siv, what is the when it says, Lo Yachro Ramia Seder? Literally means to road or to cook or burn. A Ramia is a swindler, but again, he's a swindler because he's trapping animals. He's not going to ultimately roast his prey. Lo Yisya, Lo Ya'aref Yamim. Sayis Harab. In other words, what he means to say is if a person works too quick, he's not going to be able to gather what he has. He gives us a pasuk bringing at this point. Rashi points out that the word Lo Yachro, it puts together, it's kind of like a compound of the word Lo Yifya. You see the first word Lo Yifya is with that, and the second one Lo Ya'aref It's Yachrech. It's Yichya and Yarech together. So though Yaakov means he ultimately will not be able to roast and pray, what happens if he's just catching too much too quick? Sefer said the same thing, just read it differently. He said, Zayit Harama Yachrech. The way he read it was, this Zayin Harama is ultimately going to roast. In other words, he explains Yosef Dimi Amar. Dimi explained what they both meant was Mashal Adam Shetzad Siparim. This is a parable to a person who's trapping birds. If you catch one and you break his wings or flip his wings, then what happens is, well, this guy catches one, flips the wings, now it stays here. And he catches another one, he flips the wing, and it stays here. However, if he doesn't do that, in love, you catch one bird, you put more, then guess what happens? If you catch the second one, this one flies away. So the same thing you do with regard to Torah. Person just learns so much, so quick, without spending any time digesting it, it's not going to stay with it, similar to a person who's trapping. The pasuk continues. Be like a tree which is uprooted on the streams of water. Amr Dvayana, eight shasel look a person has to be eight shasel, like a tree that's willing to uproot itself and go from one place to the next. Look eight to another. Like a tree that's planted in one place. Which means someone who only has one Rabbi, Eino, Roa, Simon, Drach, Aliola. Not going to see some. You have to have some element of diversity when it comes to your Rabbi. Right life, you have to need different Rabbi. Rabbi. That's something that's able to do to balance. You can't get everything from only one. That's the bar from now, for the creation of Torah, has the ability to be able to attend one share in the morning, hear another share in the afternoon, and in addition to that, even certain rabbis have the full Torah from some of the different sources. It's very important for a person to have multiple different rabbis. Of course, just because the Shalach Harav, you have a Rav, that person becomes the Rav, that person becomes the Mori and the Rav, that person becomes the Mori Derek, you go to that person consistently to be able to develop your path in life. When it comes to learning Torah, a person has to be able to learn Torah from various different rabbis. Every single rabbi has something else. If you have to offer himself, only one Rabbi. Amar the Rav Hista Rabbana. Hista told his Talmidim, "Beina de'emela tu'milsa mistafina shafkisuli." I want to tell you something, but I'm concerned that if I tell it to you, you guys are going to bounce. Vazlisu and go somewhere else. But he ultimately said it to them anyway. Koloma Torah Rabbi, you only learn Torah on one Rabbi. Eino Roas and Bracha Liola. You're not going to learn. You're not going to have Chassid and Bracha your whole life. But what happened? Shavkuhu, everyone got up. But also Kamed the Rava, he went to learn by the other Rav across the street. He went to Rav. All right, Rabbi has to be honest. He tells Talmidim, I enjoy the fact that you come to my shir. Continue coming to my shir. Don't stop coming to my shir. But be in between this shir and the next one, go to Beit Medrash across the street. The Rav here is going to teach you as well. Amalahu, Hani Mili, Svara. They said that this is only with regard to Svara. But Gemara, Mirav Echad Adeh, when it comes to Gemara, it goes in one way. What he's saying is when it comes to a person's Svara, a person's thought process, you have to be able to understand that different people have different thought processes. So as far as we gave I am part of the Torah, so many different ways of seeing the Torah from one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of Gemara, we don't really have that problem. It's down for us now. When it comes to text of Gemara, Marav Echad Adeh, to have one Rebbe, yes, the top of the text you can't have, where you have different text. You have to be consistent. You have to give you a story from one Rebbe. The top of the text of the base. Al Pal Gemayin, the pasuk continues. Amr of Tankin Barakani Loi. Loilam, Yishalish Adam Shenosav. Person should divide his years. Salish to Mikra, a third of his life he should be learning Chumash. Slish to Mishnah, a third of his life he should be learning Mishnah. And Slish to Talmud, a third of his life he should be learning Gemara. Gemara says, hold on a second. You are implying that a person knows how long he's going to live. He takes all those years and divides them into three. Miyada inish kama kaye. Has the person actually know how long he's going to live? Or says, in other words, Gemara says, Every person wants optimistically believe they live to 120. Take 120, divide into 3, you get 40, 80, and then 120. What happens if this person is not Zocha, lives to 120? You'll find that if he passes away at 80, 90, 100, he lost on all those years of Gemara. Gemara says, no, that means Biyomi. Between Rashi and Tosfos what this means. Look at Rashi. Rashi says Biyomi. Days Yomim Mikra. So he gets Sunday and Monday he learns Chumash. Days Yomim Mishnah. So then Tuesday and Wednesday he'll learn Mishnah. And then you have Thursday and Friday to learn Gemara. And I guess Shabbos, according to Rashi, you repeat everything you learned throughout the whole week. However, Tosfos says differently. If you look at Tosfos, he says the Kaf Nira Liyomi B'chol Yom. Every single day. Lokach Tikru, important to note this. Sukkei HaTamid. In davening, every single morning, we have Sukkei HaTamid. You have the Sukkim of the Tamid. Umishnas Ezel Mekoman. You have the Mishnayos of Ezel Mekoman. Bryce Rabbi Shmuel. You have the Bryce of Rabbi Shmuel. Person is davening. Consider that he learns Torah, he learns Mishnah, and he learns Gemara. However, it says in the very place. Elevated down. The others, the Talmud Bavli. We learn Gemara every single day. We come to Daf Yomi every single day. What happens? Dayenu is good enough for us. Why? We follow the Mikra, the Mishnah, the Talmud. Just today, in our Amud, we learned Sukkot. We have Tehillim, in Mishlei, we learned Mishnayos, we're learning Gemara. Just learning a page of Gemara gives you the opportunity to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that's what I mean. Every single day, a person has to learn some Chumash, some Mishnah, and some Gemara. The Pasuk continues. Gemara continues that Shapir Yitam B'Yisrael, his fruits will give in their time. Amarava, Impir Yitam B'Yisrael, V'Aleu, the person is going to be Tovei, eating the Torah, learning Torah every single day. V'Aleu, reap the benefit. V'Aleu lo Yibal, and the branches of the leaf will not wither. But the lav, the person does not learn Torah all the time, not the Torah. Then on both the Rabbi and the Talmud, the pasuk says, Torah is not going to ultimately be the sky and like notes. It's going to be like the shaft that ultimately goes on. Amar Rabbi Abba, Amar Ravuna, Amar Rav. What the pasuk mean? It says that there have been many victims of her. Again, this refers to the Zona. Ultimately, what's that referring to in this context? It says Talmud shall this refers to the Talmud who did not ultimately reach the stage of life where he should possibly Shilos. Umara, it does nonetheless. The pasuk continues and says that soon call the strong ones are those who were killed. The Talmud Shekila, this refers to a Talmud that reached the point of Hara. The Ino Mara Kama is that Ad Men Min when a person reaches 4 years old. Gemara says, hold on a second. In other words, Gemara says you have to be very careful with this balance. Because Talmud is low Kilo, not at the proper age, the proper stage of life to be passing the Shiloh. He passes the Shiloh, then they're victims of his Pesach. So the person is supposed to be passing, and he does not pass it, so they'll be victims of the fact he didn't offer a Torah. I want to spend some time going through this time. Beginning of Igros Moshe is funny in hindsight. Moshe has to justify why he's writing this.
But is that the snake's
You know that
punishment
Moshe
forever?
has the
Is that like
biggest
why God did that to the snakes, period? I
He
think
was
so. I think that's the whole
the posting Hadar.
right. That's
of
what
United
it
States
feels
of
like.
America.
Just explain what a
It's
snake
important,
looks
yes,
like
in
rather
time
than
to
describe a
read the
dragon.
Hakdama, the introduction to the
Like, why
same
doesn't
thing as
that let
Moshe.
God
He
do the
explains
wasteland?
why he feels okay
Okay,
for
so
him
you're
to
saying
pass his
maybe it's reversed.
And again, this is the attitude the person has to have. When a person asks the Torah to recognize that there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize, you might know a lot of information, but recognize if you're going to be a passing Shiloh prematurely, to be victims of your erroneous stock. But similarly, if you have information to share and you don't, then they'll be victims of your lack of stock. Now, the words of Harava, he wasn't 40 years old when he passed the Shiloh. Why? How do we know that he wasn't 40? Rashi tells us he died when he was 40. So the word says B'Shavin. In this time, he was equal to everybody in the community. Therefore, it was something to want him to actually offer back because he was good. Ultimately good. and the leaves of the branches will not wither. Amar Rav Acha Bar Ada Amar Rav Amar Rav Ada Rav Acha Bar Ava Amar Rav Amruna Amar Rav Shasichas Kilos Tamina Shachamim. The chatter of the Chachamim, truth of Talmud, you have to spend time understanding it. The Nemar, for it says Valeu Leibol, and the branches will not wither. Pasha Yasi Yatzliach, ultimately the person is successful. Everything that they do. So again, nothing that comes out of the mouth of the Talmud Chacham is Moran B'Kalim. Anything that Talmud Chacham says is something you should also learn. Amar Yeshua Levi, Dover Zaykos B'Torah V'Shanim B'Riyim V'Shlos B'Ksuvim. The fact that a person will be successful if they learn a lot of Torah, it's written in the Torah, it's repeated in the Nevi'im, the prophets, and it is repeated the third time in the writings of Ksuvim. What does it say? Also, by Torah, person learns the Torah in a chasad of tzlachim. I think is ultimately be successful in his business. Where's it? Where is that chasad of Torah? Where's it written in the Torah? The Tziv, Mark, Mistivi, Abris, Azos, Hashis, and Osam, Laman, Taskilu, Ace, Kol, Asher, Taskilu. Taskilu means to be smart, but to be successful with all that you do. Shannon, the Nevi'im, the Tziv, or Yomash, Seif, Torah, Zerificha. The Torah should not be removed from your mouth. But Kisa Bayom Balayli should toil in it day and night. My Tishma Lash should call a Kasrifo. This will watch and do everything that's written in it. The Uz, Hapshliach, that's Drapapa. Ultimately, if you do that, you follow the script, then you'll be Matzliach to be successful in all that you do. So it's Pascal and again, you'll be smart and successful. If you repeat the third time, the Ksiv, where it says, and Tehillah just read this, give it Torah to Sharketso, Sorasa Yagiyam Bulala, the Laila, Hayak, Ikshaso, Al Pagimayim, Ashapir, Yitim Yito, and if you like to choose, just uprooted by the streams of water, Ashapir Yitim Yitim Yito, the fruits will give at the right time, the Aleo, the evil, the branches will not wither, Chal, Asher, Yasa, Yatzliach. First, we do Yatzliach, what to do. What the recipe for success, leave it at Nachas Rabbi Alexandri, very famous tomorrow. Rabbi Alexandri used to make this announcement: Man boy chayi, who will live, wants to be healthy. One of the Oscar Kuliyam will go run up to him, running up to him, want to live. Amri Havlon chayi. They would say to him, give us life. Amri, we would say to them, Mi Ya'ish Lechafetz Chaim. The Pasuk tells us, who is the one who loves life? So they're not direct person who's trained from speaking negative. We don't speak on hara, and you'll merit good life. Stormy Rava, Sito, turn away from that is good. Shema Yomar Adam, person might say, not Sarki, I did not speak Lashon hara, and therefore it's supposed to be I held myself back from speaking poorly. Ele, Skara B'Shem, I'm going to go take a long nap. In other words, I'll have long nap, don't speak Lashon hara. One of my responses says no. Stormy Rava, say to. You have to turn away from bad, but do good. And he told us, Torah told the first source. Now, for such a look, I told him that the Torah not good enough to not speak Lashon hara. The person has to actually learn Torah as well. We're going to get to this. The Kippah. The Mishnah told us when you're building the Beis HaMarchas, when you're building a bathhouse, when you get to the Kippah, there's a little dome on the top where they put the Avodah Zarah. Stop. Omer Balazar Omer Yochanan. In Bana, if he does build it, Sarah much he's allowed to get paid for it. Once it's cheaper, of course you can get paid for it. Mishamti wins the cover name. Mishamti wins the cover. Hey, Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shiva, and Nasurim. It's not actually building the Avodah Zarah. This is to build this in the serve the Avodah Zarah. You're allowed to get hana from that. Unless it's until it's actually served. There's no reason why we wouldn't be able to get paid. It's actually building the actual item. Honey from Adam was the that would only be relevant if it comes up the right way to build. Until it is served. Shafi can understand why he's letting it. That's why he has to say. According to what it says, it's also right. Micrometer. Why is it right? We're talking about the final blow that's necessary to be able to make this Avodah Zarah. What turns it into Avodah Zarah is the Gemar Malacha. The aim is having Gemar Malacha. When does the Gemar Malacha happen? With the last blow. There's no Shava Prut in that last blow. In other words, all the initial blows until then, it's not Avodah Zarah yet. So you're allowed to do it. When did someone put on the last blow? You divide every time you give a blow, each blow is worth less than the Shalapruta, and therefore you're left to benefit from the Alma Kasavar. You see, you see that a person, when he works for somebody else, he gets paid for each individual act. He doesn't get paid until the end, but ultimately each act adds up to get him what he deserves. The final blow is worth less than the Shalapruta. That's why he is allowed to get paid. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Is it possible that there's something else like that that's on land? Less likely, I think. I think ocean is more likely. Well, it's more undiscovered, right? So not just that. It's also like
Why did you go ahead and learn Torah? Or, we outlawed learning Torah. Why did you learn Torah? So he said, because this is what God commanded. What happened? Miyad Gazra Alav L'Sreifa. So the Lord would be burnt. They command that his wife would be killed. He was a by the sword. And they condemned his daughter to a life in a brothel. So what happens? We must try to understand why were the children condemned to their respective punishments. I love the Sefer. The Kohen and Chacham was decreed to die by fire. Shayahobia and Hashem was the top of the Chesam Dalit. Because he went ahead and literally, actually, the last, go back to the design of just the moment. The last, actually, I love the Sefer. Lamanan and Kach, Shayahobia and Hashem Yosef. There's the 42 letter name of the Baruch. They're going to say one is not permitted to articulate the letters of that name. And as a result of articulating the letters of that name, he was killed. He was burned. And how did was the first line of Chesam Dalet? But now second line. But how did the resident try to do this? How was he able? Why did he articulate the 42 letters of the 42 letter name of the Shvachu? Perhaps not. But he learned Elu Shem Lam Chayim Tzoram Haba. These are the people who do not have a portion of world to come. Ha'omer is Torah Min HaShamayim. He says there is no portion in Torah. Torah is not from the Shvachu. Ve'ein Yashamitz Min HaTorah. Or there is no biblical source for resurrection of the dead. In other words, there is no Doraisa concept of Yashamitz. Abishol Omer, Apahoga as Hashem Bos Yosef. Ultimately, again, even when he goes and articulates the 42 letters of the 42 letter name of the Baruch. So how could a Kohen ben Chacham do this when he was clearly also to which the message with Islamic Rabbi? The most of he did this for the purpose of ultimately teaching.
That's so all the way up until 1960. In fact,
some
people
thought
drugs were just something that sailors made up.
Articulate or enunciate
the name. Just like, this
giant
creature that leads you.
Teach the secret of the name to others.
It's just a
So that actually points out
also, when you
that
think
the
about it,
is
when
an
people
adapting
came to
to
America, because there's no sharks anymore.
even though again, on a technical level he didn't do anything wrong, the Baruch felt that apparently the way that he did it was inappropriate. So the Gemara says, "To the Sanya, no sumot la'asos about antam amid v'chavi ulaholos." There are certain things that we're not allowed to do, but we're allowed to teach in order that others understand the intricacies of halacha. So the Kohen ben Chacham teaches the 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to his students, not for the purpose, I guess you know it, but apparently there's still something flawed in his behavior. Obviously, because he was such a great son, he was held to this higher level. Ella, my kind of it. So ultimately, so if that's the case that he was doing it in order to teach it, then why was he punished? Which the lesson is how does Hashem with our Hesed? Because ultimately, again, he did it in public. In other words, it's okay that he did it to teach it, but apparently he should have done it privately, and instead he did it publicly. So because he did it publicly, he was condemned to this brutal death. Why was his wife killed by a sword? The Lomi Chaber, because the Moshe should have objected to his behavior. Let's say, part of the dominant koach, of a wife, is a wife has the unique ability to tell her husband when he's wrong. And even if a husband could tune out everyone else, he can't tune out and really should not tune out his wife. And if any of them try to do something wrong, because he is teaching the 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, teaching it for good reasons, but he was doing it publicly, His wife should have said to him, "You're wrong. She did not do that, and therefore she's held accountable." We can't. Ultimately, here we learn that anyone who has the ability to object to negative behavior, but does not do so, is punished ultimately again for failure to offend. The most if you see something wrong occurring, and you don't go ahead and voice objection to that which is wrong, you are held liable as well. And why was his daughter condemned to live in a brothel? One time, a Canaan and Chachion's daughter was walking before the nobleman of Rome. And they said, "Look how beautiful the steps of this young girl are." So they admired her. Literally, they admired the steps. They admired the way that she was walking. So what happened? So when she heard this compliment, she gave even more attention to the way she was walking. She was even more meticulous with her steps. And that was considered to be the compromising of her speech. The Heinrich Torah Shimon Lakish might say, Avona, also the passage from Taylor, Avon, Akiba Yisidi, literally again, the sin of my heel will surround me. Avonos Sha'adam Dash Fatima Ba'olamazeh, those Avenos that a person tramples on the sin in this world, sometimes surrounded on the day of judgment. Most of the ideal here is that compromised her modesty because of that she was held accountable and condemned for life in the blackness. Obviously, we're talking about people who are judged in such a exacting way. But again, this is the model which is responsible for the more righteous the individual, the more exacting the judge. So Hanina ben Chachon burnt because he taught according to the name of the Rabbi, his wife killed because ultimately she did not object to his behavior, and the daughter condemned to a life of immorality because she compromised her speech. As all three were being let out for their judgment, each of them accepted the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We saw that whenever Tziduk was translated as acceptance of judgment, it's not just acceptance. Tziduk means the acceptance of the justice of the emotional judgment. Alright, so whenever HaKadosh Baruch Hu does his justice, who Amar the Chachon said, literally the rock, perfect Amra, El Emunah, the Adam. Literally a trustworthy God, ultimately again, with no iniquities in him. Ito Amra, the Gonasa, the Rafa Aliyah, Asher Ilech up the Kubos, Al-Kol Darfei Adam. Al-Kol Darfei Adam. But since he wished to the Father, his brother said, the universal gives every person what they are deserving. So he's giving self-familiar because again they all come together to form the tier that we call Tziduk. It's one of the someone a person is when a person is better than the loved one, and then we say the truth of Tziduk. And Tziduk is comprised of peace and more. Amar Rabbi, how great are these righteous people? She is Damnu Lahem Shalosh Mikrosh of Tziduk Hadin B'Shas Tziduk Hadin. We'll say how great are these people that these three psukim of acceptance of divine judgment were found in their mouths at the moment that they are being led out to be punished. We'll say an incredible mindset. The Gemara now was a little bit chronological order. Now that we understand the punishment of Hanina ben Chachon was a slave, as we'll discuss in just a moment. Now the Gemara takes a step back to take us back to an earlier story. When Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma became ill, Halach Rabbi Hanina ben Chachon the back row. And Hanina ben Chachon came along to be behold him. Amar Lo, Hanina, Achi, Iyata Yodea, Shebuma Zumin Hashem Mechuma. So let's listen to this. The first of the wider line, not the widest, but the wider line. So Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said to the judge, Hanina, do you not know that the Baruch Olam has given the Romans the ability to rule over us? How do I know that? Sheikh Riva es Beso, Bisarfa es Follow, Baharga es Testa, Ba'amda es Tibra, Ba'adai es Hayanes. Rome obviously has been granted power by God. How do I know that? They destroyed the Beis Hamikdash, killed out the tzaddikim, and they still have power. In other words, Rome is in power because God wants them in power. ואני שמעתי עליך שעת הירושים באוסף התורה, ומה תוקירוס בלעדי. The Sefer Torah Munach B'Chelkecha, and Chanina, I did a teaching Torah in public. The Romans outlaw Torah, right? We obviously have divine power, or I should say, they've been granted their power by the divine. And what? And I think that you're teaching Torah in public, in public defiance of their edict. Listen, this is change. Amalo. So what happens? Amalo. So what is what Chanina Ben Chayzer is saying? Essentially, people will take care of you. Well, listen to this exchange. Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, "Ani omer lecha dvarim shalkan, ve'ata omer li min hashemayim yirachamu." Suppose in this exchange, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, "I'm talking to you in a rational conversation. Don't be so low. Don't tell me, saying that. Don't tell me that God is not protecting you. The word works in a certain way. I'm giving solid advice, but stop it. Stop it. Ultimately, again, there's something clear about the power that Rome has. They're trampling over us. They're destroying the us. They're killing us with tzaddikim, and yet they're only rising in power, not diminishing. That means that the Rothschild has vested them. Ultimately, again, with the scepter of rulership. This is not going to end well with you. You're trying to make the Shemani Lacham of Hashem was going to take care of me. There's not going to take care of you. There's not was giving the rulership to Rome. So what happens? Tamani, what's this is amazing. Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, Tamani, the more Yisrael Oscha, that's the Sefer Torah Ba'ish. Listen, he said to me, the way you're going to end up being burned together with your Sefer Torah by the Romans. Amalo, Rabbi, Ma'ani l'chayol ha'abba. Rabbi, tell me, if the Romans do kill me, and I'm going to go to tell them ha'abba. Amalo, my son, that's what is actually very interesting. So he says, tell me something that's happened to you. Tell me something that's happened to you, and how you reacted, and I'll tell you if you're a ben olam ha'abba. Amalo, ma'om shal porim nischalti b'ma'om shal tzedakah, v'chalachtim la'ayin. Rashi says that we are ma'om shal porim, shinachtim sudas porim. So say, charges are like this. I had money that I set aside for my own Sidas portion. They got mixed up with tzedakah money, and I distributed it all to the poor, and I did not seek reimbursement from the tzedakah funds for my personal funds, which got mixed in. Amalo, you say we're going to tell about tzedakah. Amalo, in pain, so that's what Yossi ben Kisma says. Of course, you will go to a rabbi and tell him, I actually have a portion like this. This dramatic story. What's the first of the widest line? Just a couple of things here, Yossi ben Kisma dies. And all the beloved of Rome came to attend the Yossi ben Kisma's rebellion. This Bidua has been struggled, and it became a great test. The Chazar also must have been coming in the country, but also the Torah. And Makio kilos Milabim, the Sefer Torah, Munach Mokel. Also, on the way back from Yossi ben Kisma's rebellion, remember all of the Roman noblemen were there. On the way back, what do they find? They find that Chanina ben Chayzer teaching Torah in public. Teaching Torah in public, and the Sefer Torah is resting by his chest. And the Guru was saying that they punished him, they brought him Chanina ben Chayzer, they controlled the Sefer Torah, they vacuumed the Sefer Torah, they floored the Chavidim Zimura, they surrounded him with branches, they ceased behind us and they literally lit him on fire. They abused Sikudim Shalsema, they brought tufts of wet wool, Ushuram Bamayim, Biyim Alibon, it tasted on the Chanina ben Chayzer's heart, the gave those into his muscle in order that he should die a slow death. Let's say so. Dramatic, brutal death from Chanina ben Chayzer. Amr Rabito Abba, Eric Pitach, it was a snapping death, but apparently they named him death a public spectacle. So it's sort of Chanina ben Chayzer's story. We'll discuss his story just a little bit. But it's sort of Abba, his father, how could I want to? She was saying about something much more dramatic. She was saying his father, How can this happen to you? How? Like, what does this mean? Allah, these words are amazing. Allah, your Mali, I mean, it's actually the bad. You know, the Church says to us, once they understand this conversation is happening while the fleas are engulfing his body. That's really conversation is happening. So she says to him, oh, Mother, I mean, it's not to the body. If I was saying, if I was being burnt by myself, this whole thing would be very problematic for me. Actually, this means of the Sefer Torah. Now that I'm being burnt together with the Sefer Torah, you should mevakish alona shel Sefer Torah. Uyevakish alona. What is this dramatic? This is what he's saying to his daughter, my dear daughter, don't worry, because I'm being burnt with the Sefer Torah, and he who is going to come and make amends for the degradation of the Sefer Torah will come and make amends for my degradation as well. He's telling his daughter, don't worry. The Rothschild will come and will fix the covenant Torah, and Torah will come and take care of my covenant. I will come to Rabbi, Ma'at Torah. So students said, Rabbi, what do you see? I remember I had Yo Nisrael, the Osios books. He said to them, he said, I see the parchment is burning, but the letters are ascending to Shemayim. He was saying that, they could destroy the parchment, you could destroy the physicality of the Jew, you could destroy the physicality of Torah, but you can never destroy the Neshama, you can never destroy the Osios. The letters themselves are ascending heavenward. So what's the saying? Ata, Pasha, Kikavati, Kanis, he said, then open your mouth. Open your mouth, let the flames come in and peace in the desert. What do you do in my life? What do you do in my life? But I will not in any way expedite my own death. I'm a Lord culture, so once you have to understand something, so what happens? The executioner is standing there, single. As the executioner hears the conversation, it looks like, sometimes like the greatness of the Sabbath is the ability to maintain a measured, thoughtful response, even in the midst of the most ridiculous of circumstances. And he would have been tragically being burnt alive, and he's carrying his daughter. He's consoling his daughter. His daughter doesn't understand what to do with this entire spectacle. He's telling her, don't worry. The Sefer Torah is with me. The Baruch was going to take care of it. The Sefer Torah will take care of it. The students are saying that, what are you saying? And he's giving them the chum. He's saying, don't worry. It's only the book. It's only the parchment that's being burnt. But the neshama, the letters will always remain. He's giving them the chama in the midst of this ridiculously brutal and horrific scene. Who sees all of this? Roman execution of this is Rabbi. The executioners call him clean in charge of Rabbi. Rabbi. None of us shall have this noto sugim shall tell me Ali Becha. I tell you, Ani Lechayon or Rabbi. Tell me if I take the tufts of wool away from your heart. If I take the tufts of wool away from your heart and expedite your death, will you bring me to Olam Haba? Amalo the Chanim charges says yes. Yishav, swear to me that you take me to Olam Haba. Mishpalo. He swears to him, Miyad in that moment, the executioner went ahead when he was the The executioner went ahead and increased the fire, removed the tufts of wool. Now he will be not son of the hero. And if any of the charges, he died instantly. After Kafats, enough on the sofa. In that moment, then the executioner jumped into the flames as well. Yotza Baskova Amra, the Rishaniya and Chajon, becomes the Nuri Mishmanan in the Chayor Lavava. In that moment, began a basketball match the Rishaniya and Chajon and the executioner are invited for an eternity to Olam Haba. Let's invent a cry whenever you heard this story. You can't not cry. There are some people ultimately again who acquire their Olam Haba in many years. There are some people who acquire their Olam Haba in 1 night. The executioner, let's understand. You don't get that job because of your leaders in the Roman execution. Right? That's one guy you do not want to run into. Anywhere. And yet, in this moment, this person everybody needs the ready. Even the Roman executioner needs the ready. And he found his ready in the great Hadithanim and Mitzvah. And at that moment, you're able to see a person around the light. that is filled with depravity, filled with bloodshed, it's filled with everything that is disgusting in the world. And a person can turn around that life with one heroic spiritual act. That you find because there are some people who to life and to there are some people who get it with just simply a moment. Gloria Jesus was that Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, I will say 7 lines up to the line. Gloria Tisman there, supposed to be this. Gloria was the wife of Rabbi Meir. Prior to Rabbi Meir ben Chazar, supposed to be the no relations. Gloria was the daughter of Rabbi Meir ben Chazar. Remember, again, I will say, he said one of the punishments of Rabbi Meir ben Chazar was what? He was burnt, his wife was killed, and his daughter was condemned to life in a brothel. He had 2 daughters. One was Gloria, the other was a single unnamed daughter. The single unnamed daughter was not condemned to life in a brothel. He's married to Gloria, says to her husband, so she said, Gloria says to her husband, it's not nice that my sister is living in a brothel. You have to do something about it. She says, Rabbi, you have to rescue her. So what does Rabbi do? Shakal Tarkal. So what does he do when his wife tells him to do something? He doesn't. And I would say, it's not a point this out, it's not a point this story. You could be Rabbi Meir, you could be Rabbi Yehuda. Your wife tells you to do something. People say, not keeping aside. Why do Rabbi Meir do this on his own? Well, hold on. But it was so that if his wife tells him to do it, it's a good thing to do. So he goes and what does he do? Shakal Tarkal. He takes a large bag of gold coins. But also, he loves everything the service says. Nobody knows something. Here's the problem. His sister-in-law is condemned to live in a brothel by Roman people. It's going to take a miracle to get her out. See, the way he figures is like this. If she is still virtuous, if she has not sinned, then a miracle will help you get her out. If she sins, then there'll be no miracle. That's what happens. Also, not to high punishment. So what happens? He decides to figure out if she's been, has she maintained her purity as us. He literally disguises himself as a Roman person. He goes into the brothel. He says, he propositions her. Amalei, that's Shana. So what does she say? She says, Amanita, I'm menstruating. I'm sorry, I can't be with you. Amalei, she says, okay, I'll wait. Amalo, the Fusion So she says, don't wait for me. There are many other girls here who are more beautiful and who are available now. So I said, he understood that what was she doing? This was the line she used with every single man who came into the brothel. Amar, Shmami Nama Abdis. She understood ultimately again that this was her line to every single potential customer who came into the brothel. And this is how she saved herself from sinning. So the Gemara says, also the guy was summoned. So he goes over to the guy who's in charge of the brothel. He says, let me buy her from you. Let me buy her from you. So the brothel watchman says, I'm scared. Remember, she was here through Roman decree. So he says, listen, I'm giving you a bag for the gold coin. Half of it keep for yourself, half of it use to bribe you over. It's more than enough money for all of these people have. You sound wasn't to this. There's all of this not the noble. That's not a noble. So the brothel watchman says, okay, what happens when the money runs out? You have to bribe people continuously. So Amalei must be wild. Amalei, Ema, Elokah, the mayor, I mean. Let's say that you hear about it. Right? So remember again, so he says, don't worry, when you're in trouble, just say Elokah, the mayor, I mean. Just say God of mayor, answer me, and you'll be fine. The most say, by the way, that mayor Baladei, you learned this 5 years ago, but it's like yesterday. Right? Longer than 5 years, I think. Right? Whatever. So as I said, if you're still in trouble, just say God of mayor, answer me. You just say, I'm not letting they're always trying to be a nice guy. Like, not that I don't believe you, but can you give me like a little bit of a gator assurance? When me gamer, how do you know this is going to work? So let's listen to this. How about I know Hobby these dogs in town was they literally used to bite. He doesn't really use people, he used to bite people. Shuckle color, let's listen to this. The man picks up out of her and he throws it at this pair of vicious dogs. So what happens? How about the make, right? So we start mamish a card Rabbi Meir to David. Amar elakar the Meir ani. Say God of Meir answer me. Shapua v'yahavis to v'yahavis. So we'll say what happens? So they left him alone. They left him alone. And what happens? I will say. And then what happened? He used to give him the money, and Rabbi Meir bought back his sister-in-law and brought his sister-in-law home. The soul Shama Yosef ben Malka. We'll say afterwards, the matter between those that his brother keeper had sold his brother Rabbi Hanina ben Shadjo, who was supposed to be kept captive in the brothel for the rest of her life. So they bring the brothel watchman to Rome to stand trial. So as cool as the people, so we'll say what happens. They bring him up to the platform to hang him. Amar Elokar B'nei Ani, and he cries out, God of Meir answer me. And I will say what happens. And they can't take it. They can't take it. For whatever the reason, not just over here, they say to him, Achsua Amrle my eye. So they said to him, why can't we hang you? Whatever's happening, the rope keeps snapping, whatever it is, you realize like you literally can't hang the guy. We'll say the Romans again were religious people, they were polytheistic. Right? They said, what's going on over here? So you told me, listen, here is the story. I have this get out of jail card. It's called Elokar the Meir Ani. God of Meir answer me. So I'll say what happens. So I'll get myself. So I'll say what happens. They engraved the image of the Meir on the gates of Rome. They will say, this wasn't as a compliment. This was the precursor to the wanted signs in the post office. Right? So what they did is they engraved his image on the gates of Rome, and they said essentially, whoever sees this guy, whoever sees this guy's image, bring him to me. Listen to this. One day there was walking, and a Roman officer saw him, he saw his image. Run about straight. So what happens? He goes ahead and he began to pursue him. Runs away. All the day soldiers. He ran into a brothel to seek protection. Others say it wasn't a brothel, but rather he ran into a non-kosher restaurant. And what happens? So the Gemara tells us, how much what did he do? He dipped one food and sucked on the other food. So he made it look like that what? He made it look like he was eating non-kosher food. So we'll say, therefore, again, he threw people off his tongue because everybody would assume the great Judea is not going to be eating non-kosher food. So what happens? He could down the other say, us saying that Yarna came along. And Yana made himself look like a harlot. So what happens? And the Zona embraced Rabbi Meir. So when the Roman officer saw this, he said, this must be someone else. Then it came Rabbi Meir was in the bronze being hugged by a harlot. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Meir hava, lo hava avitah. Right, this was the mirror there, we're not going to mistake. Once at this point, Rabbi Meir realized that he was not safe there as Yisrael, and therefore, come around the Baba. Ultimately, again, he went and he ran away to Baba. He did the army there, my son. Also, some say this was the reason Rabbi Meir went and escaped to Baba. He did the army in nice and good. And once others say it was because of the episode that happened with Bruria, his wife. Once we learned about the episode with Bruria, so this is Bruria again, Rabbi Meir's daughter, Rabbi Meir's wife, who was the daughter of Rabbi Hanina ben Shadjo. What was the episode with Bruria? So what's the last one points out to the year? We did the Irish Shemais to Bruria. Shepam Afas, Nidlu Dra Ashamu Chachamim, Noshim Daikon Kalosim. So we'll say one time Bruria was disparaged in the British speaking, Noshim Daikos Kalosim. We'll say this in of itself is a statement of Noshim Daikos Kalosim, of what exactly does it mean. It does not mean that women Chas V'Shalom are not smart. It does not mean that women lack the intellectual prowess of men Chas V'Shalom. Just the opposite. It's Chazal's ways of saying that ultimately again, women are often more emotional or bring the level of passion to things that men do not. That level of emotion, that level of compassion sometimes, well, and it also I want to put it else. It's not a disparaging term. It's Chazal's ultimate statement about the different emotional, intellectual disposition of a man versus a woman. Whether it was Chazal's, whatever it is for today, the point is really disparaging thing. So it was a very dramatic tragic story that occurred. Again, Rashi says over here. ואמר לה חייך סופך ולהודות לדבריהם, וציפה לאחד מתלמידיו מן הסוסה לדבר עבירה, ולפצה בימים הללו עד שנשרטס. So it's like, okay, it's a complicated mesa, which we're not getting into now. The point is that Rabbi Meir tested the virtue of his wife by having one of his students try to constantly proposition her. And she resisted until one day that she did not. When it became known that she was willing to compromise her morality, again, she didn't end up doing it. When it became known that she was willing to give in, and this was a test set up by her husband, she was humiliated and she hated herself. She committed suicide. So as I saw, again, we'll go over this the next cycle in the next session. So in a couple of years, we'll come back. It's a very dramatic, and I want that Buria was an exceptional woman, an incredible and righteous sacrifice. And this particular episode in general should not mar the general virtuosity and piety. Even great people make all kinds of mistakes. And it's possible that even over here, the mistake was also Rabbi Meir's mistake in how he set up his wife. But again, not our topic for now. The point is Rabbi Meir speaks to Baba. There's a machlokas as to what was the motivation for his escape. Was it humiliation over the death of his wife, which he had a hand in, the suicide of them she had a hand in, or was it because he was trying to escape the Roman authorities? Okay, it was like that is this dramatic story that is in the Mitzvah. Right, it was the first white line. Somebody goes to the extent that Rashi says, it's the arena where they have the words. They don't call it words. What do they call it? Gladiators, right? But again, as bullfighting gladiators, the point is they're going to a place where they have for sport. That's the Italian or the turtle. What's the turtle? Rashi says it's a siege. Now, what would happen is sometimes when the Romans apparently would make a siege around the city, so sieges take a long time, so you have to need entertainment, right? Because remember, again, while they so again, they have like the fair. So you have the siege, what is the siege? Right? You sit there, right? So what happens is you kind of have like celebrations there. Let's look at the character. The Rosh Hashanah had the Chashim. Was in the Chashim ultimately again the sorcerers or Chabarim are also different types of these are snake charmers. Mukyan, Valurin, Salhurin was these are all different types of jesters, of clowns. Hareza Moshe Blitzing. Most I personally teaches in this behavior, this is Moshe Blitzing. Most this is called literally again the company of Blitzing. Alexa most like someone who doesn't take anything seriously. Praiseworthy is the person who did not go ahead and follow in the ways. Ultimately, again, maybe that's how other people did before. Also, when a person engages in like silence, like this silliness, this ultimately again leads to control. Or meaning, whole thing is mutter, because it ultimately again, if you have to say now, so the Bible says that a person who goes to the arena to ultimately see the gratitude in the whole fight. Why? Because also sometimes you get the demon, the Jews bring them, if you call out to the officer and charge of attention, say to you, well, the character similar again, you go to the fair by the siege why. If they use of Medina, because also sometimes you can go ahead and help the Jews who are living in that city which is under siege. Obravasha is kasha wise, but ultimately, again, as long as you do not become part of the festivities themselves in this Kasha in my pastor, once they become part of the festivities with the siege, all the gladiators so once a kasha study like that, you kasha karkamakaka. So we have a contradiction. The first thing is that we determine was that you can't participate in these activities. The second one says you can't participate in these activities. So which one is it? This summer karkamakaka, so they can't have to by the siege. You can't do this kasha anymore, you can't mention this kasha anymore. If you're part of the siege, it's also you're not part of the siege, but you're there to warn the Jews guys. Okay, Ellen, not the outside of kasha. say, but what about again, you participate, not participate? Tonight, you will say, emotional racing. You can't go to the arena to see the bullfights and the gladiators because it's emotional racing. I will say, it's a company of scorners, scoffers, lazy people. Rabbi Mercer says it's okay. Why? Mercer says no two reasons. Number one, after the nation was the one because again, you can call out and potentially save a Jew who might be the victim there. The acclamation may lead this feature lahasiya. This is dramatic. Why? Because this is, let's remember again, if the guy does get killed, the Jew does get killed, you can't save him, you could be an echad who would allow his wife to remarry. Remember again, I was saying, one witness is believe ultimately so you can get the season pass. I'm glad you know, so at least again, you can do something. If you can't save them, you can be a echad to allow the wife to remarry. What's incredible?
Right. And that's like an A-list celebrity is now. There's so much stuff you're competing with. There's so much content always watching it.
Ain't hoping.
Right. Always.
The Tartios or Tartisios. Because they can't go to the Roman theaters or to the Roman circus.
Just random Instagram
Because it's there that they go ahead and they take up all kinds of collections and make all kinds of arrangements. Welcome to Quran say, welcome to the Zabin you can't go. If there's an Avodah Zarah component, you can't go because of Avodah Zarah. But even if there's no Avodah Zarah, you can't go. Why? Because the Most it's called Moshe Blitz. Most it's called ultimately again. It's called Moshe Blitz. Moshe Blitz is any place where people who are lazy, in other words, there's silliness or scoffers or just waste of time occurring. Rabbi, what's the practical difference? The difference is what happens if you transact your business there. So if you hold that there's a strong of Avodah Zarah, and it proceeds on any kind of business deals that occur, there will be us. If you hold that it's most related, then any business will be most. Darshan Shem Echaz, I just said, so what is the place of the person? He did not walk in the ways or the counsel of the wicked. And in the pathway of sin, he did not stand. The motion of reason and the company of scoffers or scorners who didn't sin. If he didn't walk in the way, he stand. If he didn't stand, how do you sit? If he didn't sit, then how do you stop? We'll say, watch this. And over the phone, we'll say, if ultimately again you walk in the wrong path of life, you will stand there. We'll say, what does standing represent? Standing represents being stationary, being stationed in a place. So we'll say sometimes I think, you know what, I'm just going to walk down the wrong path, but I'm just going to walk through. There's no such thing as walking through. If you walk through it, you end up standing. If you end up standing, so elation, you're going to sit. In Yashar, if you sit, so full moments. So we'll say you will end up scoffing. In lots, and if you scoff, Allah HaKasim Omer, in Chachmas, in Batsta, the Batsta. So this is an incredible use of the person. An incredible use of your ultimate use. What ultimately is, and I will say sometimes in life, we go down a path that ultimately, again, I know is not going to be good. I know it's not the right one for me. But at the end of the day, you know what? I'm just going to pass through. I will say, when it comes to negative behaviors, when it comes to negative influences, even just passing through poses existential. Because once you pass through, once you're home, you end up being an omen. And once you're an omen, you end up being a yoshi. And once you're a yoshi, also you become embedded in a whole negative framework of life. And once a person will say, here's what's interesting. And what am I doing wrong, What am I doing wrong in this case? What am I doing wrong? I'm stopping. You know what the Lex means? Being Lex means being cynical, being sarcastic. Listen, when people are cynical and sarcastic, nothing is serious. Nothing is sacred. nothing is important. There's a one-liner about everything. There's something sarcastic to say about everything. I will say that's the most dangerous because that's late sunners. Because where there's late sunners, nothing is covered, nothing is touched. Means the most that a person takes nothing serious in their life. You take nothing serious, or you're above everything. But unfortunately, that is the beginning of one spiritual realm. And we'll stop over there for today. With Amar Belaza, share with you a short idea on the parasha.
Yeah, I mean, it might be the best pastrami Reuben on earth. It's right up there with Cat's Deli in New York City, which is maybe the king.
So let's say there's a beautiful pasuk. So in the Psalm, it's most that in the ultimately it tells Moshe Rabbeinu. Tells Moshe Rabbeinu. It's okay. Tells Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately to prepare the nation. So the pasuk says, this is in Parak Yutes. Pasuk Yud, Parak Yutes, pasuk Yud. So Parak Yutes, pasuk Yud. Let's say once more, so I get to the pasuk. Not to mention Parak Yutes, pasuk Yud. So Vayomer Hashem Moshe. The prophet says to Moshe Rabbeinu, Lech Elaham, go to the nation, V'shidashtem hayom u'machar, sanctify them today and tomorrow, and tell them to launder their clothing. So launder their clothing, of course, means go to the mikvah, right? So remember again, this is the famous drasha where in the Baruch told Moshe Rabbeinu, Kidashma Yom U'Machar, I need 2 days of preparation. We'll say this very day we studied the Gemara that says that certain things that Moshe Rabbeinu added on. Moshe Rabbeinu is Daito. This thing of something that Moshe Rabbeinu added on by himself and got agreed. What did Moshe Rabbeinu add on over here? 3 days, an additional day. That's why we have Shloshis in that follow. We have 3 days of preparation for Kabbalah stuff. The Baruch only mandated 2. That's the Hayom U'Machar. So we'll say, I want to share with you what I think is just a life-changing verse by the Baal Shem Tov. It's actually quoted by the Beis Avram in the name of the Baal Shem Tov. So let's say, listen to this. So the Baal Shem Tov says here, especially in U'Machar, the Torah hints to us, and we'll say in this phrase, Keshim Hayom U'Machar, we'll say it's contained the very battle with Yitzhak, but also the very ingredient of success against Yitzhak. Listen to this. So Yitzhak the fact of Adam, Yitzhak often says to us, and also we so in Mesilas Yesharim, Yitzhak doesn't try to get me to sin. Why? Because Yitzhak knows that we're tzaddikim, and I know that faith is wrong. So I'm gonna figure out muster up the courage not to sin. So how does Yitzhak do? Yitzhak says, I know you want to be punished. I know you want to be holy. Listen to me. What's the rush? What's the rush? You'll get started on the new you. You'll turn that new page. Right? You'll turn over and you'll begin. Oh, when? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, listen, it's already 6:41. Half the day is gone already. Like, don't worry about it. You start tomorrow. Shabbos is such a good day for us. Chachus, it's wonderful. It's a short day. You've got so much to do. Today's not the day to change. Today's not the day to be great. Today's not the day to turn over. You get to it tomorrow. But really, like, tomorrow is really tomorrow's really going to be that day. That's the possibility I use. It was in social session. This is again the Shara Zeros. The Rothschild talks about this. This is how the Yitzhak works. Everything is always about tomorrow. Anything you want to do, the most beautiful, noble goals is great. It's just not such a great day to accomplish great things. So therefore, what does the person answer to the Yitzhak? No. So says the Rothschild something amazing. What is exactly answering Sarah? No. I'm disciplined. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Tomorrow, I can't control tomorrow. Maybe I'm going to be pious tomorrow. Maybe I'm not going to be pious tomorrow. I don't know. I can't control tomorrow. The only thing I can control is what I will say. Today is the now. And then the Rothschild will say, listen to how we type this passage. V'kidashtem hayom. The will say the now is today. Right now is now. I have control over for what I do right now in this moment. I have control over the day that is in front of me. And what am I going to do? V'kidashtem hayom. I am going to make today holy. I'm going to capitalize on the moments that literally are in my grasp right now. Hayom and Mistanish V'chol Mekir. Umachar Eshto Be'idam Ma'alases. Tomorrow, I don't know what tomorrow is. So I can't make too many plans for tomorrow. And I can't make too many promises for tomorrow. I'll deal with tomorrow when tomorrow comes. So what's the year? Have about something like that which punctuates this passage. Again, you look at this inside the Chumash later on. Yud Tes Yud. V'kidashtem hayom. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Sanctify today, I will say. Seize the moment. Seize the moment. Seize today. Maximize the moment you have because that's what you control in life. How you use the now. How you use the present. How you use the day right in front of you. That is the only thing that we control in life. Umachar, what's this about the punch, which is like this. V'kidashtem hayom, exclamation point. Actually, it's triple exclamation point. V'kidashtem hayom with an emoji on it, right? V'kidashtem hayom. You have to sanctify me because that's all I control. Umachar is the question. All right, what about tomorrow? Can't tell you that tomorrow. Don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. See, what I'll do is, when tomorrow becomes today, I'll switch the umachar to what? To what? To v'kidashtem hayom. So tomorrow becomes today. Move the machar to yom and I'm tomorrow to the machar. That's the way you choose successful. So first of all, to combat the Zahar's greatest tool is the tool of procrastination. Is the tool of kicking the can out. What's like? If something is important enough to get done, it's important enough to get done now. Because if you don't get it done now, we know this, we don't need to rush up the process because we live this every single day. If it doesn't get done now, then chances are it doesn't get done. That's how that needs to hurry. V'kidashtem hayom. Let's say, all that the Baruch Hu asks of us to sanctify today, maximize today, take advantage of today, do what you have to do today. Tomorrow, who knows what tomorrow will bring? That's the great question mark, right? So what's like, we should be Zocher Meretz Hashem to live our life by this mantra. We should be Zocher Meretz Hashem. It's a great part about being about Shem. You can punctuate even the psukim of the Ribono Shel Olam's Torah any way you want. That was like, this is the true punctuation. We should be Zocher Meretz Hashem to live lives of where we focus on V'kidashtem hayom, sanctify, take advantage of the day we have in front of us. Maximize the opportunities that are right in front of us. Tomorrow, don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow is the question mark, which the Meretz Hashem will be Zocher to deal with when we get to it.
So much. Oh yeah. Not for show. That's always something that people make. Bro, last time we had a whole group of us, like they would sit next to Matt's hurt, and I was the why did you go ahead and learn Torah? Or, we outlawed learning Torah. Why did you learn Torah? So he said, because this is what God commanded. What happened? He had Joshua and Rabbi State. So the Rabbi Elazar ben Shadson would be burnt. Would be burnt alive. They command that his wife and his children was Harita used means by the sword. And they condemned his daughter to a life in a rock. So what happens? Allah tries to understand why were the children condemned to their respective punishments. Allah was the Rabbi ben Shadson was decreed to die by fire. Because he went ahead and literally, Rashi actually the last, go back to the Zion with this just a moment. The last Rashi, I love this thing. Lama Nana Kakos, Isha Hogas Hashem Baos Yosef, Dorish Ma'avon Time Osios, Baosa Bo Mashu Chakim. So we'll say, there's the 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and we're going to say one is not going to articulate the letters of that name. Rabbi Chanina ben Shadson did.
and as a result for articulating the letters of that name, he was killed, he was burned. And in the other copy, and how did was the first line was Pesach Dalit, but how now second line. But how did the Eliezer ben Shadjon do this? How was he able, why did he articulate the 42 letters of this 42 letter name of this Bible? But there's Elu Shem Len Kol Kol Haba. These are the people who do not want a portion of the world to come. Ha'omer in Torah Min HaShamayim, he says there is no portion in Torah. Means Torah is not from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ve'ein Kriyas HaMitzvah, Min HaTorah, or there is no biblical source, the resurrection of the dead. In other words, there is no Doraisa concept of Kriyas HaMitzvah. Abba Shol Omer, Aka Hoge Es Hashem Bos Yosef. Ultimately, again, even one who goes in and articulates the 42 letters of the 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So how could anyone try to do this when it is clearly usher, to which the Muslims with Islamic the most previous the purpose of ultimate teaching. He didn't do this. He didn't do this ultimately again to just simply articulate or enunciate the name, but rather he did this in order to teach the secret of the name to others. So that just points out that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is medactic with tzadikim kechut hasara. Even though again on a technical level he didn't do anything wrong, HaKadosh Baruch Hu felt that apparently the way that he did it was inappropriate. So the Gemara says, "Shibisanya no sumot la'asos about antam amid v'havim ulaholos." There are certain things that we're not allowed to do, but we're allowed to teach in order that others understand the intricacies of halacha. So the Chanina ben Shadjon teaches the 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to students, not for the purpose again of having a sin, but that you should know it, but apparently there was still something flawed in his behavior. Obviously, because he was such a tzaddik, he was held at this higher level. Ella, my time and others. So ultimately, again, so if that's the piece that he was doing it in order to teach it, then why was he punished? Which is much Mishum Hoges Hashem Nefar Hesra. Because ultimately, again, he did it in public. In other words, it's okay that he did it to teach it, but apparently he should have done it privately, and instead he did it publicly. So because he did it publicly, he was condemned to this brutal death. Why was he killed by a sword? Because the most should have objected. Incredible. Let's say, part of the dominant part of a wife is a wife has the unique ability to tell her husband when he's wrong. And even if a husband could tune out everyone else,